Like, subscribe, and share the Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel or I'll summon 1,000 clones to roast you non-stop. Chapter 1. Where am I? Xiu's consciousness woke up from the muddle. I tried hard to open my eyes, but found that I couldn't do it at all. Xiu Neng felt that his body was in a ball of warm water. A strange sense of security flooded Xiu's heart. But the darkness in front of him made Xiu a little uneasy, and subconsciously moved his body. Ah! The baby is kicking mother again. A vaguely gentle voice came. But Xiu couldn't hear clearly. You were reborn, and when you left the world gave you a gift, and you gained heaven-defying understanding. A voice sounded in Xiu's mind. Shock. I was born again? So I'm dead. A gift from the world? Was it given to me by the previous world when I died? Heaven-defying understanding. Xiu's heart trembled wildly. Thoughts were spinning quickly in my mind. He was wide awake. So I'm an unborn fetus now. Xiu understood his situation. Then that voice just now is my mother in this life. Xiu thought about it. I just don't know what the world is like, it's really exciting. I am really lucky to be able to live a new life, and there is a gift from the world. Not to mention systematic gifts. Just the knowledge of the previous life is already an enviable wealth. As Xiu thought about it, he subconsciously wanted to sense the situation outside. The next moment, a clear picture appeared in Xiu's mind. Before Xiu realized what was going on, he already felt dizzy and fell into a deep sleep. In an inconspicuous room on Baithrilla Island, poor Gasti Rouge was sitting on a chair with a backrest, gently stroking his lower abdomen with his hand, and some T.S. Madara's face exuded a maternal radiance. There's a naughty little baby in my stomach. I don't know how long it took before Xiu regained his consciousness. My brain still hurts a little. Xiu probably knew what caused it in his heart. His body does not allow him to use the kind of ability he had before. It's amazing, what kind of ability is that? Is this a world with superpowers? Xiu guessed in his heart. But he didn't dare to try the previous situation of trying to perceive the outside world. However, it narrows the range of perception. Then Xiu froze. Beside him, there was actually a fetus. Twins. Xiu was a little curious. This kind of situation where he could sense his brother in the mother's womb made Xiu feel a little miraculous. Subconsciously moved, he reached out and poked the brother beside him. As a result, the other party seemed to be stimulated and moved violently. An exclamation was heard by Xiu again. Xiu's heart moved, and he didn't dare to do anything wrong anymore. Be more honest. Xiu thought about it, thinking of the ability to sense the external situation before. This world may be unusual, but the gift from the previous world is my trump card. Xiu thought about it. Since this world may have some strange abilities that he didn't have in his previous life, he still has the heaven-defying understanding gifted by the world. So is it possible to create an ability that a mother's womb can cultivate? Not to mention anything else, even if it is the effective use of attracting nutrients, it is enough for his foundation to become excellent. Xiu felt that this was his first-hand preparation for adapting to this world. But Xiu overestimated his energy as a fetus. Even with the amazing method of heaven-defying savvy. But you have to constantly sense your body, and don't dare to overdo it. Otherwise, if you want to die, you will lose a lot. Just like that, Xiu woke up intermittently, and I don't know how long it took. Anyway, he and the brother beside him have already developed well. Xiu is the final result. You have deeply felt the growth and development of the fetus, you are more familiar with your own body, and you have comprehended and created the supernatural power of blood and genetic cultivation method. Hard work pays off. Finally, there is a result. But Xiu also felt a little pity. After all, it was too late. If he could stay in his mother's womb for a while longer, his foundation would probably be better. Maybe it can be compared to the legendary mythical creatures. Blood vessel supernatural powers genetic training method. According to the growth and development of the fetus, you can better understand your own body, absorb nutrients and energy to perfection, and break the shackles of your own body, allowing your body to exceed its original limits. We can't delay, we should take advantage of this time to try our best to improve our foundation. Xiu thought about it. Now my body is fully developed and my energy is better than before. With this, no matter what the world is like, it is finally a perfect start. Xiu felt that it was the capital for him to settle down in this world. The nutrients from the mother's body are perfectly absorbed by the body. Xiu slowly immersed himself in this feeling. After an unknown amount of time, a voice came from Xiu's ear. This is the mother's voice. Who was the other man's voice at that time? Could it be the father of this body? Chapter 2. The voice was faint. Xiu carefully controlled his ability to perceive the external situation. Although the body of the fetus has already developed. But Xiu didn't dare to be reckless, he didn't want the situation like last time to happen again. And this ability is not difficult to control. After figuring out how to use and control this ability, Xiu even thought of a way to enhance this ability. As Xiu exerted his abilities, outside voices came into Xiu's mind. Baithrilla Island. In an ordinary hut, Garp sighed as he looked at the pink-haired woman in a loose dress. The world government has noticed that Roger may have children, and they will never let Roger's children go. Garp frowned when he said this. The grey hair on the temples was trembling, obviously very annoyed by the world government's approach. Rouge sat on a rocking chair, listening to Garp's words with a peaceful expression, his eyes were very calm. I know, thanks to your care during this time. Rouge said with a grateful smile on his face. Upon hearing this, Garp grinned, raised his hand and scratched the back of his head, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. I can't help it, Roger, please, man, do what you say. Looking at the laughing Garp, Rouge's expression was still out of thin air. As if feeling a little embarrassed, Garp stopped laughing, and then looked at Rouge seriously. The world government is investigating the children who made noises in Baithrilla during this period. If Roger's children make noises in this world, it will be bad. Garp can think of the means of the world government, and would rather kill by mistake than let Roger's bloodline go. After all, Roger was considered the biggest threat by the world government. The Roger who pioneered the Great Voyage single-handedly. His son, in the eyes of the world government, is the most evil bloodline in the world. What's more, there is also the D family. So Garp can think of what excessive things the world government will do next. Don't worry, the child will not be born at this time. Rouge gently stroked his lower abdomen with his right hand, with a peaceful expression. Garp looked a little shocked when he saw Rouge like this. But it's time for Roger's baby to be born. They will not come to this world at this time. Rouge's voice was still gentle and peaceful. But the firmness in his tone made Garp not know how to face it. This is a mother who wants to protect her child. Her determination should not be doubted. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Seeing Garp's expression, Rouge thought of the Marine's care for her during this time, a grateful smile appeared on Rouge's face. Garp nodded silently, and when he turned and walked to the door, he spoke. I won't come here again during this period of time. If I'm discovered, then your identity may also be exposed. Well, I understand. Rouge replied with a smile. Garp opened the door and walked out. After walking out, he let out a long sigh. The child should be born, but not allowed to be born. This is a great burden for the mother who is pregnant with the child. And this time I don't know how long it will take to be safe. Roger's wife may. Garp sighed and left. In the room, Rouge rubbed his lower abdomen, his gentle eyes were full of firmness. At this time, Xiu heard the voices outside clearly, and finally understood the situation. It's actually the world of One Piece. Roger's child. I actually became the child of One Piece. Xiu sensed the twin brother next to him. So this guy is Ace. Unexpectedly, I and Ace became twin brothers. Xiu feels very strange now. The world of One Piece. Before Xiu could get excited, he suddenly thought of an extremely serious problem. That is his mother. Poor Gas de Rouge. In order to prevent the child from being discovered, she was supposed to be pregnant in October, but she was pregnant with Ace for 20 months. He also died due to physical overdraft. Now that there is more of him, the mother's burden will be even heavier. Thinking of this, Xiu couldn't help feeling a little anxious. Rouge is Ace's mother and also Taxiu's mother. He would never let Rouge die like this. Sensing the extremely quiet Ace beside him, Xiu sighed. Can't count on this guy. It seems that everything depends on oneself. Fortunately, he is not without the means to do this now. Xiu thought about it. Since Rouge died of exhaustion, then let her not be overdrawn. This, Xiud already had an idea in his heart. And that ability to perceive the outside world can assist in this matter. Speaking of which, this should be observation haki, right? Am I born with knowledge? You are a little curious about your own perception ability. After a short period of research, you with a heaven-defying understanding comprehend the supernatural power of perception observation haki cultivation method. You are awakened and born observation haki. Chapter 3. Sure enough, it is born observation haki. With the assistance of this natural observation haki, Xiu felt more confident about what to do next. Rouge died of exhaustion after giving birth to Ace. So as long as Rouge's body is not overdrawn, isn't that all right? This is the way to cultivate. With the help of observation haki, Xiu can clearly feel the nutrition that is continuously delivered. The genetic training method allows Xiu to perfectly absorb the nutrition from Rouge. And he can use the genetic training method to convert these nutrients into energy, and then feed back to Rouge. This is a burden for Xiu. But Xiu decided to do it anyway. He didn't want Rouge to really die. After Garp left last time, it turned out that there were a lot of strangers in Baithrilla. And Rouge is wary of that. But life goes on as usual. Can't see any abnormalities. And those strangers who suddenly appeared did not find out about Rouge. This relieved Rouge. But Rouge also found himself getting hungry faster and faster. The appetite is also increasing. At first, Rouge was apprehensive. Not sure what exactly this situation is. Rouge could clearly feel that there were two little lives in his belly. One is very naughty and often kicks her. The other was very quiet. Maybe the child is about to grow up. Rouge guessed in his heart. He didn't curb his appetite. Originally, I was worried that eating too much would cause the child to grow too fast and could not hide his body shape. But Rouge sensed the child's needs, so he naturally wanted to meet them. Fortunately, her body shape has indeed not changed, so there is no need to worry about being exposed. She can also feel that her child is very healthy. The original worries were also put down. The Xiu-sen in Rouge's stomach felt what Rouge did, and heaved a sigh of relief. He also withheld a lot of nutrition from Ace. The current cultivator is running the genetic cultivation method with all his strength, converting all the absorbed nutrients into energy. And feed that energy back to Rouge. In front of the cottage, Rouge in a dress sat on the rocking chair in front of the door, squinting his eyes slightly, as if he was resting. Far away, two tall men stared at Rouge. After a long time, the two turned and left. It's not her, continue to investigate other people. Roger has children left in this world, is guesswork. Originally, according to the idea of the world government, the entire island was directly destroyed. But this time, Sengoku, Garp, and Crane from Marine joined forces to stop it. The world government can only investigate slowly. However, no suspected child was found on the island. However, the world government has not relaxed, and is still investigating secretly. Rouge felt the disappearance of the eyes watching him, and he was relieved. This is already the 5th time in this period of time. Rouge didn't get up, his eyes were still slightly closed. She knew her battle hadn't been accepted. But Rouge was a little curious that this time he decided to let the child stay in the body until it was safe to be born again. She also understands that this is definitely a huge burden. Her body may not be able to hold on. But now, she could feel that her body was not weak. On the contrary, the complexion is getting better and better. This made Rouge a little puzzled. Rest your right hand lightly on your lower abdomen. Is my baby helping me? Rouge didn't say it, but had a vague guess in his heart. It seems that your complexion is not bad. A voice sounded, and Rouge's expression changed, revealing a hint of guard. Rouge opened his eyes, and saw Garp in casual clothes not far in front of him. And Garp looked at Rouge with great emotion in his heart. This is how much perseverance. Garp admires Rouge very much. You can come, it seems that this crisis seems to be over. Seeing Garp appearing, Rouge opened his mouth softly. It will take some time, the world government has relaxed now, but I fear they will turn around again. Garp spoke up. Rouge nodded. You will have to work hard for a while. Garp spoke up. It's not hard, this is what a mother should do, and my children are helping me. Rouge stroked his lower abdomen, with a maternal radiance shining on his face. Garp didn't understand, but he didn't ask too much. I'll let you know when it's completely safe. Facing Rouge, Garp was unusually serious. Thank you. Rouge nodded slightly, his eyes full of gratitude to Garp. Xiu used his knowledge to sense the conversation between Rouge and Garp outside, and he felt a little more relaxed. To protect Rouge's body this time is still too heavy a burden for an unborn fetus. He didn't know how long he could last. Sensing the honest Ace beside him, Xiu was speechless for a moment. After the birth, brother will clean up your kid. During this period of feeding back, his body was thin and weak. On the other hand, Ace is fat. After all, he can sense the condition of his own body, and he only needs the nutrition to survive. Ace, he didn't dare to hold back too much. The world government found nothing and finally retreated. And it was time for Xiu to be born. Chapter 4. With the cry of the baby. Garp outside the door gave a relieved smile. He also finds it difficult. One Piece Roger's child. If it is discovered by the world government, it will definitely not let it go. But he and Roger have been fighting and hunting each other over the years, and each has a little sympathy for each other. Roger wasn't the heinous kind of pirate. Although Garp was a little upset that the Age of Great Voyages opened at the end. But since it has been entrusted, it must be done. This is a man's promise. In the room, Rouge, whose clothes were soaked in sweat, looked at the two children lying beside him, his face gradually filled with happiness. The two children looked alike, except that one had a chubby body. The other one is a little thin. Put together it is very obvious. Those who are weak are Xiu. At this time, Rouge looked at the thin Xiu, his eyes were full of love. Rouge stretched out his hand to hug Xiu, and spoke softly. Did you help Mom? Rouge actually already had a guess in his mind. After all, Rouge experienced the changes in his body during this period, so he naturally knew the most clearly. Her body is even better than before she got pregnant. The maid on the side looked at Rouge and Xiu in Rouge's arms, and was still puzzled. But she was smart enough not to ask too much, instead she asked the child's name. Miss, has your child been named? Rouge lovingly stroked Xiu's little face. After hearing the question, he looked up at the maid beside him and smiled. According to their father's wishes, but their father didn't expect that he would have two sons, so one is called Ace. Rouge said, his eyes fell on Huai. He's called Aishu. Rouge has already made up his mind. Ace closed his eyes at this moment, clenched his two little hands tightly, and was soundly asleep. On the contrary, Aishu in Rouge's arms, although thin, looks good in spirit. With black and white eyes open, he looked at Rouge. Finally, the hard work was not in vain. Aishu looked at Rouge's expression and felt relieved. It seems that this mother has his help this time, and her body is not too overdrawn. He hasn't had much rest since he decided to save his mother. Except for being too tired and resting, the rest of the time is converting energy to feedback. His own body was left with nothing but necessary nourishment. So it will lead to thin body. But for Aishu, it's all worth it. Rouge is not dead. With a relaxed heart, Aishu fell into a deep sleep. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, Aishu woke up and opened his eyes. Then he saw a big square face appearing in front of his eyes. There is a black beard around the big face, and the short grey hair looks like thorns. At this time, the owner of the big face stared at him without blinking. But Aishu has already guessed the identity of this person. Garp. A pair of iron fists almost hit the entire sea, and it was rare to meet an opponent. Marine Heroes. Headquarters Vice Admiral. Rejected promotion to Admiral several times. Such a maverick in Marine. Garp stared at Aishu in front of him and sighed. Too skinny. It seems that this time is indeed a burden for you, even affecting the child. Garp's words made Rouge startled. He glanced at Aishu, and hugged Aishu in his arms again. Maybe it's like this. Maybe this kid helped me. Rouge did not spell out the earlier speculation. Because it's incredible. Garp didn't think too much, his eyes fell on Ace. Ha ha ha, it's better to be this little guy. He is white and fat, and his body is very strong. He will definitely become a strong man in the sea in the future. Rouge glanced at Ace and suddenly sighed. I hope they can be ordinary people and live their lives in peace. Ha ha ha, this is probably unlikely, after all their father. After all, they may encounter danger in the future, and their own strength can help them survive the danger. Rouge naturally understood what Garp meant. Now it is indeed hidden from the world government. But there is no guarantee that the world government will not find out. If it is discovered, then the identities of these two children of myself may provoke the full pursuit of the world government. Ha ha ha. Seeing the worried look on Rouge's face, Garp laughed. You don't have to worry, I will teach them to be strong. Look at Ace, he can definitely become a strong man above the sea, after all, they have Roger's blood in their bodies. Aishu was in Rouge's arms, and when he heard Garp's words, he rolled his eyes. If it wasn't for saving his mother, Rouge, he would have already laid the foundation. This old man Garp's vision is not very good. From now on, Laozi will be the strongest in the sea. At that time, he slapped the old man in the face. Aishu thought fiercely. I hope you will take Aishu and Ace away, I have no ability to protect them by my side. Garp was silent for a long time when he heard Rouge's words, and finally nodded. Chapter 5. East Blue Goa Kingdom Windmill Village. Wow wow wow, Grandpa don't want it. A child's cry sounded in the woods. Then there was a man's rough laughter. Then came the sound of 3 falling water. Ha ha ha, you 3, be careful, there are crocodiles in this water. Standing by the river, Garp looked up to the sky and let out a wild laugh. That grin made people worry that the jaw would drop to the ground. In the river in front of him, 3 small figures were flopping about in the water. At this moment, the river was churning, and a huge crocodile with a length of 7 or 8 meters surfaced. Ace and Luffy were so frightened that their noses and tears burst out, and they swam towards the shore screaming. As a result, as soon as he swam to the shore, he was kicked back into the water by Garp. Help, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Luffy, who was kicked back by Garp, just emerged from the water when he saw a big mouth full of sharp teeth approaching. Both eyeballs almost popped out. Aces aren't much better either. The two were so frightened that they thumped wildly in the river. Aishu on the other side of the river looked at Ace and Luffy and shook his head speechlessly. Then he swam silently to the other side, climbed up a big tree by the river, and then lay down on the trunk. The genetic training method in the body is working. The large amount of meat eaten before was quickly converted into energy and absorbed by the body. In the past few years, after being brought back by Garp, Aishu's thin body has also become stronger. This is all thanks to his creation of the genetic cultivation method. It's just that every time the old man comes back from a mission, he has to toss the 3 of them one by one. Aishu was really speechless. In the past few years, he has not been negligent, but because he wanted Rouge before, his body is severely depleted. The time to nourish the body has not stopped the development of knowledge and color. But now he has all the knowledge and information under control. The future can already be foreseen briefly. It's a pity that Aishu still has no clue about the ultimate ability of listening to the voice of all things. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with savvy. But this is enough for Aishu. His current observation Haki is already the top in this sea. It's just that his body is not good enough to support him to use this ability for a long time. But Aishu is not in a hurry. The genetic training method is his biggest trump card. He is rapidly becoming stronger every moment. Aishu knows this world very well. On this side of the sea, the fruit ability can increase the lower limit of strength. But the upper limit of strength, in the end, is the body. Only when the foundation is solid, then one's own strength is not a castle in the air. The Garp in front of you is the best example. Standing at the top of the sea without eating the fruit, relying only on the body and haki. Genetic training is not difficult. For Aishu, it has become instinctive now. As long as he eats a lot of food, the genetic cultivation method can transform these food into nutrients for him to completely absorb. Fortunately, I can't say anything else now, but I definitely have enough to eat. Aishu listened to the screams of Ace and Luffy in the river below, thinking silently in his heart. Hey, where's Aishu? Garp's voice came from below. Ace and Luffy, who were running away from the crocodile in the river, heard this and quickly looked around. Wow, Aishu was eaten by a crocodile. Luffy didn't see Aishu, guessed in his heart immediately, and then burst into tears. Ace cried too. Garp's face darkened instantly. He is here, how could that boy Aishu be eaten? Aishu! The roar sounded, and Garp stood on the bank of the river, staring at the tree trunk where Aishu was lying. The birds in the whole forest were startled by the roar. The crocodile, who was chasing Ace and Luffy in the river, heard Garp's growl, flinched in fright, and was about to dive into the water. But then it seemed that he was afraid of something, so he could only continue to chase Ace and Luffy with all his teeth and claws. Aishu, who was lying on the tree trunk with his eyes closed, picked out his ears. Ears numb from Garp's voice. Don't be lazy. If you are lazy again, your opponent will not be a crocodile, but an old man. Garp's roar left Aishu speechless. Aishu opened his eyes and sat up from the tree trunk. Looking at the two silly boys fleeing in a panic under the crocodile chase, I feel very helpless. With his current strength, this crocodile can be dealt with one punch. What kind of cultivation is this? He has no idea of playing house with children. After Garp yelled, he saw Aishu sitting up from the tree trunk, thinking that Aishu was about to come down. As a result, I saw Aishu sitting on the tree trunk with his legs drooping, watching Ace and Luffy who were frantically running for their lives in the river. It's really good, it seems that Aishu wants to taste the iron fist of Grandpa's love. Garp's fists came together and he smiled. 2 rows of big white teeth were exposed, and a hint of malice flashed in his eyes. Then Garp jumped up and jumped towards Aishu on the tree trunk. A fist as big as a casserole was raised high, and it hit Aishu who was sitting on the tree trunk. The punch landed, and Garp froze. Failed? Chapter 6. His punch actually missed. Garp couldn't believe it was real. Although he didn't take it seriously, it shouldn't be something a child can avoid. The two below are still screaming and crying. The kid in front of him actually avoided his attack. A flash of excitement flashed in Garp's eyes, looking at Aishu in front of him, as if looking at a rare treasure. He already had guesses in his mind. But not sure yet. Thinking of this, Garp decided to continue to try. Garp's attack just now came. Aishu launched Observation Haki subconsciously, avoiding the punch directly. At this moment, he looked up and saw the malicious look on Garp's face, a red light flashed in his pupils, and his head flicked to the right. Garp's fist passed his ear with a gust of wind. The wind that carried it stirred Aishu's hair. The black thread on Aishu's head. This old man is going crazy. And just as Aishu expected, Garp's eyes grew even more excited. The fist waved again. This time the speed is faster than before. Aishu dodges ahead of time again. Garp's smile grew wider. Sure enough, this kid actually awakened, it's amazing. Haki is a powerful ability of the sea. In addition to the powerful Conqueror's Haki, armed color and knowledge color can be obtained through practice. But Aishu is still so young. Garp's heart was shocked. Although knowledge color does not have certain requirements on the body like armed color. But the difficulty of mastering is not low at all. I still miss it. Thinking back when Aishu and Ace were just born, Garp saw that Aishu was thin and weak, and Ace definitely had the qualifications to become a strong man. Although Ace is not bad now, in Garp's eyes, he can be regarded as the handful of people with the highest qualifications he has ever met. But now, Garp unexpectedly saw Aishu in front of him as the real little monster. Garp thought, the movements of his hands were not slow at all. Punch after punch. Just above this tree trunk, Garp's fists were left in after images. But they were all avoided by Aishu. Although it was a bit embarrassing to avoid, it was indeed avoided. My boy, observation Haki is really awakened. Garp stopped, smiling like a chrysanthemum. Seeing Garp stop, Aishu was relieved. Old man, your method is not suitable for me, you should concentrate on cleaning up Ace and Luffy. Aishu spoke. Upon hearing this, Garp smiled, with a hint of malice on his face. Boy, you are very arrogant, aren't you? As Garp said, a black iron look suddenly appeared on his fist. Seeing this scene, Aishu's expression changed, and he was about to jump off the tree trunk subconsciously. He saw it, and he couldn't avoid this punch. Boom! The severe pain from the top of his head caused Aishu to hold his head in his hands, with a look of pain on his face. Look! Sure enough, he didn't avoid it. Knowledge is not deceiving. Aishu looked at Garp unhappily. The old man was serious. Boy, don't think that you are so proud of being awakened and knowledgeable. There are thousands of strong people in the sea, and you can't underestimate anyone. Garp withdrew his fist, looked at Aishu who was holding his head in his hands, and began to teach. In this sea, someone as strong as this old man can have 8,000 if not 10,000. If you can't dodge the old man's fist, then you can't dodge other people's attacks either. Knowledge and color are not everything. Aishu heard the old man Garp's words, a trace of helplessness flashed across his face. This old man speaks nonsense. Someone as strong as him has 8,000 without 10,000? If this is the case, then the world government is still playing a fart. Disband immediately. Aishu ignored Garp who was talking about running the train. Instead, he paid attention to the black iron color on Garp's fist just now. Armament Haki. Aishu naturally knew what ability this was. But Armament Haki has a burden on the body. In the past, Aishu didn't practice at all. Now, even though he is young, he has the genetic cultivation method by his side, so he can try his weapon color. Aishu stared at Garp who was trying to teach him a lesson, and he was already feeling Garp's punch just now in his heart. You feel the Armament Haki on Garp's fist, and after a short thought, you comprehend the Armament Haki cultivation method. You awaken Armament Haki. Garp watched Aishu staring at him blankly, and nodded in satisfaction. I thought Aishu had already remembered what he said. As everyone knows, Aishu has already mastered Armament Haki with his punch just now. Aishu sensed the force in his body, and was about to try it out, when suddenly his expression changed. Aishu and Luffy ran away. Garp froze for a moment, then looked down into the river below. Sure enough, there was only one crocodile floating on the water. Without a target, the crocodile completely turned into a salted fish. They're going to the edge of the island. Observation Haki was cast immediately, and in a split second, Aishu found Ace and Luffy and ran away. The two boys just saw Garp jump up, swam to the bank and ran. At this moment, Aishu sensed a huge monster in the sea approaching Ace and Luffy quickly. Chapter 7. Aishu's observation Haki can clearly feel that a huge object is rushing towards Ace and Luffy. Looks like an attack on them. At this time, Ace and Luffy don't know anything. Should I say these two guys are innocent or heartless? The crying father and mother who were chased by the big crocodile in the river just now. Now forget about it in a blink of an eye. Now these two guys are yelling at the sea, jumping up and down, looking very excited. Little did they know that a crisis was coming. There's something in the sea, the target is Luffy and Ace. Aishu spoke to Garp. You kid can actually perceive so far, is it so powerful when you wake up? A look of surprise flashed in Garp's eyes. He still doesn't know that Aishu's knowledgeable color is brought out from the mother's womb. Aishu was in a hurry. Highly, big guy, it could be Sea Kings. Aishu hit Garp's knee with a hammer. Garp picked his nostrils with his little finger and glanced in Luffy and Ace's direction. There was no worry on his face. But seeing Aishu like this makes me very satisfied. It seems that the relationship between the three little guys is very good. If they can all join Marine, they will become 3 admirals by then. All 3 admirals are their own grandchildren. Garp grinned at the thought. Aishu looked at the old man in front of him, and was speechless. Now a Sea Kings is heading towards your grandson. You still have the heart to laugh here. Seeing the expression on Aishu's face, Garp picked up Aishu and jumped out of the woods with all his strength. Seeing himself getting higher and higher off the ground, Aishu calmed down. Forget. This old man is the top powerhouse above the sea. It's just a Sea Kings, probably not paying attention at all. Garp stepped on the moonwalk, and in a few breaths he was on top of Luffy and Ace. At this time, Ace and Luffy stared at the sea excitedly. Luffy, I'm going to sea when I grow up, and I'm going to meet the Grand Line. I also need to go. Hearing Ace speak, Luffy actually didn't quite understand. But cheer Luffy still will. Luffy raised his hands above his head, shouting excitedly. Hearing this, Ace raised his head and laughed. Luffy also looked up and giggled. Then the 2 guys saw Garp and Aishu above their heads, and their expressions changed drastically. Thinking of Garp throwing them into the river just now and being chased and killed by the crocodile, a look of fear suddenly appeared on his face. At this moment, boom! The sea in front of them exploded directly. A large amount of seawater splashed out. Accompanied by this huge movement, a huge snake head poked out from the sea water. Just the breath from the nostrils blows Luffy and Ace away. The 2 of them rolled on the ground, holding on to the ground firmly, and they were able to fix their bodies that were blown away. Luffy and Ace stared at the monster countless times bigger than them not far away. The eyeballs almost popped out. This is too big. Ace stammered. The size of this snake is too exaggerated. The crocodile that was chasing them in the river before probably couldn't get its teeth stuck in front of the big snake. A lot of meat. Luffy's eyes glowed. In his heart, he was already thinking, how long would such a big snake have enough meat to feed him? Aishu was directly thrown by Garp to the side of Ace and Luffy, and then tapped the air a few times under his feet, and the figure had already reached the side of the huge Sea Kings. The giant snake-shaped Sea Kings locked onto Garp with fierce eyes. The next moment, a dozen tentacles with countless suction cups emerged from the water, rolling towards Garp. Aishu wasn't worried about Garp, and turned his head to glance at the 2 who got up from the ground. You 2 disobedient brothers can really cause trouble wherever you go. You are the younger brother. When Ace heard Aishu's words, Madara's face with TS suddenly became a little reluctant. He immediately opened his mouth to compete for the position of his brother. But Aishu ignored him and turned to look at Garp. Although Garp is old, his body is still very strong. But compared with the size of Sea Kings, the gap between human beings and Sea Kings is huge. The diameter of the thick hand that just whipped it over was estimated to be almost 10 meters in diameter. Just relying on this size alone, the power that Sea Kings can unleash is terrifying enough. But Garp didn't care at all, the mooncloth under his feet lightly avoided the attacking tentacles. People have come to the edge of Sea Kings. He raised his right fist and punched directly on Sea King's huge snake-like head. Boom! This punch looked light and flimsy, but its power was terrifying. There was a bursting sound, and a terrifyingly large transparent blood hole appeared on Sea King's head. One hit, and Garp is on his way back. But the Sea Kings were hit hard. Countless tentacles twisted and whipped. And the 3 of Aishu are also within the attack range of this tentacle. Garp instantly noticed a tentacle rolling towards Aishu and the 3 of them. Originally, the 3 of them were close together. Now the figure has been sucked in by the giant tentacles of the Sea Kings. Garp's complexion changed, a smear of black iron appeared on his fist, and he punched Sea Kings who was still struggling. Chapter 8. Fist Bone. This time Garp didn't make any more random shots. One strike. The giant Sea Kings has been completely blown away. The power of this blow even spread along the body of this huge Sea Kings. Sea Kings frantically swinging arms and legs stopped in an instant. The next moment, the flesh and blood disintegrated. According to Garp's knowledge and perception, the aura of Aishu and the others has not changed much. When the disintegrated arms and legs fell, the three figures of Aishu appeared in Garp's eyes. Garp's eyes froze. In his eyes, Aishu kept Ace and Luffy behind him. The arms are spread out, and the clothes are already a little torn. And on the exposed skin, the metallic luster of his expression flashed away. This is Armament Haki. Garp's eyes widened. And Aishu also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Condensing the Armament Haki all over the body. This time in a hurry, he displayed his armed colors. It seems that my body can indeed try to cultivate the armed color. However, the sudden display of armed color this time is indeed a great burden on his body. Although relying on genetic training methods over the past few years has laid a strong foundation for Aishu. But it still can't be used for a long time. At this time, Ace and Luffy were really scared. The huge arms and legs just wrapped around. Numerous suction cups protrude from the arms and feet, like countless sharp knives. Both of them thought of the scene after their bodies were cut by countless sharp knives. And Aishu stood in front of them. At this time, the clothes were torn. They couldn't see Aishu's face. But they didn't think Aishu could stop such a terrifying thing. Aishu, don't die! Luffy wailed. Infected by Luffy's crying, Ace also shed tears. Then the two, whose eyes were blurred by tears, saw Aishu, who turned to look at them. Aishu looked at the two who were crying and was speechless. The iron fist of love. Bang bang. Two muffled sounds. Ace and Luffy crouched on the ground covering their heads. The severe pain in the head made the two of them scream. Garp returned, stood behind Aishu, looked at the three Aishu who were unharmed, and breathed a sigh of relief. Careless this time. Just how did Sea Kings appear here? Garp was puzzled. But don't think about it if you can't figure it out. Garp's eyes fell on Aishu. Aishu, when did you master Armament Haki? Feeling very satisfied after casting the iron fist of love just now, Aishu turned around when he heard Garp's voice behind him. Looking at Garp, who still had a look of shock on his face, Aishu waved his hands indifferently. Old man, didn't you use it once when you hit me? The reply was something Garp could hardly have imagined anyway. Staring at Aishu with both eyes, Garp's heart was extremely shocked. Good guy. Just one look, and a feel for his iron fist of love, will master Armament Haki? Those marine geniuses that naval headquarters collected from the 4 seas and the Grand Line will all be thrown into the trash. Even the current 3 admirals, when they were in the naval headquarters training camp, were taught by Haki masters for a long time before they fully mastered Armament Haki. Garp looked at Aishu with a disapproving expression, feeling extremely emotional in his heart. The color of knowledge is already very strong, and I can sense what happened here in the woods just now. Such a large scope shows that Aishu's practice in observation Haki has gone a long way. And now he has Armament Haki again. How old is this, and you have already mastered 2-color Haki? Garp seemed to see another figure that could subvert the entire sea in the future. Ha ha ha, I never thought that Aishu, you were so thin when you were born, but now you are so strong. Garp's face suddenly brightened, and he laughed, looking very happy. Grandpa, so much meat is wasted. Luffy is a guy with a brain that ordinary people can't understand. I cried a lot just now, and now I have fully recovered. Looking at the minced meat all over the place, he was full of pity. Even swallowing saliva. And Ace didn't have any fear in his eyes at this time. Garp was very satisfied when he saw the performance of the 3 of them. Men on the sea should have this kind of fearless heart. This is the Sea Kings, the kings of the sea. Garp opened his mouth to explain. But it can't stop Grandpa's punch. Ace looked at Garp with bright eyes. What happened to Aishu, he didn't know. But it's amazing that Garp can kill such a terrifying monster. I am Marine Vice Admiral, when you join Marine, you will become as strong as Grandpa. I want to go to sea, I want to be a pirate. As soon as Garp's words fell, Ace, whose eyes were full of stars just now, spoke immediately. I want to be a pirate too. Luffy also shouted loudly. The iron fist of love. Garp looked unhappily at Ace and Luffy, who were squatting on the ground and screaming in pain, and his eyes fell on Aishu. Aishu swallowed, but did not speak. Garp nodded in satisfaction. Okay, let's light the fire and barbecue. Ace and Luffy, who were squatting on the ground and screaming in pain, immediately forgot the pain. The sky and the earth are big, and the meat is the biggest. Chapter 9. For Ace and Luffy, meat is everything. Now when Garp talks about the barbecue, both of their eyes start to light up. Aishu looked thoughtfully at the place where the Serpentine Sea Kings appeared just now. In the perception of knowledge, in that direction, it seems that something is being conceived. Aishu already had a guess in his mind. Guess why this giant Sea Kings is offshore? Aishu, come and barbecue. At this time, Luffy's loud voice sounded. Aishu turned his head and saw Luffy and Ace walking towards the woods dragging a large piece of Sea King's meat. It's like an ant dragging something much bigger than itself. And Garp was turning to look at him, his eyes full of admiration. If you don't look at the huge hill-like lump of meat on his back, he is a kind old man. Coming! Aishu yelled and followed quickly. A fire was lit in the woods, and the smell of barbecue wafted far away. Both Luffy and Ace were drooling. Aishu is also a little hungry. The genetic cultivation method has great requirements on food. Especially for some nutritious foods, the demand is even greater. Sea King's meat does just that. Garp looked at the three little guys and laughed. The meat of Sea Kings is very fragrant and chewy. It's all about supporting the huge size that makes it so delicious. Even without any seasoning, it is very delicious. Looking at the barbecue that Garp handed over, Aishu was not polite at all, and started eating after taking it. Same goes for Ace and Luffy. It didn't take long for the large pile of barbecue meat brought back to be eaten up. Aishu's body has not changed after eating barbecued meat that is several times larger than his own body size. The meat of Sea Kings is indeed more nutritious than the food eaten before. More energy is converted. Luffy and Ace are now full of food and are lying on the ground and sleeping soundly. Garp on the side is exactly the same. Huge snot bubbles came out. But Aishu, whose body was extremely full of energy, did not feel sleepy at all. Observation Haki felt the thing that was gestating on the shore, and Aishu stood up directly. With force under his feet, he reached the shore in a few dodges, glanced at the cliff below, and Aishu quickly went down with his bare hands. Connecting to the sea below the cliff is a huge cave. The closer you get, the more Aishu can feel the massive breath of life coming from inside, as well as that powerful aura. Aishu's eyes lit up, and he walked into the depths of the cave. Strong physical fitness brings strong eyesight. The depths of the cave were dimly lit, but to Aishu it was like daytime. And at the end of the cave, Aishu finally saw the thing that transmitted the breath of life and strange pressure. A huge pink dome. This gigantic egg is probably 7 or 8 meters high, and the surface of the eggshell is densely covered with blue patterns, which looks very strange. Sure enough, a Sea King's egg. After seeing this giant egg, Aishu confirmed his guess. After all, for huge sea beasts like Sea Kings, the deep sea is their paradise. Offshore they simply cannot move. Therefore, some people who have lived on the island all year round have never even seen such a terrifying giant beast in their entire lives. That giant Sea King suddenly appeared offshore, there must be a reason. It seems that this Poseidon beast that is about to be bred has attracted this guy. It seems to have sensed the arrival of Aishu. The strange coercion in the giant egg is even worse. Under this aura, Aishu couldn't help but retreat. And this coercion, centered on the giant egg, spread rapidly in all directions. All the sea creatures in the nearby sea area were so frightened by this breath that they even forgot to swim. Floating on the sea surface piece by piece with white belly turned over. Garp sat up with Ace and Luffy beside him. The color of knowledge was released, and he immediately noticed Aishu's movements. And from Aishu's side, came the coercion unique to Sea Kings. Another one. Garp's expression sank. He picked up Ace and Luffy who were still sleeping, stomped on them repeatedly, his figures flickered in the air, and he arrived outside the cave below the cliff. Luffy and Ace were also swayed by Garp. When Garp entered the cave with the two little guys, he saw the giant egg with cracks and Aishu standing in front of the giant egg. Luffy was about to shout, but Garp directly covered Luffy's mouth. Whoa! Luffy's words were stuck in his throat, and his face was flushed. Garp, on the other hand, looked at Aishu with his back turned to them seriously, his eyes full of shock. Garp sensed a breath gathering from Aishu. At this time, Aishu closed his eyes tightly. You witnessed the birth of the Sea Kings and felt the coercion of the Sea Kings. You had an epiphany, and you created the supernatural power Conqueror's Haki cultivation method. You understand Conqueror's Haki. Aishu suddenly opened his eyes. A powerful coercion burst out from Aishu's body. It seems to be a supreme king, showing his existence to the world. Chapter 10. In an instant, everyone on the entire island was terrified. A huge coercion made everyone panic. In the banquet tavern, Makino was wiping the wine glass in his hand. After feeling the smell, he panicked, and the glass in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. What is this? Makino's voice trembled. The originally noisy tavern became quiet, and a needle could be heard. Everyone felt this powerful coercion, and their expressions were terrified. But everyone was at a loss, and had no idea where this unreasonable sense of oppression came from. In the cave under the cliff, Garp stared at Aishu, who had his back to them, with shock in his eyes. Shocked, ecstatic, incredible. Rouge is as hard-hearted as Garp, but now he is also numb. What kind of horror talent is this? In one day, knowledgeable, armed, and now even conquerors are awakened? Such a terrifying qualification, Garp recalled for nearly 6 decades, had never been heard. Luffy and Ace, who were held by Garp, couldn't bear the conquerors released by Aishu for a long time, and now they rolled their eyes and fell into a coma. Although both of them have the qualifications of kings, they have conquerors in their bodies. But after all, he is still too young. Can't resist the conqueror's haki released by Aishu at all. Garp looked at Aishu's back, and there was firmness in his eyes. Such a talent, such aptitude, must not be wasted. This is something Garp absolutely cannot allow. Otherwise, if it grows crookedly, Garp thinks he will regret it to death. Awakened conqueror's haki at a young age. This has entered the sequence of the strong. Future achievements are guaranteed at the Admiral level. This is what Garp thinks. Naturally, Aishu didn't know what Garp was thinking. At this time, Aishu felt the newly realized Conqueror's haki in his heart. And supernatural power Conqueror's practice method. Just when Aishu was immersed, a click sound woke Aishu up. Perhaps inspired by Aishu conquerors. A crack appeared in the huge pink dome in front of him. The sound of clicking and clicking can be heard endlessly. Then, under the watchful eye of Aishu, the giant egg shattered. A giant snake with a pair of antlers appeared. The whole body is sea blue, like a sapphire. At this time, a pair of eyes were fixed on Aishu, and the whole body was coiled into a ball, looking very vigilant. Most of the shapes of sea kings are very strange. One only looks like a reckless act. This one, however, looks very pleasing to the eye. Garp didn't make a move. Just a newborn sea kings. The conqueror's haki on Aishu suddenly strengthened. A trace of fear flashed across the eyes of the guarded young sea kings, and he shrank his neck back, as if he wanted to hide his head in the ball formed by his body. Aishu stepped forward step by step, and with each step, the conquerors emanating from him became stronger. The clouds in the sky seemed to have been impacted by this impact, and people in the entire Goa kingdom saw a huge hole in the clouds in the sky. Bright and dazzling eyes fell from the hollow, like a golden sky pillar. Garp looked at Aishu in shock. Can you master it to such a degree when you wake up? Enhanced step by step? Under the shocked gaze of Garp, Aishu walked to the side of the Sea Kings. And this juvenile Sea Kings was obviously frightened by Aishu. At this time, he looked at Aishu with some fear, and made a sound like a deer's cry from his mouth. This is surrender. This Sea Kings was overwhelmed by Aishu. Seeing this scene, Aishu was very satisfied. Conqueror's convergence. At the same time, the sharp sword that seemed to be hanging over everyone's heads on the entire island disappeared, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This huge sea king stretched out its head, and gently rubbed against Aishu. Its eyes were full of flattery. And Aishu reached out and touched the head of Sea Kings in front of him, with a satisfied smile on his small face. This time the harvest was too great. Although he has great savvy, he doesn't really have a clue about the conquerors. After getting inspiration from Garp and awakening the armed color, Aishu thought about whether to let the old man Garp release conquerors, and he saw if it was possible to awaken it. Unexpectedly, there was a realization from this Sea Kings. That's right, Sea Kings is the king of the sea. It is born with a strong pressure on marine life. This time not only awakened conquerors, but also obtained Conqueror's cultivation method. It also subdued the Sea Kings smoothly. As a face value party. If only the shape of this Sea Kings is like the shape of the previous snake-headed octopus. Aishu probably really didn't have this thought. But the one in front of me is icy blue, like a sapphire. The overall shape is like the dragon in the legend of Aishu's previous life. Aishu is still very satisfied with having a dragon as a pet. This is so cool. In the future, stepping on the dragon to go to sea is in line with his idea. Suddenly, there was a flash of wariness in the eyes of the Sea Kings. The snake head stretched out to protect Aishu between the necks, and showed its mouth full of sharp teeth towards Garp who was walking. Ha ha ha, boy Aishu, if you don't become a marine. Chapter 11. Want to join marine? Aishu pushed away the sea snake protecting her, and looked at Garp winking. But Aishu saw an extremely serious look in Garp's eyes. Know that this is Garp asking seriously. So should you join marine? Aishu thought to himself. Joining marine has a lot of benefits for the current Aishu. After all, for pirates, marine has enough background. Aishu once thought about how to become stronger. The Heaven-Defying comprehension function allows Aishu to quickly comprehend and master countless powerful abilities. But this also requires some clues. There are many strong people in marine, which may give me some inspiration. And Aishu knows she needs time to develop. Joining marine, with Garp as a backer, there will definitely be a lot of tilt in cultivating resources and the like. This can make Aishu stronger in a very short time. Besides, Garp spends more time in naval headquarters than in South Blue Windmill village. In Aishu's heart, marine is a springboard. After all, his identity, the identity of the son of the One Piece King Roger, destined him to stand opposite to marine. Seeing Garp's current appearance, Aishu sighed inwardly. Little Aishu, marine protects ordinary people in the sea. We are a righteous marine. Do you want to join? Aishu rolled his eyes, and when he was about to speak, the two cubs Garp was carrying struggled. Ace and Luffy sure enough have Conqueror's talent. He was stunned by the impact of Aishu conquerors before, but he woke up in such a short time. No, Aishu, go out to sea with me, our brothers will definitely be famous in the new world. Ace yelled loudly when he heard Garp's question after waking up. After hearing what Ace said, little stars appeared in Luffy's eyes. And me, I want to go to sea too, I want to be famous in the new world. A vein popped up on Garp's forehead instantly. The iron fist of love. Garp punches a kid. The Ace and Luffy dolls yelled, and the armed colored fists made both guys feel like their heads were going to explode. You guys come with me to be marine. Garp exclaimed, looking at the rebellious grandsons. No, I want to go to sea. Ace shakes his head. Me too. Luffy immediately followed. Garp was so angry that his nose started to smell white. But Aishu, who he is most concerned about, hasn't spoken yet. Seeing Ace and Luffy look over after Garp taught him a lesson, Aishu thought for a while. It's not impossible, but if I want to be a marine, I must be the strongest marine. Aishu's words fell into Garp's ears. Garp burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. As expected of my Garp's grandson. Garp, smiling with tears in his eyes, gave Aishu a thumbs up. Seeing the old man Garp's appearance, Aishu sighed in his heart. Garp probably thought he didn't know his origins. It may also feel that this identity will not be revealed. But there is no impenetrable wall in the world. The overjoyed Garp didn't notice the apologetic look in Aishu's eyes, and at this moment, overjoyed, he threw an iron fist of love at Ace and Luffy. Look at Aishu, how good it is to be a marine. But if Ace and Luffy can obey, I am afraid that nothing will happen afterwards. Ace and Luffy, who were squatting side by side with their heads in their arms, looked at Aishu with expressions of dissatisfaction on their faces. Let's go, it's time to go back. I'm happy today, I invite you to drink juice. I want to drink. Ace immediately forgot what happened before. Me too. Luffy immediately raised his hand. Garp ignored them. He put Ace and Luffy under his armpit and glanced at Aishu. Aishu shook his head immediately. I'll go up by myself. After finishing speaking, Aishu turned his head and looked at the young student Sea Kings who was sitting on the side. You will be in deep blue from now on, just near the sea, don't hurt people, you know. Garp was speechless when he heard Aishu's words. Can this thing understand? Next, Garp was stunned. The young Sea Kings actually nodded, then crawled into the water and disappeared. Garp was dumbfounded by the situation. But Aishu nodded in satisfaction. An ultimate ability of knowledge and knowledge, listening to the voice of all things has made some progress. Taking a deep look at Aishu, Garp led Ace and Luffy out of the cave without asking. Aishu also followed out. Banquet Tavern. That guy Aishu actually wants to be a marine, I won't have such a younger brother in the future. Ace poured down a glass of fruit juice and said to Makino. Yeah, I won't have this younger brother in the future. Luffy nodded again and again. Then the two rolled their heads from the high stool to the floor, and began to yell and roll. There was a burst of laughter in the tavern. Among them, Garp's voice is the loudest. Aishu, this kid, has actually learned his iron fist of love, and he still plays it well. Huh? Is little Aishu going to be a marine? Makino covered his mouth, his eyes bent into the moon. From now on, Fengch village will be protected by little Aishu. Aishu rolled his eyes upon hearing this. The East Blue has been plowed over and over again by Garp, and there's no real danger. But seeing Makino's eyes, Aishu still slapped his chest. It's on me, Aishu. Chapter 12. That night. Galbi Sandadon house. Because now Garp is a loner. So when Garp was not an East Blue, Aishu and the three of them were taken care of by the female bandit leader Dodon. After deciding to take Aishu away to join Marine, Garp didn't delay any longer. His return to East Blue this time is on a mission. It's just that he thought it would be a break to stay with Aishu and the others before completing the task. But plans are not as good as changes. Garp was stunned by Aishu's talent. He can't wait now for Aishu to be taught better. So now after handing over the three of Aishu to Dodon, they rushed to complete the task. Aishu, do you really want to be a marine? Ace's voice sounded. You have your dreams, and I have mine too. Aishu looked at Ace, he still didn't think there was any good in being a free pirate on the sea. The world is not as peaceful as Ace thought. Aishu, let's go out to sea together, the three of us will be famous in the sea together. Luffy wasn't asleep either. Cassio is happy. Luffy, why do you want to be famous? Are you going to be a pirate? Besides, isn't it possible to be famous in the sea by becoming a marine? Luffy was taken aback for a moment, obviously he had never thought about what Aishu said. He just thought it looked cool when Ace said he wanted to be famous. I just want to be the freest person on the sea. Luffy murmured. What is the most free? Aishu twitched the corner of his mouth. However, there was no refutation. During these years of getting along, he really regarded Luffy as his younger brother. The relationship is even better than twin brother Ace. The main reason is that Ace is young and has a lot of ideas. Little did they know that Ace had the same opinion about Aishu. The room fell into silence. After a long time, Ace's voice sounded. Aishu, make an agreement. Aishu was taken aback. What? Promise. You must become a strong man in the sea, and you must be famous in the sea. Ace spoke. Who wants to make an appointment with you? Childish. Aishu complained. But his mouth opened his mouth to answer. Okay, promise. Luffy jerked off the thin blanket and jumped up, raising his hands. And me, I also promise that I must become the freest man on the sea. Ace actually jumped up too and raised his hands. I want to be famous in the sea, I want to be famous in Grand Line, I want everyone to know my name. After the two shouted, they stared at Aishu lying on the bed. Aishu was speechless, and then also got up. I want to be the strongest in the world. Aishu shouted feebly, he was really not used to such a passionate scene. You three bastards, what are you shouting for? A loud voice suddenly sounded from outside. Hurry up and go to sleep, don't you have anything to do tomorrow? Dodden heard Ace and the others yelling and became angry. The three of them lay down quickly, completely silent. Blue. Marine Headquarters Marshal's office. Sengoku was correcting the official document, and handed the document he had read to the lamb beside him. At this time, the voice of the phone bug rang. Sengoku was a little puzzled. After connecting, the appearance of the phone bug changed into a person Sengoku knew very well. Garp, are you done? Seeing that it was an old friend calling, Sengoku asked in a deep voice. Ha ha ha, not yet, I'm going to do it, it will be done soon. The voice of Garp came out from the phone bug, and even the facial expressions were imitated vividly. Well, come back quickly after finishing it, that BD Roger. Now there are a large number of people going out to sea to be pirates every day, and it's almost too busy now. Sengoku held his forehead and said helplessly. Roger was arrested and then executed. This was originally a good thing. As a result, no one expected that Roger would actually make a move. How attractive is the treasure of One Piece to people in this world? The restless world is even more restless. Marine is running out of manpower. Ha ha ha. To be a marshal is to worry about these things, this is what you should do. The phone bug rang out. Garp laughed heartily. Garp. Sengoku's face darkened instantly. Is there anything else? If not, hurry up and complete the task. Sengoku roared. On the other side, Garp stood on the prow of his ship, holding a phone bug in his hand. At this time, the phone bug is completely Sengoku's appearance, and even the angry appearance has changed. Ha ha ha, Marshal Sengoku, don't be angry, the old man has something to do. Tell me, what is it? I want a place in the elite training camp. Garp finally got down to business. Training camp? Have you discovered a good talent again? A strange expression appeared on the face of Sengoku, who had changed from the phone bug. But not this time, the elite training camp is already full. Let's go to the next batch. No. Garp shook his head immediately. It's the old man's grandson. Garp said immediately. Sengoku's expression froze for a moment. Because he remembered Monkey D. Dragon. Chapter 13. Garp's own talent, his son dragons. The results are shocking. But the character of this family. Thinking of this, Jean Guo frowned. Hey, Sengoku, do you hear me? Seeing that Sengoku is silent. Garp already had a problem with the phone bug, so he reached out and patted it, almost killing the phone bug. Garp, this year is not good, you know Zephyr's temper. Garp pressed his little finger to his nose when he heard this. It's not a trivial matter for you Marshal to speak. Garp UBD, the Marshal must abide by the rules and regulations of the Marine. Sengoku was instantly enraged and roared. The phone bug gritted his teeth. Oh. Then don't regret it. Garp looked indifferent. UBD. Let me figure out a way. Sengoku was silent for a long time, and after dropping the last sentence, he hung up the phone directly. Garp didn't care either, and threw the closed-eyed phone bug to Adjutant Bogart. Have you found out where it is? Garp asked. Yes, Your Excellency Vice Admiral, the location of that fellow creek has been determined. Then speed up, I can't wait to return to the headquarters. Yes. The Marine soldiers on the warship shouted loudly. After more than 10 days, a warship with a dog's head sailed into the naval port of the Marine headquarters. When Marine, who was busy at the military port, saw the warship. They all stopped their movements at the same time. All of them stared at the warship with eyes filled with admiration. Without him. Because this is marine hero, the warship of Vice Admiral Garp is the idol of all marines. Garp carried a large bag of donuts, and walked off the warship while eating. Behind him is Bogart with a dead grey face. Bogart's whole person fell into a depression. His body is hunched, and there seems to be a dark cloud above his head. Impossible. It's not true. While walking, Bogart muttered. Aishu walked on the other side of Garp, looking curiously at the place with the strongest combat power on the surface of the world. This time, in order to return quickly, Garp directly let the warship pass through the comm belt. And Aishu, who got on the boat, was naturally interested in Bogart, a master swordsman. Proposed to learn fencing. Knowing that Aishu is Garp's grandson, Bogart naturally agreed. It didn't take long then for Bogart to doubt life. What the hell is it that you can cut iron in 1 day and send out flying slashes in 7 days without knowing swordsmanship? And the understanding of swordsmanship changes day by day. Bogart had never seen anyone with this level of talent. I was directly hit by Aishu's learning ability. From then on, Bogart began to doubt life. It hasn't slowed down yet. Vice Admiral Garp. After the Marines in the headquarters saw Garp, they all stood up straight, raised their hands in salute, and looked respectful. Garp didn't have much airs either, he laughed and responded while eating a donut. Aishu. You see, this is the reputation of the old man in Marine, you boy will be nicer to the old man in the future. Garp is a little smug. Aishu is young and mature. Nothing childish. There is no reaction to anything. Garp thought it would be nice to be able to shock Aishu. Seeing Garp whose tail was about to stand up, Aishu spoke indifferently. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. The word Vice Admiral was bitten hard by Aishu. When I become Admiral in the future, will Vice Admiral Garp salute me? Garp froze for a moment, and actually thought about it with a frown. This old man is actually serious. Seeing Garp's expression, Aishu guessed what happened, and was speechless for a moment. Garp was stunned for a moment before recovering, raised his hand and spoke. Bogart, go back and rest for a while. Yes. Bogart replied weakly, with his arms drooping, his shoulders pulled, and he walked slowly towards his residence in the headquarters. Garp took Aishu directly to the Marine Marshal's office. Boom! Garp kicked up and kicked the door of the Marshal's office, flying out. Then he pouted at Aishu and walked in. This means Aishu understands. The old man is Vice Admiral, but his status is not ordinary, even dare to kick the door of the Marshal. Garp! Sengoku roared angrily, and a trace of Conqueror's Haki escaped. Everyone near the Marshal's office shrank their necks and left quickly. The door of his own office was kicked away, and Sengoku was startled. Then, when he saw Garp walking in triumphantly with his head up and chest out, he was furious. He clapped his hands on the desk, leaned forward, and roared Garp's name angrily. As a result, Garp picked out his ears indifferently, and after eating the last donut, he walked to the side of Sengoku with ease. Then, under Sengoku's angry eyes, he opened the drawer and took out a pack of senbei. Garp ubd, this is my last bag. Sengoku is numb. No one dared to do this except Garp. While being angry, Sengoku saw Aishu walking in through the collapsed door, and was stunned for a moment. Chapter 14. Unknown Child. Sengoku looked at Aishu, who calmly walked in through the door of his office. The angry expression on his face froze. Garp, who is this? Sengoku's neck creaked, he turned to Garp's side abruptly, and said in a tone of pause. Hi. Garp opened the bag of senbei and was about to eat. When he heard Sengoku's question, he was stunned for a moment. I said, who is he? Sengoku pointed at Aishu with trembling fingers, and said word by word. The sound is getting louder. Hey, Sengoku, didn't the old man tell you, my grandson Aishu? Garp spat out the answer Sengoku least wanted to hear. Garp. Sengoku growled. Ubd, he's still a child. Why don't you make it clear? Sengoku was outraged. He managed to make sense with Zephyr. That guy Zephyr has a bad temper. The results of it. Now you bring a doll. That fellow Zephyr was going to drown him in his spit. You didn't even ask. Garp didn't care about the result of his anger at all. He grabbed a handful of senbei and stuffed it into his mouth, and started to chew. Sengoku was uncomfortable being blocked by Garp, and then looked at Aishu with both eyes. After taking a deep breath for a while, Sengoku forced a smile. Aishu, right. The BD Garp didn't make it clear that the elite training camp is very hard, and they are all teenagers immediately, so I will send you to the training camp in a few years. Sengoku's mind was racing. Garp is not reliable. But he also thought of a way. It would be a crime to send this kid to training camp. He then found a genius and threw him into the training camp to expose this incident. No. I'm going to training camp. Aishu directly shook his head with the same expression as Garp. Sengoku's eyeballs nearly popped out. Good guy. One Garp is fine, now there is another one. Don't worry, Aishu is very strong. Garp ate his mouth full of senbei scum, and said vaguely. Powerful? How strong can a child at most 10 years old be? Aishu has mastered the genetic cultivation method, and her body develops very quickly. In fact, he is only 6 years old this year. Sengoku looked at Garp, who was not afraid of boiling water. He took another look at Aishu, who was staring at his pet sheep, and waved his hand helplessly. Go, go, whatever you want, you guys go find Zephyr yourself. Garp grinned, walked to the other side of the desk, and took away the real last pack of senbei under Sengoku's disbelieving gaze. Garp! The roar resounded through the sky. Following Aishu behind Garp and looking at these two enemies, I found it quite interesting. As expected of an old comrade in arms. This feeling is really unpredictable. Just when Garp took Aishu to the Naval Headquarters Elite Training Camp, the headquarters was in another office not far from the Marshal's office. Pure justice. Huge plagues hang on the walls of the office. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, General Staff Tsuru heard Sengoku's roar and shook his head helplessly. Looks like Garp is back. Sister, Vice Admiral Garp took a child to the Marshal's side. Momuzagi, who was chatting with Tsuru, chuckled. Child. Crane was taken aback, and immediately thought of the matter that Sengoku went to Zephyr to plead not long ago, and suddenly had a guess in his heart. Well, it looks like 8 or 9 years old. Momuzagi nodded, he had seen Garp and Aishu in the distance before. Nonsense, this Garp is getting more and more out of tune. Crane helpless. Sengoku helped to get Garp a place in the training camp. But what's the point of bringing back such a big kid? Even if he is a genius, he is too young. Isn't this counterproductive? Crane was a little helpless. Sister, you know Vice Admiral Garp. Momuzagi covered her mouth and smiled lightly, the beauty mark was very conspicuous. Forget it, let Garp do whatever you want, he should have his own intentions for being sent here at such a young age. Crane shook his head helplessly. It's Vice Admiral Garp's adjutant Bogart who looks devastated and doesn't know what's going on. Momuzagi said curiously. Okay, Garp, he can always do something unexpected. As Garp's comrade-in-arms in the Marine Iron Triangle back then, Crane knew Garp very well, so he simply didn't worry about it. Naval Headquarters, Elite Training Camp. A group of Marine elite students are training. But a lot of people noticed Garp in the Vice Admiral uniform. Garp is very well known in Marine. These people immediately recognized the Marine hero. They are all curious about the purpose of Garp's training. Many people also noticed Aishu who was looking around beside Garp. Garp took Aishu directly to Zephyr. What? Is this the new student Sengoku was talking about? Admiral in front of Marine, Zephyr heard Garp explain his purpose, and stared at Aishu with disbelief. Garp, do you guys think training camp is a playhouse? Zephyr looked a little uneasy, and his short purple hair was trembling. Obviously very annoyed. Ha ha ha, Zephyr, don't be angry, Aishu is very strong. Chapter 15. Garp is used to this reaction by now and doesn't care at all. That smug look made Zephyr want to punch Garp in the face. Strong? How strong can a child be? Zephyr didn't believe a word Garp said. This guy named Garp is such an inconspicuous character. Don't worry, Aishu will train with other students without special care. Garp said, picking his nose. BD Garp, this is a crime. The amount of training in the training camp is very heavy for those selected elites. Such a young child, you are too irresponsible. Veins twitched in Zephyr's forehead. I disagree. Zephyr spoke directly. Aishu looked calmly at the carefree Garp and the displeased Zephyr, and suddenly spoke. Would you like to have a try? Competition. Zephyr laughed angrily when he heard Aishu speak. The old man is afraid that you baby will cry. Garp laughed out loud and gave Aishu a thumbs up. Those outside are the students from the training camp? Aishu spoke calmly, seemingly asking, but his tone was affirmative. Yes, they are all students of this old man. Zephyr nodded. Some of these people will be eliminated in the future, and some will join in. After 4 years of training, they will be given tasks to take exams, and they will be able to graduate if they pass. Looking at Aishu, Zephyr rarely opened his mouth to explain. Since they are your students, they must be geniuses, why don't you compete with them? The corners of Aishu's mouth curled up slightly. Zephyr frowned at the look. Are you serious, baby? Garp remained silent, with a malicious smirk on his face. Of course I'm serious. If you think I'm not qualified, then I want to see what the qualified ones look like. Aishu spread his hands, and his tone was somewhat hostile. Zephyr frowned at Aishu, then glanced at the malicious Garp. I don't think you are not qualified, I just think that you are too young and the amount of training in the training camp is too much, which is extremely harmful to children of your age. You don't have to worry about that, Aishu's body is great, right Aishu? Garp chimed in. Aishu nodded slightly, staring at Zephyr. Seeing Aishu's eyes, Zephyr's face was also a little uneasy. In this case, let's have a competition. It happens to be an endurance run in a while. You can join in. As long as you can persist in running today's training volume, I promise you to stay. Zephyr said, stood up directly, and walked towards the training ground outside. Garp stood up too, with a look of fun. Aishu, give them some color and scare the eyeballs out of this guy Zephyr. Garp doesn't think it's a big deal to watch the excitement. For Garp, Aishu is also a little speechless. In the training ground, a group of students who were training saw Zephyr appearing, and they became more serious, not daring to relax in the slightest. Gather! Zephyr gestured. The training camp instructor who was supervising the training of the trainees shouted. Aishu and Garp also came over. Aishu looked at a group of students with strange shapes in front of him, feeling emotional in his heart. As expected of the world of One Piece. Most people look whatever they want. On the contrary, there are a few young ladies in it who are good-looking and tall. There are all kinds of hair colors. These trainees don't know what happened yet. But seeing Garp and Aishu standing aside, each of them looked very curious. Who is this kid? Could it be a relative of Vice Admiral Garp? Bins, who was as tall as a hemp stalk, whispered to Anne, who had sea blue hair beside him. Anne rolled his eyes. The people present are all masters. You whispered, thinking they couldn't hear you. Bins didn't get a response from Anne, feeling a little resentful. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Zephyr staring at him with murderous eyes, so he shut up in fright. Zephyr snorted softly, then looked at the student in front of him. Endurance running, 1,000 laps. As soon as Zephyr spoke, the faces of all the students turned pale instantly, and the faces of a few guys with darker skin turned darker. But how dare a group of people disobey the instructions given by Zephyr? Can only start running along the huge training field. According to Zephyr's temper, this run cannot be finished, and it is estimated that it cannot be stopped. Then Zephyr turned to look at Aishu. 1,000 laps? Such a big training ground. Will this doll run? Looking at Zephyr's gaze, Aishu understood the meaning, and directly chased after a group of students who had already started running. It's okay, it's still a little courageous. Zephyr nodded in satisfaction. Then he glanced at Garp, who was smiling wickedly, and was immediately out of breath. Hey, that kid is following. Binz had been paying attention to Aishu, and was a little surprised when he saw Aishu following up. Ain also turned his head to look at Aishu, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Such a small child? What is this for? This must be running with us. Hearing Anne speak, Binz said quickly. 1,000 laps, do you think such a young child can? Before Anne could finish speaking, he saw a small figure overtake them and leave with a cloud of smoke. Chapter 16. A group of Marine elite students who were ordered by Zephyr for endurance running training only saw a small figure passing by them. With a gust of wind, the raised smoke and dust made the formation of this group of people a little messy. Binz stared at Aishu's back in astonishment. Does this kid want to train with us? The youngest student here is also 14 or 15 years old. There are also older ones in their early 20s. But such a small child has never appeared before. It's not obvious. The blue-haired beauty Ian raised her blue ponytail and signaled the direction of Zephyr and Garp. For Vice Admiral Garp to send it here in person, either it has something to do with Vice Admiral Garp, or Vice Admiral Garp has found some peerless genius. Genius. Some students who were closer to Anne heard Anne's words and fell into deep thought. They know the legend of Vice Admiral Garp. In addition to the title of Marine hero that is most revered by all Marines, Garp has many legends. One of them is that Garp used to occasionally bring back teenagers or kids. And none of these people are talented. The most famous of them is naturally Admiral Aokiji, who is now Admiral of Headquarters, one of the highest combat powers in Marine. It is said that Garp led to become Marine. So it is guessed that Aishu is another genius discovered by Garp. Thinking of this, Anne became serious. She doesn't want to be compared to a child. So what if you're a genius? At this moment, a voice sounded from the side. I have to run 1,000 laps this time, which is the maximum amount of training for endurance running. This kid actually sprints like this. I guess he won't be able to run after a few laps. The voice was not lowered, and all students could hear it clearly. There is indifference, disdain, and ridicule. But these people did not open their mouths to express their feelings. Anyway, it was brought by Vice Admiral Garp. They don't want to provoke. Anne and Binz frowned, but they didn't speak. Instead, they used their feet to run ahead of everyone. Not far away, Garp and Zephyr, who watched Aishu sprint out, were sitting on the seats brought by the Marine soldiers. Then they were offered cold drinks and snacks. There are parasols overhead. It looks so uncomfortable. Garp, tell me the truth, what are you thinking? Zephyr looked at Garp who was eating and drinking, and felt that Garp didn't pay attention to the things in front of him at all, so he was really curious. You old guy doesn't have a good vision. Can't you see Aishu's strength? Garp swallowed the senbei in his mouth, glanced at Zephyr, and spoke. It's so small, what strength can it have? Zephyr shook his head slightly. Then just wait and see, it will definitely shock your jaw. This is the grandson of the old man. Garp grinned. Seeing Garp's appearance like this, Zephyr glanced at Aishu who was behind him with long smoke. Zephyr naturally knew that there were many monsters above the sea. Some ethnic groups are born with extremely strong abilities. Others are lucky enough to eat devil fruit at an early age. But age is still the biggest limitation. Zephyr didn't think that such a small child could have any strength. But the speed of this sprint is not slow. Zephyr thought to himself as he looked at Aishu who had already run around and caught up with his group of students. But Zephyr also felt that Aishu would not be able to last for a long time if he ran like this. This is just a child's desire to win and lose. But what happened next made Zephyr's mouth open and his eyes widen. Garp on the side looked excited. And those Marine elite students who complained about Aishu and didn't know how to cherish their physical strength were also dumbfounded. Aishu lap after lap, not only did not show any signs of decline, but the speed was getting faster and faster. Originally, among these students, those who were at the forefront, such as Anne Binz, wanted to chase after him. But soon gave up. The speed is too fast. And faster, the more they chase the gap, the bigger the gap. This is a huge blow to them. Aishu is in a good mood right now. This level is just a warm-up for Aishu. And Aishu has never run to his heart's content before. Now the more I run, the stronger the smile on the corner of my mouth. The speed is also getting faster and faster. There was already an afterimage behind him. The strong wind brought up by running over even made those students unable to stand still. Monster! These students roared in their hearts. What a monster! Speed endurance is much stronger than them. This is a child. Most of the students were hit in the face. Although there are a few who are determined and want to chase after Aishu. But in the face of strength, it is impossible to do it at all. On the contrary, it is full of energy, then declines, and exhausts 3 times. One by one was exhausted. Sure enough, it's a little monster, no wonder. Well, Vice Admiral Garp will send him over. Bins panted heavily and spoke intermittently. They had only run less than a third of the way, and that little figure had already stopped. He ran 1,000 laps. Chapter 17. After 1,000 laps, for Aishu, he just finished warming up. At this time, apart from a slightly red complexion, there was nothing abnormal. Aishu stopped walking and looked directly at Zephyr. Boss instructor, run. It's over. The instructor, who had run many laps with the statistician beside him, stammered. His eyes fixed on Aishu, and his eyes were full of shock. He had never seen this kind of character during his years as an instructor. Looking at Aishu's weird eyes, the veins on Zephyr's forehead stood out. Ha ha ha, the old man is not lying, can Aishu join the training camp? Looking at Aishu, Garp couldn't see his eyes from laughing. Only the huge mouth and 2 rows of big white fang can be seen. Zephyr's face darkened even more. But what else could he do? He considers the elite selected from the 4 seas and the Great Marine. It was blown to pieces by a child. Thinking of this, Zephyr stared fiercely at the group of students who were out of breath, and instantly became furious. Some couldn't even run and fell to the ground. BD, keep running, if you can't finish running, all will be eliminated. Zephyr's roar resounded throughout the training camp. When those students heard Zephyr's roar, they suddenly howled. But no one thought Zephyr was joking. The abundance of resources in the elite training camp is rare in the entire sea. No one wants to be eliminated. Those students who fell struggled to get up, howled and dragged their heavy steps and ran forward desperately. When climbing here, each student looked at Aishu's figure with disbelief and shock in their eyes. After the roar, Zephyr finally felt much better. He turned his head to look at Aishu, stood up and walked in front of Aishu. Looking at Aishu, who was obviously still a child, Zephyr felt emotional. There is another monster on the sea. It's the old man's fault, the old man shouldn't underestimate you. Zephyr spoke suddenly and apologized directly. You fully meet the criteria for joining the training camp, welcome to the Naval Headquarters Elite Training Camp. Aishu looked at the serious Zephyr, and suddenly felt that the old man was not a strong man. Total instructor. Aishu raised his hand in salute, and shouted. Zephyr nodded in satisfaction. I will ask someone to arrange accommodation for you. Although you are brought by Garp, I will not relax in the slightest, and will even be stricter. Zephyr spoke. Garp watched quietly from the side, and put the snacks in his hands on the table. Where exactly is the limit of this fellow Aishu, Garp actually doesn't know. But Aishu's talent and learning ability, as well as physical talent, are extremely terrifying. Garp thought it was the strongest he had ever seen in his life. At least the strongest at this age. There are tens of thousands of monsters on the sea, and Garp has seen many of them, so he has a good eye. Especially when returning to the headquarters, Aishu followed Bogart to learn swordsmanship, and Garp saw Aishu's terrifying learning ability. I also understand why Aishu can quickly master the weapon color. The practice of swordsmanship is not as simple as arming color. But in just over 10 days on the boat, he became a real swordsman from a novice in swordsmanship. Even beyond the understanding of swordsmanship, he surpassed Bogart, who had long been a swordsman. Garp is not good at swordsmanship, but Bogart has been a swordsman for many years, and he is not even close to a great swordsman. If it's not with Garp, you can get a vice admiral in naval headquarters. The swordsmanship Garp of this subordinate is very recognized. But just such a person, for more than 10 days, was directly hit by Aishu's suspicious life. Even asked Garp if he was an idiot himself. Garp's head was full of thoughts. But the closer Aishu is to him, the stronger Aishu is. The happier Garp is. Hey, Zephyr, I'll leave Aishu to you. Garp stood up directly, said something to Zephyr, and then he looked at Aishu. Little Aishu, concentrate on cultivating in the training camp. Although you are very talented, there are many things you can learn in the training camp. Aishu nodded slightly. Got it, old man. Garp's face froze, and he subconsciously swung his iron fist of love. Boom. Aishu covered her head and looked at Garp speechlessly. The old man beat his head every time he moved. What should I do if I am stupid? Now Aishu doubts whether Luffy's brain was created by Garp. A look of shock flashed across Zephyr's eyes. The instant Garp shot, Zephyr saw a change in the top of Aishu's head. Aishu's hedgehog-like short black hair wrapped around Armament Haki. It's really a monster. It has already mastered Armament Haki, and also mastered Armament Haki. Boy, the old man is gone, stay in the training camp well, don't go out and run around. Yes, yes, old man. Aishu's impatient tone made Garp's forehead bulge with veins. With a soft snort, Garp flicked the cloak behind him, and walked away angrily. Seeing this scene, Zephyr's eyelids jumped wildly. This brat looks like a thorn in the head. Chapter 18. The students in other training camps are still desperately trying to finish the rest. Aishu has already left under the leadership of people arranged by Zephyr. After arranging accommodation, Aishu went to the restaurant of the training camp. The huge bone meat was carried to the table by the people in the restaurant. After taking a bite, Aishu's eyes lit up instantly. The gravy is rich, the spices are sufficient, and the taste is very strong. Of course, since it is an elite training camp and a gathering place for talented Marines, there are naturally special cares. Needless to say, the taste of the food. The key is the meat. It turned out to be Sea King's meat. Although the taste is not the same as that eaten in Windmill village. But the massive nutrients contained in the meat are exactly the same. Now Aishu finally knows why Garp sent him here. Looks like unlimited Sea King's meat. Sea Kings are no ordinary fish. Some giant Sea Kings can even threaten the top powerhouses at sea. Even for ordinary Sea Kings, their fighting power in the sea is extremely extraordinary. It is easy to set off a huge wave and overturn the big ship. What's more, most of the Sea Kings are still active in the deep sea. It is extremely difficult to capture nature. Thinking of this, Aishu naturally wouldn't be polite. The cook at the training camp restaurant saw that Aishu was a child and had someone move such a large piece of meat. He guessed that Aishu couldn't finish it. Although they don't know what happened before. But can eat here. Either training camp geniuses. Or they are the descendants of the Marine generals in the headquarters. But what happened next stunned everyone in the restaurant of the training hall. Too busy. It's simply too busy. With Aishu fully fired, his mouth is like a bottomless pit. Madly devouring the meals prepared for the entire training camp students in the restaurant. A cook who fails to satisfy the eaters is dereliction of duty. Immediately grill the meat and block the honor of the head chef of the training camp restaurant in my headquarters. A burly old man wearing a chef's hat shouted. The entire training camp restaurant became busy in an instant. Barbecue, send meat. After a long time, Aishu walked out of the restaurant contentedly rubbing his belly. He ran into a few training camp students who seemed to have weak legs and feet. Iron and Bins are apparently among them. Aishu brushed past these people, his eyes swept over Ain's face. Belch. Aishu walked over. Ain stretched out his hand to stop, but he really had no strength left. A group of people helped each other into the restaurant. Then the scene in the restaurant stunned Anne and the others. What happened here? Bins was tongue-tied. The restaurant was in chaos. A lot of thick sticks and bones piled up into a hill. The restaurant chefs they were familiar with collapsed to the ground at this moment. Did it get robbed? Binz said subconsciously. The scene in front of me looks too much like after being robbed by pirates. Idiot, this is naval headquarters, and Teacher Zephyr, who dares to rob? Anne said angrily. At this time, the head chef came out with blank eyes. After seeing them, each of them brought a seafood fried rice with tears in their eyes. Where's the meat? A group of people are exhausted and half dead, and now they just want to eat meat to replenish their physical strength. It's gone, it's all gone. The chef's tone seemed to be floating in midair. That voice was like a ghost. It was all eaten up by the kid just now. This is the meat of training Yang for a month. The old chef sat on the ground and cried loudly. Big trouble. Binz and the others who finished the race first were stunned. Finished? The 1-month training camp was eaten by that kid? This guy is here to make trouble. If it wasn't for him, Zephyr Admiral wouldn't have let us increase our training volume by 5 times. Usually endurance running is 200 or 300 laps. At most, it was only 500 laps. Preferably 200. But today it suddenly increased to 1000, and everyone thought it was because of this child. It's nothing more than asking the chief instructor to increase the amount of training, but he actually ate up our meat. Thinking of this, Binz was a little annoyed, turned around and rushed out. Several other people followed. When Ain saw the situation, he knew that Binz wanted to make trouble, so he hurriedly followed him, worried that something might happen. And the head chef who cried loudly also got up at this time, wiped away his tears, and walked out of the restaurant. He's going to report what happened here to Zephyr. Otherwise, there will be no ingredients for tomorrow. Aishu walked slowly. Genetic training is running at peak intensity. The massive amount of energy absorbed this time is being rapidly converted into absorption. Dare to walk to the small courtyard of his residence, Aishu heard noisy footsteps behind him. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Binz, who had a stock-like figure and a somewhat scribbled appearance, leading people towards him. Aishu was a little puzzled, and stood still watching these people rushing towards him. BD, if it weren't for you, today's training volume wouldn't have doubled, and you actually ate up all our meat. Binz's face was full of anger. Several other students also glared at Aishu angrily. Chapter 19. Your meat. Although Aishu is tall and aware of these people. But that look was very contemptuous. Did you write your names? Isn't this the meat prepared by Naval Headquarters and the training camp? Aishu looked at the few people who were angry at him, his expressions didn't change. I'm also a member of the training camp, why can't I eat it? If you finish the run early, you can still have a little broth. Aishu looked at these people, and the corner of his mouth twitched, showing some disdain. Speaking of it, Zephyr broke his arm later because he wanted the students to live, so he didn't resist. Weak people are not qualified to raise any objections. Aishu's tone was full of contempt. Binz and the others were taken aback for a moment, and then became furious. After hearing what Aishu said, Ain, who followed behind, looked a little anxious. Binz is a straight-headed guy who can't stand being provoked. Aishu looked at Anne who was taking pictures, turned his eyes around him, and then glanced at Binz who was as thin as a straw. Just you guys? Marine. Aishu's eyes flashed, and he said, his tone full of mockery. Let's concentrate on running, so that when we encounter pirates in the future, we can run faster. Aishu's tone, coupled with a look of disdain. It directly blew up Binz's popularity. Even if we die in battle, we won't run away. Binz's eyes widened and he roared angrily. Death in battle? I'm afraid I want to implicate my comrades in arms. Aishu's tone was still disdainful. Binz was so blocked that his face turned red and his eyes were bloodshot. Binz, calm down. Seeing Binz like this, Ain quickly spoke. Hearing Ain's voice, Binz dared to calm down, and Aishu's voice sounded again. Yes, that's it. This kind of reaction that will kill your companions in the future. How did you get into the training camp? It can't be through the back door. This statement adds fuel to the fire. A hole, wasn't it you who went through the back door? Bin's eyes were red. Even if you have something to do with Vice Admiral Garp, I, Bins, will teach you a lesson today. By you. Aishu's tone was still calm, full of disdain. BD. Ah. Finger pistol. Bins was completely irritated. Staring at Aishu, he shot suddenly. Directly cast one of the Marine 6 styles he just mastered. No. Anne exclaimed. She originally thought that Bins could move his fist at most. Fists are manageable. Anne himself could have stopped it. But Ian didn't expect that Bins would directly use the Marine 6 style's finger pistol. This is a way of concentrating power on the fingers, and then stabbing the hardened fingers out at high speed. Possesses the power comparable to a bullet. This is a high-level combat technique circulated among Marines. This is not something a child can stop. Anne's eyes were full of panic. I regret it even more. Knowing that Bins is easy to lose his mind, he didn't stop him in advance. Bins stabbed his fingers quickly towards Aishu's chest. Ain felt that if this hit, the child would at least be seriously injured if he didn't die. The other students who came to make trouble with Bins also widened their eyes at this time. Unexpectedly, Bins made such a heavy hand. After Bins took the shot, he was already sober. I also regret it in my heart. But finger pistol is already extremely fast. Now the distance is very close, it is impossible for Bins to stop. In the horrified eyes of several people around, Bins's fingers directly pierced Aishu's chest. The next moment, Aishu's figure blurred and disappeared. Anne and the others were taken aback, and a trace of bewilderment flashed in their eyes. And Bins's face changed from regret to blankness. No pricking sensation at all. The next moment, Bins felt a hand pressing down on the back of his head. Then a huge force came from this hand. Boom! Bins grabbed the ground with his head, and the ground was directly cracked. Aishu withdrew the hand that was pressing the back of Bins's head, and clapped his hands. You should be glad you regretted it at the last moment. Aishu's tone was very cold. Anne and the others were dumbfounded. The few of them didn't see Aishu at all just now. It seemed to appear behind Bins in an instant. He knocked Bins to the ground. So strong? Anne couldn't believe it. Physical strength is not equal to combat power. Although this kid completely exploded them in terms of endurance. But Ain doesn't think Aishu can be better than them. After all, he was too young. And Aishu's delicate face also gave people like Ain the illusion. But now, Bins, who was ranked among the top 5 in the training camp, was defeated with one move. Not even fighting back. At this moment, Bins got up with his hands on the ground. Nosebleeds flowed, and the bridge of the nose collapsed. He looked at Aishu who was standing back in front of him, and then at the bloodline in his hand. Ain hurried out to smooth things over. Bins, private fighting is prohibited in the training camp, otherwise you will be locked up. You have to wait until the end of the month for the competition. Upon hearing the confinement, Bins shuddered. Humph, lucky you. Bins was still talking hard. You have observed the performance of Marine 6 Style's finger pistol, your understanding is extraordinary, and you have a little understanding of this, you have comprehended the cultivation method of God-piercing finger pistol. You have mastered Marine 6 Style's finger pistol. Chapter 20. Naval Headquarters Elite Training Camp. In the instructor's office, Zephyr looked at the head chef who was telling what had happened, his face was full of disbelief. Wait, you said that Kid Aishu ate up the meat of the training camp for a month. Zephyr couldn't imagine, and asked again. Naval Headquarters also has a lot of monsters. Some giant marines can even eat tons of food in one meal. Another example is the results of Garp, the 3 admirals, each of whom has an exaggerated appetite. Only such an exaggerated appetite can support their powerful strength. Even Zephyr naturally has a big appetite. But how much meat does the training camp have for a month? And Aishu is just a child. Yet, I've eaten everything, and there are no ingredients for tomorrow morning. The head chef nodded. It really is a real monster. Monster is a name for those who are beyond people's imagination. Zephyr sighed in his heart and said a few words of comfort. I will go to the Marshal to apply later. Also ask Zephyr Admiral to ask the Marshal to send some more people over, we are too busy. Thinking of how exhausted he felt before, the head chef hurriedly spoke. Zephyr agreed. After the head chef left, Zephyr stood up directly. This brat eats like this, it won't be a problem. Thinking of this, Zephyr tapped his feet, and the figure disappeared in the office in an instant, heading towards the residence arranged for Aishu. I'm too tired from training this time, and I still have a lot of powerful moves that I can't use. Outside Aishu's residence, Binz opened his mouth to explain why he was defeated by Aishu. Hey, did you say this? While Aishu was speaking, he turned around and faced an irregular stone beside him, his arms turned into countless after-images. Under the horrified eyes of Binz and others, transparent holes appeared one after another on the stone. After a few breaths, Aishu stopped. Seeing the densely packed transparent holes on the boulder, Binz took a step back subconsciously. He swallowed hard. His finger pistol has only just been mastered. The power of the wheel and what Aishu used are like heaven and earth. And the others were dumbfounded. Get a glimpse of Madara and know the whole leopard. Some of them haven't mastered the finger pistol skill yet. Now I actually saw such a powerful finger pistol move from the hands of a child. This is even more terrifying than their instructor's display. Zephyr, who rushed over, also saw the scene of Aishu casting finger pistol, his eyes were also full of shock. Zephyr himself is a master of Marine 6 styles. As someone who didn't eat devil fruit like Garp, Zephyr's Armament Haki and Marine 6 styles have both reached their peak. It is natural to see the accomplishments of Aishu finger pistol. It is no different from those masters who have practiced finger pistol for more than 10 years. Could it be that Garp guy taught it? Zephyr guessed. He naturally knew Garp's strength. If it was taught by Garp, then it is possible. But in any case, Aishu's talent is far beyond his imagination to be able to display such a powerful finger pistol. Moreover, Marine 6 styles all require a strong body to perform. You brat! No wonder Garp is so confident. Zephyr's eyes were full of envy. If he had such a junior, he would be able to wake up with a smile in his dreams. Thinking of this, Zephyr appeared directly. And the others only felt a blur in front of their eyes, and Zephyr, a burly figure with purple hair, appeared in front of their eyes. When Binz saw this familiar figure, he shrank his neck. Zephyr looked at Binz's face and asked, "What are you guys doing?" Binz panicked. If Zephyr knew that they were coming to make trouble, he would be the first to strike hard. He probably wants to be locked up for a long time, and then kicked out from training. Hey, Chief Instructor, we are exchanging feelings. Aishu coughed lightly, attracting everyone's attention. Hearing what Aishu said, Binz and several others nodded hastily. Oh yes. They thought my strength was good, so they came here to ask me how to train. Aishu continued. Binz and the others dare to refute? They dare not. Oh yes. Listen to what Aishu said, and then look at the reactions of Binz and the others. A strange look flashed in Zephyr's eyes. What happened here, he naturally knew. But since Aishu said so, it seems that he doesn't intend to pursue it. It seems that this kid is not only good at choking people. Zephyr thought to himself, then nodded slightly. Yes, you will all be colleagues in the future, comrades who can hand over your back to each other on the sea, and it would be good to communicate with each other. After dropping this sentence, Zephyr left directly. He also has to go to Sengoku to request supplies. He has the power to mobilize general ingredients. But the most important Sea King's meat in the training camp is a strategic item. After Zephyr left, Binz looked at Aishu with complicated eyes. Why did you help me cover it up? Is there? Who cares about you? I'm just covering up for this young lady. Aishu glanced at Binz, and while talking, his eyes fell on Ain's face. Binz's face froze, and then collapsed. Several other people were also stunned. Started flirting at such a young age. And flirt with the first beauty in their training camp. Chapter 21. Ain actually blushed. Under the gaze of Aishu's bright eyes, Ain retreated. Bins and the others were dumbfounded. After watching Ain leave, Aishu looked at Bins and the others who stood there dumbfounded. Hey, you guys are still not leaving, do you want to come in and sit down? No, no, I won't disturb your rest. When a few people heard this, their heads shook like rattles, and they all dispersed. Aishu didn't care about these people either, he just regarded them as a source of fun in the training camp. Marine Marshal Sengoku's office. As soon as Zephyr knocked on the door and came in, he saw Garp sitting on the side eating a donut. BD Garp, you BD, did you get scared by that kid Aishu, so you were sent to the marine training camp? Sengoku saw Zephyr coming in and was about to speak. Hearing Zephyr's roar, he was stunned for a while. Rao, with the resourceful General Sengoku's brain, didn't realize what happened. Garp ate the donut and couldn't help laughing at the angry Zephyr. Leaning forward and backward with laughter, I was out of breath. This one, on the contrary, confused Zephyr. I don't know what kind of tricks Garp is going to do. Sengoku sat in his place, folded his arms, ready to see what was going on. Garp, you BD, don't try to get away with it, you BD. Returning to his senses, Zephyr took a step forward, grabbed Garp by the collar, and lifted Garp up. Garp tilted his head to avoid Zephyr's spittle. He reached out and wiped away the tears that overflowed from laughing. Zephyr, you BD, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Garp stuffed the donut in his mouth quickly and mumbled. Ahole, that kid in your family has such a big appetite, why didn't he say it before? Zephyr's head exploded with anger. The mentality was broken by this grandpa and grandson. Especially Garp's temperament that a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water, and Aishu's expression of disdain when he speaks. Big appetite. Garp feigned surprise. Could it be that our naval headquarters can't even feed a child? Garp's reaction made Zephyr even angrier. Hands grabbed Garp's neck and shook wildly. Sengoku on the side also understood. Okay Z. How much food a child can eat, it's not enough. Sengoku smooths things over. Zephyr immediately let go of Garp's neck when he heard that. Garp, flushed from being pinched, was still laughing after Zephyr released him. The BD. Zephyr and Garp, who looked at the confused result, were speechless. Ahem, Zephyr, if you think my precious grandson eats too much, then I'll take it away. Garp laughed and coughed, speaking intermittently. As soon as these words came out, Zephyr's complexion changed and he waved his hand. Impossible, absolutely not. The rejection was straightforward. If this talent falls into the hands of your Garp, it will definitely be wasted. Zephyr looked at Garp and growled loudly. Garp picked his nose and looked at Zephyr. The expression on his face was very strange. Embarrassed by the stare, Zephyr simply didn't look at Garp, but turned to look at Sengoku. Z, you said that Aishu is very talented. Sengoku asked curiously. Garp's grandson, that talent Sengoku can still think of. But if Zephyr can say that, then there is something to say. After all, it was worthy of this evaluation last time. But Kuzan and the three of them. Very high, maybe it will become the strongest combat power of our marine in the future. Zephyr nodded upon hearing Sengoku's question, and said seriously. The highest combat power? Surprised, Sengoku turned serious. Isn't this the potential to become Admiral? Zephyr has served as an instructor in the training camp for almost 20 years. There is absolutely nothing to say about the eyes. Now that Zephyr said so, it is really optimistic about Aishu. Hey Garp, what did your family grow up on? Sengoku sighed with emotion and looked very envious. Genes are really powerful. Garp picked his nostrils and didn't answer, his face was full of complacency. Marshal Sengoku, just now you said that it doesn't matter if children eat something, right? Zephyr spoke suddenly. Oh, you said Aishu, since he has such a strong talent, his body must be very strong, and it doesn't matter if he eats more. Sengoku just wanted to say it's a big deal, but instinctively sensed that something was wrong. In normal things, Zephyr doesn't do that. Then Sengoku's round glasses flashed, and the sharp eyes behind the glasses looked at Zephyr, and then scanned Zephyr and Garp back and forth. This guy Zephyr, was he doing the trouble with Garp just now on purpose? For this guy to do this, something must have happened. Then you can't say too much. Seeing Sengoku like this, Zephyr was speechless. Sure enough, with this guy's brain, he couldn't hide it. How much did Aishu eat? Sengoku asked. Since Zephyr can find it, it is definitely not an ordinary ingredient. It must be the meat of sea kings. It's not much, I just ate a month's share of the training camp in one meal. Chapter 22. What? In the marshal's office. Sengoku heard Zephyr's words and didn't react. I said, that boy Aishu, eat up this month's share of the training camp. Zephyr scratched his head and said. Naturally Sengoku could hear it clearly, but he couldn't believe it. How can it be? The meat of sea kings contains a lot of energy, which is simply not comparable to ordinary ingredients. Even if the guy from Erlo Porto has to eat so much, it will probably take more than a week. Haro Porto is a giant in Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Of course, it is impossible for him to use the meat of sea kings as a daily food. If you can't afford it, just eat once in a while. Haro Porto's fighting power is not outstanding among the giants. But in terms of appetite, it is definitely the best in the entire naval headquarters. And this guy Iro Porto is a giant family. 23 meters tall. But Aishu is only a little over 1 meter tall. Sengoku stared. Although I know that Zephyr is not a character who talks nonsense. But this kind of thing, Sengoku can't believe it no matter what. It is true. Seeing Sengoku's expression, Zephyr nodded helplessly. And I also hope that the marshal will send some chefs to the training camp, those people are already too busy. Hearing Zephyr's words, Sengoku took a deep breath. Then he caught sight of Garp who was about to slip away quietly. Garp, stop there, why didn't you say that before? Garp is all over the door. Hearing Sengoku's words, he stopped abruptly and turned around with a big smile on his face. Sengoku, you didn't even ask. Garp speaks with conviction. Also, if you think little Aishu eats a lot, then I'll take it with me, and I can always catch big fish to eat at sea. Fart. Sengoku was furious. Garp BD, this is intentional. Get cheap and sell well. This kind of genius, the Marine will never let go. Look, you won't let me take you away, and I think little Aishu eats too much, so you can't let little Aishu go hungry. Garp spread his hands. When did the old man say he was going to starve little Aishu? Looking at Garp's confident look, he squeezed out a sentence between his teeth. It's just the meat of the sea kings, the Marine headquarters can still afford it. Sengoku said these words bluntly, and then only felt a little distressed. Roger's words before his death made the whole sea even more chaotic. Countless people went to sea to become pirates. With the scale of the original Marine, it is impossible to suppress it. So Sengoku is also preparing to expand the army. The already tense military expenditure has become even more tense. I will let people increase the share of the training camp. Sengoku said while clutching his chest. And the chef? Zephyr said hastily. Okay, send them together tomorrow. Sea King's meat and other strategic materials were sent. Some cooks, no big deal. Zephyr got a satisfactory answer and left without stopping. It seems to be worried that Sengoku will go back on his word. People just step on the moonwalk and disappear. It's okay, I'm leaving now, I'm going to see Aishu, I eat so much, what if my stomach is ruined? Garp was thinking about it, and was about to turn around, but was directly stopped by Sengoku. Garp, the headquarters has put so much effort into cultivating your grandson, and you have been idle for a while. Don't go to East Blue for inspection. You can go to New World for a while. Sengoku looked at Garp who hadn't slipped away, and said. It's a chore. But seeing Sengoku's gloomy face, Garp wisely did not refuse. All right, this old man is already very old, and he has to work hard for Marine, it's really hard. This tone is exactly the same as Aishu's. The veins on Sengoku's forehead bulged instantly. Just as he was about to roar, the Garp had disappeared. Sengoku patted his forehead speechlessly. It seems that I have to apply to the world government for an increase in fees, what a headache. To deal with the world government group of people, Sengoku feels a headache. Early the next morning, the training camp became lively. Truckloads of ingredients and a swarm of chefs went straight to training camp. The trainees who got up early in the training camp saw this scene, and immediately thought of the fact that they were exhausted last night, but they could only eat seafood fried rice. One by one, they headed directly towards the cafeteria. And the head chef at the cafeteria brought back a group of cooks who were on the verge of a formidable enemy. One by one was extremely nervous. Is everything ready? The head chef said. Ready. A group of chefs raised their hands and shouted. This is a war, and we want to be victors, shouted the head chef. A group of chefs shouted passionately. Those students who got up early and came to eat, as well as the instructor, all stared at the group of chefs with dumbfounded expressions. What are you crazy about? Sitting alone at a large table, Zephyr also had the urge to roll his eyes. Aishu is ready, on the way to the restaurant. The door of the restaurant was knocked open. A young man in a chef's uniform shouted in horror. He was one of the cooks who nearly died of exhaustion yesterday. Everyone, war is coming. The head chef's expression became extremely solemn. All the chefs only hold the spatulas and other kitchen utensils in their hands, just like soldiers with swords. Chapter 23. And those students and instructors who were staring at a group of enthusiastic chefs with dumbfounded expressions all had normal expressions. The movements of each hand and mouth are faster. It's like being reincarnated by a starved ghost. The next moment, the sunlight shining in from outside the gate of the training camp restaurant was covered. Everyone's heart is tight. That's it. Hurry up and eat. Otherwise, there will be no food for a while. This is the idea of these trainees and even several instructors. But the next moment, everyone was shocked when they saw the figure walking in. Marshal Sengoku. Everyone got up quickly. It was Sengoku who walked in. Behind Sengoku, a somewhat short figure walked in. But the momentum is definitely not weak. Crane Vice Admiral. Everyone was stunned. Then another figure walked in. Momuzagi Rear Admiral. The third one who walked in was Momuzagi, who was tall and slender, with the famous sword Jinpiluo hanging on his waist. Sengoku looked at everyone looking at him, smiled and nodded, and then saw Zephyr sitting at the big table not far away. Although the three raised their feet and walked over. What are you? Zephyr also looked confused. Let me see how this little guy, Aishu, managed to eat so much food. Sengoku sat aside, grabbed a piece of meat from the huge dinner plate in front of him behind him, and said after taking a bite. I just heard Sengoku talk about it and thought it was interesting, so I came over to have a look. Crane Vice Admiral had a gentle smile on his face. The Momuzagi garden on the side didn't open his mouth. He sat down and took a large piece of meat with a knife and fork, and began to eat it slowly. But the speed of eating is not slow. The restaurant, which was noisy just now, is now quiet. The chefs who were so passionate just now didn't dare to yell anymore. But the movements of his subordinates were not slow at all. The marshal is here, and he cannot be defeated by a child. This is what everyone thinks. Just then, footsteps came from outside. Tap. The footsteps are light and even. Everyone here is not weak. Although the footsteps are small, everyone can hear them clearly. After a while, a figure appeared at the door of the restaurant and walked in. The genetic cultivation method has been running overnight, and the large amount of Sea King's meat he ate yesterday has completely turned into energy to strengthen his body. I'm already hungry. After waking up, head directly towards the restaurant. Originally, Aishu was a little curious. No one can be seen along the way. As a result, I entered the restaurant and took a look, and found that everyone was there. At this time, Aishu was stared at by all the eyes in the restaurant, and he himself was not uncomfortable. On the contrary, after Ain's eyes met Aishu's, he blushed and lowered his head, and began to deal with the barbecue in front of him. He didn't notice that he stuffed a bone into his mouth and chewed it with a crackling sound. Child, come here. Aishu was about to find a place when he heard a gentle voice. Turning around, Sengoku and Zephyr are there. The other two Aishu have never met, but they have already guessed their identities. Aishu was also polite and walked over directly. You are Grandma He, right? I heard my old man talk about you, saying that your wisdom is wider than the sea. Seeing He Vice Admiral looking at him with gentle eyes, Aishu spoke directly. Good guy. Sengoku and Zephyr call it a good guy. This kid is watching people serve food. When I met them for the first time, there was disdain on their faces. Seeing Crane Vice Admiral now, he is so cute. Good boy, she's about the same age as my granddaughter Peacock, I'll let you get to know each other when I have time. Hearing Aishu's words, Crane Vice Admiral said with a smile on his face. Both Sengoku and Zephyr are dead fish eyes now. Staring at Aishu who was smiling all over his face at this moment. At this moment, Aishu's stomach growled. Crane Vice Admiral smiled and raised his hand to greet the chef to serve the food. When a large group of chefs saw Aishu appear, their faces had already put on a look of death. Seeing Crane Vice Admiral greet him at this time, he immediately arranged for the meat to be served. Soon, the gentle smile on Crane Vice Admiral's face could no longer hold back. Momuzagi on the side stared at Aishu who was eating. Crane Vice Admiral turned to Sengoku with a stiff neck. The look on Sengoku's face couldn't hold back either. Aishu naturally noticed the eyes of everyone, but he didn't care. The most important thing is to eat now. Dozens of chefs take turns bringing up the prepared food. And Aishu's small body is like a black hole. The mountain of meat was eaten by Aishu, but Aishu's body shape did not change at all. Is it devil fruit? Crane Vice Admiral's voice in Sengoku's ear. Zephyr's ears perked up, too. Sengoku shook his head. No, if little Aishu eats devil fruit, Garp won't hide it. He's a physical talent. Sengoku said. Crane Vice Admiral gasped and turned to look at Aishu in disbelief. Like Garp, what a monster. A comrade in arms with Garp Sengoku since his teens, Tsuru Vice Admiral knows Garp well. But the Aishu in front of her, in her eyes, is more terrifying than the Garp back then. Chapter 24. After breakfast, everyone's influence on Aishu became more profound. Some students in the elite training camp even felt that there was a huge monster living in Aishu's small body. Sengoku, Zephyr, Crane, and Jiyuan didn't bother Aishu who was eating. It wasn't until Aishu ate the same amount of food as yesterday that he stopped. Little Aishu, if you eat like this, your body won't suffer any problems, right? Crane Vice Admiral looked at Aishu who had stopped, his eyes full of disbelief. Where did so much food go? Even if someone has trained Marine 6 styles to ultimate and has mastered the mysteries, life returns. It is also impossible to digest the meat of so many sea kings in a short time. Seeing another abnormal physique. Above this sea, some human bodies will always change. Just like what Marine investigated. Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors. It doesn't look like an ordinary human, but a giant. But after investigation by world government and Marine, it has been found that Charlotte Linlin's biological parents are ordinary people. But after Charlotte Linlin was born, her body was different from ordinary people. Strong defensive power, comparable to that of giants. Could it be that this little Aishu is also a person with this special physique? Apparently what Crane Vice Admiral could think of, Sengoku thought too. The two looked at each other and didn't intend to delve into it. After all, little Aishu is a relative of that guy Garp. Aishu caressed her stomach, and after a full burp, there was a bright smile on her face. Grandma He, don't worry, my health is very good. Momuzagi heard Aishu's words, his eyes were full of curiosity. Let's go, there is still work, Z, I will leave it to you, little Aishu. Seeing what he wanted to see, Sengoku didn't stay any longer. After all, there are still a lot of official duties that need to be handled by him. Little Aishu, Grandma is leaving too. I have time to find Grandma and show you my little granddaughter Peacock. Crane Vice Admiral also stood up and spoke softly. Okay, I will definitely go. Aishu showed a bright smile. Yu Yuan, let's go. Crane Vice Admiral saw Jun reaching out to poke Aishu, and said. Oh. Jun returned to his senses upon hearing the words, stood up, and supported Jinpira hanging at his waist. I feel a unique sword intent from you. Are you still a swordsman? Come to my sister when you have time, and let's learn from each other. Sengoku, Tsuru Vice Admiral, and Zephyr were all taken aback by Jun's words. Although the eyes are full of surprise. I just practiced blindly. I just learned from Bogart for a few days on the way here. Aishu had a shy smile on his face. Jun's eyes lit up, seeing what Aishu wanted to say, he was dragged away by he Vice Admiral. When the three of Sengoku left, Zephyr looked at Aishu with flickering eyes, thinking about how to cultivate a genius like Aishu. After all, such a terrifying talent cannot be cultivated with other students. The gap is a bit big. Thinking of this, Zephyr looked at Aishu who was about to speak. I saw Aishu turn to him, with that disdainful expression on his face again. Zephyr was speechless. The face changed too quickly. You train with them first, I have to think about how to teach you. Seeing Aishu's expression, Zephyr felt depressed for no reason. Keep this sentence and leave. Marine 6 styles. Aishu spoke directly. What? Zephyr paused and asked subconsciously. I'm going to do Marine 6 styles, these workouts aren't for me, just feed me. Aishu said that he has his own ideas. With his savvy talent, try to master as many combat skills as possible. The most important thing is to sort out what suits you from these ideas. Looking at Aishu with serious eyes, Zephyr thought for a moment and nodded. Can. Originally, Marine 6 styles had quite high physical requirements. Even most of the training camp fell short. But Aishu is different. After all, Zephyr had seen Aishu display finger pistol yesterday. When Aishu followed Zephyr out, the quiet restaurant suddenly became noisy. The chefs hugged each other with excited expressions. This time they can feed Aishu, and they are not exhausted, which is a victory. But it wasn't long before the chefs were excited, and a loud roar woke them up. Continue to work, there is noon and dinner. The faces of these chefs turned green instantly. Driven by the instructor, those students left the restaurant one by one to prepare for training. But everyone looked excited. I actually saw Marshal Marine and Crane Vice Admiral with my own eyes. This got everyone very excited. This is the strongest echelon above the sea. I didn't expect that the boss of Aishu would let the Marshal come to visit him in person. He is indeed my big brother. Bins looked excited. And Anne looked at the excited Bins strangely. When did Aishu become your big brother? Just now, I have decided that the boss of Aishu will be my big brother for the rest of my life. And us. Several other students hurriedly opened their mouths, and it turned out that they were the ones who went to trouble Aishu with Bins yesterday. P.S. Asking for flowers, evaluation tickets, comments, monthly tickets, and rewards, thank you all. Book reading fun on Friday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 25. Your short observation. Zephyr uses moonwalk, your understanding is extraordinary, you have comprehended the volley moonwalk practice method. You understand moonwalk. Your short observation. Zephyr uses iron body, your understanding is extraordinary, you have comprehended iron body cultivation method. You understand iron body. Your brief observation. In an empty training ground. Actually, Aishu wants to learn Marine 6 styles, and his physical fitness can also be achieved. Zephyr naturally doesn't hide his secrets. He also wants to see what kind of abilities this Aishu who has been shocking him has. So first, in front of Aishu, everything was displayed. And Aishu watched with serious eyes. All the practice methods of Marine 6 styles were comprehended by Aishu. Zephyr cast it once, stopped and turned to look at Aishu. Then I saw Aishu who looked dumbfounded. The mood suddenly became much smoother. See, that Garp guy didn't teach Aishu much before. It is estimated that I taught finger pistol. After all, compared to others, the difficulty of finger pistol is relatively low. Now that Zephyr saw Aishu's stunned expression, he thought about the slightly disdainful expression before. The corners of Zephyr's mouth turned up, and he walked in front of Aishu. Hey, Aishu, in the next period of time, I will personally teach you the practice of Marine 6 styles. Marine 6 styles are very powerful until you fully learn them, and when you have fully mastered them, you can develop your own moves based on Marine 6 styles. Zephyr began to teach. Ah! Hearing Zephyr's words, Aishu came back to his senses and glanced at Zephyr. I've already learned it. Aishu replied directly. Well, I'm going to be the same next, huh? What did you say? Hearing Aishu speak, Zephyr nodded, ready to teach Aishu everything in detail, but before he finished speaking, everyone froze. I said, that's it? I've learned it. Seeing Zephyr's expression, the corners of Aishu's mouth curled up, and he spoke. Zephyr flicked his ears, thinking he had heard wrong. The difficulty of Marine 6 styles is not low. There are not many people in Marine who have mastered all 6 styles. And everything needs to be practiced, and it takes a lot of time. But as long as he has mastered the 6 styles, his own strength is already very strong. In Marine, there is nothing wrong with being a Colonel Commodore. As a result, now this kid can read at once? Zephyr couldn't believe it. But seeing Aishu displaying Marine 6 styles in the same way, Zephyr couldn't believe it anymore. The facts are right in front of your eyes. Zephyr was once again amazed by Aishu's talent. His eyes fixed on Aishu, and his heart turned quickly. This kid is so talented. If it goes on like this, where is His Majesty as an instructor? Don't be complacent, kid, I'm good at arming. Zephyr got stuck before he could finish speaking. Because he remembered what happened when Garp brought Aishu over. Aishu has mastered the Haki winding. The color of knowledge will not work. Sorry Zephyr instructor, observation Haki was my first master. Hearing Zephyr's words, Aishu spoke directly. Fencing. As soon as the word Zephyr came out, Aishu raised his hand into a knife and swung it aside. A flying slash flew out, directly cutting through the wall of the training ground in the distance. Sword hero. Zephyr's mouth went dry. Monster. What kind of monster is this? Looking at Aishu in front of him, Zephyr's mind became confused. What else is there to teach? What else can he do? Now I am afraid that only practical skills are left. Aishu, you can apply for graduation now, I have nothing to teach you here. Zephyr said helplessly. No, I still have a lot to learn. Can't I stay in the training camp for 4 years? Aishu answered directly. Such a good practice place is not easy to find. It's hard to find this kind of bullshit elsewhere. As far as Aishu's current appetite is concerned, if he only eats sea kings, Garp's salary will be eaten up by him in 1 meal. But here, unlimited supply. Aishu is not willing to leave, at least he will have to stay for 4 years. After all, he is still young now. Let's talk about 4 years of development. Zephyr took a deep look at Aishu. This little guy has his own mind. Forget it, since this is the case, I give you permission to practice on your own, and you don't need to participate in the daily training, but in the monthly test, I must see your progress. Zephyr thought about it, and said. If you don't make progress any month, you have to apply for graduation. No problem. Aishu agreed directly. Goal achieved. Aishu was also very happy. Showing it in front of Zephyr this time is that Aishu is ready to gain enough autonomy. After all, these training subjects in the training camp are basically useless to Aishu. Sure enough, Zephyr gave him enough autonomy according to his ideas. Only then can you strengthen your own strength in your own way. Aishu already had an idea in his mind. 4 years is enough for him to become stronger. Chapter 26. Marine Headquarters Elite Training Camp. In 4 years, some people were eliminated from the training camp and newcomers joined. But no matter the old man or the newcomer, everyone knows who the boss of the training camp is. Today marks the graduation day for those who entered training camp 4 years ago. Dozens of students stood in the training ground, and the weakest one had mastered at least 3 6-style moves. In the headquarters, maybe he can only become a captain. However, it is enough to be the base leader of a marine base if it is spread outside the world. Of course, except for those who really can't see the talent, they will be released. Those who are talented will join the subordinates of the generals of the headquarters, and after a few years of experience, they can be independent. Most of the generals in the headquarters now come this way. Not far away, on a raised stand, Sengoku, 3 admirals, Zephyr, Tsuru Vice Admiral sat on it. On the other side, quite a few Vice Admiral Rear Admiral headquarters also sat in a row. Not far from the stands, under a parasol, Garp and a handsome young man with short black hair were on a deck chair. Ha ha ha, Aishu, you graduated, I have to rush back anyway. If I hadn't met that BD Kaido for a fight, I would have been back a long time ago. Garp laughed and said to the young man beside him. Well, it doesn't matter if you come back or not, it's not a big deal. Aishu closed his eyes, lying on the couch as if he had fallen asleep. Aishu, today is the day of graduation, isn't it good for you? Garp glanced sideways at Aishu, who had his eyes closed, and then at Sengoku, who was livid in the stands. It's okay, the big deal is not to graduate, this training camp is very comfortable, I really like it here. The conversation between the two was clearly heard by Zhangguo and others above the stands. Yo, is this the genius grandson of Vice Admiral Garp? Looks so lazy. Kizaru, in a yellow striped suit, crossed his legs and said with a pouted mouth. The people around Kizaru were speechless. Lazy around, is there anyone in Marine more lazy than you? He's still talking about someone else here. Humph, even Garp's grandson must abide by Marine's rules. Akainu with arms folded looked at Garp and Aishu who were out of tune not far away, and said in a bad tone. Oh, Vice Admiral Garp has been running outside for the past few years, and now he finally came back, what's the point of catching up with his relatives? Anyway, Aishu will definitely be able to graduate. Right? Teacher Zephyr. Aokiji Kyuzan pulled up the blindfold covering his eyes, glanced at Garp and Aishu, and opened his mouth slowly. Sengoku glanced at the 3 of them and shook his head speechlessly. Okay, today is the day when the new batch of training camp students graduate, let's start quickly, and show off the results. Draw lots to play 2-2 games, which can be regarded as a show in front of Sengoku and 3 admirals. If there are generals in the headquarters who have ideas about the people who will take action below, they can be recruited under their command. Not long after the battle started, Sengoku's eyes lit up. Zephyr, the strength of this batch of students looks really good. It looks even more powerful than those students who graduated before. The two played against each other in the field, and Marine 6 styles shot frequently, and the two even mastered observation haki. Now the people watching the competition here are all masters, so they can see it naturally. Zephyr's mouth twitched. There is a vicious big fish in the training camp, these little fish naturally dare not relax. When Sengoku heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. So, the rumors about the training camp are true, that guy Aishu taught the other students himself. This is just a rumor. Aishu rarely trains himself, but when he has time, he will replace the instructor and personally educate these students. Zephyr didn't explain too much. It can't be said that Aishu just shoots casually, and the students he teaches are better than his 20-year instructor. Although it is true. This group of students is good. The serious Akainu gave a rare compliment. It's just a demonstration, and these students have also fought against each other under Aishu's men in the past 4 years, and they are very familiar with each other. The 2-2 battle was over soon. It's over. Next, I will personally lead them to conduct several actual combats. After that, I can arrange positions. Seeing the end of the match between the two on the field, I am very satisfied with the result this time. No, isn't there another one? Sengoku stopped the result of getting up. Zephyr froze for a moment, then realized who Sengoku was talking about. Aishu's strength is enough to graduate 4 years ago, but he is still too young, and his strength now is stronger than 4 years ago. Then let's get to know each other. Hearing the conversation between Sengoku and Zephyr, Akainu said indifferently. Hey, since Akainu Admiral wants to see little Aishu's strength, why not go up there and try? Kizaru on the side watched the excitement and didn't think it was a big deal. Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane Vice Admiral all looked over. Alright, I've wanted to see for a long time whether this genius who you say is rare in 1,000 years is a parallel importer. Chapter 27. Seeing Akainu stand up, even Kizaru, the instigator, was dumbfounded. At this time, the sunglasses on his eyes were hanging obliquely on his face. The three-part astonished, 7-point obscene eyes were revealed. Aokiji also turned his head to look at Akainu, wondering what this guy was doing. Sengoku glanced at Akainu. The other party has already spoken, and it is not appropriate for him to stop it. Akainu should know how to measure it. And Sengoku also wants to know, what is the current strength of Aishu, who has consumed a lot of support from the headquarters for 4 years. Aishu didn't pay attention to what happened in the stands. On his shoulders, a pair of small hands were gently pinching his shoulders. The owner of the little hand is Little Peacock, the granddaughter of Crane Vice Admiral. He is 2 years younger than Aishu and 1 year older than Luffy. But people in One Piece world really can't judge age. The Little Peacock who is still a child is already uneven. But Aishu really treats this little girl as her younger sister. After all, only mature big sisters are Aishu's favorite. Aishu, Marshal Sengoku said, let you also participate in the competition. A voice sounded. Aishu opened his eyes, an unknown person. Look at the military rank is a rear admiral. Oh! Aishu did not refuse, stood up and stretched, his muscles and bones crackling. 11-year-old Aishu is nearly 2 meters tall. The figure is slender and strong. If it weren't for the immature face, some people would believe that she was 20 years old. Ha ha ha, Aishu, you've eaten so much in this part, that fellow Sengoku is asking you for results. Garp laughed so loudly that even Vice Admiral, who was far away, could hear him clearly. Sengoku's face darkened. Garp is in a hole, it doesn't mean that he is very mean. Obviously it was Kizaru and Akainu who made it up. A group of Vice Admirals also had bright eyes. There's a talent coming out of the training camp, and Garp is still very close. But the specific situation of this genius, they do not know. After all, in the past 4 years, Aishu stayed in the training camp except for occasional meals at He Vice Admiral and Momozagi. These people want to understand and have no channels. Qing Yuan Rear Admiral, it is said that you are very familiar with this Aishu, how is his strength? Aside, Rear Admiral, a flying squirrel with a mohawk hairstyle, asked curiously. Others such as Ghost Spider, Hwashaishin, and others all pricked up their ears. 8 trigrams are human nature. Very strong. Looking at Aishu who stood up, Jing Yuan slowly highlighted 2 words, and did not continue to speak. Hearing what Jun said, these people became even more curious. I look forward to it even more. Aishu stretched his muscles and slowly walked to the center of the field. Brother Aishu, come on. The little peacock was bouncing and shouting under the umbrella. Come on boss, you are the strongest. Bins and a group of students also raised their hands and cheered. They don't even know how strong Aishu is. After all, it doesn't matter who they hit, it's a trick. Ain's eyes were also bright, and his heart was extremely curious. Aishu looked at the group of students cheering him on, smiled and waved. When these students saw it, they immediately shouted louder. Which one of you want me to fight with me? Aishu looked at the cheering students and said. In a word. The group of students who were shouting loudly fell silent. Everyone shut their mouths tightly. They thought Aishu was waving in response to their cheering. The result is to find an opponent. No one wants to be a sandbag. I'll be your opponent. A tall figure jumped up from the stands and landed not far behind Aishu. This time, the audience is quiet. It was actually Admiral Akainu who shot it himself. Those vice admirals were dumbfounded. Aishu is just a student, no matter how talented you are, if you make an admiral shot, isn't it a bully? Those students also widened their eyes one by one. Admiral is the strongest force in Marine. They are the most powerful group of monsters on this sea. Everyone is dumbfounded. Garp, who was lying down, also sat up, stared at Akainu, and turned his head to look at Sengoku in the stands. As a result, Sengoku gestured to Kizaru. Garp's eyes fell on Kizaru. Kizaru's wretched face immediately turned green. And Aishu turned his head to look at the person behind him, and was also taken aback. Akainu Admiral is going to be my opponent. Aishu's tone was a little weird. Does this Sengoku know his true strength? But it's not right. Even Garp doesn't know. But Admiral. Aishu finally had some excitement in his eyes. He really wanted to try Admiral's power. Adversary? You are not worthy, but I heard that you are a genius, so I want to try your skills. As soon as Akainu spoke, Aishu frowned. This guy has a really stinky mouth. The old man just stands here and does not move. As long as you can move the old man's footsteps, you will pass the test. Akainu did not lower his voice, and people in the distance could hear him clearly. A group of Vice Admiral Rear Admiral nodded. That's right. It seems that Akainu Admiral is going to point out this Aishu. This is what everyone thinks. When Aishu heard Akainu's words, a chill flashed in his eyes. Look down on him? Let it move its footsteps to win? Aishu curled up a disdainful smile. Sengoku and Zephyr saw this expression, and their hearts skipped a beat. The dead memories are attacking them. Chapter 28. Aishu, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Vice Admiral are also familiar. The more polite he is to you, the more alienated you will be. The more casual you are, the better relationship you have. Even with he Vice Admiral, now Aishu is like his own home. Now Aishu has not shown this expression to them for a long time. And Garp saw Aishu's expression and knew that Aishu was really angry. Hehe, does moving your footsteps count as passing the level? That's fine, Akainu Admiral, I agree. If you confiscate your hand later and hurt Admiral, please don't blame Admiral. Aishu's tone was very polite. But the look on that face was nothing like that. Injured? If you can do it, go ahead. Akainu was taken aback, then said indifferently. A little doll who hasn't graduated from training camp yet. Want to hurt him? Wishful thinking. Akainu now feels that this Aishu is a bit arrogant. And Aishu is too lazy to talk nonsense with Akainu. Please Admiral, get ready. Aishu shook his shoulders and spoke. Prepare? Ha ha ha, do you still need to prepare? Akainu laughed. This kid really made him laugh. He, Marine Admiral, the highest combat power of Marine, owner of Logia lava fruit. Injured? Does not exist. Aishu looked at Akainu, who was standing not far away, showing no sign of preparation at all. But he doesn't intend to hold back. Since you underestimate him, you have to bear the price of underestimating him. Aishu raised his foot and walked towards Akainu. Not fast, not in a hurry. There is nothing surprising about him. I didn't see any appearance of preparing to use any tricks. Everyone was a little puzzled when they saw Aishu like this. They didn't know what Aishu was going to do. And Akainu looked indifferent. Just when Aishu walked to a distance of only 4 or 5 meters from Akainu, his figure flickered suddenly. The stone slabs laid on the ground of the arena burst. Some cracks in the spider web, accompanied by a huge deep pit, burst directly under Aishu's foot. A huge gust of wind appeared instantly and swept away in all directions. For a moment, the huge aura on Aishu's body made everyone dumbfounded. Conqueror's Haki. Sengoku stood up abruptly. Both Kizaru and Akainu looked serious. A group of Vice Admiral Rear Admiral were dumbfounded. And Aishu, with a wild Conqueror's Haki, pulled his right fist behind him. A touch of bright red, as if flowing liquid, covered Aishu's right fist. This kid, be serious. Aishu will Conqueror's Haki, only Garp knows. Even Zephyr now only knows that Aishu can be armed and knowledgeable. Didn't know Conquerors at all. What's more, Aishu's Conquerors has actually cultivated to this point. And those students who were watching the battle from a distance had already passed out under the impact of Aishu's wild conquerors. The world was overshadowed. Extreme Steel Fist Assault. Aishu's voice sounded, resounding clearly in everyone's ears. All the light seemed to converge on Aishu's right fist. And now Akainu's complexion has become extremely ugly. Both feet stepped on the ground, wanting to retreat and avoid. Conqueror's twine. It turned out to be Conqueror's winding. Akainu's eyes were full of horror. He didn't dare to try the power of this blow. But, it's too late. Akainu's eyes blurred, and the figure of Aishu came in front of him. Staring at Akainu's face with cold eyes, Aishu's right fist appeared in front of Akainu's chest as if teleported. Boom! After hitting Akainu's chest, Conqueror's haki spread wildly from the place of collision. Even some rear admirals feel like they can't hold on. The escaped Conqueror's haki made it difficult for them to breathe. Akainu's eyes were tearing apart, and the clothes on his chest were broken. Above the chest, covered Armament Haki. Akainu gritted his teeth and tried his best to persist. And Sengoku Garp and Crane Vice Admiral flashed and rushed towards this side. Just when everyone thought that Akainu blocked Aishu's blow. Boom! There was a loud bang. Akainu spat out a mouthful of blood. The body that was still in a stalemate was directly sent flying. Boom! Instantly smashed the wall of the training ground. And the aftermath directly sent everyone in the training ground flying. Akainu, who was blown away, plowed deep marks on the ground, flew out of everyone's sight in an instant, and flew towards the port next to the headquarters. Boom! The inverted Akainu crashed into a warship docked in the port and fell directly into the sea. Except for those students, here are all Marine senior management. All are strong. Although the aftermath of Aishu's attack was also extremely powerful. But although these people were embarrassed, they were not injured. The three of Garp Sengoku stopped and looked at the scene in front of them, dumbfounded. Aokiji and Kizaru are both numb now. What's the matter with this kid? This momentum, this power. Regardless of the person, they all thought it was the Emperor of the Sea who had hit him. Chapter 29. Aishu retracted his fist and stood up straight. The clothes on the upper body were also broken by the aftermath of the blow. A robust upper body was exposed. At this moment, no one present dared to treat Aishu as a child. The strong need to be respected. A yellow flash flashed away towards the distance. This is Kizaru going to check on Akainu, who was blown away. A golden light converged above the port, and Kizaru appeared in the air, looking at the chaotic port with both eyes. That guy Akainu was thrown into the sea. Kizaru guessed. At this moment, the sea surface in the far port began to glow red. The sea water in the entire sea area immediately rolled over. A large number of fish and shrimps in the sea float on the surface of the sea. Boom! Akainu's body rises from under the sea. At this time, Akainu was extremely embarrassed. His complexion was distorted. I don't know if it's the pain or something else. There is still bloodline at the corner of the mouth. The clothes on the chest had been smashed to pieces. A clear fist mark appeared on his chest. Its chest is still a little collapsed. Akainu, who rushed out of the water, glanced at Kizaru, who was standing in midair, snorted coldly, then looked towards the direction of the training camp, and rushed there in a flash. Here at the training camp. Boy, are you okay? Garp looked at Aishu and said. Although in Garp's eyes, Aishu looks fine now. But after all, he is still young. Being able to deliver such a terrifying blow, Garp was a little worried that Aishu would overdraw his body. Old man, I'm fine. Aishu twitched the corner of his mouth. But haki is a bit too much. Aishu spoke. Sengoku and Crane Vice Admiral could also hear Aishu's words clearly. It's really unbelievable, haki hit the strongest blow. I didn't expect little Aishu to be able to do this. Crane Vice Admiral sighed. Don't be emotional, let's think about how to end it. Sengoku has a headache. He could already feel the scorching aura rushing from afar. Boom! A red light descended from the sky, and the area around where it landed turned into a huge magma pool. Billowing black smoke billowed from Akainu's body, and stood up from the magma pool. "Little devil, you are doing really well." Akainu gritted his teeth and walked out of the magma pool step by step. Everyone saw the collapse and fist marks on Akainu's chest. And the bloodline at the corner of Akainu's mouth. "What?" Akainu Admiral said that as long as you move your feet, I will pass the level. "Is it nonsense?" Seeing Akainu like this, Aishu knew it. He is still too young now. Now it's not bad to hurt Akainu with one punch. After a few years, Akainu suffers this blow, and if he does not die, he will be seriously injured. "Sakazuki!" Sengoku called out Akainu's name in a deep voice. Akainu glanced at Sengoku, the magma flowing down from his arm didn't stop. A group of Vice Admiral Rear Admiral did not dare to intervene at this time. Akainu Admiral obviously suffered a big loss and wants to get back. Sengoku looked at Akainu's appearance without wrinkling, and before he could speak, a hand pressed his shoulder. "Ha ha ha, Sengoku, since Sakazuki wants to move around, I'll play with him. It just so happens that my body is getting rusty after being too idle for the past few days." Garp put his left hand on Sengoku's shoulder, raised his right hand and picked his nostril with his little finger, and said with a smile. "Garp, you BD, don't make a mess." Seeing Garp like this, Sengoku opened his mouth quickly. Aishu made a move, and it can be rounded back. If Garp and Sakazuki fight, it's a big deal. Garp, who walked 2 steps away, heard Sengoku's words and turned his head to grin. "Sengoku, Aishu is my most precious grandson. Isn't it what I should do to help Aishu get ahead? Besides, Sakazuki is careless himself, no wonder others, since he wants to fight, he should fight this old man." Garp said, fists raised to his chest. On the fist, the black iron-colored armed color is instantly covered. The heavy armed color made the scalps of Vice Admiral Rear Admiral feel numb. The armed colors of other people are all covered on the body. But the armed color of Vice Admiral Garp. It's as if the body is made of pure armed colors. Seeing Garp like this, Sengoku's face turned livid. And Akainu, seeing Garp walking towards him, his eyes also calmed down. The magma flowing on his body also disappeared. Seeing this, Sengoku squeezed Garp's shoulder. Akainu glanced at Garp and Aishu, snorted coldly, and left in a flash. "Ha ha ha, it seems that Sakazuki doesn't want to fight this old man." Seeing Akainu leave, Garp scratched the back of his head and laughed. Sengoku landed a punch on the top of Garp's head. "BD Garp, do you know how much trouble you'll make if you fight Sakazuki?" While Sengoku was relieved, he also became a little annoyed. "This kid doesn't mean anything, what can I do?" Garp doesn't care. "It's not that your grandson shot too hard." Sengoku growled, spitting all over Garp's face. "Marshal Sengoku, Akainu Admiral said I would win if I could make him move. I thought he was strong." Chapter 30. Aishu's words made Sengoku speechless for a moment. If they hadn't seen what happened today, they would never believe it. Akainu is too big today. The BD. If this punch hits the old man will definitely not react. Aishu spoke again. "You boy, is it possible that you still want to fight the old man?" When Garp heard Aishu's words, the iron fist of love was ready to move. Aishu subconsciously took 2 steps away from Garp. "Akainu Admiral is so confident, let me shoot, I can only shoot with all my strength." Aishu continued. Every time he said a word, Sengoku's face darkened. "Marine 3 Admiral is the strongest combat power of Marine and the face of Marine. Now I have suffered such a big loss in the hands of Aishu. If this gets out, definitely will have an impact on Marine's reputation." Even though the Aishu shot was also Marine, the result was the same. But Sengoku turned his head to look at Aishu, and felt happy again. But anyway, Sengoku was stunned by Aishu's talent. There is nothing wrong with these 4 years of heavy investment. It was such a big surprise. This is not yet an adult, but he has already grasped the key to the world's top powerhouse. Conqueror's Haki. Armored colored wraps. Conqueror's winding. Armed color high-level application means. Although it was just a shot, in Sengoku's eyes, he still saw a lot of things. They still underestimated Aishu before. Sengoku thought so. Crane Vice Admiral also looked at Aishu without blinking. With Aishu's current strength, I am afraid that he is also a strong one in the Vice Admiral. How to arrange Aishu is a difficult problem. If this kind of genius is known by pirates, they will definitely attack crazily. But to protect it all the time, what if it gets crooked? Ha ha ha, you boy, did you learn the trick earlier? Garp didn't think much of it either. Aishu's strength made Garp very satisfied. At this moment he laughed loudly with a look of complacency on his face. Especially the move of Aishu before, it is somewhat similar to his move. Like it? Are you stronger than the old man? Aishu put his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. One old and one young, under the watchful eyes of the surrounding crowd, looked up to the sky and laughed like no one else. Everyone was speechless. At this moment, Aishu's eyes lit up, and his figure flashed. The next moment, the figure of Aishu arrived at the edge of the garden. He hugged Jun. His face was buried deeply in Jun's chest. Miss Akainu, just now Akainu Admiral was so scary, I almost got scared. A group of people were stunned. Is the trick of mopping up so bad? But Jinyuan didn't seem to notice. Instead, he reached out and patted Aishu's back, and began to comfort him. Good guy. Everyone calls him a good guy. Is Momuzagi Rear Admiral natural? A group of people were speechless. Sengoku glanced at Aishu and shook his head speechlessly. Today's matter, rumors are prohibited, those who disobey will go to impel down. After leaving this sentence, Sengoku turned and left. Crane Vice Admiral glanced at his granddaughter Peacock, shook his head slightly, and left together. Momuzagi pushed Aishu away from her arms, looked at Aishu who was taller than herself, and raised her hand to pat Aishu's shoulder. Little Aishu, you will be a marine from now on, don't be childish. A group of Vice Admiral Rear Admiral glared at Aishu with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Jiaji, who is not tall, Vice Admiral's eyes are about to burst into flames. Looking at Aishu, he wished he could replace him with his own body. He confessed to Momuzagi dozens of times. As a result, people just ignored him. Now seeing Aishu taking advantage of her madly, everyone is numb. Garp folded his arms not far away, stroking the beard below with his right hand, and looked Momuzagi up and down. Well, I'm a little older, and everything else is suitable. Goodbye, Miss Yoon. Aishu waved goodbye to Momuzagi who left with the other generals. After the people left, Aishu turned around and his face became serious. Garp. Zephyr. Seeing Aishu's face-changing stunt, the two were speechless. Boy, your appointment is estimated to take a few days to come out. You plan to move out these few days? Zephyr said, wanting to ask Aishu if he was going to move out. I'm in training camp until I'm appointed. Aishu spoke directly. At night, at the Naval Headquarters training camp restaurant, the chefs are exhausted. An Aishu, I just got used to it after 4 years. Now here comes another one. Garp and Aishu share a table and are competing to see who can eat more. In the corner where the other students were, each with seafood fried rice, watching this scene in horror. Sanctuary of Algeo. World government. Between powers. 5 elders do it opposite. Another monster came out of the marine training camp. Before graduating from the training camp, he can injure Sakazuki. Can you recruit into the world government? It's hard, Sengoku won't let go. It's the same in marine, you must obey our orders. It is said to be Garp's grandson. Hi, D. The voice rang out. Garp is not easy to deal with, let's put this matter aside, now let's talk about Shishibuki's candidate. Chapter 31. Because of what Roger said before his execution, there are more and more pirates. The world government is naturally watching. Marine has expanded its military repeatedly over the past few years. It is so powerful that even the world government is a little worried. So in order to curb these pirates who are more active in going to sea, and to prevent Marine from continuing to expand its army, Shishibuki's plan was brought up. And now one person has promised to be Shishibukai. Now only the kid playing with the sand has agreed, but it's hard to find a candidate. The kid from Don Quixote's family has been robbing the heavenly gold ship to the Holy Land recently. It's difficult for the marine side to deal with it. Let the world government come forward. A voice was a little helpless. Humph, UBD. It's useless to curse people. To solve the problem, this brat is different from his father. It seems that he has ideas about Shishabukai's position. Then give him a seat, as long as this BD gets troubled again. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Original Celestial Dragons. His identity is secret and not many people know about it. But it was Celestial Dragons after all, and knew some Celestial Dragons' secrets. The 5 Elders and Marine are hard shots here. If a Shishibukai position can be played, that's the best outcome. That's what the 5 Elders agree on. After all, the role of Shishibukai is enough. There's also the woman from Amazon Lily's subjugated country. She's pretty strong, and she's easy to control. She seems to value her country very much. Reconsideration. Well, the others will observe for a while. Alright, then leave the recruitment to Marine. The words of 5 Elders settled the matter. Marine here. After several days of deliberation, the appointment of Aishu came down. Major Naval Headquarters. Although Aishu is very powerful now. But after all, there are few precedents. We can only follow the way Aokiji Kizaru Akainu and the others dealt with it. Major Motobu is ultimate. To be promoted next time, you can only use enough credit. Aishu has no opinion on this. After all, he doesn't care about it. It's just a pity. It is no longer possible to mix Sea King's meat for free in Training Yang. Aishu sighed, packed his things and prepared to leave the training camp. Boss. When Binz-an and others saw Aishu coming out, they hurriedly said hello. They were previously stunned by Aishu's Conqueror's unleashed shock. After waking up, seeing the nearly destroyed training ground was extremely shocking. But in the end they didn't know. But looking at Aishu's appearance, he knew that he was definitely not at a disadvantage. As for Anbins and the others, the highest one is Ensign. You also need to go out with Zephyr for several actual battles. Aishu looked at the group of people. I thought of the fact that these people were wiped out in the original book. When encountering an enemy that cannot be resisted, retreat first and look for Teacher Zephyr. Your strength is too weak now. It is not shameful to run away. If you lose your life, you will lose everything. Binz and the others were taken aback when they heard what Aishu said. I don't know what Aishu means by this. But since Aishu spoke, they naturally didn't dare to refute. Do you want to be my subordinate? I'm going to follow Teacher Zephyr to perform the task first. Ain froze for a moment, blushing a little. Now 21, Ian is not a little girl who knows nothing. But Aishu looks like an adult in front of him, but he is actually only in his early teens. Ain was a little confused. Aishu nodded, but didn't force it. Okay then, let's go. Aishu directly passed the crowd and waved his hand. Goodbye, boss. A group of people looked at Aishu's back and bowed deeply. In their eyes, Aishu not only has great strength, but also serves as their instructor. These people are now so powerful, at least half of the credit goes to Aishu. The boss will definitely become the backbone of Marine. Binz looked at Aishu who was fading away with a look of admiration, feeling very emotional. That must be, the boss may become Admiral. Others also echoed. In front of a barracks in the headquarters. A tall girl with glasses wearing a Marine uniform was pacing back and forth. Look a little nervous. It was Marine Ensign Tashigi. At this time, footsteps came. Tashigi looked up and saw the figure walking. He has a tall and straight body, with short black hair standing on end, handsome, with a little childishness. It was Aishu who came. Tashigi walked quickly in front of Aishu. A snap salute. I've met you, sir, I'm Naval Headquarters Ensign Tashigi. The moment Aishu saw Tashigi, he felt that the girl in glasses looked familiar. Now as soon as he heard his self-reported family name, he immediately understood who it was. The original smoker's lieutenant. Liked to collect all kinds of famous swords. Now this Tashigi is his subordinate? Aishu looked at Tashigi and thought to himself. What about the rest? Report, sir, we are waiting for you in the barracks. Tashigi reported loudly. Okay, go in and have a look. Aishu nodded and walked in first. In the station, a team of hundreds of Marines has already lined up. Chapter 32. So little? Aishu looked at these people in front of him, a little surprised. The major of the headquarters only has more than 100 men? Only these people? Aishu asked directly. Sir, a colonel and a major who led this team before lost the battle with the pirates and suffered heavy losses. What? Aishu froze for a moment and frowned. I'm not very clear about the specifics. I just transferred here. It seems that the previous young chief officer wanted to show himself because his predecessor lost the battle with the pirates. In the end, he met a powerful pirate and wiped out the entire army. As Tashigi said, he glanced at the hundreds of people in front of him. These are the people who stayed behind and didn't play. Aishu, 6. Apart from this, Aishu has no other ideas. Cough, I am the major appointed by the headquarters, and I will be your chief in the future. Yes. The answer was weak. But Aishu didn't care either. When he was about to take Tashigi to see the specific situation of this army, a figure rushed in quickly. The marshal ordered that the new Major Aishu immediately take the headquarters to the port to assemble. Here's to something done. Gather. Got the matter of Aishu, Tashigi shouted. Marine, with more than 100 people, immediately became busy. Soon, Aishu rushed to the port with his people. What is the specific situation? Aishu turned to ask the herald next to him. Sir, I don't know, but this time the team is led by Colonel Hina. Colonel? Tashigi's expression changed. Colonel Hina is still very famous in the headquarters. In addition to the reputation of beauty, he became a colonel at a young age, and he might soon become a general. It is also said to be a demon fruit power. But it also shows its strength. And with such a mission to lead the team, then this mission may not be easy. After boarding the warship assigned to Aishu by the department, after Aishu changed into a major's uniform, the 3 warships set out to sea. West Blue. 3 warships sailed in the shape of a zigzag on the sea. Aishu received Hina's order and went to the leading warship. Everyone is here, Hina will explain this task. After seeing Aishu arriving, Hina and another major officer who was more than 4 meters tall all looked over. There is some curiosity in the eyes. But Hina didn't ask too much. This is an order directly from the headquarters to let Hina take Aishu to carry out this mission. Hina thought that Aishu might be a high-level connection in the headquarters, and he came to make military achievements, so he didn't care. After all, this kind of thing is already a convention in Marine. But what Hina doesn't know is that a related household is a related household, and mixed military merit is also mixed military merit. But Aishu's strength Hina did not expect. Hina has received an order. There are several large pirate groups on West Blue's side to fight on Momo Island. It was mentioned in the order Hina received that it seems to be competing for devil fruit. An order from the headquarters to Hina, take the devil fruit back and destroy these pirates. Did you hear what Hina said clearly? This Hina has a strange oral habit, Aishu knows. It sounds like fun now. Aishu got it. Subconsciously, Aishu imitated Hina's tone and answered. Don't talk like Hina. Okay, Aishu will not learn to speak like Chief Hina in the future. Another major officer was dumbfounded when he saw Aishu molesting the officer. Hina was a little angry. Forget it, Hina doesn't pursue it anymore, now there is Momo Island ahead, and someone needs to find the way. Hina looked at Aishu's eyes, a little frustrated. And Aishu became interested. Compete for devil fruit? This may cause a war between pirates. After all, although demon fruit power appears frequently in the original book. But this thing is actually very precious. Otherwise, it would not be called a great secret treasure. Since it is because of the news of devil fruit, it is not surprising that Marine's interest has been aroused. After all, a devil fruit may be able to create a strong person. Seeing that no one spoke, Hina frowned a little. Hina is disappointed, don't any of you dare to go. Pathfinding is a dangerous thing, and the situation ahead is unknown. No one knows how many pirates are competing for devil fruit, and how strong they are. Tashigi stood behind Aishu with a calm expression. I'll go, I'm a little interested. When Aishu said a word, Tashigi's expression changed. Sir, the situation is unknown now, it is very unfavorable to take people up hastily. Tashigi spoke. There are so many people now. And being able to compete for devil fruit on an island can also alarm Marine. There are definitely a lot of pirates. There may be thousands. The pirates who can intervene in this matter are definitely not weak. Okay, Hina is relieved, I recognize your courage. Seeing Aishu speak, Hina nodded. Aishu nodded and glanced at Tashigi behind him. I don't need others to follow, I just go there by myself. Tashigi was stunned for a moment, and Hina was also stunned. Go alone? No, I'll go too. As soon as Tashigi heard that he didn't bring the sea soldiers, Aishu wanted to go by himself, so he immediately spoke. Chapter 33. Hina promised. On the warship, Hina nodded. Hina will surround the island with 3 warships. The 2 of you sneak into the island to find out the situation. After lighting a cigarette, Hina spoke. Hina sent someone to take you there in a boat. Need not. Aishu shook his head directly. This is the first time for Aishu to go on a mission, so it's just something new. After taking a shot against Akainu, Aishu now knows his own strength very well. Even if you encounter the 4 emperors, if you lose, it is no problem to retreat completely. Thinking of this, Aishu grabbed Tashigi's arm and pressed lightly with his feet. Take Tashigi and fly towards the distant island. Moonwalk. Hina looked at Aishu and Tashigi who were leaving, turned her head and ordered the warships to separate, and blocked the island in 3 directions. Once a leaving pirate ship is found, immediately round it up and bombard it if necessary. Tashigi just felt that the wind was blowing in front of him and he couldn't open his eyes. But after a few breaths, Tashigi felt his feet touch the ground. They have arrived at Momo Island. The smell of blood is strong. Aishu looked around and at the same time let go of Tashigi's arm. This is a beach. Pirate corpses are everywhere. It didn't seem long before he died. When using moonwalk just now, Aishu saw the pirate ships docked around the island. Most are broken. Some have been turned into fragments, floating in the sea water on the shore. The Great War appears to be over. But the pirates haven't left yet. Aishu was a little curious about what devil fruit these pirates were fighting for. Officer Aishu, what shall we do next? Tashigi put his hand on the long sword hanging on his waist, looking alert. The previous 2 are dead, don't you worry about me dying too. This is a rare opportunity for actual combat, and I am now Chief Aishu's adjutant. Tashigi spoke up. That's it. After Aishu nodded, he let go of his knowledge and found the people who were still alive on the island in an instant. Let's go, find them. After Aishu finished speaking, he raised his foot and walked in one direction. See that the victor has already appeared. The battle on the island has ended, and Aishu's knowledge has already sensed that the remaining people on the island are patrolling. A hint of curiosity flashed in Tashigi's eyes. I don't know how Aishu knew. Can only follow behind Aishu. Aishu took Tashigi on a quick trip around the island. Inspired by knowledge, he avoided the patrolling pirates and directly entered the core area where the rest of the pirates gathered. Follow Aishu all the way, avoiding so many secret whistles. Aishu is like a prophet. The surprise in Tashigi's eyes grew heavier. She already guessed what ability Aishu used. The legendary observation Haki. Tashigi has only heard of it. He has not yet mastered this magical ability. No wonder he became a major at such a young age. Actually mastered this legendary ability now. A hint of envy flashed in Tashigi's eyes. But there is also a hint of joy. Since the officer will, she is now the officer's deputy, so she will ask the officer for advice in the future. Although he likes to collect swords, Tashigi will not refuse to become stronger. Entered the pirate camp. The pirates in the camp are having a banquet. He turned a blind eye to the corpses of other pirates piled up around him. This also gave Aishu a better understanding of the cruelty of this world. The original work is an anime, and the cruelty of One Piece world is not reflected at all. Be careful. Aishu grabbed Tashigi and pulled her into his arms. At this time, a wobbly pirate walked past not far away. Hiding in Aishu's arms, Tashigi's face was a little red. There is shyness and embarrassment. Almost exposed. Wait for the drunk pirate to leave. Aishu took Tashigi around a few times and stopped at a remote corner of a camp. Tashigi was curious. I heard arguing from very close by. UBD, do you want to court death? This is the devil fruit of the young master. If you dare to take it away, the young master will definitely kill you. A voice roared. Be quiet, the young master just knows that there is a devil fruit here, and now there is an extra one, and no one else knows. Let's take one, no one will know. Another voice sounded. BD, the young master's wisdom is beyond your imagination. Of course I know how powerful the young master is, and I also know how powerful the Don Quixote family is, but this is West Blue. Aishu outside was taken aback. It turned out to be Doflamingo's men. Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo. Is it Shishibukai now? Aishu turned to look at Tashigi. Officer Aishu, Heavenly Yaksha Don Quixote Doflamingo is the great pirate of the New World, with a bounty of 340 million. Tashigi's voice trembled slightly. The bounty was beyond her imagination. It also illustrates the power of Doflamingo. Aishu naturally knew what Tashigi said. It's just that I didn't expect that there would be unexpected gains this time. Chapter 34. Aishu didn't pay attention to Doflamingo these Shishibukai before. I don't know if these people have reached an agreement with the world government and become Shishibukai. But now after hearing Tashigi's words, Aishu understood. Now Doflamingo is still making troubles in New World, intercepting the heavenly gold sent by various kingdoms to celestial dragons. Then becoming a Shishibukai should not be long. But these have nothing to do with Aishu. But now there are actually two devil fruits here, and it seems to be a secret. In the words of these two people just now, even on this island, the only people who know that there are two fruits are these two people. No wonder it becomes greedy. Even if one devil fruit is not eaten by itself, it can be exchanged for at least 500 million Baileys. This amount of money is enough for these pirates who go to sea for money to be rich for a lifetime. At this moment, the voice inside came out again. The news that the young master got this time is also a devil fruit. The remaining one, we will divide it between the two of us, and each of us will have hundreds of millions of Baileys, so we can retire. Ahole, do you think the young master will let you go? The sea is so big, there are always places he can't see. The voice inside got louder and louder, and finally there was a sound of weapons colliding. A sword chi sliced through the stone not far from Aishu. BD, you actually hid your strength. Ha ha ha, otherwise, why do you think Laozi can hang out in New World? The voice of wanting to grab a devil fruit earlier sounded. The voice is full of pride. Since you don't want to, then I can't spare your life. The sounds of weapons colliding inside suddenly became denser. Tashigi looked at the sword energy flying out from time to time, his expression changed. Officer Aishu, there is actually a swordsman. Tashigi held the sword in his hand tightly, his eyes full of dignity. But Aishu's reaction made Tashigi a little confused. Could it be that a swordsman can't even move Aishu? Waiting for results. The pirates in the distance also noticed the battle here, but obviously knew the identities of the two people inside. Maybe they had received orders not to approach. Now I only dare to watch from afar. One shot flow, swallowtail cut. At this moment, there was a shout from inside. Then unexpectedly sword energy erupted. Cut and smash everything around it. Tashigi's complexion changed, several slashes flew towards them. Tashigi drew his sword, but he was not sure to block the sword aura. There is still a big gap between his strength and Jianhao. Aishu shot. Stretching out his hand, he directly grasped the attacking sword energy in his hand, and the sword energy was crushed as soon as he exerted force. Tashiji's eyes widened. To actually crush the sword energy of a swordsman with bare hands? And the sword energy shattered the surrounding obstacles. The figures of Aishu and Tashiji were also seen by the pirates. Aishu and Tashiji also saw the results inside. A man with 2 small wooden boxes under his arms stood where he was. And the other one, with bloody scars all over his body, was lying on the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. It's marine clothes on Aishu and Tashiji, and Aishu's cape with the word justice written on the back. Let these pirates understand the identity of Aishu in an instant. Take them down. With 2 boxes under his arms, the one-eyed man with a sullen face glanced at Aishu and Tashiji, his expression tightened. Raising the sword in his hand, he pointed at Aishu and shouted. Not far away, the pirates who were attracted by the previous battle were stunned. Then he raised his sword and rushed towards Aishu. Farther away, there are a large number of pirates rushing towards this side. And the one-eyed man who was carrying the devil fruit gave the order with a gloomy expression, but immediately retreated away. Tashiji drew his sword straight away and looked at Aishu seriously. Officer Aishu, ask Colonel Hina for help. With so many pirates, Tashiji is really not sure. This is not the pirate that should be in West Blue at all. The 4 seas are the weakest, and it is hard to see pirates with more than 10 million pirates. And these are all under the command of the great pirate Heavenly Yaksha. The combat power is definitely not comparable to that of West Blue's pirates. Seeing Tashiji standing in front of her, Aishu reached out and patted her on the shoulder. Get out of the way, I'll handle it. Tashiji was pushed aside by Aishu's shoulders. Watching the pirates rushing in all directions, Aishu launched Conqueror's Haki directly. A powerful momentum erupted from Aishu's body. Instantly swept across the entire battlefield. The pirates rushing fiercely could not resist this Conqueror's Haki at all. Rolling his eyes, he fell directly to the ground one after another. Tashiji was dumbfounded. The current Tashiji has no idea what this means. Aishu just released Conquerors to avoid Tashiji, so she didn't feel it at all. At this moment, a pair of pretty eyes stared at Aishu, tongue gaping. And Aishu's eyes turned to the pirate with the devil fruit who had fled to a distance. Can actually hold on under Conquerors, looks pretty good. Although he didn't attack with all his strength this time, it wasn't something ordinary pirates could block. But it's also good. Sensing that the pirate was approaching the beach, Aishu's eyes flickered, and he had an idea in his mind. Chapter 35. Conquerors broke out. The pirate who ran away with 2 devil fruits was terrified. A hole, how is it possible? There is such a strength of marine in such a poor place as West Blue. 4 seas is the most powerful marine, but the marines stationed here are the weakest. Because the pirates are weak, the marines stationed will not be so strong. Otherwise it is a waste. And before this pirate joined Heavenly Yaksha's command, he was also a big pirate with a bounty of 87 million in New World. This is still his very desperate bounty. If it is really based on strength, his senior swordsman's strength will definitely exceed 100 million. He thought that with his own strength, he would have no opponent here in West Blue. Unexpectedly, he provoked such a big man in the first place. Yes. Big shot. In the heart of this pirate, the marine who can master Conquerors is definitely a big shot among marines. Thinking of this, his speed couldn't help but become a little faster. Where are you going? The 2 figures appeared not far in front of the pirate as if they were teleporting. Tashiji was caught by Aishu and moved quickly, feeling a little dizzy. After recovering, Tashiji's eyes fell on the pirate who was holding 2 boxes in one hand and a knife in the other. The villain South Koro. Tashiji obviously knew the rewards very well, and after just a few glances, he called out the name of the pirate in front of him. Born in South Blue, entered New World 8 years ago, the last bounty was 4.5 years ago, with a bounty of 87 million. Tashiji reported to Aishu the identity of the person in front of him. Aishu nodded. Being called out by Tashiji's name, the pirate's one eye flashed a fierce light. One sword-style B-tail. With the sea at hand, flee to the boat for a chance at escape. The pirate thought in his heart, felt the 2 boxes on his arms, and made the first move. Hundreds of slashes suddenly shot out from his hands. Fast and furious. But the coverage is large, but the power is not enough. Aishu commented in his heart. And after the pirate shot, his figure suddenly turned around. Obviously intending to use his own moves to drag Aishu and the other 2, and take the opportunity to escape to the sea. Tashiji looked at the countless slashes, his face turned pale. Such a pirate is not something she can handle. At this moment, she felt a lightness in her hand. The sword in his hand fell into the hands of Aishu. Aishu looked at the hundreds of stabbing sword chi, held Tashiji's sword, and then swung it. A blue slash flew out. The sound of cutting sounded. The next moment, the hundreds of stabbing blows were directly defeated. And this slash across the entire island in an instant. The next moment, a huge sword mark appeared on the island. Aishu smacked his lips and threw the sword back into the scabbard in Tashiji's hand. The force is a little fierce. Tashiji stared blankly at the huge sword marks that stretched across the entire island in front of them. You can already see the sea in the distance along the sword marks. A large amount of sea water has poured into this huge sword mark. Aishu turned to look at the escaped pirate. The opponent had already jumped into the air, and jumped towards a small boat docked by the sea. The next moment, Aishu's figure appeared in front of the opponent. Seeing the figure of Aishu, a trace of despair flashed in the eyes of this pirate nicknamed the villain. He also saw the sword mark a moment ago. As a swordsman, he is very aware of the power of this sword. Great swordsman. And he is the absolute strongest among the great swordsmen. This is definitely a monster among marines. He was really unlucky this time. I gritted my teeth. The pirate directly grabbed a small box and threw it towards the distant sea. Aishu's eyes flashed, the corner of his mouth twitched, and then his figure chased after the thrown wooden box. Successful. Feeling the power coming from Aishu, the pirate was desperate. As a result, using a devil fruit to actually lure people away? The pirates who saw the chance of escape did not dare to delay any longer. After jumping on board, this not-so-big pirate ship quickly turned around, and the speed was astonishingly fast. Aishu stepped on the moonwalk and stopped in mid-air, holding a wooden box in his hand, looking at the fast-moving pirate ship. By this time the shelling had already started. The pirate ship swayed left and right in the sea to avoid the bombardment of warships. The eyes of the one-eyed pirate who sailed were full of fanaticism. Get out, get out! As long as he escapes, one devil fruit is enough for half his life. At this moment, under the surface of the sea, a huge black shadow slowly floated up. The waves on the sea suddenly became violent. The one-eyed pirate froze and turned his head stiffly. I only saw a huge mouth full of sharp teeth biting down, swallowing the entire pirate ship in an instant. After swallowing the ship, the giant sea king's eye glanced in the direction of Aishu in the distance, then dived into the sea and disappeared. In the distance above the sea, the cigarette in Hina's mouth fell directly. Sea kings? How did they appear here? Hina was a little puzzled. But now that Sea Kings is gone, she doesn't care anymore. The conquerors and the terrifying slash that erupted on the island just now made Hina very worried about the safety of Aishu and the two of them. Chapter 36. Aishu stepped on the moonwalk and slowly fell down. And Tashiji looks at Aishu now with complicated eyes. When she saw Aishu for the first time, she was exactly the same as when Hina saw Aishu for the first time. Everyone thought that Aishu was a junior of Marines high-ranking officer who had mixed military qualifications. Its own strength may not be strong. When Aishu took over the investigation task in front of Hina before, Tashiji was still a little worried. But now, Tashiji feels, Aishu's position is too low. With the strength shown by Aishu before, at least it is at the level of Rear Admiral in the headquarters. That's what Tashiji thinks now. There was an accident, a box was swallowed by the Sea Kings, not even the pirate was left behind. Aishu's tone was a little regretful, and he threw the small box to Tashigi. Tashigi subconsciously took the box and opened it, and a strange grey fruit appeared in the box. Officer Aishu, it's a great credit to get one. The appearance of Sea Kings is beyond anyone's prediction. Tashigi hastened to comfort her. Aishu nodded and walked back with Tashigi. The other side. Hina directly ordered the 3 warships to dock. Pairs of marines got off the warships and entered the island. Hina looked at the terrifying sword marks, and the corners of her eyes twitched wildly. She might not be able to deal with this kind of opponent. But with 2 colleagues on the island, she naturally refused to give up. Originally, I just wanted 2 people to explore the situation, but it turns out that there is such a strong person on this island. Also broke out Conqueror's Haki. Is there a big pirate from New World on this island? What did the headquarters say? Hina asked back. Colonel Hina, the headquarters has not responded yet. A marine soldier quickly answered. Hina frowned, but time was running out. It is important to save lives. Thinking of this, Hina gritted her teeth and prepared to go to the island herself. If there is a strong one, she should be able to block it with Devil Fruit's ability. Just when Hina thought so, Marine, who was the first to land on the island, broke out in riots. Hina's complexion changed, and her feet clicked. Shave. The figure has reached the location of the riot. Then Hina saw Aishu wandering over with Tashigi. Hina's eyes widened. His face was incredible. She was prepared for a huge loss this time. In the end, the 2 were fine. Colonel Hina, the pirates on the island have lost their ability to resist. After Tashigi saw Hina and Aishu didn't intend to speak, he quickly explained. Hina waved her hand upon hearing this. Another marine major who took part in the mission this time immediately led his men to catch the pirates. And Hina looked at Aishu who was coming. Hina is curious, what happened on the island? Tashigi, explain it to Colonel Hina. After Aishu finished speaking, he bypassed Hina and walked towards the warship. Colonel Hina, the pirates on the island are subordinates of Heavenly Doflamingo, because there was an infighting over the devil fruit. Oh, this is the devil fruit captured by Chief Aishu. Tashigi said, and handed the box in his hand to Hina. Hina glanced at it after taking it. It's a pity that the other one was taken away by a pirate and met Sea Kings at sea. Tashigi is a little pity. If you get 2, the credit will be even greater. Hina nodded. She knows this. It was she who ordered the shelling earlier. Is that pirate very strong? Hina asked. Tashigi explained the identity of the one-eyed pirate again. 87 million. Hina frowned. Even if she hides her strength, she can take down pirates of this level. Did the strong on the island make things difficult for you? Hina asked suspiciously. Strong one. Tashigi also had doubts on his face. Is it the strong man who broke out Conqueror's Haki on the island? You don't know. Conqueror's Haki? Tashigi was stunned for a moment, and immediately thought of Aishu's ability to stun all the pirates at once. Was it originally called Conqueror's Haki? Conqueror's Haki, which Tashigi has yet to touch. Colonel Hina, the strong man you mentioned may be Chief Aishu. Tashigi said in a strange tone. Major Aishu? What about the one who made that terrifying slash? It's also Chief Aishu. Tashigi's tone was odd. Hina stared blankly. Glancing at the devil fruit box in his hand, he turned his head and saw that Aishu had already boarded the warship. Conqueror's Haki, combined with terrifying slashes, could be a great swordsman. Still so young. Hina's beautiful eyes were full of doubts. Why did the headquarters assign such a strong person to her? And, who the hell is this? Hina was extremely curious. It now appears that the previous guesses were wrong. She had previously guessed that Aishu was sent by the Marine High Level to be gilded. Can now. This is obviously the top powerhouse among Marines. But she has never heard of it. Aishu. This name is very unfamiliar to Hina. Hina sighed. Check it out when you get back. Soon, all the pirates on the island who had lost consciousness were captured. The 3 warships began to return. Chapter 37. Naval Headquarters. Office of Marshal Marine. The bastards of the world government actually want to choose 7 big pirates to cooperate with. Akainu stood up suddenly, his face was full of anger. Akainu, this is the decision of the world government, do you think you can defy it? Kizaru slumped on the seat beside him, clipped his nails with nail clippers, and said with a pouted mouth. Okay, I have already opposed this matter, but the world government has already decided. Sengoku also looked a little bad. His suggestion didn't work. Crane Vice Admiral sat watching, shook his head slightly and sighed. And Garp and Aokiji sat aside, eating a pack of senbei each. The clicking sound upset Akainu. Just then, the door was knocked. Come in. Sengoku said in a deep voice. A herald opened the door and entered. But when he saw the scene in the office, he suddenly felt his legs go weak. Marshal, according to the news from the colonel of the headquarters, a strong man suspected of possessing Conqueror's Haki was found in West Blue, and there is also a strong man suspected of being a great swordsman, whose identity is unknown. This news made the office quiet for a while. Conqueror's Haki? Great swordsman? Sengoku frowned, his expression a little uneasy. Where did such a strong player come from a place like West Blue? Those who can own Conqueror's Haki are definitely not weak. If you can master Conqueror's Haki proficiently, that's definitely a tricky one. Let Hina investigate her identity immediately. Sengoku ordered in a low voice. Yes. The herald hurriedly left the office and closed the door. Then wiped the sweat off his brow. The atmosphere in the office is horrible. In the office, it was quiet again. With this interruption, the original complaints about Shishibukai also stopped. Sengoku looked at the 3 people except Akainu and Tsuru, standing or not standing, sitting or not. Immediately felt a headache. Kizaru, you're fast, go to West Blue and find out what's going on. Sengoku opened his mouth to order. When Kizaru, who was cutting his nails, heard this, his face showed reluctance. But Sengoku spoke, Kizaru could only stand up. Wait a minute, did little Aishu go on a mission with Hina? At this moment, Crane Vice Admiral suddenly spoke. The atmosphere in the office froze instantly. Akainu's face darkened instantly. The fist mark on the chest cannot be eliminated at all. It looks like this will be a scar that will stay with him the rest of his life. With the previous blow, he directly shot into the sea. If he hadn't completely wrapped himself in magma before falling into the sea, maybe someone else would have come to catch him. That lost face even more. This made Akainu feel bad about Aishu. Hearing Aishu's name again at this moment made Akainu's mood extremely bad in an instant. Sengoku also reacted. Indeed. After all, it was Aishu's first mission. This time I also intend to let Hina take Aishu to get acquainted. Garp looked serious for a while, but suddenly thought of something, and collapsed on the seat again, continuing to eat senbei. Mr. Garp isn't worried about Aishu? Aokiji asked curiously. Ha ha ha, Aishu is really strong, right, Sakazuki? Garp laughed. Akainu snorted coldly and didn't speak. Sengoku frowned. Aishu has demonstrated Conqueror's winding before, and apparently he is very amazing in the practice of Conqueror's Haki. Just tell me, how could such a strong man suddenly appear in West Blue? Upon hearing this, Kizaru sat back down again, becoming even more lazy. Little Aishu's swordsmanship is also very strong. It seems that little Aishu made a move, but what happened to make Hina report like this? Crane is also a little curious. But she also guessed that Aishu probably made the move after he separated from Hina. Then Hina sensed the conquerors or saw the sword heroes slash, guessed that he had encountered a strong enemy, and immediately asked for help. It should take a while for the result. Sengoku probably guessed it too. Sure enough, after a short wait, the messenger who had left before came back. Marshal, Colonel Hina said, the one who said the shot was Master Aishu, Major of the headquarters. The herald was a lieutenant colonel. But when reporting, he subconsciously used the address of an adult. Although Aishu is still a major now. Oh, I see. Sengoku nodded in a deep voice, relieved in his heart. Aishu is the person he values most in Marine right now. What's more, he and his old comrade in arms are relatives. If something goes wrong, Marine's loss is too great. Colonel Hina also reported that it was the great pirate Heaven-Defying Doflamingo who was fighting for the 2 devil fruits in West Blue this time, but all the pirates have been captured now. It's just that when he was being captured, a pirate hid his strength and fled to the sea, where he was eaten by a sea kings with a man and a boat, and a devil fruit was also eaten. The remaining one is being sent back to the headquarters. 2. Doflamingo? Sengoku frowned. When they mentioned Shishibukai just now, Doflamingo was the focus of what they said. Chapter 38. After all, Doflamingo's identity is very special. Now the people in the office are all at the highest level of Marine, so naturally they all know the identity of Doflamingo hidden in the dark. Original Celestial Dragons. This is why Marine is definitely so tricky. And Doflamingo is a guy who really likes to mess around. If it was anyone else, it would have been wiped out long ago. But this guy, Crane Vice Admiral, has led people to chase him many times. But its special vigilance, coupled with the need to capture alive, is even more difficult. Rouge, Vice Admiral himself made a move, but he also failed to make a contribution. You go. For the recruitment of Doflamingo, let Vice Admiral, who is most familiar with him, take the shot. Good. Crane Vice Admiral did not refuse. Let's do this for now. Sengoku spoke, and the 3 Admiral, Garp, and Crane left in turn. Sengoku sighed. It seems that the recent military expansion has made the world government afraid of Marine. The world government suddenly issued a death order, and Sengoku also figured out the meaning of the world government. Momo Island. Marine is quickly moving the island's treasures to the warship. These Marines are all beaming. With so many captured, they can also share part of the treasure as a reward when they go back this time. Yo, you are under the command of Major Aishu. 2 Marines were walking back with a box of treasures in their hands, and one Marine spoke directly. I really envy you guys. With a boss as powerful as Major Aishu, those of you who joined the team early will definitely be promoted very quickly in the future. What? Marine, under Aishu's command, looked bewildered. You don't know. Marine who spoke was even more puzzled, and then told what he had heard about Aishu. Then Marine, who was mixed by Aishu, was stunned. Really? Their new boss is so powerful? 2 officers died successively, and many colleagues. The mentality of this group of people is about to collapse. Some even plan to quit Marine. As a result, I now hear that my new boss is a strong man. Everyone couldn't believe it. Soon after, Aishu was lying on the deck of his warship. A parasol, a cup of cold drink, very comfortable. The most pleasant thing is that there is still a body explosion in front of me, and Tashiji in uniform is reporting. Officer Aishu, that devil fruit is in the form of a Zoan Sika deer. Tashiji, who came back from inquiring about the news, said. Aishu nodded, not paying much attention. On the contrary, the Marines on the warship who used to be a bit lazy are now full of energy, compared to the previous ones. Aishu naturally felt the reaction of this group of people, and also heard these people secretly spreading his attack on the island to each other. Head sheep effect? Aishu twitched the corners of his mouth and pulled off the blindfold. Tashiji, I will leave the command of the warship to you, and you can just give the order to return to the voyage. Aishu opened his mouth to give orders. Yes. Tashiji stood at attention and took command. It would be nice to have a secretary. Worry. As soon as Tashiji left the deck, 2 Marine CAO chiefs came over. Tashiji ensign. The 2 saluted. What's wrong? Tashiji was a little curious. These people are usually very lazy and not motivated at all. At most, they are allowed to do whatever they want, without any assertiveness. It's exactly the kind that lies flat. Why did you suddenly find me now? Seeing Tashiji's eyes, the 2 felt awkward. But thinking of what they had discussed, he gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. Ensign, we want to ask Chief Aishu to guide us in training. As soon as the 2 chiefs spoke, Tashiji frowned. She can't be the master of this matter. It's useless for me to speak, only the decision made by Chief Aishu. We know, we just want Tashigi Ensign to help spread the word. Then you can go by yourself. Tashigi felt helpless. This. The two of them showed embarrassment. Ensign, when we were in the headquarters, we looked like that. The two chiefs lowered their heads, with a look of shame on their faces. Tashigi was taken aback for a moment, and then reacted instantly. The feeling is that I felt that I was too lazy before. But it left a bad impression in the mind of Chief Aishu. So let her try it out. Well, I can help you, but you have to work hard on your own. And I can't guarantee that Major Aishu will agree to your request. Tashigi put the words up front. Thank you Tashigi Ensign. The two directors showed joy and thanked each other repeatedly. Those who can become a Marine can still come to the headquarters. In the past, they were people with a sense of justice in their hearts, and they still had some strength. If it weren't for the death of two officers in a row, these people would have collapsed. Not like this. The sudden appearance of Aishu has rekindled hope for these people. On the deck, Aishu pulled up the blindfold and looked at Tashigi with a strange expression on his face. The sea soldiers not far away raised their ears one by one, seemingly busy, but they all paid attention to this side. Let me teach? It's not impossible, as long as they can bear it. Chapter 39. When referring to the request conveyed by Tashigi regarding these sailors, Aishu actually didn't want to talk to her. But after thinking about it, Aishu thought of some martial arts that he used his own understanding to come up with some martial arts that are just for fun. These things Aishu never showed. After all, these things are a bit tasteless to him. But now we can let these sailors try. See if you can develop stronger abilities. Yes. At this time, the sailor who heard Ai's sarcasm immediately stood at attention and shouted loudly. Aishu glanced at these sailors. I hope you can still be so energetic in the future. Please rest assured, Chief Aishu, we will definitely do our best. All the sailors roared loudly. The sailors on the two warships nearby were very confused. Hina is looking at the seizure this time, and of course the most important thing is the devil fruit. This task was too easy for her. It was just a trip. As a matter of course, most of the credit for this mission belongs to Aishu. For this point, no matter whether it is Hina, other sailors, or another Marine major, there is no opinion. The strong are respected. This principle is also applicable in Marine. A strong man like Aishu obviously won't stay in the position of major for long. It is estimated that it will be promoted soon. For other Marine officers, review and credit accrual may be required. But for a powerhouse like Aishu, he naturally has the ability to change the rules. Depends on how long it takes. It's back. Hina ordered loudly. The three warships left Momo Island directly and began to return. And not long after, a pirate ship arrived at Momo Island. Seeing the huge crack on the island, the captain of the pirate ship turned pale. BD, Marine actually sent such a strong person over here, notify the young master immediately. The pirates on this pirate ship are obviously also Doflamingo's subordinates. The first half of New World. It is called Paradise by pirates. Because compared to the cruelty of the second half, the first half is obviously too peaceful. After Doflamingo heard the report, the veins on his forehead popped. The face wearing the toad mirror was full of anger. A whole Marine dared to snatch my devil fruit. Let Virgo find out the news for me, I want to know who did it. During the report, the island was split in half. A devil fruit Doflamingo is angry, but not to the point of losing his mind. However, Marine sent such a strong man, which obviously made him feel that Marine was demonstrating. And he decided to fight back. Young master, how about attacking a Marine branch and give Marine some strength? A short, middle-aged man with the shape of a slug suggested it. No, Shishibukai position is more important, everything will be discussed after becoming Shishibukai. Doflamingo shook his head. Although angry, he has not lost his mind. Now he is rootless. After getting Shishabukai's position, he can carry out the next step of the plan. Naval Headquarters. Marine who came back this time directly released some news about Aishu. The news of a new top player in Marine made the whole headquarters excited. Virgo, who is the head of the branch base, received an order from Doflamingo, and originally thought that this matter would be very difficult to investigate. In the end, I contacted a general in the headquarters to talk about the old days. Before he could ask, the other party took the initiative to talk about Aishu. Virgo was startled. Just a major? Aishu? Possibly something to do with Vice Admiral Garp? Virgo hung up after exchanging pleasantries with the general of the headquarters, and immediately reported the news to Doflamingo. Aishu. Doflamingo muttered the name. Garp he can't afford to mess with now. Wait for the next opportunity. It is Doflamingo's character to take revenge. The headquarters of Aishu's headquarters. More than 100 Marines collapsed on the training ground. Some of them joined on their own initiative after hearing about Aishu's reputation. Tashigi also trains with these sailors. But her strength is obviously stronger among these Marines. Now the performance is naturally better. BD, stand up for me, is what you said before all bullshit. Aishu's voice came, making these paralyzed sailors grit their teeth and stand up. Tashigi, teach them the pranayama I taught you. Aishu spoke. Yes. Tashigi nods. She can feel the benefits of the method Aishu taught her yesterday. And all the Marines felt that their bodies were getting stronger during training after using the breathing method taught by Tashigi. This feeling shocked everyone. Can clearly feel that the body is getting stronger, which shows that the magnitude of the strengthening is too amazing. But Aishu shook his head in disappointment. Some memories have arisen in your mind, because your understanding is extraordinary, and you have comprehended the practice of breathing the sun. You have comprehended the breathing method of the sun. But Aishu was very disappointed. For some weak people, this method can be surprisingly powerful. But there are limits. For him, it is of no use at all. Chapter 40. After handing over the task of training seamen to Tashigi, Aishu was free. That's fine too, if your subordinates are stronger, it will be easier to use. Officer Aishu, the chief instructor of the training camp, has sent someone over. Tashigi came to report. Looking at Tashigi, who was covered in sweat and had a marine uniform attached to his body, Aishu's eyes were full of admiration. This is what men should see. But what is Zephyr looking for in himself? Well, let people come in. After eyeing Tashigi a few times, Aishu nodded. Soon, a familiar figure appeared in front of Aishu. An. I haven't seen you for many days. When Ain saw Aishu, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. But look at Tashigi on the side, who looks more bumpy because the clothes are close to the body. An felt a sense of urgency in his heart. An, what's up with Zephyr instructor? Seeing Ain in a daze, Aishu asked. Oh. An woke up like a dream. The instructor asked me to ask, the training camp will have actual combat training next, which is also the final actual combat, will you go? An opened his mouth to explain. Aishu was taken aback for a moment, and then he was a little puzzled. Zephyr should know his strength. This actual combat is of no use to him at all. But he also came out of the training camp. Moreover, Zephyr and the students in the training camp were attacked by pirates and almost wiped out, but what should have happened? Then go there. Okay, when are you leaving? Thinking of this, Aishu nodded and said. In 3 days, gather at the port. An spoke. But her eyes fell on Tashigi, and she spoke again. This time, the trainees who trained Yang went out together, and Major Aishu's subordinates don't have to follow. Aishu nodded upon hearing this. It just so happens that everything here can be handed over to Tashigi. Even now. 3 days later, Aishu was ready to go. Sengoku sent over again. Major Aishu, newly appointed by Marshal Sengoku, Major Aishu made great contributions in the previous West Blue operation, captured pirates with a total bounty of 230 million, and caused a sea with a bounty of 87 million. The thief died. Major Aishu is now officially appointed to the rank of colonel. After the visitor handed over the letter of appointment to Aishu, he bowed and left. So fast. Aishu was a little surprised. And Tashiji was dumbfounded. The sailors who were training not far away were dumbfounded. It wasn't long before he became a major, and now he's directly promoted to a colonel? This is the colonel of the headquarters, and he is at least the rear admiral level in the branch. Even the division vice admiral. The base length of a large base. Everyone stared blankly at Aishu. Sure enough, I followed the right person. It's too strong. The eyes of all Marines became extremely adoring. Maybe it won't be long before Chief Aishu becomes the rear admiral of the headquarters. After Tashiji was surprised, he also had a guess in his heart. Sure enough, it was Chief Aishu. Tashiji felt that with Aishu's strength, he was far beyond the major of the headquarters. Now it's just a formality. Now it seems that it is so. It's just that I don't know what level the department's positioning for Aishu is. But that's not something Ensigns Tashiji needs to think about. Congratulations, Chief Aishu. Tashiji smiled brightly. Cough, that's fine, I still have to go to sea, and I'll leave the rest of the matter here to you. Yes. Tashiji saluted violently, trembling. Port. Zephyr stands on the deck of a warship. On the deck, the trainees of the training camp looked excited. I haven't seen the boss for a long time. The last time the boss sent out a mission, after sending it back, everyone in the headquarters was stunned. Bins looked excited. Yeah, when I went to the small town behind the headquarters, I heard the name of the boss. The other trainees were also full of anticipation. Listening to the discussion later, Zephyr also looked a little emotional. From the way Aishu shot Akainu in the training camp before, Zephyr feels that he is no longer Aishu's opponent. Especially Aishu is still very young now. And he's gone downhill. Zephyr couldn't help feeling a little heroic. Is it time to retire? Thinking about it, Zephyr saw a figure flicker in the air, and the next moment it was in front of him. Hey, Zephyr instructor, I haven't seen you for a long time, but I still look good. Aishu raised his hand in greeting. You boy, let so many of us wait, huh? No. Marine's uniform, especially for officers of the rank of general, is very casual. But the old Marine Zephyr was keenly aware of the change in Aishu's clothes. You got promoted. Well, just appointed, colonel of the headquarters. Aishu nodded. Now he was wearing a well-fitting black suit, with the cloak that only Marine generals could wear on the back. When Ain and the others heard what Aishu said, their eyes widened. They haven't graduated yet. And their boss, Aishu, is now the colonel of the headquarters? Chapter 41. Although with the strength of Aishu, everyone knows that Aishu's current position cannot reflect Aishu's strength at all. But after all, time is too short. Those students were shocked in shock. But it feels natural. As long as Zephyr felt extremely emotional in his heart. Before this, even the three admirals did not have such a fast promotion speed. This is obviously intentional by those at Sengoku. He also knew about the tasks performed by Aishu before. Bring back a devil fruit, along with the captured pirates. It does have credit. But direct promotion to colonel is still very reluctant. Apparently this is already a default. Naval Headquarters attaches great importance to Aishu, which can be seen from Madara. What is the mission this time? After Aishu waved at N and the others, he casually chatted with Zephyr. The warship has slowly started. Go calm belt. Zephyr spoke, his eyes darkened. Originally, the graduation test should be a battle with pirates, but the sea is not very peaceful during this time. Zephyr said, looking at Aishu. In addition, you have eaten too many sea kings in the past few years. We will hunt the sea kings and bring them back this time. You must work hard. Aishu was taken aback. Hunting sea kings? Could it be that Zephyr and others were attacked this time? Aishu guessed in his heart. Hunting the sea kings? I'm afraid it's not enough with their strength. Creatures like sea kings are at the top of the food chain in this world. Just because of its huge size, it can easily destroy a fleet. Only the truly strong can easily deal with this kind of thing. As far as people like Ain are concerned, Aishu really doesn't think they can deal with Sea Kings. Well, Sea Kings can be big or small. Big Sea Kings may be thousands of meters long. It is said that in the deep sea, there are even giant Sea Kings up to 10,000 meters long. Zephyr explained. As for us this time, it is the shallow sea area on the edge of the calm belt, and the Sea Kings of tens of meters to hundreds of meters is our goal. Aishu nodded. I see. That makes sense. Okay, let's treat it as a vacation. Aishu smiled. Zephyr. So you can think so. Aishu just turned around and walked towards Ain and the others. When a group of students saw that the old Yamato Zephyr had finished talking, they all surrounded him with a huff. All eyes are full of admiration. Boss is too powerful, now he's a colonel, maybe he can become the headquarters rear admiral soon. Yes, boss, why don't we join boss after this trial is over? A group of people chattered. Ahole, you are Marine, discipline. Zephyr roared angrily when he heard the noise behind him and the strange eyes of the other sailors on the warship. A group of students quickly stood up. Zephyr came back with his eyes wide open. This mission is to kill the Sea Kings, one per person, no matter if you form a team or do it yourself, you must complete the mission. Zephyr said, talking about the reward and punishment system. After completing the task, he has the right to choose to join the army independently. Start with warrant officer. As for those who haven't finished, they don't have this right, just go and be ordinary sailors. Rely on military merit to slowly advance. A group of students listened with excitement on their faces. They have eaten the meat of Sea Kings, but they have never seen the creatures of Sea Kings with their own eyes. I'm going to hunt the biggest Sea Kings. Bins roared loudly, attracting everyone's attention. But the next moment, Bins saw Aishu. Ahem, I want to hunt down the second largest Sea Kings. His tone was already a little timid. Calm belt. Aishu has entered the calm belt for the second time. And this place can be regarded as the Jedi of ordinary pirates. After all, most ships today are powered by sails. Once you enter the calm belt without knowing it, you can only wait to die in this wide calm belt. In addition to this, calm belt also gathered a large number of Sea Kings. The undersea prison and the Amazon Lily Kingdom are also in the calm belt. With Zephyr's command, all students are very excited. However, many people's eyes were fixed on Aishu. In the end, Aishu shook his head, and directly asked the sailor to move a deck chair and lie on the deck. Obviously not planning to make a move. Seeing this scene, Zephyr didn't say much. The other students were a little disappointed. Follow the boss and complete the task with absolute ease. But since the boss doesn't make a move, maybe he can still compete for the first place. The warship is anchored off a deserted island in the calm belt. The Sea Kings of island offshore living is not big. This has been thoroughly researched by Marine. So it's pretty safe for these students. Small boats left directly, with students in 2s and 3s on board. It is estimated that these people will not complete the task too much. Sensing Zephyr approaching, Aishu spoke. Well, I know, you are very knowledgeable, if someone needs danger, I hope you can help. Emotions take me as a nanny. Aishu was speechless. Of course you will be rewarded. Zephyr looked at Aishu, then took out a book and handed it to Aishu. Here are my thoughts on Haki and 6 styles. I'm too old to do it. Maybe you can. Chapter 42. You briefly read the notes written by Zephyr, your understanding is extraordinary, and the Armament Haki you comprehend. Extraordinary Armed Forces. You briefly read the notes written by Zephyr, your understanding is extraordinary, you comprehended Observation Haki Cognitive Interference. You briefly read. On the deck of the warship. Aishu half-lead on the recliner, slowly flipping through the notes in his hand. It should be said that Zephyr deserves to be the former Admiral. There is indeed a unique place. Although he has retired as the chief instructor of the training camp for nearly 20 years, he has never been idle. The thinking about Haki and the 6 styles made Aishu's eyes brighten, and he had a lot of insights. And finally, there's even Zephyr's reflections on the Marine's justice now. After reading it, Aishu closed his eyes and meditated, thinking about what he had gained this time. And Zephyr looked at the place where waves were rising from time to time on the sea in the distance, and turned his head to look at Aishu from time to time. Back then Zephyr's wife and newborn child were attacked by pirates and died. Let this Admiral belief that follows the belief of not killing collapse. Originally wanted to quit Marine. But in the end, he was persuaded to stay in the headquarters. After staying out of the matter, Zephyr has a clearer view of the relationship between Marine, world government, and pirates. But by the time the first Shishibukai appeared, Zephyr had grown disgusted with the world government. It felt like it was a disappointment to the word of justice on Marine's back. Therefore, in the diary given to Aishu, there are a lot of private goods mixed in. Zephyr doesn't like that Aishu has become a pawn of the world government. And what Zephyr couldn't think of is that this will never be possible. On Aishu's side, he has to do things after receiving benefits. Knowledge Color has been paying attention to the situation in the nearby sea area. The situation is a little better than Aishu expected. These practitioners have been oppressed by Aishu for 4 years and dare not say anything else. But moonwalk, shave, and paper arts are all masters. Even if you lose, the problem of self-protection is not big. It's just that this scene seems to be a group of players grinding the blood of the boss. Suddenly, Aishu frowned. What's wrong? Zephyr's voice was tense. Aishu shook his head. No casualties, but N and Bins were dragged away by a Sea Kings. These two formed a temporary team. That fellow Bins was clever enough to stab their target himself with a chain with a hook. A Sea King's about 100 meters in size. Then Sea Kings, who was in pain, swam towards the distance by himself. Naturally, N and Bins couldn't stop it. Not sure to give up the boat, naturally being dragged away to the distance. When they reached the deep sea, once the Sea Kings dived, the two of them would not abandon the boat, and could only be pulled into the bottom of the sea together. Listen to Aishu's narration. Zephyr's face darkened. This approach is simply stupid. But it's important to get it back, otherwise, if you get lost in this calm belt, you will probably die. Zephyr looked at Aishu. Aishu nodded. Step on the moonwalk and chase the two of them. The other side. On the vast sea of calm belt, a thing divides the sea. The huge body swings its arms crazily. Swimming very fast in sea water. Mom, I'm hungry. A somewhat silly voice sounded. The one who spoke was a strong and unusually strong man, his thick arms were swinging wildly. He is 6 or 7 meters tall. And on his back, a Miss Bajan with a wrinkled face leaning on a cane, heard this, a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Looking at the small bag beside her, there was only a little food left, which was enough for her to eat for 2 or 3 days. But it's not enough for this stupid son to eat. My own son, your father is the strongest man in the world, can't you even stand being hungry? Mom, I don't understand, I'm hungry. As a result, Edward Vabel didn't understand the meaning of Miss Bajan's words at all. Miss Bajan suddenly jumped, and the short crutch in his hand kept poking Edward Vabel's back. Vabel's silly voice immediately cried out for pain. But after a while, the cry of pain stopped. Mom, there's blood, it's meat. After speaking, Edward Vabel turned directly, heading towards the direction of the bloody smell. Miss Bajan's complexion was unfriendly. But she knows a lot about this silly thing. It doesn't matter what you say now. After all, in order to better use her fruit ability to control. When cloning this stupid thing, after many tests, the Vabel was cloned with Whitebeard's blood factor. Miss Bajan trembled when he thought of the strong and terrifying figure of Whitebeard back then. And now he's cloned this one, which finally looks a bit like Whitebeard. At least physical talent is definitely not weaker than Whitebeard. After the success, Miss Bajan couldn't wait to leave Calm Belt. But in more than 10 years, the original ship has long since decayed. Finally, he figured out to let the stupid thing under him swim out with him. Smelling blood, Vabel's arms were like propellers, driving 2 huge waves above the sea. The weird body directly cuts through the sea at an extremely fast speed. And the marine students who hunted sea kings around the unnamed island also noticed the huge waves from far away. Chapter 43. What is that? There were exclamations one after another. Standing on top of the warship, Zephyr saw two huge waves rising in the distance, with a serious expression on his face. In the perception of knowledge and color, a humanoid creature full of tyranny and desire for destruction is rushing towards this side quickly. Everyone, give up the mission and board the ship immediately. Zephyr's roar spread far and wide. Figures stepped on the moonwalk towards the direction of the warship. And Zephyr looked in the direction where Aishu left before. On the other side, the boat is chained to the Sea Kings. Anne and Binz were yelling. Binz, UBD, hurry up and break the chain. Miss Anne, no. Binz was about to cry. After he came up with this method before, in order to prevent the chain from being torn off. The material is well chosen and is securely strapped to the boat. The result is now their biggest crisis. Ain drew out a pair of short swords and chopped them on the iron chain. Sparks flew. But now Ain is not a swordsman. There is no ability to master iron cutting at all. Moreover, the material of the iron chain is really good, which shows that Binz definitely put his heart into choosing it. Abandoned ship. Anne was helpless. Being pulled further away, with the strength of the two of them, they couldn't get back to the warship with moonwalk. And the horrors of the calm belt Zephyr had spoken to them before. Binz had a bitter look on his face. Don't fail the test. At this moment, a half-arc slash suddenly appeared. Instantly hit the Sea Kings who were swimming wildly ahead. A lot of blood spattered out. This Sea Kings was directly cut into two by the slash. The wooden boat directly hit half of the decelerated Sea Kings. It was smashed directly. Anne and Binz were directly knocked into the air. Binz screamed and rolled in the air, plopped into the seawater soaked in the blood of Sea Kings. Anne was caught by the collar, and finally landed on the body of Sea Kings floating on the sea. Aishu. Seeing the people standing beside him, Ain's eyes were full of surprise. And Binz thumped a few times in the sea water, and also crawled out. Body stained with Sea King's bloodline. The strong smell of blood made Binz's face turn green. Boss, the meat of Sea Kings is so delicious, and the taste of this blood is too exciting. After seeing Aishu, Binz complained. Are you doing things without considering the consequences? Both of you are unqualified this time. Anne spoke. The faces of Anne and Binz collapsed in an instant. Boss don't want it. Binz pleaded. Then hurry up and do something. After Aishu said something, his face suddenly changed, and he looked in the direction of the warship far away. It's very far away now. The position of the warship can no longer be seen at sea level. But Aishu's powerful sense of knowledge can perceive the situation of the warship. Is it really this time? Aishu narrowed his eyes slightly. Under the astonished eyes of Ain and Binz, Aishu caught the two and jumped straight into the sky. Go in the direction of the warship. On the edge of an unnamed island. On the warship. Zephyr's eyes were full of anxiety. Why hasn't that kid Aishu come back? The fist that covered Armament Haki blocked the coming sword. The huge force made Zephyr couldn't help but take a few steps back. Zephyr looked solemnly at the tall man with glassy eyes and a runny nose. The extremely familiar slender white beard gives Zephyr a strong sense of sight. The huge strength made Zephyr feel extremely tricky. Not far away, the training camp students and soldiers participating in this trial were fighting each other. Many people have fallen to the ground, life and death unknown. Who am I? The little Miss Bajin giggled. It turned out to be the former Admiral of Marine, the unkillable Zephyr. The old woman Barjan obviously knew Zephyr. Very satisfied that Vabel can block Zephyr now. This is the original Admiral of Marine. It appears that the experiment was very successful. Veins popped in Zephyr's forehead. But the enemy in front of him was too difficult to deal with. Strong body, proficient two-color Haki, the most difficult thing to deal with is the terrifying strength. Now stand firmly in front of him. The broadsword that covered Conquerors was more of a hit than a hit. Don't fight back, Zephyr. If you dare to fight back, the lives of your subordinates will be lost. Miss Ba-jin leaned on a heavy cane and said loudly. Zephyr's expression changed. I thought of my family members who were attacked and killed by pirates. As soon as he was distracted, he was sent flying out by Vabel. He, good boy, you really deserve to be your mother's baby. Seeing that Vabel cut Zephyr into the air, Miss Ba-jin's face was full of joy. The Zephyr who fell into the water jumped back on the boat, his face was very ugly. These two bastards! Zephyr's fists were clenched tightly together. Vabel saw Zephyr come back, and the huge figure rushed over again immediately. Teacher! A worried voice sounded. Directly attracted the attention of Zephyr and Miss Ba-jin. Chapter 44. Zephyr really felt old. He could feel Vabel's strength. If it was back then, it would be no problem for him. If no one else is there, give him time, maybe. But now, the threatened Zephyr simply can't do his best. Anxious Zephyr heard Anne's voice. He suddenly turned his head and saw Aishu. My heart suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. And Miss Ba-jin turned his head and saw the three people falling from the sky on the moonwalk. Unexpectedly, there are 3 fish that slipped through the net. Marine 6 styles? Looks like you're Zephyr's students too. Anne and Binz saw Zephyr being pinned down by a man who was so strong and terrifying, there was a hint of horror in their eyes. And Aishu looked at the very characteristic appearance of Miss Ba-jin and Vabel. Really these two guys? Capable person? Aishu's eyes fell on the people in front of him who were blind and fighting each other desperately. The fruit ability to confuse the mind? Aishu guessed in his heart. And Binz has already rushed up. Directly shoot down the weapons in the hands of the people who are fighting. But then, Binz's eyes flashed a look of blankness. Also joined in the fight with each other. Anne's complexion changed. It's devil fruit. Aishu spoke. Anne's face froze. Demon fruit power. Looking at the weird scene in front of him, Ain was at a loss. Aishu! Aishu, how long are you going to watch the show? Zephyr's roar echoed in the distance. Ian was awakened by Zephyr's voice, and looked at Zephyr who seemed to be in trouble in the distance. Aishu, go help teacher Zephyr. Ain drew out his double swords and looked at Miss Ba-jin who was walking over with a cane. Don't worry about that old man. Aishu spoke. This old woman is not so easy to deal with. Old woman? Miss Ba-jin is full of pride. Confused fruit. A fruit with very strange abilities. Can have an impact on the human mind. But now I heard the word old woman from Aishu's mouth. This made Miss Ba-jin, who was a great beauty when she was young and was proud of it, furious. The old man's cloudy eyes were full of fierce light. How dare you call me an old woman? Brat, you are courting death. Miss Ba-jin jumped up and shouted. But without the slightest sense of threat. It just feels a little funny. Aishu boy, be careful of this old woman's ability, it's very weird. Zephyr's voice came again. BD Zephyr, you call me old woman too. Hearing Zephyr's words, Miss Ba-jin was furious. Vabel, kill him. I see, Mom. Whitebeard too shuddered when he heard the roar of the jumping Miss Ba-jin, and the lie he was looking at Zephyr was full of fierce light. A strong armament Haki wraps around the broadsword in his hand. He slashed at Zephyr's face. The arms are interlaced, and the armed color is wrapped and covered, blocking the knife. Under Zephyr's feet, the deck of the warship shattered. Zephyr gritted his teeth to hold the blow. Seeing this scene, Miss Ba-jin nodded in satisfaction. In a blink of an eye, he looked at the two of Aishu again. Little ghost, you will become a test subject, and you will soon regret what you said. Apparently, Aishu called her an old woman just now. Let it hold a grudge. But Aishu didn't care at all. He was just curious, what is the fruit ability of this guy? He actually saw a lot of capable people. But there are actually not many who display their abilities in front of him. I thought of the devil fruit I got on Momo Island before. Maybe you can take the time to come back and study it. Aishu, help them. Ain looked at the students and Marine who were fighting each other, and only stopped moving after being seriously injured, and pleaded. Help! I'm a deceitful person who ate the delusion fruit. They are not friends or relatives, but vicious pirates. Appeared. Pirate-style self-explanation. Aishu's eyes were a little strange. Baggingham Stussy, former member of Rock's Pirate, claims to be a scientist, admires Whitebeard, has repeatedly courted him but failed, so he can only use his opportunity to work as a nurse for Whitebeard, steal Whitebeard's blood factor, and clone such a defective product. Aishu's voice sounded. Miss Ba-jin, who dared to explain his abilities, changed his face. His eyes fixed on Aishu. Looks like I'm right. Ahole, how do you know? Miss Ba-jin was frightened at first, and then became furious. A strange blue color appeared directly in her eyes. You, kill him. Miss Ba-jin raised the crutch in his hand and pointed it at An. Ain, who was looking at Miss Ba-jin on guard with two swords in his hand, changed his expression. His eyes were full of struggle. Kill him. With the roar of Miss Ba-jin. The struggling look on An's face became more serious. Obviously about to fall into the control of Miss Ba-jin. Aishu shook his head slightly. He also sensed a force hitting his brain just now. But for him, this little bit of power is about the same as scratching an itch. But things should be sorted out here. Chapter 45. What's the quickest way to fix my current situation? Conquerors broke out suddenly on Aishu's body. In an instant, the entire warship was completely silent. All the students marine who were fighting on the deck rolled their eyes and passed out. The same is true of Ain, who is struggling beside Aishu. The body collapsed immediately, and was supported by Aishu. The screaming Miss Ba-jin is like a hen whose throat is strangled. He stared at Aishu with bulging eyes, full of shock. Conqueror's Haki. You actually have the qualifications of a king. This is Conquerors. Miss Ba-jin is no stranger to Conquerors. After all, among the original Rock's Pirate, there were quite a few people who owned Conquerors. And these people who own Conquerors, after the destruction of Rock's Pirate, all became the overlords above the sea. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin. This kid in front of me actually has Conquerors too. Vabel, come back. Seeing Aishu's gaze, Miss Ba-jin panicked and shouted. Vabel, who was bursting out to suppress Zephyr with all his strength, turned around and prepared to go over. But this time it was blocked by Zephyr. Mom, I can't make it through. Vabel's voice sounded a little aggrieved. But at this time he obviously couldn't get a response from Miss Ba-jin. At this time, Miss Ba-jin's eyes were full of horror as he saw Aishu, who was walking towards him step by step with the cloak fluttering behind him, exuding an incomparably terrifying aura. I thought it was a rookie marine under Zephyr. But I didn't expect such a terrifying existence. Standing in front of Miss Ba-jin, Aishu looked down at the short Miss Ba-jin. Say your last words. Miss Ba-jin's body trembled, and Aishu's words seemed to stimulate her instantly. No, you can't kill me, I know Vegapunk, I'm friends with him, we worked on the blood factor together. Is this your last words? Aishu nodded calmly. With an afterimage on his left leg, he kicked Miss Ba-jin out in an instant. And the direction is exactly the direction where Vabel is. Seeing the flying black shadow, Vabel subconsciously raised his fist and punched it. Boom! Miss Ba-jin completely disappeared. Vabel stared blankly at the torn cloth stuck to his fist. There is also a cane stuck in the back of his hand. Vabel's eyes gradually widened, as if they were about to pop out. No! Mother! Then, a roar came from Vabel's mouth. Even if he was a fool, Vabel knew that his mother was gone. I am going to kill you. Vabel's body gradually swelled. Those suture marks on the body were directly stretched by the swollen body. The metal-like luster inside was exposed. Aishu watched this scene. It turns out that it's not just a clone, but also a transformation. It seems that it has something to do with Vinsmoke. But also right. There are not many scientists in this world. The top ones seem to have some connections as well. It seems that this Miss Ba-jin does have some talents in research. The strength of this Vabel is estimated to be much stronger than the pacifists made according to the Big Bear. Seeing Vabel's change, Zephyr was also stunned. Unexpectedly, Vabel, who had been fighting with him for a long time, turned out to be a cyborg. However, it is obvious that Vabel under the rage is much stronger. Sweep with one knife. Zephyr, who was still thinking about blocking, was sent flying out again. And this time, Vabel rushed directly towards Aishu. Aishu shook his head slightly. Haki converges on the right fist. In Vabel's hand, the big sword wrapped around the armor color was slashing towards the top of Aishu's head. Aishu wrapped his armed-colored left arm to block, and blocked the sword, and the figure appeared in front of Vabel. Another punch that Vabel swept over was dodged. Aishu threw out his right fist, which hit Vabel in the chest. Layers of ripples oscillated. Exaggerated muscular twitches on Weeble's body. Next moment, the eyes of Vabel, who had a fierce look on his face, dimmed. He fell directly to the ground. Aishu jumped aside lightly. Zephyr rushed out from among the broken planks, and after seeing this scene, his expression froze. Solved? Sensing that Vabel in front of him was silent, Aishu shook his head slightly. He turned to look at Zephyr, who was approaching. Now Zephyr is in a mess. His clothes were torn. There are also stab wounds on the body. But the arm was saved. And those Marines and students who were stunned by Conquerors before also woke up. Looking at the scene around me, I was at a loss. Zephyr immediately gave the order, and after ordering to treat the wounded, he walked to Aishu's side. You boy, now your strength completely surpasses mine. Okay. Aishu didn't care much. But what's the matter with this guy? Zephyr pointed curiously at the exposed metal parts on Wabel's body. As a result, there was no reply from Aishu. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Aishu turned and left. Zephyr was speechless for a moment. Looking at everything messy around. Report this incident to the headquarters. Chapter 46. Naval Headquarters. When Zephyr was just attacked before, it had urgently notified the headquarters of the situation. The training camp was attacked. And Aishu followed? Sengoku is in a hurry. Urgently contacted Kizaru, who was still on vacation. The only one who can rush to support the fastest is this Kizaru who ate sparkling fruit. With instructions, Kizaru set off immediately. And here, Akainu's face sinks like water. Garp is eating senbei and drinking tea on the opposite side. Still eating, Garp? Don't you worry. Seeing Garp like this, Sengoku was furious. What are you worried about? With Aishu here, there is no problem. Garp has great confidence in Aishu. Garp, what if the attack on Zephyr was premeditated by the pirates? Sengoku said with a headache. That's what he's worried about. What if the pirates found out that Zephyr took the Marine training camp students out to perform missions, premeditated actions, just to attack Marines' potential talents? This is no small matter. Sengoku, you are overthinking. Zephyr went to the comm belt this time. The mission was decided on a temporary basis. It must be a coincidence. Garp didn't care at all. This heartless look left everyone around speechless. Humph, the pirates are too rampant. Now, Marshal, I propose to sweep the first half of the Grand Line, and wipe out the pirates who have entered the New World. Akainu's words made the others quiet down. If you really want to do this, it is not a small matter. This almost mobilizes the power of most of the Marines. Naturally, the decision cannot be taken lightly. Sakazuki, I will consider your proposal, and I will report this to Marshal Sora later. Sengoku pressed his forehead and said with a headache. Akainu nodded and sat back down again. Marshal. The herald rushed in. The chief instructor of Zephyr has received news that Colonel Aishu has taken action, and the matter has been resolved. As soon as this word came out, Garp on the side laughed. Ha ha ha, Sengoku, look what the old man said. A smile appeared on Sengoku's face, and he relaxed a lot. But then he asked. Who was the attacker? Marshal, there are only 2 people in this attack. 2. Everyone was taken aback. It was not clear because the report was interrupted before. They thought it was a large number of pirate attacks. It turned out there were only 2 people? Yes, according to the reply from Zephyr's chief instructor, one of them is the original Rocks pirate Bakingum Stussy, and the other seems to be a clone created by him using the blood factor of Whitebeard Edward Newgate. As soon as this reply came out, the whole office fell silent instantly. Garp's face turned a little ugly. And Sengoku also had a strange look on his face. Pacifist program. Both of them thought of this plan that the world government came up with. It seems that cloning technology is also used to create human cloning. However, this plan is still in the confidential stage. No one knows exactly what step it took. Sengoku is not very understanding either. Parkingum Stussy. Garp and Sengoku exchanged glances. To be able to stay in Rock's pirate, I must be capable. It's just that neither of them has any impression. But speaking of Stussy, it reminded them of another woman. The two looked at each other, but did not discuss this topic any further. Instead, he turned to look at the herald. Where's the attacker? Death has been confirmed. Well, let's go. Sengoku tells the herald to go down. Then he glanced around the office. Sakazuki's previous proposal, I have already decided, I will submit the plan to Marshal Sora, it is time to clean it up. Return to the warships at Naval Headquarters. Kizaru looked at Zephyr and Aishu speechlessly. Hey, it seems that it is not a big deal for you, but you actually asked for help, which made the old man go for nothing. Kizaru pouted and put his hands in his pockets, looking obscene. Kizaru Admiral can't just take a salary and not work. I heard that as long as Kizaru Admiral's salary is paid properly, even the 4 emperors can be done away with. Looking at Kizaru in front of him, Aishu suddenly spoke. Kizaru was taken aback for a moment, and after realizing what Aishu said, his expression changed. Hey, little brother, you can't talk nonsense, the 4 emperors are real monsters, and I don't have that ability. Kizaru categorically denies it. But then his eyes scrutinized Aishu a few times. It's the little brother's strength that has shocked me time and time again. It seems that the heavy responsibility of defeating the 4 emperors will fall on the little brother's generation. Hearing what the two said, Zephyr, who was covered in bandages, felt a little helpless. Okay, Polisalino, it looks like Sengoku sent you this time. Well, that's it. I was on vacation, so I made a trip for nothing. Kizaru had the deck chairs brought in and placed on the deck. But it's the same for a vacation on a boat. You just want to go back, right? With your speed, you should be able to return to the headquarters soon. Zephyr's face darkened. Back in training camp, this guy was this slob. Over the years, nothing has changed. Chapter 47. The accidental attack on the training camp this time. Not a big deal at naval headquarters. Even though Miss Biagin is a member of the former Rocks pirate. But at the time it was an insignificant little guy. It wasn't even until Sengoku looked through the files that he saw the bounty for this Barkingham Stussy. 57 million. What a little shrimp. However, of course, there are records about it, but it does appear in the Whitebeard pirates. Later, I had contact with several scientists who mastered advanced science and technology. Then the person disappears. But the impact of this matter is indeed great. Sengoku has also decided to apply to Sora and the world government to clear the pirates. The cost of a large-scale marine dispatch is astronomical. Sengoku doesn't have that kind of money. This is an important means for the world government to clamp down on marine. After receiving Sengoku's application, Sora did not neglect and immediately reported the matter to 5 elders. Marie Joyce. Between powers. Sengoku applied to clear the pirates in the first half and the 4 seas, what do you think? It's rare that Marine is so motivated, let's do it. Good, but try not to cause unrest in the new world. Although the 4 emperors are a thorn in the side of the world government. But for 5 elders. Balance is also very important now. Shishibukai thing to urge again. Kin. In a few words, the 5 old guys decided on a big event that could shake the world. After receiving the news, Sengoku immediately ordered Marine to start preparations. Frequent transfers began. Aishu, who has been back to the headquarters for a while, has also been idle. Occult Tashiji does things very efficiently. He directly became the hands-off shopkeeper. Even Aishu gave Tashigi a uniform in a small black suit. But Tashigi desperately refused to wear it, which made Aishu feel a little pity. Colonel Aishu, the latest appointment of the marshal. Tashigi looked at Aishu, who was dozing off in his office, and was out of breath. She was so busy. But her boss is fishing every day. The tone seemed a little stiff. Oh, Tashigi, what appointment? Aishu pulled up the blindfold and looked at Tashigi sleepily. Colonel Aishu, you have been promoted again, Commodore, and the Marshal has issued an order for you to go to East Blue and South Blue. After sweeping around, go to the Grand Line and clear the first half of the pirates. Aishu was taken aback. He heard the news about this matter. But I didn't expect it to be so fast. And this time the autonomy seems to be great. Aishu instantly became excited. Marshal's message to Colonel, if you perform well in this incident, you will be promoted to Rear Admiral immediately. Tashigi said with a stiff tone. But I was shocked. Now she also knows that the Colonel Aishu who looks like an adult in front of her is actually just a child in his early 10 years old. But the strength has exceeded her imagination. At this age, it becomes the headquarters Rear Admiral. The future may be the strongest symbol of Marine, one of Marine's strongest combat power. Tashigi, what title do you think I should give? I'm afraid it won't sound good to someone else. Title. Tashigi was taken aback for a moment, and then thought of the title of San Admiral. There are also titles such as Sengoku of Buddha and Garp the Fist. Officer Aishu, I think your title Lazy Cat is very appropriate. Looking at Aishu, Tashigi thought of cats lounging in the sun. A blue cat. Aishu thought for a while. Interesting. Tashigi. Aishu went to sea. Go straight to East Blue. Return to Windmill Town first. When the three brothers meet again, Ace and Luffy are dumbfounded. Luffy looked up at Aishu, who was taller than both of them. Impossible. You can't be Aishu. Luffy looked disbelieving. And Ace, who was full of TS and Madara, was even more perplexed. They are twins. Why is he as tall as Aishu's chest now? Makino looked at Aishu with incredible eyes. Are you really little Aishu? Children grow up so fast. Makino covered his mouth. That shouldn't be the reaction at all. Luffy and Ace turned into big heads, showing mouths full of sharp teeth. Bang bang. Taste brother's iron fist of love. The armed color on Aishu's fist flashed away. It is very close to being armed with color as you like. Aishu and Luffy just covered the big bags on their heads and rolled all over the ground just like they did back then. When Aishu arrived, the quiet tavern let out another burst of laughter. Let's go. I have something to ask them for, and before they reach adulthood, I can't give them alcohol. Aishu said. Don't worry little Aishu, they drink juice all the time. Makino smiled while covering his mouth. Bullshit, I drink every day and get really drunk. Ace, who inherited Sabo's will and wants to be a polite person, can't hold back now. The voice gradually faded away and was carried away by Aishu. There was another burst of laughter in the tavern. Those who met Aishu back then dared to ask now. Is this really the kid from back then? Chapter 48. Carrying Luffy and Ace, Aishu's figure flickered quickly. Luffy himself was pulled into a long strip by the strong wind and inertia. Knowing that Aishu landed, Luffy has become several meters long, dragging on the ground. Aishu raised his hand and threw the two screaming guys into the river in front of him. But this time, no crocodile appeared. Save! Gilyalu! Ace flopped and splashed. And Luffy just sank to the bottom. Ace thumped for a while, dragging the pregnant Luffy to the shore. Aishu, UBD. Ace was furious, and Sabo's death made Ace's feelings for Luffy even stronger. He vowed to take Sabo's love for Luffy with him. Aishu looked at Ace's appearance, walked to Luffy's side, and lifted Luffy upside down by his feet. Like pouring water out of a pitcher. Luffy's figure quickly returned to normal. People are also awake. I don't have much time, I only teach you for one day, it's up to you how much you can learn. After leaving Luffy behind, Aishu spoke. Then he walked towards the place where the Sea Kings were beheaded. Ace's expression changed, and he pulled Luffy up, who was coughing. On the beach, under the surface of the sea, a huge black shadow slowly emerged from the water. A snake head covered with blue scales, with 2 crystal blue antlers growing on it, looks as if it is carved out of ice as a whole. Ace and Luffy, who followed, stared at the scene with wide eyes. "Follow me!" Aishu jumped directly onto the giant snake's head, and then the giant snake's head sank. Ace and Luffy also remembered what happened in the cave below. After entering the cave, the two saw Aishu meditating while holding a black fruit. "Is this devil fruit?" Ace spoke in astonishment. "It tastes the same as me." Luffy's eyes widened. Aishu glanced at the two of them, and put the fruit into a wooden box on the side. "I don't have much time, and I won't force you to be Marines like the old man, but only the strong in this world can do whatever they want. The weak can only obey." Ace understood, but Luffy was a little confused. At this moment, the Conqueror's Haki on Aishu exploded instantly. But it did not affect further places. Terrified expressions appeared on the faces of Ace and Luffy for a moment. But he didn't faint. Afterwards, Aishu told about Conqueror's cultivation method. "I don't dare the two of them to understand." For one day, Aishu taught the practice of Conqueror's Haki. And some tips on how to use Haki. And some of his understanding of the 6 forms. But looking at the expressions of the two of them, it was clear that the two guys didn't understand. But Aishu didn't care either. Both guys are talented. There is always something to learn. As for whether it will affect future development, this Aishu never thinks about it. When he came to this world, the world has changed. "Aishu, are you leaving?" Seeing Aishu stand up, Luffy hastened to speak. "Well, I still have something to do. If you want to grow as tall as me in the future, you should exercise well, understand?" "Well, I'm the man who wants to be the One Piece." Luffy patted his straw hat and grinned. "I am the one who will become the One Piece," Ace said loudly. Bang bang! Ouch! The two rolled on the ground. It feels like Aishu's fist hurts more than Garp's. And the figure of Aishu has walked out of the cave. The seaside outside the Windmill village. A large warship is docked by the sea. Aishu's figure fell down. "Officer Aishu." Tashigi saluted. "Sail." Aishu opened his mouth to give orders. The huge warship sailed out of the port slowly. "The pirates of East Blue will usher in a bloodbath. Boss Arlong, I heard that the Marines at East Blue are frantically mopping up pirates, shall we leave first?" A Murloc with fins behind his ears said worriedly. Then he was punched by Arlong and sent flying. With an arrow-like nose, Arlong has a fierce face, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. "BD, noble Murlocs are afraid of those inferior races. Go ahead, the next island will collect protection fees, and those who fail to pay will be destroyed. And their target is Kakalaya village." But at this time, another direction. A huge warship is sailing fast on the sea. Glancing at the pointer, Tashigi saluted Aishu. "Officer Aishu, not far ahead is Kakalaya village, which is rich in oranges. You can purchase a batch as a supplement." Aishu nodded. "Kakalaya village? Is there a pirate group called Evil Dragon in East Blue recently?" Tashigi froze for a moment, then spoke immediately. "The Dragon Pirates, a pirate group composed entirely of Murlocs, just appeared in East Blue some time ago, but their whereabouts are erratic, and their whereabouts are currently unknown." "Well, keep going, Kakalaya village." Aishu nodded. "Since it's in East Blue, let's kill it. The Dragon Pirates have landed in Kakalaya village." Chapter 49. Kakosia village. The village policeman Ajian saw the evil dragon pirates flying the pirate flag. Grabbed a big horn and shouted. "The pirates are attacking." Ajian's voice instantly spread throughout Kakosia village. The whole village immediately became chaotic. Kakosia village has not encountered pirates for a long time. But now the pirates suddenly attacked, causing everyone in the village to panic. Pirates are heinous villains. And Arlong, who was standing on the bow of the pirate ship, looked at the island that was falling into chaos not far away, and laughed loudly, showing his sharp teeth. Sha ha ha ha, let's run. Little ones, it's time for us to make big money. The Murloc pirates of the evil dragon pirates had excited eyes, raised their weapons and roared loudly. After landing on the island, surround the village for me. Arlong gave the order directly. As soon as the pirate ship docked, a large group of Murlocs and pirates rushed out and rushed towards the chaotic Caucosia village. Ajian, who was holding a weapon on his face, looked nervously at the pirates who rushed over. But after a face-to-face encounter, the face and body were stabbed several times, and he passed out as soon as he rolled his eyes. BD, don't kill. Arlong was furious when he saw these little boys cut down a man as soon as they came up. Catch everyone back to me and tell them to pay me protection fees every month, 100,000 for adults and 50,000 for children. Anyone who fails to pay will be killed. Arlong yelled. With the dragon speaking, these Murloc pirates immediately gathered the villagers of Caucosia village. The gathered villagers looked terrified. Now, pay the money. The Murloc pirates under Arlong yelled and told about the ransom. When everyone heard that so much ransom was to be paid every month, the faces of all the villagers changed. Caucosia village grows well-known oranges. Fruits such as oranges are necessary supplies for sea navigation. So the income of Caucosia sub-village is actually pretty good. But it is almost impossible to pay so much ransom every month. The dragon waved his hand. All of you, let them take the money one by one, and kill those who can't get it. The evil dragon said viciously. At this moment, Arlong's ears moved and his eyes looked in another direction. He heard movement. As Arlong walked over, he saw women with strange red hair. It was Belmere, the adoptive mother of Nami and Nakago. Seeing the tall Arlong appear, Belmere directly raised the gun in his hand. Arlong's expression changed, he actually felt a threat. Arlong's expression darkened instantly. Looking at the marine issue gun in Belmere's hand. Marine. But Belmere didn't speak. She has been retired for many years. In order to raise Nami and Nokigao, Belmere has no time to train at all. After all, an unmarried woman has to raise 2 children, and the difficulty can be imagined. Belmere felt a strong sense of oppression from Arlong. The strength gap between the two sides is huge. A look of desperation flashed in Belmere's eyes. Aware of Belmere's distraction, Aishu's tall figure instantly arrived in front of Belmere. The big mouth full of sharp teeth bit directly on the gun in Belmere's hand. Click! The gun was directly destroyed by Arlong's teeth. Sha ha ha ha, you dare to point a gun at me. I was going to kill you, but I just said that as long as you pay the money, you will be spared. The evil dragon giggled, his eyes full of unkindness. His eyes also glanced to the other side from time to time. Belmere's expression changed. That's where he hid Nami and Nakago. I have no money. Belmere received it, and his expression returned to calm. I have money, and I will spend an extra 100,000 baileys. Ajian, whose face was covered in blood, got up unsteadily, and shouted. 100,000 baileys. Arlong let out an eerie laugh. The feeling that these people in front of him are silent under his intimidation makes Arlong feel so good. When Jian took out the money, Arlong asked people to put the money away, glanced at Belmere, and then looked at the place where the Nami sisters were hiding. A cruel smile appeared on his face. Even if he dared to point a gun at him, he would not let it go easily. Belmere's face was ugly, and when he saw that Arlong was about to turn around, he yelled loudly. Who said this is my ransom? This is my 2 women's ransom, 50,000 for a child, right? Ajian's eyes suddenly panicked. And the Arlong shark laughed ha 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 ha. Then he drew his gun and pointed it at Belmere, his eyes full of ferocity. That means you can't pay the ransom. As soon as the words fell, Arlong drew out the musket at his waist and pointed it at Belmere. Then you go to die. Nami's mouth, who was hiding, was tightly covered by Nyokijao. Seeing Belmere being pointed at by the terrifying Murloc pirate outside, both of them had tears in their eyes. Boom! Arlong wasn't polite at all and just pulled the trigger. The eyes of Nami and Nyokijao are full of fear, and Ajian's eyes are full of despair. There was cruelty and pleasure in Arlong's eyes. As for Belmere, he turned his head and looked at the hiding place of the two of Nami, his eyes full of reluctance. Chapter 50. The powder-propelled musket in Arlong's hand exploded. The fast-flying Tanmera headed towards Belmere. And Nami has rushed out of hiding. Her face was full of tears. Belmere turned her head to look at Nami and Yokijao, her lips moved, as if to say that I love you. Belmere felt that he could no longer live. Swish! A figure stood in front of her, and the flying bullet was pinched by 2 fingers. The white cloak fluttered, and the huge word justice was very conspicuous. Marine? The evil dragon was startled, and his expression became alert. And Belmere narrowly escaped death, and now he has not reacted. On the other hand, Nami and Yokijao rushed to Belmere's side. The 2 little girls, each with one thigh, hugged Belmere tightly. Aishu squashed the musket bullet in his hand, and looked up at Arlong. It's better to come by chance than to come well. Marine, there is no conflict between us. Arlong suddenly said, Colonel Marine stationed at East Blue has reached an agreement with me, and he can get tens of millions of Baileys from me every year. Arlong looked at the young Aishu and spoke seductively. Oh, then he really deserves to die. Aishu nodded slightly. Arlong's face froze, he held his serrated broadsword, and stared at Aishu warily. Not far away, the sound of shouting and killing has already sounded. The corners of Arlong's eyes twitched, faintly sensing something was wrong. He couldn't sense the young marine in front of him at all. And this situation, Arlong has also seen. That was when he was in the Sun Pirates, he felt a similar breath from their big brother Tiger. But also because of Arlong's lack of insight. Aishu looked at Arlong who was full of vigilance, and turned to look at Nami, mother and daughter who were hugging each other. Then his eyes fell on Ajian who was on the side. Good guy. This is a bit tragic. They were all stained with blood. The sound of shouting and killing in the distance quickly disappeared. Arlong's brow was already sweating. He suddenly pulled out the serrated knife in his hand, and slashed at Aishu's head. Because he felt that if he held on for a while longer, he wouldn't even have the courage to make a move. Aishu raised his hand and flicked his fingers, and the jagged broadsword in Arlong's hand was broken inch by inch. However, Arlong seemed to have expected it long ago. After the knife in his hand shattered, Arlong had already smashed his head at Aishu's face. That spike-like nose, carrying a strong wind, does not seem to be weak. But the next moment, extreme movement turned into extreme stillness. Aishu grabbed Arlong's outstretched nose with his left fist and smashed all the teeth in Arlong's mouth with his fist. Then grab his nose with his right hand and squeeze hard. Click! There was a cracking sound. Arlong's most proud nose was broken off. The 2 sisters Belmere and Nami, as well as Jian who was on the side, were dumbfounded. This vicious pirate, in front of this marine, is actually powerless to fight back. Arlong backed away, feeling the pain in his mouth, and the broken nose, and turned and ran away. Tempest kick flying slash. Aishu raised his foot and kicked out, and Arlong who had just escaped was directly hit by this blow and flew out directly. After falling to the ground, life and death were unknown. Officer Aishu, it's all settled. At this time, Tashiji came over quickly, glanced at the evil dragon, and reported. Well, let's go after buying a batch of oranges and go to the East Blue Marine Base. Tashiji was taken aback, but did not doubt Aishu's order. Turn around and get busy. Meet the officer. Belmere stood up at this moment and bowed to Aishu. Aishu nodded. His eyes swept over Nami and Yokijao. Haven't grown up yet. Well, it seems that you used to be Marine too, I just happened to come here this time. I want to join the Marine. At this moment, Nami suddenly stood up and shouted. No. Belmere leaves the opening. Most of the battles with pirates are extremely cruel. It's not as easy as it looks this time. I don't know which big shot from Marine came over. Soon, the procurement on the warship side was completed. The villagers of the entire Kokosia village watched Aishu's warship leave. East Blue Marine Base. Colonel Mouse is the division base master of the Marine East Blue Division. Power is not insignificant. But this guy is more greedy. That's why we reached an agreement with the pirates. He covered the whereabouts of these pirates, and most of the money these pirates got was his. Colonel Mouse looked at the treasure in front of him with bright eyes, touched this and picked up that. It seems that you value money very much. A voice suddenly sounded. Colonel Mouse trembled, and when he looked around, he saw a sea chrysanthemum sitting on the edge of the seat beside him. Hey, these are all I have saved over the years. Colonel Old Tree subconsciously defended himself. The pirate saved it for you. Aishu's voice sounded. Colonel Mouse's complexion changed. I don't understand what you're talking about, I need evidence before I speak. Sorry, I don't need evidence here. Chapter 51. Naval Headquarters. The people of Sengoku are dumbfounded by the report from East Blue. Let you go to East Blue to destroy a group of pirates, and you also solved a Colonel Marine. However, Sengoku's eyes were also full of anger when he saw Colonel Mouse colluding with pirates to oppress the East Blue Islanders. Marine was supposed to protect these islanders. As a result, now, he actually got involved with pirates. This made Sengoku look bad. This kind of thing may still exist in the future. It seems that we need to send someone to investigate thoroughly. Crane Vice Admiral took the Vice Admiral report from Sengoku and read it carefully before speaking. It's just about this time. Just in time for Marine to decide to sweep 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line. Since little Aishu found out, let him handle this matter. Crane Vice Admiral proposed. No, who knows how much trouble this guy can cause, and now that New World is in a hurry, Aishu's combat power is not weak. It would be a waste not to go to New World. Sengoku shook his head immediately. Then what are you going to do? Crane Vice Admiral asked curiously. You have already recruited Confronting Doflamingo, and the next step is the Amazon Lily Kingdom on Nine Snake Island. Sengoku spoke. Are you going to let Aishu be the recruiter this time? Crane Vice Admiral has a strange look in his eyes. Yeah, since we're going to the Grand Line, let's make this kid walk over the Calm Belt. Nine Snake Island is located in the Calm Belt, and the Calm Belt is a natural barrier. After those pirate ships without autonomous power entered here, they could only wait to die slowly. And the Calm Belt is the lair of giant sea kings. Don't know how many giant sea kings live there. This makes the entire Calm Belt like a dragon's den and a tiger's den. Alright, Boa Hancock, the king of Nine Snakes Island, is not very old. He is estimated to be 18 or 19 years old now. His strength is not too exaggerated. It is not difficult for little Aishu to deal with it. Crane Vice Admiral nodded. Therefore, the decision to let Aishu recruit Boa Hancock, the Empress of Nine Snake Island, was decided. While in East Blue, Aishu was also a little curious when he received the news. He also wants to see Boa Hancock, who is known as the most beautiful woman in the world. So Aishu directly ordered the warship to turn and head towards the Calm Belt. As for East Blue, after Aishu left, someone took out a phone bug and reported Aishu's whereabouts. Young Master, Naval Headquarters Commodore Aishu brought his subordinates into the Calm Belt. On the other side of the phone bug, a man wearing a pink cloak, capri pants, and leg hair showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth after hearing the report. Then execute the plan. If you dare to provoke the Donquixote family, you must be prepared to die. Among the Calm Belt. The warship sails on a sponge with no waves. How much longer? Aishu turned to look at Tashiji and asked. Officer Aishu, you can reach the Amazon Kingdom today. Tashiji said, but there was a trace of concern on his face. The Empress of the Amazon Lily Kingdom is not weak, she is said to be a devil fruit capable person, sir, please be careful. Aishu laughed. If I wasn't sure, I wouldn't have come. As soon as Aishu finished speaking, he saw a huge island at the end of his vision in the distance. Strange and gigantic structures tower over the island. The huge Nine Snake characters are very conspicuous. Aishu and others saw Nine Snake Island, and Nine Snake Island naturally saw the huge warship coming from the sea. Marine. The roar rang out across the island. Everyone took up arms and stood on guard. Nine Snake Island is an island where all the people are soldiers. Although there are only women on the island. Marine, what are you guys doing here on Nine Snake Island? Are you going to start a war? The warship docked in the port of Ju Snake Island. A loud roar came from the island. Let Boa Hancock, king of the lilies of the Amazons, come to meet me. Aishu didn't beat around the bush, either. BD, how dare you call Master Shiji by her name? Master Shiji will get angry already, she's about to bleed like a river. The female warriors of Nine Snake Island on the island heard Aishu directly calling the name of the Empress, all of them were terrified. When Marine on the warship heard the words shouted by the women on the island, smiles appeared on their faces. No one knows how terrifying the strength of their boss is. But everyone knows it's strong and strong. A pirate actually speaks so loudly. Isn't Boa Hancock on Hydra Island? Aishu's voice sounded. The expressions of the women on the island changed. Nonsense, Master Shiji went to sea a few days ago, I will never tell you. A female warrior roared loudly. You already said it. Everyone around was speechless. At this time, the ex-emperor of Nine Snake Island, the current mother-in-law, had already contacted Snake G with a phone bug. Snake Princess, the Marine has arrived suddenly and is now parked at the port. The mother-in-law's tone was full of worry. Chapter 52. What? In the palace of Nine Snake Island. On the phone in the mother-in-law's hand, Hancock's face was shown. But then something hit this phone bug. How dare you imitate the face of a concubine, you are looking for death. Hancock's voice came from the listless phone. The concubine will return now, and you are holding Marine back now. Hancock clearly has mistrust of female warriors in his own country. Then Snake Girl, come back quickly, everything is up to you. Why did my mother-in-law hear the words and said quickly? The concubine can go back whenever she wants, no one will blame the concubine, because the concubine is so beautiful. After Hancock left this sentence, the phone bug was hung up. Why did my mother-in-law think about it? Tell Marine that the Empress will be back soon, but no man has entered Daughter's Island for hundreds of years, so Marine cannot be allowed to land. The mother-in-law knocked on the snake stick in her hand and said loudly. Grandma, people have already entered the island. The command has not been sent, the reply has returned. The mother-in-law's complexion changed, and she hurried to check the situation. In a huge banquet hall. In front of Aishu, there is a pile of various barbecue delicacies. And Aishu never refuses anyone who comes. The eyes of all the surrounding Nine Snake Island women widened. A man's appetite is so big, can he produce so many things? Someone exclaimed. Around the banquet hall, a large number of Nine Snake Island fighters surrounded the entire banquet hall. Sir! Tashiji has a headache. Recruiting is recruiting, how come you start eating? And there is no doubt that Nine Snake Island will drug things. And the woman on Nine Snake Island did drug it. But for Aishu, this measurement will have no effect at all. Under the stunned gaze of the women of Nine Snake Island, Aishu ate enough food for their entire nation. Why does my mother-in-law feel her scalp go numb? The true strength is unknown, but judging by the food intake, it is definitely a monster above the sea. For the next 3 days, Aishu didn't seem in any rush. And the Empress finally returned to Nine Snake Island. Officer Aishu, is it time to get down to business now? Tashiji was worried that Aishu had forgotten the task, so he reminded him. And Aishu nodded. I'll go there by myself, you guys are on guard on the boat. Aishu spoke. Tashiji didn't dissuade him yet, and the next moment, Aishu's figure had disappeared. Why did Kanbanshi point out the location of Boa Hancock by himself? When Aishu's figure fell, Hancock's voice came from inside. The color of knowledge and knowledge can sense that there is a strong man in the room in front of him. Marine, who gave you the courage to sneak into my concubine's palace quietly? The queen's voice was full of displeasure. Hancock, stop moaning, and finish the matter quickly. Now, are you willing to agree to Marine's call to become 7 warlords of the sea? I don't want to. Hancock's voice sounded. Then hit as long as you want. Aishu's voice sounded. directly flashed into the palace. The next moment, both of them were silent. A radiant white back appeared in front of Aishu's eyes. A strange mark was stamped on Hancock's pristine back. For a split second, panic flashed across Hancock's face. Even in a panic, I couldn't find where my clothes were. The corner of Aishu's mouth twitched, and he pulled the cloak behind him, covering Hancock's back directly. Clutching the cape of General Marines officer tightly with both hands, Hancock looked at Aishu with panic and murderous intent appearing in his eyes one after another. You see. As Marine, lackey of the Celestial Dragons, you must know what this is. Hancock's voice sounded, followed by a tall figure, with a long leg sweeping towards Aishu's head. Perfume femur. Hancock's voice sounded, she would never allow anyone to see the mark on her back, and she could still live. This is definitely a huge threat to her two younger sisters. Aishu raised his hand, covering the Conquerors, and lightly blocked Hancock's long legs. I'm not going to work for Celestial Dragons shit. Aishu's words surprised Hancock a little. Also, Empress Boa Hancock, you don't want to see all your citizens being hunted by the Marine. The threat in Aishu's words made Hancock look ugly. But still stopped. If the news gets out, I will definitely not let you go. So? Are you going to answer the call and become a Shishibukai? There was a hint of struggle on Hancock's face. The hands gripping Marine's cloak tightened. If you want the concubine to agree to become Shishibukai, you must show your strength. Tomorrow, I will fight with you at the main square of Snake Island. Aishu looked at Hancock, who was slender, with both hands tightly clutching the cloak, unable to cover up his uneven figure, and nodded. Okay, I promise, see you tomorrow. Chapter 53. The next day. Daughter Island sent people to lead Aishu and others to a huge square. And around the square, a large number of islanders from Daughter Island gathered. All of them were armed with weapons. Looking at Aishu and all the Marines, I felt malicious. And Aishu looked at Boa Hancock sitting on the high throne, and knew that this woman had started to be willful again. Said to fight him last night. And now, it looks like his men won't be spared either. Sure enough, Boa Hancock's voice sounded. It's not so easy to recruit the Amazon Lily Kingdom. At the very least, you Marines have to show your strength. After the Queen's voice fell, the soldiers on Daughter's Island were extremely excited. What do you think? Aishu turned to look at Tashigi and his subordinates. After mastering the breathing method during this period, the strength of this group of Marines has also improved by leaps and bounds. Seems to be interested now. Officer Aishu, we will definitely win. Tashigi spoke up. Looks confident. Alright, just let me see the results of your practice during this time. Yes. A group of Marines raised their weapons and shouted loudly. Seeing the reaction of Aishu and others, the Empress's eyes flashed a hint of displeasure. Is this man not even willing to give in to this? Then the Master of Nine Snake Island was selected to enter the venue. On the other side, Tashigi also took a group of Marines out. Tashigi has never experienced this kind of stick fight before, but he just thinks it's a little new. But when they fought, both sides were extremely surprised. Daughter Island originally looked down on Marines like Tashigi. After all, there are not many people, and they don't seem to have the momentum of a strong person. But as soon as they fought, the people on Daughter's Island were immediately suppressed. From beginning to end, there were no waves. The sword in Tashigi's hand was already capable of flying slashes. Obviously under the training of Aishu, Tashigi has stepped into the ranks of swordsmen. Marine 1, Empress Hancock's expression was a little bad. And everyone else in Daughter Island was shocked by Marine's strength. Unexpectedly, these seemingly ordinary Marines can be so strong. And the Empress' eyes fell on Aishu. It was just a rough fight last night, although because of her body and clothes, she didn't use her full strength. But the Empress of Aishu's strength can still be felt. Not weaker than her. Now I can't think of this Marine. Not only is his own strength strong, but his subordinates are also extraordinary. I just don't know what kind of mentality this Marine had when he said last night that celestial dragons are garbage. But Daughter's Island has a lot of masters. Those previous failures, and others are also dissatisfied. Obviously, they also want to fight against Marine. But it was directly stopped by the Empress. Retire, don't you feel ashamed enough? Hancock stood up, his tone a little harsh. Master Snake Princess. The faces of those failed Daughter Island fighters were ashamed. Hancock apparently didn't care too much, though. Since your subordinates are very powerful, then I will let you test your strength. Hancock stared at Aishu. If you want me to agree to be recruited, you need to defeat me. Hancock's long legs were slightly bent, and his figure jumped directly into the field. Lifting the cloak behind him, Hancock's eyes fixed on Aishu. Everyone in Daughter's Island is very aware of the Empress's strength. They all looked like they were watching a good show. As for Marine, looking at Aishu's back, his eyes were also full of confidence. Their boss still wants to have not failed. The figure of Aishu also jumped into the field. Perfume femur. Seeing that Aishu had just stood firm, the Empress immediately attacked. The long legs swept the entire venue with a terrifying gust of wind. Aishu raised his hand to block the Empress's perfume femur. Use a little force, I'm fine. Aishu didn't seem to care at all. A trace of evil flashed in the Queen's eyes. One after another shot. Armament Haki covers hands and feet. Let the attack power increase greatly. But I can't help Aishu. No matter how angry the Empress attacked, she couldn't make Aishu look more serious. Boa Hancock flew back, holding his hand between his lips. Kiss the gun. Devil Fruit's ability was finally displayed. Aishu's hands were covered with rich Armament Haki, and he raised his hand to defeat the kiss gun that was flying fast. The arrow of the captive. The Queen's Devil Fruit is basically group attack and single target control. Seeing that it was useless to Aishu, he directly used the ranged moves developed based on the sweet fruit. Countless pink arrows rained down from the sky. Devil Fruit's abilities cover the entire square. Even some people around were directly affected by this move and were instantly petrified. Aishu's figure dodged back and forth in a small area. He seemed unhurried, but avoided all the arrows. Observation Haki. Boa Hancock, who was in mid-air, saw this scene and already had a guess in his heart. She has already recognized Aishu's strength. Marrow Mellow. The Empress used Devil Fruit's ability back and forth, but she couldn't defeat Aishu. How about a tie? Now, is the Empress willing to accept the conscript and become a Shishibukai? Chapter 54. Tie? Boa Hancock's expression was a little bad. What Aishu did made her a little upset. This reaction seemed to look down upon her. No. Under her attack, the man kept defending. Didn't fight back at all. Seeing Boa Hancock's appearance, Aishu also felt his thoughts, and his expression became serious. Show your true strength, man. Hancock spoke up. The next moment, the man rushed forward, covering Armament Haki on his long legs. Great perfume femur. The extremely swift corner kicked towards Aishu with an incomparably strong wind. A trace of worry flashed in the eyes of Tashiji and others. The strength of this pirate empress is indeed not weak. The power between one move and one style is amazing. The women on Nine Snake Island were overjoyed and cheered. Although the empress seemed to be at a disadvantage just now. But looking at it now, Master Shiji is serious. Aishu raised his hand, grabbed the raised ankle, and then swung it suddenly. Hancock's expression changed, and he was thrown flying. Just before landing, Aishu's figure had already reached the top of Hancock's head. Hancock's expression changed, and he crossed his hands above his head. The next moment, Aishu's fist had already smashed down. Aishu's fist collided with Hancock's arms. Hancock's body jerked short. With the feet propped on the ground as the center, a large crack appeared. The next moment, the ground burst. Aishu retreated to where he was standing before, looking at Hancock, who was a little embarrassed. Playing Boa Hancock can't be like playing Akainu. If that kind of move is really used, it is estimated that the Snake Princess will be seriously injured if she is not dead. Is that right? Hancock's voice came out. Sounds a little excited. Step by step, he walked out of the big pit that had just appeared because of the broken feet. The aura on Hancock's body gradually gathered. His hair was flying, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Conqueror's Haki. Aishu knew that this woman would conquerors. It's just that I can't guess whether the opponent will use it in this battle. And now, he really couldn't hold back. The Conqueror's Haki on Aishu was also released directly. Between the two, the Conquerors collided, and the world seemed to become dark. Countless black thunder lights clashed between the two. Hancock apparently doesn't have Conqueror's winding yet. Only this relatively elementary usage can be displayed. And now, seeing that Aishu also has Conquerors, Hancock's eyes suddenly lit up. There is actually Conqueror's Haki. It seems that what Marine said before is not nonsense. The owner of Conqueror's Haki is not someone who is willing to submit to others. Thinking of this, Hancock put away his Conqueror's Haki directly. At this time, many of the onlookers were stunned by the Haki conflict. Those who were still awake all looked at the two with horror in their eyes. People who know Conqueror's Haki would never have imagined that Hancock or Aishu also had Conqueror's Haki. Those who don't know Conqueror's Haki are all at a loss at this moment. I don't understand at all what kind of power this is. I agree to the recruitment, but as far as the recruitment is concerned, I hope that Marine can also agree to the king's request. Aishu listened. Nodded. That's fine, but what's your request? Well, let's talk about this in private later. The Empress glanced at Aishu, then scanned the surroundings with a trace of displeasure flashing in her eyes. Only a dozen or so people from Marine passed out. And even a small half of you bastards can't hold on. But now that Marine is on the sidelines, it's not easy for Hancock to have a fit. For some reason, Hancock just couldn't get proud in front of Aishu. Night. Aishu was once again invited by the people sent by Nine Snake Island to the hall where he sneaked in alone before. When Aishu walked into the palace, he could feel the breath of another person in the palace. Aishu walked over and lifted the curtain of gauze. Then the whole person froze. A smooth back appeared in front of his eyes, and he could touch it with his tentacles. And the mark that symbolizes humiliation is printed on the back. Sensing Aishu's eyes, the owner of the back shivered slightly. Marine, you should know what this mark represents. Hancock's voice sounded. Compared with the last direct hands-on, this time obviously has the idea of what to talk about. Hoof of the Celestial Dragon. Slave mark of Celestial Dragons. Aishu's voice sounded. You really know. There was something indescribable in Hancock's voice. So, your tyrant-like personality is to cover up your experience as a slave. Aishu put down the gauze curtain and walked into the inner hall. On the front, Hancock's black hair was vertical to his chest, and his face was full of frailty. I hope you don't tell this kind of thing. Hancock asked. Don't worry, I'm not a talkative person. As I said before, I can't get along with the Celestial Dragon's trash. Chapter 55. Off the coast of Nine Snake Island. Dozens of pirate ships are docked in the sea. Young Master, Marine has been in the Amazon Lily Kingdom for several days this time. A pirate reports to the phone bug. On the other side of the phone bug, Doflamingo chuckled. It seems that the woman from Nine Snake Island also has a Shishibukai quota, but that kid joined Marine not long ago, and jumped several levels. It seems that she is also a genius. However, what I like most is to kill geniuses in the cradle. Doflamingo smiled. Young Master, what about us this time? Go out and kill Marine and Amazon Lily. Hearing the inquiry, Doflamingo immediately gave orders. Yes. The pirates who used the phone bug to contact Doflamingo didn't know that Doflamingo had already regarded them as abandoned children. As a testing tool. On the side of Nine Snake Island, Empress Boa Hancock announced that Nine Snake Island agreed to be recruited and became a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Now that the goal is achieved, Aishu is also ready to leave. Just as Aishu was saying goodbye to Boa Hancock, the female warriors from Nine Snake Island quickly came in to report. Master Snake Princess, there are pirates attacking. Everyone was taken aback. Aishu is a bit strange. Hydra Island is located on the Com Belt. At this time, the pirates' ships basically rely on sail power, and these sail-powered ships can't move at all in Com Belt. In addition to this Com Belt, there are a lot of Sea Kings. It is very dangerous, and ordinary pirates regard this place as a Jedi. But now, not only pirates are attacking, but also Nine Snake Island can be found. This is a bit weird. But the Empress didn't think so much. Hearing that there were pirates attacking, he was furious. Respond to the enemy. Boa Hancock stood up abruptly and spoke. And she thought that these incoming pirates were coming for Shishibukai. After all, reaching a cooperation with the world government has too many benefits for most pirates. Don't say anything else. Just one item, legal robbery. That's enough to make most pirates jealous. Loot without fear of being wanted. It's just that once the Shishibukai is defeated, the identity of the Shishibukai will be automatically lost. And Boa Hancock actually has no objection to Shishibukai. After all, it is a bit tiring to take care of such a huge daughter island. And the Com Belt is the barrier. With the marine threat gone, Daughter's Island is basically free of external threats. But now since there are pirates coming here at this time, it is not surprising that the Empress thought that the other party was coming for Shishabukai's position. So Boa Hancock directly took the female warriors from Nine Snake Island to meet the enemy. Officer Aishu, what shall we do? Tashigi asked curiously. Now their task is complete. After all, their mission was to recruit the Shishibukai. So now I heard that there are pirates attacking and asked Aishu for his opinion. What else can I do? Go and see the situation. After all, a cooperation agreement has just been reached, and people are also on the island, so we can't stand by. Aishu spoke. I am also very curious about the reasons why these pirates attacked. The pirate who can break into the Com Belt and find Daughter Island is definitely not an ordinary pirate. Seaside. On the front of Nine Snake Island, dozens of pirate ships surrounded the port of Nine Snake Island. The pirates on the boat saw the female warrior on Nine Snake Island, and immediately let out a strange cry. When the Empress appeared, the pirate's strange cry became louder. The Empress's pet snake Sami compassed to form a mount. After Boa Hancock sat down, he looked coldly at the pirates surrounding Nine Snake Island. Zillalalo, Boa Hancock, I heard that a group of Marines have arrived on Nine Snakes Island, hand over the Marines. On the pirate ship surrounding Nine Snake Island, a tall and burly pirate with a long tongue hanging out of his mouth shouted. Do you dare to ask for a concubine? Boa Hancock was surprised when he heard that these pirates came for Marine. Boa Hancock, Marine's warship is still here, those pirates must still be there, hand them over to me. That's right, as a pirate, you actually cooperate with Marine. Yes, I heard that these Marines are here to recruit you to become Shishibukai. A group of pirates began to clamor crazily. Well, no one will blame me for anything I do, because my body is so beautiful. Looking up to the end, turned into looking down. Most of the attacking pirates had bright eyes. Oh, can you tell me, where did you find out about Shishibukai? At this moment, Aishu's voice sounded, the voice was not loud, and everyone could hear it clearly. Seeing the appearance of Aishu and Tashigi wearing marine costumes, many pirates' eyes lit up. The target appeared. Boa Hancock, it seems that you really cooperated with Marine. Some pirates yelled. Marine, let the leader come out, are you scared and hiding? That is, let your leading brat come out, Lao Zi will kill him. Chapter 56. The clamor of the pirates made all the Marines furious. Aishu is now the person they most respect and admire. And these pirates dare to underestimate them so much. It seems that their Marine has become a persimmon. UBD pirates, this is Commodore Aishu from our headquarters. A group of Marines retorted angrily. He ha ha ha, stop lying to us, how do you think we found this place? That's right, we planted our eyes and ears on Nine Snake Island. All the pirates laughed, looking very rampant. As soon as the Empress heard this, her face immediately became extremely ugly. Actually planted eyes and ears on Nine Snake Island. If it is not exposed this time, it will definitely become a huge hidden danger. No wonder this group of pirates came by such a coincidence. It seems that the traders on the island sent out the news from the island. Boa Hancock scanned the surrounding female warriors of Hydra Island with cold eyes. It seems that after this incident is over, the traitor must be found. At this moment, Aishu, who had an ugly face when he heard the pirates shouting, flashed. The next moment, a woman appeared on the spot grabbing a woman's neck. Is this the woman you're talking about? The woman caught by Aishu is a woman with a long neck and a big head. It looks very strange. Boa Hancock turned his head to look over, and then his face turned ugly. This woman was accidentally rescued from the pirate's knife when they were out at sea. Looking pitiful, he brought it back to Nine Snake Island. Unexpectedly, he was a traitor. BD, let my sister go. On a pirate ship opposite, a pirate with the same strange appearance roared angrily. Staring at Aishu, it seemed as if fire was about to burst out. Brother, this marine is very strong, be careful. The female pirate who was grabbed by the neck by Aishu was still reminding the opposite pirate at this moment. Aishu turned to look at Boa Hancock. See the murderous intent in the opponent's eyes. I probably knew in my heart that the other party had no intention of interrogating. Then he raised his hand, and the female pirate caught in his hand was thrown away. Like a cannonball, it flew towards the pirate ship in the distance. Boom! It was like a real cannonball hit the pirate ship. The pirate ship hit by the female pirate was directly broken through a stage gap. Younger sister. The pirate who had shouted for Aishu to let him go roared, and his voice sounded full of anger. His sister probably wouldn't survive the scene just now. A hole, attack me! The captain of the pirate ship who was furious drew out the knife from his waist and roared angrily. The other pirate ships also gave orders. Dozens of pirate ships approached the shore immediately. Boom boom boom. The sound of shelling also sounded directly. The shells fired from the pirate ship came towards the people on the shore. Marrow marrow mellow. Boa Hancock flew up directly, and directly displayed the ability of Devil Fruit. The shells flying in the air were directly petrified. Even the kinetic energy carried by firing from the artillery disappeared. It fell directly into the sea water. Meet the enemy. Boa Hancock crossed his hips, pointing at the pirates who were about to land on Nine Snakes Island. At this time, some master pirates jumped up from the pirate ship and landed towards the shore. Officer Aishu, us. Seeing the scene in front of him, Tashiji asked. Go and help. Aishu opened his mouth and received it. And the marines behind him rushed out immediately after hearing the order. The two sides fought directly on the coast. Boa Hancock looked at the big battle on the coast with an uneasy expression. The strength of this group of pirates is unexpectedly incomparable. A figure wearing tight overalls jumped up from the shore and rushed towards Boa Hancock. He, Laozi's bounty is also 73 million, which is a little lower than your 87 million. Why is Laozi not qualified to be a Shishibukai? For ordinary pirates. The privilege of Shishibukai has a great attraction for them. And the world government also sees the appeal of this privilege. That's why it is given that once the Shishibukai is defeated, then the Shishabukai's title will be automatically stripped. As for whether Shishabukai's position will be taken over by the defeated person next, that depends on the consideration of the world government. But the pirate couldn't think of such a sound. They only saw the great benefits of Shishibukai, but failed to see the dangers involved. Everyone shouted that Shishibukai is the lackey of the world government, but in fact, everyone is very jealous. And with the first shot towards Boa Hancock, the rest of the pirate captains also rushed out, targeting Aishu and Boa Hancock. And Aishu narrowed his eyes slightly. The pirates rushing towards him seemed very targeted. It seemed that the target was indeed him. The other pirate targets are Boa Hancock. Apparently the target may have been Shishabukai's location. Seeing the rushing pirate captains, conquerors burst out from Aishu's body. And Boa Hancock and he obviously thought of it together. The two released conquerors together, sweeping the entire beach. For a moment, the beach was completely quiet. Chapter 57. And those who can still wake up under the impact of the two conquerors are obviously not ordinary. Those Marine and Nine Snake Island female warriors who were deliberately avoided by Aishu and Boa Hancock had already started to deal with the unconscious pirates. A whole, it's conquerors. These pirates are obviously somewhat knowledgeable. A bounty of tens of millions is equivalent to a big pirate in this era. It can also be regarded as a pirate who has been mixed in New World. Strength and knowledge are not weak. At this time, seeing the Conqueror's haki displayed by the two, they obviously recognized this ability immediately. And what about conquerors? There's only 2 of them, shouted the captain of a pirate ship. The eyes of the others lit up. Yes, we have dozens of people, and they only have 2 people, can they still defeat us? Saying that, the captain of a pirate ship rushed towards Aishu. He raised his huge fist and slammed it down heavily on Aishu. On the fist, the armed color has been wrapped around it. Apparently a Grandmaster Armament Haki pirate. And more than 20 other pirate captains also jumped up and rushed towards Aishu directly. People here concentrate on dealing with Aishu. But the people dealing with Boa Hancock were obviously not so focused. Unlike those who attacked Aishu had an unknown purpose. These here are not so single-minded. In addition, after fighting the Empress, several people were petrified, and then kicked to pieces by the Empress. Obviously it can't be saved. In the rear, the people of Nine Snake Island and Marine were dealing with their subordinates. All of this made these people a little confused about what to do. At this moment, more than a dozen explosions sounded. The pirate who jumped up and jumped at Aishu was directly sent flying. With an ear-piercing sound of explosion, just like the undercover agent before, it crashed back onto the pirate ship with after-images. Knocked the pirate ship out of the big hole directly. As for the pirates who were treated as cannonballs, the fate is self-evident. The other pirate captains were stunned. They seem to be wrong. The strength of this opponent seems to be much stronger than they thought. One move, they can't take it. But Aishu didn't wait for these reaction times, and his figure flickered a few times. According to Aishu's current strength, those who are comparable to him may be able to fight him for a while. And as long as it is slightly weaker than him. That's almost a spike. It depends on whether he wants to. And now, Aishu has no time to spend much time with these pirates. And he also guessed that these pirates probably had some other purpose. However, Aishu didn't intend to delve into it. Shaving super speed. Aishu directly used a method that he had comprehended based on the 6 styles. The figure seemed to turn into dozens of figures in an instant. The next moment, all the captains of the pirate ships who attacked him were knocked to the ground by the hammer. Didn't even hit the ground. It is not the same as the power of knocking up and smashing through the pirate ship just now. However, the effect is the same. Hitting the fists of these people directly caused huge damage to the bodies of these pirates. Together with those pirates who besieged Boa Hancock, there are some pirates who are ready to turn around and escape. It was solved by Aishu in an instant. Unexpectedly, you actually hide your strength. Boa Hancock's eyes were full of astonishment. We are not considered enemies, so naturally we don't need ultimate moves. Aishu didn't give a detailed explanation. After saying something, he turned his head and looked at the pirate ship on the sea and the pirates lying on the shore. These are my meeting gifts. After becoming a Shishibukai, like a pirate hunter, you can hand over pirates with bounties to Marine to receive bounties. Now there are so many pirates here, this is not a small sum. For Boa Hancock, neither can be ignored. After all, Hydra is in the Calm Belt, although the location is considered very safe. But there is no way to make enough trade with the outside world. Now the pirates here add up, I am afraid there are hundreds of millions or even more than 1 billion Baileys. This is a lot of money, and it will make the entire 9 snakes better. So now the Empress looks at Aishu with more and more kind eyes. Originally, because Aishu broke the secret of the Tianxiang dragon's hoof behind her, the Empress's feelings for Aishu were a little inexplicable. At this time, Aishu casually gave these pirates to him. It made the Empress feel even more peculiar. At this time, the surrounding 9 Snake Island fighters saw Aishu's attack this time, which was much stronger than when he fought the Empress before. Only then did I know that Aishu didn't give his best. On the other hand, Tashigi and the Marines felt very proud when they saw Aishu showing off his power. As expected of their boss. After returning to the island, the next step is the repertoire of Pirate World. A grand banquet. At the banquet, Boa Hancock, who was sitting not far from Aishu, was also stunned by Aishu's appetite. However, the appetite of the strong is not small. In front of Boa Hancock, there were also a lot of barbecue and wine. At this time, the Empress has a feeling that she lost to you in the competition, but she has to beat you in terms of appetite. Chapter 58. Naval Headquarters. Aishu sent back news that the recruitment of King Boa Hancock of the Amazon Lily of Nine Snake Island has been completed. After reading the report sent by the herald just now, Sengoku handed it to the lamb next to him. Crane Vice Admiral watched this scene speechlessly. Feed the sheep by yourself before watching this? With little Aishu's strength, this shouldn't be too difficult. Even if he didn't see the report, Crane Vice Admiral could guess that this call-up was probably hands-on. Now that the recruitment is completed, it means that things are not difficult for Aishu. Well, that's fine, but the incident at East Blue has caused some turmoil within Marine. It seems that there are quite a few people who have contact with pirates. Sengoku's expression was a little bad. At this time, it was caused by Aishu. It is estimated that if Aishu comes back, it will make things more difficult. Crane Vice Admiral naturally recognized Sengoku's meaning. Immediately opened his mouth and followed Sengoku's meaning. According to what you mean, let this kid go to the Grand Line for a while. Sengoku asked. Crane Vice Admiral was speechless. Isn't that what you think? The other Marines have already been dispatched. Aishu, as the Commodore of the headquarters, naturally cannot be idle, and because he was promoted from a major to a Commodore in a short period of time, many people in the headquarters have some complaints. Crane Vice Admiral spoke. That's right, that's fine too. Sengoku spoke. In the office, on the other side, Garp, who was picking his nose, heard Sengoku and Tsuru Vice Admiral's few words to settle the matter, and he spoke immediately. Did you guys not find out about this old man, and you didn't even ask me for any opinions, did you? Garp, do you have a problem? Sengoku turned his head to look over, a hint of menace flickered in his eyes. No, the old man is just asking, since you have agreed, then the old man has no objection. Since you don't have any objections, you old guy should move around. Sengoku spoke. The scale of the raid on pirates this time is unprecedented. Naturally, the astonishingly powerful Garp cannot sit idle. Garp's face pulled down instantly. But it did not refuse. 9 Snake Island. Officer Aishu, the order from the headquarters tells you to leave directly from 9 Snake Island and go to the Grand Line. Next, there will be a task from the headquarters to clear up the pirates in the Grand Line. After receiving the news from the headquarters, Tashigi immediately reported to Aishu. And Aishu originally planned to return to the headquarters to rest for a while. But since there is such an order, Aishu does not intend to disobey it. Get ready all, straight from the comm belt to the Grand Line. Aishu directly gave the order. All the Marines were excited. The first half of the Grand Line is known as a paradise. Nature is a paradise for pirates. And there are a lot of pirates. Some of them are people who are not strong enough, have entered the Grand Line rashly from the 4 seas, and can only linger on their last breath. Of course, the most are those who have accumulated strength and annexed other pirate groups to expand their own influence and enhance their own strength. Finally, go to the New World. Following Aishu's farewell to the Empress, he took the warship directly to the first half of the Grand Line. And when they reached the first half of the Grand Line, they finally realized how peaceful the world is. After all, it is not easy to see pirates appearing in the 4 seas. As soon as he entered the Grand Line, before the basic terrain of the headquarters issued an order, he had already encountered several waves of pirates. And it's different from the pirates in the 4 seas. When the pirates here saw the marine ship, their first reaction was to attack. And Aishu was naturally rude, and directly sank these pirate ships into the bottom of the sea. This time Marine's siege of pirates lasted for several years. Although the number of pirates has decreased a lot. But the rest are the smarter ones. It's getting harder to catch. In these years, it seems that Marine has deliberately promoted it. Aishu's strength itself is also sufficient. Let Aishu's reputation spread thoroughly. And his position in Rear Admiral was promoted to Vice Admiral. Some people have even quietly spread that Aishu is a new generation of Marine heroes. And Aishu, who knew all this, naturally knew that someone was secretly promoting it. It is estimated that this is the approach of Sengoku et al. I want to make him a character like the Marine flag. Rumble. After the bombardment of the warship, the Marines on the warship stepped on the moonwalk and entered the island directly. See this scene. The Marines on the island nearly popped their eyeballs. Damn it, it's Marines Shura. Aishu's decision on the Blue Cat did not spread, but it was because of the simple and neat method that frightened the pirates that Aishu got such a title. Marine Shura is not only powerful in his own right. The strength of each of the Marines on the warships is not weak. Sir. Tashigi flew and landed in front of Aishu. Compared with a few years ago, Tashigi is clearly more mature. Also grew a lot taller. But in front of Aishu, he was still much lower. After receiving a stack of wanted warrants from Tashigi, Aishu looked down and flicked his hands. Fire Fist Ace. Chapter 59. Fire Fist Ace. Suspected Logia Maramara Fruit Ability User. A reward of 200 million is offered. There are already so many. Aishu's eyes flickered twice. Such a big pirate, he never heard anything from Marine. The 200 million big pirate, Marine needs to spread the news to Marine generals and officers. And now Aishu has offered a reward of 200 million, and Aishu still got the news from the pirates. It seems that the old man did something wrong. Aishu can think of suspects who can do this kind of thing in an instant. Nobody would do that except Garp. Don't you want me to know? Watching Aishu's surrender on the wanted notice, Aishu fell into deep thought. Sir, is there a question? No, you send someone to ask the headquarters, the location of this Fire Fist Ace. Tashigi was stunned for a moment, glanced at the arrest warrant, and immediately left with a salute to do what Aishu asked. This was the first time in Tashigi's memory that she, the officer, was interested in a reward order. As for the reward amount, and Logia, Tashigi followed Aishu and it is not unheard of. Not long ago, I also met someone who was playing with sand. If he hadn't reported Shishabukai's name in time, he would have been directly hammered to death by the chief. And after Aishu watched Tashigi leave, he looked at the island where the battle had come to an end. The pirates are estimated to have been solved almost. So he sat back on the deck chair on the bow of the warship. He closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Ace is out to sea, and it looks like it's been around for a while. In other words, if there is no accident with that guy Luffy, he is about to go to sea. It seems that the next time, the plot is about to begin. Aishu sighed. Originally, I thought about training my body and Haki during this period of time. Make both the body and Haki stronger, and with this alone, you can fight the real monsters in the sea. It can even defeat a group of monsters above the sea. But now it seems that it is impossible not to rely on the fruit ability. Absorb the fruit. It was the one he let his little pet swallow during his first mission. After he got it, he checked the Devil's Illustrated book and knew the name of the fruit. Paramecia Absorb Fruit. Allows the ability user to absorb part of external attacks and kinetic energy. At first, Aishu felt that this fruit could only be regarded as mediocre. But after his own calculation, this fruit may be one of the most terrifying fruits after awakening. In a sense, it can make him invincible. And the development of this fruit over the years is indeed as Aishu predicted before. And, having fully awakened the fruit ability, Aishu relied on his control over the body terror to get rid of the devil fruit that affected him. You have eaten devil fruit, your understanding is extraordinary, and the energy you comprehend absorbs. Your devil fruit has been successfully awakened, you have extraordinary comprehension, you have comprehended the rules of devil fruit's ability to operate, and you have completely mastered energy control. But now, Aishu has removed all the factors that affected the body after eating the stomach, thereby exerting the fruit ability. It is equivalent to his ability to prstut a paramecia for nothing. But not cursed by the sea. The ability to control energy is regarded by Aishu as the biggest trump card. But his current abilities are somewhat similar to those of the X-Men villain Sebastian that he had seen in his previous life. But the only difference is that Aishu's own strength is also extremely powerful. Whether it is thermal energy, kinetic energy, as long as it is energy, Aishu can absorb and fully control it. That's why Aishu felt that, in a sense, this was an invincible ability. But Aishu never forgot his identity. After mastering the ability to control energy, Aishu did not show it. Fighting against pirates does not apply this ability, but it can still be fully handled. After staying in Marine for a long time, Aishu almost forgot what will happen after that. No matter how much he hides his identity, he can't hide it. Aishu looked at Marine, who was cleaning the battlefield in the distance. Ironbins and his group were among them. More than half of the people in those training camps joined him. And many of the Marines under his command were transferred away because of meritorious service. I don't know if they will fight me in the future, or will they vote for me. Aishu thought in his heart, and a trace of curiosity flashed in his eyes. After cleaning the battlefield, Marine returned to the warship. Aishu directly ordered to go to the nearest Marine base to rest. And Naval Headquarters, the person in charge of sending the arrest warrants to the various ministries, received an inquiry from Tashigi. The sailors in the headquarters, who were still a little curious at first, heard that it was Aishu Rear Admiral who wanted to ask, and immediately remembered the advice of Vice Admiral Garp. I dare not say it clearly, I can only vaguely pass it. Immediately afterwards, Garp was notified, who was also sailing. Sure enough, I still can't hide it. Compared to back then, Garp, whose hair has become completely white, sighed a little. Chapter 60. But Garp thought Aishu would come to ask him. As a result, Aishu acted as if the incident had never happened. And Aishu's reaction made Garp's heart sink a lot. There was a faint feeling of bad premonition. Dress Rosa. Doflamingo smashed the table in front of him into pieces with a full face of anger. This BD, it's him again. The one who can make Doflamingo so angry is naturally Aishu. Although it was not intentional, many of the pirates that Aishu mopped up were underlings that Doflamingo had secretly restrained. The ambitious Doflamingo is not content to be a Shishibukai. What he wants to see is a more chaotic world. And those who helped him bring chaos to the world were repeatedly wiped out by a Marine. Doflamingo couldn't bear this kind of thing. Dover, this Marine. A man who looked like a slug wanted to persuade Doflamingo when he saw such a furious Doflamingo. Needless to say, this Marine has too much influence on us, we can't let it go like this anymore. Doflamingo naturally knew what his men were going to say. These words were still somewhat useful to Doflamingo in the past. After all, Doflamingo, who has been secretly following Aishu, knows how much Naval Headquarters attaches importance to Aishu. Such a pillar of the Marine may be an admiral candidate in the future. Doflamingo is actually not willing to provoke. After all, Shishibukai's identity is of great use to him for the time being. Once the Marine is attacked, at least Shishibukai's identity is estimated to be lost. And it's likely to provoke a violent reaction from Naval Headquarters. But now, Doflamingo couldn't help it. It's not in his character to not fight back after being beaten for so many years. Dover, maybe you can make a secret move. Seeing Doflamingo like this, the cotter of the Don Quixote family, Toribel suggested. Oh? Tell me. Doflamingo turned his head to look at Toribel, who looked like a slug, and asked curiously. Lead the other party here, and let him disappear into this world without a sound like this. Toribel pointed to the situation outside the window. And Doflamingo looked in the direction he pointed, and the scenery of an island like Dress Rosa appeared in his eyes. Dover, we have completely controlled the island now, as long as the other party enters the island rashly, he he he. Toribel let out a sneer. Well, that's fine too. Although now his own fruit has awakened, he is very confident in his own strength. However, I have collected a lot of data on Aishu in recent years. Know that the other party is not easy to mess with. And here to do it, the right time, place, and people. Everything was in his favor, how could he lose? Just do as you said, pass the news to this guy. Doflamingo ordered, and then his eyes fell on the other person in the room. How's the contact with Kaido? My lord, Kaido has agreed, but why do we have to make a deal with Kaido? These bastards seem to look down on us. Said Violet, who was the former princess of Dressrosa, daughter of King Riku, and now forced to join the Don Quixote family. Fufufo, there must be a power that can check and balance Marine a little bit. Doflamingo didn't explain too much. Boom. After the sound of shelling, the entire warship came alive. Aishu looked at the pirate ship in the distance strangely. After so many years, there was another pirate ship that dared to attack him. Dozens of figures from Marine directly jumped onto the pirate ship. Before long, the battle was over. Sir, it's settled. Aishu nodded. I thought I could give myself a little surprise, but it turned out to be a group of hardcore pirates. When the pirate captain was eliminated, the pirate ship mentioned that they bought weapons somewhere. Tashigi spoke suddenly and said something strange. See Aishu's eyes. The pirate captain said that they bought a lot of weapons in Dressrosa, so let's try the power of the weapons. Dressrosa. Aishu's eyes narrowed slightly. Others don't know what's going on, but he naturally knows. Now it has been occupied by Doflamingo and has been completely transformed into a huge factory. A large number of citizens were transformed into toy people and became part of a huge factory. Now that the news of Dressrosa suddenly appeared, Aishu understood it immediately. I'm afraid Brother Naming has some thoughts about him. However, this method is too rough. Aishu twitched the corner of his mouth. It seems that the tricks used by people in this world are always so simple. But is there any effect? Have to say, it works. Aishu definitely go to Dressrosa to check it out. See what this Doflamingo is up to. Also, the guy Doflamingo seems to know some big secrets that the celestial dragons are hiding. For this, Aishu is also a little interested. Chapter 61. Dressrosa. The land of love and passion and toys. Aishu's warship docked in the port of Dressrosa without causing any disturbance. In the port, there are several pirate ships docked. Aishu looked at the bustling port in front of him and sneered. Dressrosa did belong to the Don Quixote family 900 years ago. Later, after the Don Quixote family became the Celestial Dragons, the Likuang family became the new king. In a sense, for this kingdom, the Don Quixote patriarch is getting it back. Rather than conspiracy to seize. But these have no effect on Aishu. After all, these have nothing to do with the hostility between them. But a group of Marines who got off the boat with Aishu were stunned. Before this, they had never seen such a prosperous island. And all of this is based on the man-made devil fruit factory hidden in the dark of the island and the arms trade. Compared with this secret arms deal, it's a lot of money. On the bright side, it's just a cover-up. Sir, is there really an illegal transaction going on here? Tashigi couldn't believe it. As a girl, the romance and passion here are especially easy to touch a girl. Both Tashigi and Anne were infected by the environment here. The toy man who seems to have a will of his own is also very curious about this island. If they knew the truth, I don't know if it would still be like this. Aishu glanced at Tashigi. I'll find out when I check it out. Even if it's not there, I'll just give you a vacation. Oh! A group of Marines immediately cheered when they heard it. Just when Aishu was about to lead people to investigate, a group of people appeared in front of Aishu and others. A man wearing a red cloak and gladiator armor appeared in front of Aishu and others with a group of people. Marine, this is the territory of the 7 warlords of the sea. I hope you can be more honest. Diamante, the head of the Don Quixote family, looked at Aishu and said. We have obtained evidence that illegal arms trading activities are being carried out here. Tashigi opened his mouth to retort. Arms deal? Are these under your Marine's control? Diamante spoke. His complexion was a little unfriendly. Let Doflamingo come out and meet me. Aishu frowned and said. The young master is not currently in dress Rosa, but this island belongs to the 7 warlords of the sea and is under the protection of the world government. I hope you can abide by the rules here. Diamante spoke, and then left with a group of people. Tashigi looked a little bad. Sir, it seems that the people here are confident. 7 warlords of the sea is a partner personally identified by the world government. When the world government has not yet touched this relationship. So no matter what you do, you have certain immunity. Let's go, since we're here, things won't end so easily. Aishu led a group of marines to continue investigating on the island. The news was quickly received by Diamante, who had already rushed to the arena. And quickly passed to Doflamingo. Looks like this guy doesn't care much about Shishibuki's rules either. 1. Doflamingo sneered and said. Dover, do you want to continue to let them investigate here? If it really affects our factory, the loss outweighs the gain. Torrible spoke. There was some concern in his tone. Let the sugar go out. Doflamingo spoke up. Torrible hurriedly spoke to stop it. Dover, sugar is related to the operation of the entire factory and the stability of the entire country. If there is a problem, there may be a big problem on the entire island. Dover thought about it too. If there is a problem, the loss outweighs the gain. Then keep an eye on it, and split marine if you get the chance. Doflamingo spoke up. Among the islands, Aishu led a group of marines wandering around the island, looking for them without any clue. This also made Tashigi and a group of marines a little confused. Didn't Aishu find any clues this time? Sir, where should we begin our investigation now? Looking at it before, apart from the toy people that can be seen everywhere, there is really nothing unusual in other places. But there are too many toy people. Let Tashigi and the others subconsciously ignore this weird place. Don't worry, someone will lead us there soon. Aishu spoke. The mysterious expression on his face made Tashigi and his group stunned. Their parent officer, Shura of Marine. When did I play this tune? At this time, Aishu looked away from the huge toy paradise in the distance, and locked on a toy that was secretly staring at them at the entrance of an alley on the street. A toy soldier. Or a one-legged toy soldier. At this time, he was secretly watching them from the edge of the alley. Seeing Aishu's gaze, he turned around and left with a jump. Aishu narrowed his eyes slightly, and directly raised his heels up. Chapter 62. A short-legged toy soldier. Tashigi-an and Marine saw Aishu suddenly turn around, and they were all curious. Then I saw Aishu following a one-legged toy soldier. Toys like this are not common. Tashigi and others wonder why Aishu followed this toy soldier. As for Aishu, it has been confirmed that this toy soldier is the undefeated hero in the bullfighting arena 20 years ago. Cyrus. That is, the son-in-law of Dressrosa's former king, King Riku. Sure enough, the one-legged toy soldier brought Aishu and himself to the bullfighting arena. And the arrival of Marine directly made the whole arena noisy. Because sitting in the auditorium around now, many of them are pirates. At this time, I saw a large group of Marines suddenly entering, so I couldn't sit still. After all, many of these pirates entered New World from Paradise. But I have personally experienced the feeling of being chased by Marines in the park. And Aishu glanced at the group, and his eyes locked on the people who were participating in the competition in the arena. Rebecca. Wearing crude armor, a large area of skin was exposed. It's as if the movement is too big and it will disappear. But at this time, Rebecca, wearing such a costume, was fighting to the death with her opponent. Keep dodging the opponent's attack, looking for opportunities to counter. And Aishu looked at the toy soldier standing beside him at this time, and probably understood what it meant. Want to rescue Rebecca by yourself? However, after Rebecca participated in the competition, it seems that in order to get the Maramara fruit, she had to take the risk of joining the bullfighting arena. So what now? Aishu was rather curious. He took Marine directly to the stands, found an empty seat and sat down. Aishu focused his attention on the field. Now Rebecca should be using the technique known as backwater sword dance. It is a technique of avoiding the opponent's attack and waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Dressing like this is also for more unrestricted body activities. Coupled with the knowledge he has mastered, his strength is actually not bad. However, I have mastered observation haki at this time, and my qualifications are not bad. On the court, Rebecca struggled to defeat her opponent, dragging his tired body away. The toy soldier touched Aishu's leg. Aishu glanced at him, and then looked towards the field. Tashigi, you go to Boom and bring this little girl out. Good. Tashigi was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't refuse, and stood up directly to save his life. Knowing that Tashigi is going to challenge Rebecca, the person in charge of the arena has a glint of malice in his eyes. I thought Tashigi wanted to challenge Rebecca when she was tired after the battle. After returning to the rest area, which actually existed like a prison cell, Rebecca heard someone challenging her before she could catch her breath. And the gladiators in the bullfighting arena suddenly let out a strange laugh. Rebecca took a few deep breaths, ignored the laughter around her, grabbed the sword in her hand and walked towards the arena. It wasn't until Rebecca arrived at the arena that she saw the opponent in front of her. It's actually a Marine? Rebecca was a little puzzled. But she also has reasons for not wanting to lose. Draw the sword directly. Rebecca has talent, but did not experience more comprehensive training. In addition, there is still a gap in age and Tashigi, so the strength is naturally not small. After more than a dozen moves, the sword in Rebecca's hand was sent flying by Tashigi. Then, follow the rules of the arena. The loser is at the disposal of the winner. Mr. Soldier. Rebecca was very worried at first. But after being brought over by Tashigi, he saw the one-legged toy soldier directly, and his eyes immediately showed joy. The toy soldier avoided Rebecca's embrace, and then stood beside Aishu. And Rebecca's eyes locked on Aishu. Are you Marine? Didn't you already know that? Hearing Rebecca's tone, Aishu was a little puzzled. This is Officer Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral Aishu. Tashigi felt that Aishu was the pride of his Marines. Hearing the inquiry at this time, I proudly reported Aishu's name. Aishu. Rebecca was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Aishu in astonishment. There are quite a few pirates who come to dress Rosa to dock. And Aishu's reputation in the park is not small. Naturally, he is also a character often mentioned by pirates. Rebecca has heard such a name since she was a child. Shura of Marine. Real Justice. Titles such as those have been assigned to Aishu by pirates or others. Rebecca had also heard of it. At this moment, two eyes stared at Aishu with an expression of disbelief. It was as if characters from a fairy tale suddenly appeared in reality. Looks like you've heard my name. Aishu looked at Rebecca's expression and said. Well, I've heard that you never show mercy to pirates. Rebecca had some expectations in her heart. Now that the legendary Marine is here, is it to deal with the terrifying figure entrenched over dress Rosa? Chapter 63. Why did you come to the arena to be a gladiator? Aishu asked curiously. I want to become stronger. Although Mr. Soldier taught me how to become stronger, I know that only by going through real battles can I become stronger. Rebecca spoke. I'm going to kill Doflamingo. Just yourself, want to defeat a Shishibukai. Tashigi didn't know how to react to Rebecca after hearing Rebecca's words. It can only be said that this little girl is too naive. Each Shishibukai is the overlord of the sea. Not only its own strength is strong, but also very powerful forces. Just one person trying to beat Shishibukai is a joke. This kind of powerhouse, even if the whole world probably doesn't have many people. As if hearing the disbelief in Tashigi's words, Rebecca lowered her head. Because she can't even beat this female Marine. No matter what, one day I will take Dress Rosa back from Doflamingo. Rebecca spoke. Aishu's eyes fell on the one-legged toy soldier beside him. The expression of the toy soldier was inconclusive. But Aishu could sense the toy soldier's loss. Where's your father? Aishu asked suddenly. I don't know, he might be dead. In my memory, I don't remember the presence of my father. Rebecca spoke. The toy soldiers were even more disappointed. Your father is not dead, and has always been by your side, but you don't know it. Aishu didn't beat around the bush either, and pointed it out directly. Rebecca was stunned for a moment, and a trace of astonishment flashed in her eyes. But Rebecca is also considered smart, and immediately heard something from Aishu's words. His eyes fell on the one-legged toy soldier. In her memory, this Mr. Toy Soldier has always been by her side. How did this happen? How did he become a toy? Devil Fruit ability. Tashigi listened to Aishu's narration and understood what was going on. Apart from Devil Fruit, there is no other explanation for this result. Good, Devil Fruit. Aishu nodded, got up and walked out of the arena. Gladiators say that the loser can become the winner's possession. But taking it out is not that simple. Of course, all this is nothing to Aishu. Diamante didn't dare to act rashly at all. He could feel the strength of Aishu. He himself is not an opponent, so he naturally dare not appear in front of Aishu rashly. Children's interest fruit, the fruit eaten by the special cotter of the Donquixote family, sugar. As long as you touch a person or animal with your hand, you can turn it into a toy, and the memory of its existence will also be erased. Hearing Aishu's narration, Rebecca glanced at the toy soldiers aside from time to time. At this moment, she still couldn't see the toy soldier who grew up with her as her father. But she had already made up her mind. I will definitely defeat Granu and liberate all those who have been turned into toys by her. Rebecca shook hands and said. The toy soldier, Cyrus, is also looking forward to it. He took Aishu and the others around the island and finally crossed a long pontoon bridge. Little people. What appeared in front of Aishu and the others was really the little people of Rosa. The family that was enslaved by the Donquixote family more than 900 years ago, and was later liberated by the King Riku family after they became kings. And now, Doflamingo is back in charge of Rosa. Naturally, the little people cannot escape bad luck. This little human princess, known as the Donquixote family, and 500 other little people were taken away by the Donquixote family and worked as coolies in the factory. For this, the little human race will naturally not give up rescue. It's a pity that my strength is limited. I have no ability. However, with their extremely small size and extremely fast speed, these small humans are very suitable for inquiring about news. After hearing Tashigi tell the purpose of this trip, all the little people became excited. So, what kind of battle plan do you want to make? A Dongta tribe with transparent wings on its back flew in the air and asked curiously. Do you know where the sugar is? Aishu asked. I know, and our princess, they are all in that underground factory, and the people there have to work non-stop every day. A little human said with a hint of fear on his face. Then you can point out the direction, and we will leave it to us. Aishu spoke. We can also help. Since Suzuki can save everyone if he loses consciousness, then we can do it too. A Dongta tribe moved out a fruit with a strange shape. Chili, the special chili we bred, as long as she throws it into Granu's mouth, she will definitely lose consciousness immediately. Aishu looked at this group of Dongta people who were full of energy, and nodded. Nor did they reject their plans. Then go prepare. Aishu spoke. The Dongta tribe cheered and started to move immediately. Chapter 64. The battle plan set by the Dongta clan themselves. Aishu didn't ignore or refuse. After all, it doesn't matter to him. Since these little people want to help, let them act on their own. Aishu and the others didn't stay in the land of the little people for too long. It is estimated that there will be a big battle next, and it is the business to recharge your batteries. After returning to the main city of Rosa, Aishu took Rebecca and a group of marines to have a big meal. Rebecca was a little overwhelmed by Aishu's behavior. Since you want to make trouble for Doflamingo, why do you still appear in the city to eat like this? Seeing Rebecca's worry, Aishu laughed. That BD Doflamingo sent someone to lure me to Rosa, then there will definitely be actions in the future, just waiting, I just want to see what tricks Doflamingo can come up with. Aishu did not lower his voice. and the eyes of many people who were eating around had strong malice flashing through their eyes. Soon, the words of Aishu here reached Doflamingo's ears. Phew phew phew. It seems that this marine is very confident in himself. Doflamingo laughed, but the veins on his forehead jumped straight up. Dover, the people sent by Kaido haven't arrived yet. Torrible heard Doflamingo's anger now and reminded him. I know. Doflamingo snorted coldly. Doflamingo will not miss the ability to bring in 4 emperors as a foreign aid to share the pressure. At night. News directly from the Dongta tribe. Their side has already begun to prepare for action. And Aishu also set off directly, leading a group of marines directly towards the man-made devil fruit factory. After Doflamingo received the news, his anger could no longer be suppressed. Besides, there must be no problems with this factory. Otherwise, even if Marine doesn't move him, once he fails to deliver, that guy Kaido will not let him go. Thinking of this, Doflamingo led the people directly to the factory. Boom! A cotter of the Donquixote family who was eating a pacifier was kicked by Aishu and flew out. Life or death is unknown. But Aishu doesn't pay attention to such a small person. After entering the underground factory, a large number of toy people are busy all the time. There are also small people who are oppressed and squeezed. Seeing the scene in front of her, Rebecca covered her mouth, unable to believe that there is such a dark place in this country. Phew phew phew, Aishu, tell me, why do you want to court death? Doflamingo appears, and behind him, a group of Donquixote cotters appear. Doflamingo? Are you not in dress, Rosa? Aishu turned to Doflamingo, looked at his angry face, and replied lightly. Humph. Now that I'm here, I don't need to hide it. Doflamingo no longer intends to wait for the person Kaido photographed to come. I'm still not in dress, Rosa, now. When news of your accident spreads in the future, the blame will not fall on me. Doflamingo said proudly. Listening to Doflamingo's words, Aishu turned around and looked at another location. Come out, little mouse hiding in the dark. Aishu's voice sounded, and a burly figure came out from the darkness. Fergo. Glancing at the other party, Aishu's eyes fell on Doflamingo again. You thought you were sent undercover in the marine and no one knew? As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Doflamingo and Virgo became ugly. You know. Not only do I know, but the old men in the headquarters probably know about it. Of course, Aishu didn't know about these things, but then he said that he didn't break the law. It doesn't matter, as long as there is no evidence, no one dares to touch me. Doflamingo's complexion was uncertain for a while before he spoke. Yes, as long as you keep all of you here, then everything can be solved. Doflamingo seems to have figured it out. The eyes looking at Aishu are full of undisguised malice. Sir, this BD, are all Shishibukai such bastards? Tashigi looked at the countless toy people, knowing that these people are transformed from humans. Absolutely, this is a kind of torture. People like Tashigi and Bins have been working with Aishu all these years. Acting style and style are somewhat close to Aishu. Naturally, this kind of thing is very contemptuous. At this time, he spoke directly. Doflamingo, don't you fear Marine's punishment for doing such a thing here? Tashigi questioned. Phew phew phew, punishment? It seems that the Marines around you are really naive. Doflamingo froze for a moment, then laughed. The darkness inside Marine is 10,000 times darker than here. If you want to punish, it's not my turn. Besides, as long as you die here, there will be no proof. Marine also requires evidence. Doflamingo said proudly. Chapter 65. Looking around at him, Doflamingo raised his hands, and the meaning in his voice was indescribable. Besides, I used to be celestial dragons, and I have countless secrets of celestial dragons in my hands. What do you think the world government will do to me who was once a celestial dragon? Doflamingo chuckled, and there was pride and resentment in the laughter. The 3 celestial dragons exit one at a time. That's all for Aishu. After all, Aishu already knew Doflamingo's identity as celestial dragons. But Tashigi and the other marines changed their complexions drastically. Unexpectedly, this Shishibukai actually has such an identity behind the scenes. Celestial dragons are world nobles protected by the world government. Doing a lot of evil can still sit back and relax. Relying on one's own identity. Descendants of the original 20 kings. A group of cotters behind Doflamingo also laughed triumphantly. Doflamingo originally had the qualifications of a king. And there used to be celestial dragons. What can this group of marines do? Shoot! Take down this group of marines! Doflamingo raised his hand, and a strand of white silk thread appeared, stabbing towards Aishu. The Donquixote family cotters behind him heard Doflamingo's order and rushed towards marine behind Aishu. Diamante, dressed in red gladiator attire and a red cloak, rushed towards Rebecca with a long sword in his hand. Although Rebecca is very knowledgeable, her body is soft enough. Can make various strange postures to avoid attacks. But its own strength still has a considerable gap with Diamante. Shoot backwards! Ain jumped up, looking at the Donquixote family cotters rushing over, pink flames appeared on his fingers. The next moment, these pink flames were shot out like bullets. The strength of the Donquixote family cotters is generally not weak. Some are good at fruit abilities, and some are good at swordsmanship and physical skills. A figure emerged from the ground, it was Pika, one of the top cotters. As a result, before he could make a move, he was hit by a pink flame. Pika let out a scream, and then quickly appeared from the stone floor, her tall body shrinking rapidly. A moment later, under the gaze of everyone's astonishment, Pika, a strong man, turned into a child. Does Paramecia regress fruit? Doflamingo guessed the ability. As long as the ability user is defeated, the effect of the ability will disappear. From time to time, Doflamingo controlled the silk thread to attack Aishu. Even if you can see it, so what, it seems that the one called Granus is the same. Aishu spoke. Doflamingo's expression changed. He had obviously let Granus hide, but what was this uneasy feeling? And these marines now know the truth about these toys. Doflamingo is worried. Aishu was very relaxed. He didn't make a move right away. Shown now is a group of his men. But now, under the guidance of Aishu from time to time, this group of people has become much stronger over the years. The first is the two-color Haki, and then the sixth style. There is also the devil fruit that these people got by accident. Aishu will also give development advice. Originally, a group of cotters of the Doflamingo family looked at the marines wearing ordinary marine uniforms and thought they were just a group of miscellaneous soldiers. But when they fought, they found that this was not the case at all. Tashiji pulled out the famous sword Shijir in his hand, and a powerful aura unique to the swordsman made everyone look sideways. Tashiji, who made the shot, directly replaced Rebecca, who was already a little out of support, and blocked the sword in Diamante's hand. Both of you go help the Dongta clan. After blocking Diamante, Tashiji opened his mouth to remind. Rebecca knew that she was not Diamante's opponent now, and resignation flashed in her eyes. But I also knew that now was not the time to get entangled, so after nodding, I turned around and left with the toy soldier Cyrus. Army flag. Snake sword. As soon as he played against Tashiji, Diamante's expression became serious. As soon as they fight, they know that the female marine in front of them is not weak. Shijir, the famous sword in Tashiji's hand, turned around and pierced Diamante's right rib in a tricky direction. Use the flying fruit to turn the sword in your hand into a ribbon-like weapon. Switch back and forth between soft and firm, blocking the rain that stabs your ribs. Then a slash flew out from above Shiyu. Directly slashed Diamante, who couldn't dodge. Unexpectedly, there are so many strong men under your command. Doflamingo chuckled. Isn't it possible that you have gained such a great reputation over the years because of your subordinates? Doflamingo said, eyes hidden behind the toad mirror with a hint of suspicion. But you can control so many masters, you, the new marine hero, really have some skills. Marine hero. The smile on Aishu's face gradually subsided, looking at Doflamingo. It's really a pot that can't be opened. Garp captured one piece and was called a marine hero. I don't know who it is now, this is probably going to kill him. Chapter 66. Although Aishu actually doesn't care about this. But this feeling of being tripped by someone behind his back still made him a little uncomfortable. But Aishu is not without investigation. But where did this news come from? It is impossible to find out at all. Extreme fist bone thrust. Aishu, who was paddling with Doflamingo, suddenly appeared beside Doflamingo. The fist is covered with a terrifying Armament Haki, and it hits Doflamingo's chest. Boom! The fist hit Doflamingo's body. The next moment, Doflamingo's entire figure exploded into countless broken threads. In the distance, circles of silk threads surged above the ground, and the figure of Doflamingo emerged. At this time, Doflamingo's face was full of fear, and a drop of sweat hung on his face. The eyes behind the toad mirror fixed on the figure of Aishu. "UBD. I almost got punched to death by you." Doflamingo spoke, his tone full of malice. He was not talking nonsense. He could clearly feel the blow just now. If he was really hit, even if he didn't die, he would definitely lose his fighting power. Shadow Knight String. Another Doflamingo appears. When two Doflamingos stand together, most people really can't tell who is real and who is fake. However, if one has cultivated to a certain level, one can sense the breath of life around him. And this kind of line avatar, even if it is realistic, cannot have the breath of life. Bullet String. The two Doflamingo raised their hands, stretched out their index fingers, and the silk thread was fired from the index fingers, which was not weaker than any firearm. Doflamingo even punched through the bones of some masters with this move. Ding ding ding! The fired wire hit Aishu's body, making the sound of metal impact. Extreme Iron Body. Iron Body. Iron Body is indeed the most wonderful ability among the 6 styles. Incredibly powerful in the hands of some. But in the hands of some people, they can bury their own graves. But Aishu knows that this is different from each person's ability. With the strength of Garp's Iron Body, there should not be many people in this world who can penetrate the defense of this Iron Body. But just because Garp is powerful, doesn't mean Iron Body is powerful. Those who were so confident in the Iron Body, and then fell, were simply too confident in this move. But Aishu's Iron Body can't be said to have surpassed Garp. But after matching the armed color, at least it is not weaker than Garp's. The silk thread hit Aishu's body, making a crashing sound. Armament Haki has been wrapped around the silk thread, but Aishu's defense is still unable to break through. And the bigger Doflamingo is, the more uncertain he is. This Aishu seems to be stronger than he thought. And now it seems that, except for the opponent making a shot at the beginning, they basically didn't take the initiative to make another shot. Doflamingo rolled his eyes and looked at the distant battlefield. It was he who wanted to divide the battlefield before. Now he wants to bring the battlefield together again. Parasite String. As long as they can control a few marines, it might be of some help to the immediate situation. Let Doflamingo rise to the idea and just implement it. Doflamingo's body was punched again into countless silk threads. For a moment Doflamingo felt the threat of death. If it wasn't for the timely transfer, coupled with the awakening of the fruit ability, and the transfer of the real body, with this punch, it might really be over. UBD. There was anger in Doflamingo's eyes. The hands suddenly followed the ground. The ground, like water ripples, turned into a ground composed of countless silk threads. Here is your devil fruit factory, it seems you don't want it anymore. Aishu suddenly spoke. Doflamingo froze for a moment, but really stopped. Awaken the fruit ability here, then the factory might really be over. But I can help you. A black light flashed in Aishu's eyes. Conqueror's Haki is released directly. In the distance, Granu, who had just taken down the attacking Lilliputians and Rebecca, and turned into a toy man, let out a sigh of relief. The next moment, she felt a terrifying aura. And the target of this breath seems to be her. Granu rolled his eyes and fell on his back. Rebecca and the Tonta tribe, who were turned into toys, also recovered from the sugar coma. And the one-legged soldier on the side instantly turned into a tall one-legged man with a long sword on his back. Father! When Rebecca saw Cyrus, the erased memories reappeared in her mind. In the factory, everyone's toy figures were restored, and even their memories were instantly restored. Most of them are pirates who have been turned into toys. Sensible and aware of all this, the transformation of threads around Doflamingo began to accelerate. The fierce expression on his face could no longer be suppressed. Another Doflamingo crashed right through the top of the factory and leapt high above. Countless silk threads hang down from the sky, enveloping the entire dress Rosa. Chapter 67. Birdcage. A trick from Doflamingo. Sugar coma. Restoring the entire factory of toys is absolutely unacceptable to Doflamingo. As long as this happens, then appearance will now turn these people into toys again, and then put them into production. Otherwise, the transaction with Kaido will definitely not be completed on time. That Kaido guy won't tell you countless reasons. He will only hit him with a mace and hammer it down. Whether he can live or not depends on your life. Above the birdcage, countless silk threads hang down. And those who just recovered from the toy body, before they were happy, were parasitized by the parasite string hanging from the birdcage. Then one by one stood up and attacked Rebecca and Cyrus. And these people are still very conscious. But the body is not under their control at all. Rebecca and Cyrus retreated while fighting. Doflamingo noticed all this, and a gleam of pleasure flashed in his eyes. Under the giant birdcage, there are no survivors. The same goes for finding a place to start over after everything is settled. If you can get rid of the marine in front of you, then it's not impossible to continue here. The first thing to do is to get rid of the enemies in front of you. Doflamingo thought, then looked at Aishu. The next moment, Doflamingo froze. He saw that there was now a long sword in Aishu's hand. A poor quality long sword. Doflamingo remembered that this was the sword that the female gladiator was holding just now. Fufufo, let me see, do you want to cut my birdcage open with the sword in your hand? Doflamingo laughed, with a sneer on his face. The big move developed after the awakening ability can actually be cracked casually. The silk thread hanging from the birdcage is extremely tough. Rebecca looked at Aishu in astonishment. She didn't even notice when the sword in her hand disappeared. It was only when he swung the sword that he realized that the sword in his hand was gone. Aishu grasped the hilt of the sword and drew it upwards. The next moment, a slash with a strange color flew out, and instantly hit the core of birdcage in the sky. Birdcage is defeated. Doflamingo froze. Birdcage has lost its senses. Those who were controlled by the parasite string are now free again. A slash from wrapping conquerors around a weapon. Doflamingo's voice sounded. He also has conquerors. But the difficulty of conquerors winding is surprisingly high. He has not mastered this skill yet. Doflamingo dug his hands into the ground. The ground was quickly assimilated into white lines. Kanglang white line. Countless silk threads are like waves. Seeing that he was about to entangle Aishu. Boom! A pitch-black fist protruded from countless white threads. In the face of absolute power, everything is futile. 1,000 arrows piercing heart feathers strike line. Everything around becomes a white sight. Doflamingo's fruit awakening affects a huge range. Countless silk threads whose tips were hardened by armed colors stabbed towards Aishu. In the sky, it seems to form the wings of a flamingo. And Doflamingo didn't hold out much hope for the blow. He wants to use this time to use the next big move. 16 holy bullets, divine killing. This is the strongest killer move created after the awakening of the Doflamingo fruit. When everything was ready, his eyes fell on Aishu below. The last attack didn't even damage his clothes. Accept it. The high-density armed white thread composed of 16 countless silk threads stabbed towards Aishu with unparalleled power. As if to completely penetrate Aishu. Fist bone beating. The next moment, the big move that Doflamingo placed high hopes on was directly shattered. A figure appeared in front of him, and a bright fist hit Doflamingo's face in an instant. Boom! The whole person was directly blasted into the ground. Those buildings that were assimilated into silk threads also returned to normal. And Doflamingo's other subordinates were also completely defeated. The underground factories have also disappeared. Many pirates who had just transformed from toys saw a terrifying marine like Aishu when they opened their eyes, and they were so frightened that they quietly ran away. But it's what interests Aishu the most. Or some secrets collected by Doflamingo. Aishu didn't expect that Doflamingo would really put such an important secret here so grandly. Is this to prove to the world government that you really have mastered these things? Just glanced around, and Aishu's eyes became serious. Doflamingo's father gave up his celestial dragon's identity, and it seems that he didn't just dislike celestial dragons. Collect all the information in front of you. These things are useful, but not enough. The world looks very lively. But in fact, under the oppression of the celestial dragons for 800 years, everyone has become numb. These are not enough to start a real revolution. He needs more. Chapter 68. Naval Headquarters. The news that Aishu suddenly changed to dress Rosa in the park actually caused a lot of trouble in the headquarters. However, the headquarters also feels that Doflamingo has gone too far over the years. Trafficking in arms, trafficking in human slaves. Anyway, it is selling everything of value. After becoming a Shishibukai, things become even more unscrupulous. And these also made Marine very unhappy. However, the world government didn't seem to be able to see it, and even ordered the Marine side not to act casually. So Aishu suddenly changed the channel, and the idea of the department is to let Aishu teach that BD Doflamingo a lesson, so that he can restrain himself a little. In the end, who would have thought that Aishu could make such a big commotion? Take Doflamingo directly. Directly captured the Shishibukai certified by the world government. This is not something to talk about. But when Sengoku and others saw the news from Dressrosa, they were all angry. It was originally thought that even if Doflamingo secretly resells arms, provokes disputes in other countries, and then makes some war money. In terms of human trafficking, in fact, many forces are doing it, which even Marine cannot stop now. But what did the BD Doflamingo do? Artificial devil fruit? And already made a deal with that BD Kaido. This is no small matter. Even the person sent by the world government to question him couldn't hold back when he saw that Doflamingo was dealing with Kaido in the dark. However, after seeing the man-made devil fruit technology mastered by Doflamingo, the world government became interested. Before Doflamingo was transported back to the headquarters for trial, he was directly intercepted by the world government and sent directly to Impel Down. At the same time, most of the things sent back were packed away by the world government. These bastards! Sengoku slapped the table hard. I am very displeased with this cut-off of world government. The world government has been doing these things all the time. The Vegapunk guy was the first to discover the devil factor, which is what devil fruit can use. Crane Vice Admiral looked at Sengoku and spoke. This time Doflamingo's technology is estimated to come from here. You're right. The guy who worked for this guy this time is a former member of the world government science class, the second-ranked M guy S.A. Brown. Sengoku heard Tsuru Vice Admiral's speculation and felt that it was not a secret, so he spoke. No wonder, this guy is known as an authority on weapons of mass destruction. Later, he seemed to be wanted by the world government because of the explosion. Unexpectedly, he actually worked for Doflamingo. Crane Vice Admiral nodded. But this guy sees the opportunity quickly, and now I don't know where he has gone. Sengoku sighed. If this kind of character can be under Marine's command, it will also help Marine. Also, regarding the riots in Dressrosa, Aishu meant to appease rather than suppress. After all, that guy Doflamingo did too much this time. Hearing Tsuru Vice Admiral's words, Sengoku nodded. At this point, let's do what Aishu said, but this guy is too troublesome, especially this time. Although the world government didn't say anything, it's better for Aishu to be quiet for a while. Well, that's fine, it's fine if you can disappear before the eyes of those people from the world government. Crane Vice Admiral nodded. And Dressrosa, Aishu's warship is leaving the port. King Liku, Cyrus, and Rebecca are expressing their thanks to Aishu loudly on the shore. Sir, where are we going next? Tashigi asked curiously. You guys go back to the headquarters, your credit is enough for you to continue to be promoted, I still have something to do. Aishu naturally received an order from Sengoku to be quiet for a while. Aishu has no resistance to this. When passing Com Belt, another arrest warrant was sent to Aishu. Luffy. After all, this guy went to sea. 20 million Baileys is still a small shrimp. Throw the wanted warrant to Tashigi. When the warship left Com Belt, Aishu left by himself in a small boat. Tashigi and others watched Aishu leave. Where are you going, sir? For South Blue, I don't know. A group of people shook their heads. But this time it should be caused by Doflamingo, isn't he just a pirate? Those are not ordinary pirates, but celestial dragons. It's the former celestial dragons. As the group spoke, the warship turned and returned to naval headquarters. Baithrilla. Rouge is grabbing a water jug to water the flowers in the yard. His face was full of peace. She has been paying attention to the outside world. I am very concerned about the whereabouts of Aishu and Ace. Rouge is already very satisfied to see the news of the two children. At this moment, Rouge saw a figure out of the corner of his eye. Looking over in a blink of an eye, I saw a tall young man with short hair standing not far away. Mom, long time no see. Chapter 69. Baithrilla Island. It's been a long time since the last Dress Rosa incident. But Aishu is quite satisfied with the present life. This kind of peaceful life is like Kyoka Suijutsu in this pirate world. Today's Aishu is as usual, lying in the sun in the morning while the sun is not dazzling. Then I heard some panicked footsteps. And Aishu naturally recognized the sound of Rouge's footsteps. When I opened my eyes, I saw Rouge running over in panic. Aishu, Ace has been caught. The peaceful Rouge in the past is gone, and now her face is full of panic. Don't panic, sit down first. Aishu stood up, then pressed Rouge to sit on the seat he had just now, then took the newspaper from Rouge's hand, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Even if he taught Aishu some tricks in advance, this Ace was still defeated by Blackbeard and handed over to the world government. And, Whitebeard's 2nd Division captain. The corner of Aishu's mouth twitched. Stupid Odaudo. Aishu looked at the newspaper in his hand. Not much information was revealed. It's just that the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd team was arrested and will be publicly executed at naval headquarters next. He couldn't pretend that he couldn't see this matter. Aishu, Ace Rouge's face is full of worry. Don't worry, Ace will be fine, I'll go out for a while. Aishu, you have to be careful, if it doesn't work, just give up. Seeing Aishu turn around, Rouge stood up and stretched out his hand to warn him. Okay, rescuing Ace is just a small matter. Aishu said, and walked outside. After leaving, Aishu directly found out a phone bug. Entrusted by Aishu, the phone bug woke up from his sleep. Afterwards, Aishu dialed Garp's phone number. Soon after, the other end of the phone bug was connected. The image of the phone bug has also changed into that of an old man with drooping eyebrows. It's me, Aishu. I know, it's because of Ace. Garp's voice was muffled. Well, you should understand that I'm not going to stand by. Wait, let me think of a way first. Garp spoke up. You know, Ace's identity. Aishu directly pointed out the most critical part here. That is the identity of the son of Ace One Piece. When One Piece died, the era of sailing began. Countless pirates went on and on. Marine was powerless to stop it. Now that the son of One Piece has been caught, if the public execution may curb the momentum a little bit, it will be considered a big profit. What's more, Marine is too greedy. They want more from 203. Garp fell silent. Aishu hung up the bug. Marine Ford. At this time naval headquarters has been completely martial law. A large number of Marines are in a hurry to act and be on guard in the headquarters. Oh, Changi can't get in touch no matter what. The group of Tashigi is a little speechless now. Their boss can't be contacted at all now. Now it's clear that Marine is going to make a big move. People like Tashigi still want to show off and earn some military merit. Sister, why is the headquarters under martial law this time? Isn't it the captain of a 2nd team from Whitebeard? A marine looked at Tashigi strangely and asked. I don't know, but since the headquarters is so alert, there must be a basis for it. Maybe Marine will start a full-scale war with Whitebeard. Tashigi said, then looked at a group of Marines behind him. It was said that I didn't remind you, when the real war starts, you should try to avoid running to the place where the strong fight each other. Tashigi gave a warning and started patrolling with a group of Marines. Ordinary Marines don't know Ace's true identity. But Marines' top management knows it all. After all, not long after Ace went to sea, the bounty rose sharply. It is also a person with the ability of Logia fruit. In addition, he has not been a pirate for long, so he is naturally a backup candidate for world government Shishibukai. However, Ace directly rejected it. But the world government discovered a big secret when they were investigating about Ace. This Ace is actually the son of Roger, the Pirate King. He even became the godson of Whitebeard and the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Regiment. As for Ace's identity, Whitebeard has worked hard to get further confirmation. So, after Blackbeard handed over the Ace captured to the world government this time, it gained great benefits. Among them is the identity of Shishibukai. As for Marine, after obtaining Ace and confirming Ace's true identity, he immediately decided to execute the execution publicly. Public executions are just a trap. And Marine's real target is one of the 4 emperors, the man who claims to be the strongest. Whitebeard. Of course, if you can't take down Whitebeard, it's not bad to punish Ace. This is what the world government and Marine intend. Marshal's office. Sengoku, when that BD Roger died, Ace wasn't born yet. Garp slapped the table in front of Sengoku. Snapped. Sengoku is not to be outdone. Garp, you BD, as a Marine, you secretly raised Roger's child, and now you're begging for mercy. Sengoku stared at Garp, who was blowing his beard and staring. Do you think celestial dragons or world government will let Ace, the blood of One Piece? Sengoku said with a snort. Garp froze, feeling a little helpless. He knew that the world government would not let Ace go. If you take Whitebeard. Garp spoke up. Impossible, even if Whitebeard is taken down, Gordy Ace will already be executed. Sengoku said in a deep voice. This public execution, no matter what the result is, this Ace must die. Here's the bottom line. Marshal Sengoku, news from the New World has been received. The herald broke open the door and rushed in, and then saw Sengoku and Garp blowing their beards and staring, and immediately swallowed. What's the matter? Sengoku waited for Garp to hum softly before asking. Marshal Sengoku, the Whitebeard pirates are dispatched on a large scale, and their whereabouts are unknown. The herald reported the news received honestly. Missing? Sengoku snorted. At this time, there is still a large-scale operation, and there is nothing missing. They have one and only one goal. That is naval headquarters. Order each branch to implement the transfer order issued earlier, and each branch supports the headquarters. Sengoku ordered in a low voice. Yes. The herald immediately took the order and went down to deliver the order. Garp, I hope you don't do other things in the future, you now, go to advance and bring Ace to the headquarters. Garp was taken aback for a moment, and looked at Sengoku with an unkind expression. Humph, if you have anything to say, tell Ace as soon as possible, there will be no chance in the future. Seeing Garp's eyes, Sengoku roared. After yelling, Sengoku thought of something again, and suddenly spoke. Also, why hasn't there been any news about that boy Aishu? Sengoku's expression was a little bad, and his eyes glanced at Garp a few times. Although there was a bad guess in his mind, Sengoku didn't ask. Garp twitched the corners of his mouth in embarrassment, and he was not in the mood to laugh. But I don't know how to alleviate the embarrassment now. After leaving the marshal's office, Garp's expression became bitter. Things are not easy this time. It's not just about Ace. The meaning of the phone bug that Aishu called before is very obvious. That is to say, Ace must be guaranteed. And Aishu's strength, now even Garp is not sure. And according to Garp's understanding, Aishu has never shown his true strength in front of outsiders. In other words, it will subconsciously hide part of its strength. These two are brothers, and they will definitely fight with all their strength. This time, Aishu may cause a big mess. Garp now even wants to rush to the end and release Ace directly. But decades of marine career have prevented Garp from doing this kind of thing. Melancholy and pain. And that BD Luffy, with the relationship between them, if that little BD Luffy knows about Ace, he will definitely come too. Thinking of this, I slapped my forehead. All he wanted to do now was to hit his head on the ground and pass out. Pity. Can't get dizzy at all. Garp walked silently towards the port. Along the way, the entire naval headquarters is rapidly building a real military fortress. Looks like this Sengoku guy really wants to wreak havoc on Whitebeard. If this battle fails, Sengoku's marshal probably won't be able to do it. Thinking in his heart, Garp boarded the warship and went directly to Impel Down. Taking out the order to detain the prisoner, Advk, to Magellan, Garp went straight to the deeper prison. Look at the order in your hand. Magellan looked a little bad. Director, Empress Boa Hancock is meeting Ace on the 6th floor at this time, this is not allowed. Someone reminded. That's Shishibukai, a senior cooperator of the world government, with this qualification. After Magellan finished speaking, he immediately opened his mouth to give orders. Go, call that BD Hanyabal right away and tell him to bring Boa Hancock out to me. At this time, the 6th floor. The deputy director Hanyabal who brought Boa Hancock to Ace has been petrified. Boa Hancock ignored the roars around him and looked at Ace who was sitting in the prison. Is it you, my lord's brother? Boa Hancock looked at Ace, who was sitting slumped in a ball, with a somewhat disdainful tone. How can this look be compared with the high-spirited master Aishu? Aishu. On the other side, a simple and honest voice sounded. The old man has heard of it. It is said that he is the fastest promoted young talent in naval headquarters these years. It was the former Shishibukai, the Murloc Jinbei, who spoke. Fufufo, that BD is not easy to mess with. Wait a minute, that guy and this guy are brothers, it's really interesting. Doflamingo, what do you know? Crocodile, it's none of your business. At this moment, Ace, who had kept his head down, raised his head and glanced at Boa Hancock. What are you talking about? I don't understand, I don't have any brothers. Ace spoke. Just when Hancock was about to speak, his complexion changed suddenly and he raised his hand. Aside already. The petrified Hanyabal quickly returned to normal. And he didn't know that he had been petrified once. Hey, this is Fire Fist Ace, captain of the Whitebeard Taifun Regiment's 2nd Squad, and the reward is 550 million. Deputy Director, the director asked you to take people out quickly. Someone is too high-handed to lead the prisoner. If you are found out, you can only become a little jailer. Hanyabal was taken aback for a moment, and he didn't care. But when he heard that he was going to be demoted and become a jailer, his complexion changed drastically. And Boa Hancock didn't come looking for something, he took a deep look at Ace, turned around and walked out. Doflamingo, who had just been caught pushing into the unhurried, smiled. Fufufo, this world is so interesting. Unexpectedly, I can see such a good show in Impel Down. But obviously no one wants to talk to him anymore. Knowing that Garp brought people down and took Ace out directly, Doflamingo still looked like he was watching the show. In the sky above Impel Down, a figure suddenly appeared. This place is no stranger to Aishu. After all, the pirates who have been sent here by hand over the years are as many as 800 or 1000. There are also many runs. However, the depths of Impel Down did not come in much. And this time, it would be best if Ace could be taken away in advance. If it doesn't work, I'm about to save some energy for my fruit ability. After all, with Aishu's current fruit ability, as long as he is not killed instantly, the power that hit him will be absorbed by him and stored in his body. And these stored energies can be used by him. And with his current strength, it is estimated that there are not many who can defeat him. Not to mention being able to kill him instantly. It simply doesn't exist in this world. Such things as energy, in addition to being absorbed when fighting, can also absorb the power of some enemies who have lost the ability to resist. Aishu is high in the sky, and his figure changes slowly, as if he has become a translucent energy life. Surrounded by misty blue mist, above the body, under the blue light, one after another pale golden lines swim back and forth. This is one application method of energy fruit. Completely transforming oneself into energy, the current Aishu, it is not wrong to say that he is an energy life. And in this form, he is quite different from ordinary life forms. Aishu fell onto the wall, advancing into the periphery. After the patrolling jailer scanned it, he thought he had read it wrong, and then scanned it again, but found nothing unusual. An Aishu's figure has sunk into the thick wall. There may be a big battle next. Before the big fight started, Aishu decided to absorb some of the energy of these criminals and impel down. But after reaching the first floor, the quality of criminals in this tier is terrible. It's just too bad to look at. After letting go of the knowledge color, Aishu didn't find Buggy the Clown. Looks like that guy Luffy is here too. Aishu guessed in his heart, and his body sank directly into the ground. Go straight to the second level of Wild Beast Hell and impel down. As soon as he arrived at this floor, Jian Wen's felt several relatively powerful auras. As for the pirates on this level, they directly became the jailer's food. Aishu sensed the location of the powerful aura in this layer, and leaned directly towards it. Before he got there, he heard screams, the sound of whipping, and the silence of people. There is also a string of less harmonious voices. I am City-chan who likes to torture, screaming, howling, When the figure of Aishu appeared, he also saw the situation in front of him. Sati, who is in charge of the 4 jailer beasts in the 4th floor, warden of the large submarine prison, has actually reached the 2nd floor. Who? Aishu didn't deliberately hide her figure. That strange appearance that looks like a naked person is extremely eye-catching. City-chan, who retracted his whip, turned his head and saw Aishu, and was taken aback. Then he directly commanded the 2 snot-nosed jailer beasts to rush towards Aishu. This kind of jailer beast is a person who failed to awaken after using the Zoan fruit. It has a strong body that is almost immortal, and an IQ that is almost non-existent. I don't know how Sati controls these jailer beasts. But it doesn't matter to Aishu. The blue figure brought a string of blue light curtains, and arrived in front of Sati in an instant. Surprised, Sati blocked the whip in front of her chest and looked at Aishu warily. And Aishu leaned forward, as if wanting to hold Sati in his arms. Sati was startled. Before she knew it, her hands and feet were bound by her own sea stone chains. Chapter 70. There are also the remaining 2 mindless jailer beasts, and the 3 beasts on the 2nd floor. Aishu didn't let go of all of them. City-chan felt that the power in his body was disappearing at full speed. The feeling of her body being hollowed out made her moan uncontrollably. After throwing Sathi and several jailer beasts together, Aishu continued to go deeper. The pirates imprisoned in starvation hell on the 3rd floor are basically all with a bounty of more than 50 million. Regardless of whether it is a fruit ability user or not, its strength is not bad. In addition, there is nothing to eat here, and the scorching breath has already passed up from the 4th floor. This makes people at this level basically half dead. This saves Aishu trouble. It directly swept across the entire 3rd floor. Next is the 4th layer. But the blazing hell on the 4th floor is not a good place either. Basically, it belongs to the headquarters of the defenders who have been promoted. The granary, the kitchen, and the warden's office are all on this floor. The temperature in this whole layer is very high. When Aishu had just rushed to this floor, the alarm sounded on the entire floor. Advancing into the deputy warden, Domino routinely checked the monitoring room, and then discovered the weirdness on the 2nd and 3rd floors. So he led people directly into the 2nd floor. City-chan and several jailer beasts were soon found piled together. Yeah, happy. Seeing the person coming, City-chan wriggled on the ground and hummed softly from time to time, making the eyes of all the jailers behind Domino shine. BD, hurry up and untie him. Domino cursed, and after waiting for City-chan to be untied, Domino directly asked what happened. City-chan doesn't know either. I just know it's a figure covered in blue, who overwhelmed him in an instant. Sadie couldn't tell why. As for those jailer beasts, it is even more impossible to say clearly. They can't even speak. Domino frowned and led Sadie-chan and other guards directly to the third floor. Then the situation is almost exactly the same as the second floor. All the prisoners and jailers locked up on this floor felt as if they had been hollowed out. There is a ghost, it's a ghost, a blue ghost, it must be that I killed too many people back then, come to me and ask for my life. Some pirates were about to collapse in this environment, but now they collapse directly. When returning to the fourth floor, Domino was about to report to the warden, only to find that the fourth floor seemed to have encountered the same situation as the upper floor. Sadie's eyes were wary. The whip in his hand has already covered the armed color. Seeing Sati like this, Domino also became alert. At this moment, a blue figure instantly appeared behind Domino. In the next moment, Domino felt his power disappearing rapidly. Disappearing with the disappearing power is a clear consciousness. Domino fell into a coma. Sati turned her head suddenly, and threw the whip in her hand, directly passing through Aishu's body, but did not cause the slightest damage. Sati blinked a few times with her eyes covered by bangs, and saw the blue figure approaching her. Before he could push 2 steps, he made the same mistake again. His strength quickly disappeared. Afterwards, Aishu turned to look at several jailers. Seeing the blue figure looking over, these prison guards thought they were smart, and gave themselves a hit, and then fell into a coma. And Aishu didn't stay too long on the 4th floor. The sound of sirens on this floor must have alarmed the entire Impel Down. It seems to be speeding up. The figure of Aishu appeared directly on the 5th floor. On the 5th floor, Luffy, who had faced Magellan, the prison warden of Impel Down, was almost killed by Magellan's poison. As soon as he reached this floor, Aishu sensed the existence of Luffy with his knowledge. It can even feel that Luffy's situation is not good. S.E. King Ivankov looked at Luffy, whose complexion had changed, and frowned helplessly. My treatment can only go so far, and the next thing is to see if he can survive. Ivankov doesn't know Luffy's identity yet. Otherwise, his revolutionary army will definitely do everything possible to rescue their leader's son. At this time, there are Mr. 3 and Mr. 2 Xiaofeng with dejected faces, as well as the clown Buggy, who can see the conspiracy from his face. A whole, Laozi almost became the first person in the world to escape from Impel Down safely. The clown Buggy looked at Luffy lying on the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead, and cursed in his heart. He hid his fruit ability and was thrown to the 1st floor. With the help of the fruit ability, he escaped from the 1st floor. Next, just be careful to avoid the tight defense not far away. Then you can escape from the Impel Down. But after meeting the Straw Hat Luffy, the clown Buggy himself was taken all the way from the 1st floor to the 5.5th floor. If he hadn't met the warden of Impel Down before, he would have escaped with Mr. 3. However, Magellan's strength scared the clown Buggy a lot. Don't dare to go out now. At least wait for the Straw Hat Luffy to wake up, so that there will be an extra back pad. Just when Buggy fell into fantasy, a blue light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. Who? Buggy growled subconsciously. Then he saw the blue figure in front of him clearly, his eyes were full of shock. Boat captain. The clown Buggy stammered. At this time, Aishu directly used the manipulation of energy to transform himself into the appearance of his cheap father. No wonder Buggy the clown admits his mistake. Clown Buggy swallowed, and subconsciously took 2 steps back. And the others retreated warily. Aishu glanced at the others, and then his eyes fell on Luffy. His body was deeply poisoned. But Luffy has a special physique. Aishu raised his hand and shot out a burst of energy that landed on Luffy. The next moment, Luffy suddenly sat up under the astonished eyes of everyone. It hurts so much, so hungry. The pain in the body and the hunger in the stomach made Luffy not know which one to talk about first. Soon, the food was brought up. When Luffy saw the food, it was like seeing a relative. After swallowing all the food, Luffy stretched his body. Totally revived. I'm going to rescue Ace, let's go, the 6th floor. Luffy yelled. Wait a minute, Straw Hat, Ace has been taken out of Impel Down. Ivankov spoke. If you are here to rescue Ace Boy, then you are late, he has been taken out for a long time. Luffy froze for a moment. Perhaps he has been executed by now. The clown buggy at the side glanced at Aishu, and found that the blue figure had no image at all. I thought I was dazzled just now. I don't know who you are, but I thank you, but now I'm going to save Ace, and I will thank you after saving Ace. Luffy looked at Aishu who was floating aside, and said something. And Buggy the Clown has been waiting for this moment. Directly an MR3 followed behind Luffy. Ivankov and the others were also taken aback, and did not intend to follow. After taking a look, Aishu knew that he had made a move this time. But without these people of Impel Down, it is not difficult for him to solve this matter now. Aishu followed directly behind Luffy and others. With Aishu's underhanded intervention, Luffy's return to advance into an amazingly smooth entrance this time. Originally, even the jailers and prisoners on the upper floors were dealt with by him. Even Magellan came out of the toilet immediately after receiving the news, but was a step too late. All I saw was a warship moving away quickly. Immediately tell the Gate of Justice that some pirates may want to sneak through the Gate of Justice and let them identify themselves. Magellan gave the order, and returned to Impel Down. Then I was stunned by the situation in Impel Down. On the warship leaving Impel Down, Luffy sat on the bow, watching the direction of progress. Is this the direction to Marineford? What? Buggy the Clown was taken aback for a moment, and then his eyes almost popped out. You said, this is going to Marineford. The next moment, the clown buggy was in a hurry. No, I want to disembark, this is to die. Seeing the appearance of Buggy the Clown, Luffy didn't react much, and looked at Aishu who was floating aside. Thank you this time, when I rescue Ace, I will definitely treat you to a good meal. Luffy pressed the hat on his head with one hand and said with a smile. In this way, when Aishu's iron fist of love is about to move. After Aishu directly destroyed the door of justice so that it could no longer be closed, the group went directly to Mafansu on a warship. At this time, the entire Marineford has become a huge battlefield. Many people on the battlefield can be called the top powerhouses in this world. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is the tall figure standing on the bow of the Moby DK. Leaning on Kong Yunki, the strongest man in the world with his eyes on the entire battlefield. Whitebeard. Edward Newgate. And his eyes swept across the battlefield, and finally settled on Ace on the execution platform. Ace, here to save you. Aishu had tears in her eyes, but she didn't know how to speak. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates stepped on the frozen sea and headed towards the execution platform. Marine, on the other hand, has already gone all out. Marine elites gathered in large numbers. At this time, directly facing the members of the Whitebeard regiment, occupying the right time and place, they have the upper hand at this time. The battlefield fell into a stalemate in an instant. At this moment, a huge blue slash came towards Whitebeard. The huge slash cut deep cracks in the extremely thick ice surface. The captain of the third team, Diamond Kiazi, was wearing a diamond armor half his body, and stopped the slashing attack from the world's #1 swordsman. Hawkeye, who made a shot once, withdrew the black knife, feeling a little bored. There are only 4 Shishibukai left, he. Gecko Moria, who once fought against Kaido head-to-head, now only dares to stand in the terrifying 3-kneeling sailboat, said with a smile. 0, ask for flowers. Unfortunately, there was no fanfare. Bears have been modified to some extent. At this moment, the Empress's eyes were frantically sweeping, and Xia looked for a certain figure she wanted to see. And Hawkeye was originally a stuffy jar. Gecko Moria, who didn't get a response, was a little annoyed. Looking at the huge figure nearly 400 meters high in the distance, his eyes are full of greed. If the body of this big guy can be collected, his strength will be greatly increased. But such a huge size has also become a living target. Ace looked at Little Oz, who had been heavily shelled, with tears in his eyes. Is this the outcome you want? Ace, who was full of annoyance, had thought of regret countless times in his heart. He had the possibility of getting rid of the predicament in front of him countless times, but he didn't do it. But a voice suddenly came from his ear, which made Ace stunned. Turning his head, he saw a blue, translucent figure floating beside him. Who are you? Sengoku's eyelids twitched wildly. He has been on Ace's pin to prevent pirates from approaching here, and he really left Ace. But this blue figure came so close, he didn't even notice it. The Buddha's palm with golden light patted the blue figure directly. The golden Buddha's palm was patted, but the blue figure was still floating in place, without even looking at Sengoku. Is this the result you want to see? I don't want to, I don't want to. Aishu grabbed the ground with his head and shouted loudly. Sengoku stared at Aishu solemnly. The shot just now didn't have any impact on the blue figure in front of him. 0. Ace, I'm here to save you. At this moment, a loud roar came suddenly, and then a figure bounced into the battlefield from a distance like a cannonball. It was Luffy. In Luffy's hands, Buggy the Clown's frightened head was held in his arms. BD Straw Hat, why did you drag me into the water? Luffy let go of his head, and Buggy the Clown yelled at Luffy. Oh, is that kid next to Roger back then? Whitebeard's voice sounded. Buggy the Clown's head spun in midair for a while before turning in Whitebeard's direction. And the place where they landed was right in front of the Moby DK. Whitebeard. Buggy's voice became thinner. The other limbs of his body flew towards him one by one, and finally formed a silhouette. This kind of weird scene made many people who didn't know this guy regard Buggy as a strong man in the sea. What's more, dare to face Whitebeard directly, this kind of courage is not something ordinary people can have. Ace, I'm here to save you. Luffy yelled loudly, and the voice instantly spread throughout the battlefield. Ace naturally also saw Luffy. Suddenly, bitterness appeared on his face. Because of him, too many people were affected this time. It's simply too broad. Whitebeard glanced at Luffy, who was wearing a straw hat on the back of his neck, and blinked twice. In the end, he spoke directly and asked his crew to assist Luffy to rescue Ace. A big operation was launched. Needless to say more about the thrills. Overall, however, there was no life-threatening danger. Aishu has been following Luffy's situation. And Sengoku, Garp, 3 Admiral, and Whitebeard are all secretly watching Aishu. What exactly is this figure floating in the air that doesn't seem to be moving at all? Is this the ability of some kind of fruit? But what fruit can cause this? Nether fruit? Everyone is guessing. But they can all feel that in this blue figure, a force as powerful as a volcano is hidden in it. Once it erupts, it will shake the earth. MR3, who was pulled onto the thief ship by Luffy, finally helped Luffy rescue Ace. The huge palm of Sengoku, the Buddha, collapsed the entire execution platform with one palm. Before landing on the ground, countless flames burst out from Ace's body. Like a king in flames. Ace debuts. Watching this scene, Aishu felt a little emotional. Great eruption. Ace's escape is the most intolerable bottom line for everyone. Over there, Whitebeard has already spoken to prepare to retreat. This time the goal has been achieved. As long as Logia's Ace wants to get away, no one can stop him. After avoiding Akainu's attack, Ace is about to leave with Luffy and MR3. It appears that Whitebeard is, after all, the loser of the last era. Akainu looked at the pirates who were already retreating, and taunted him. Ace, who was leaving with Luffy in his hands, paused suddenly, turned his head sharply, and stared at Li Yan. Such a simple aggressive method, I can't see it. Aishu was speechless. Or, are these the thoughts and actions of people in this world? It's really incomprehensible. Chapter 71. Although Aishu sometimes gets excited by these bastards. But most of the time it's sane. And now this situation. Blind people can see that retreat is the best choice. In this way, losses can be avoided in time. With the power of Logia, Ace wants to withdraw, but it is really hard for ordinary people to stop him. Even Akainu, who has restraint on Maramara fruit, cannot stop it. But now, one sentence made Ace turn around directly. Aishu felt the urge to touch his forehead. This stupid Idu. His marine status is still useful, if he makes a move, it must be within a limited range. At this time, many masters on the battlefield were secretly focusing on themselves. Aishu didn't act rashly either. Just quietly floating in mid-air, watching everything that happened. Buggy the Clown and MR3 the Candleman got the video phone bug from somewhere. Directly spread the scene of the war here. And the conspicuous blue figure made everyone curious. Also eye-catching is the upcoming battle between Ace and Akainu. Luffy watching the fun from the side doesn't think it's a big deal. The members of the Whitebeard regiment preparing to retreat are also paying attention to the situation here. The flames of Ace's fists exploded, and he turned and stared at him. "Take back what you just said!" Ace shouted angrily. "I will never take it back." The corner of Akainu's mouth tugged back. The purpose has been achieved. As the hardliner in Marine, Akainu is more than tough. He can use his brain even more. A hole! Ace roared, and his fist collided with Akainu's fist with blazing flames. Whitebeard is the great pirate who created this era, and the name of this era is Whitebeard. Ace was knocked back by a punch, and there were burn marks on his hands. But there is no sign of weakness on the lips. "Ace, 980 is gone." Whitebeard's voice came from afar. "I will absolutely not allow anyone to insult Dad." Ace's body was covered with fiery flames, and his eyes were fixed on Zion. Aishu felt his scalp go numb. If it hadn't been transformed into an energy body, the blue veins on his forehead would have been high by now. He raised his hand to touch his forehead. But everyone on the battlefield is paying attention to Aishu's actions. Seeing Aishu raised his hand, everyone became alert. The target of Akainu's attack also changed abruptly. Compared with Ace at this time, Luffy is still too young. Under Akainu's fist, there was no time to dodge at all. A trace of panic flashed in Ace's eyes, and he had already guessed Akainu's aggressive method just now. "I already regretted it in my heart." Flying in front of Luffy, ready to use his body to take Akainu's blow hard. But the next moment, a blue figure suddenly appeared beside them. Then Luffy and Ace were kicked out. Flipping and beating along the way, knocked over a lot of marines and pirates. It wasn't until he stopped that he realized that he was rescued. The two of them looked up suddenly, and saw Akainu's fist brought terrible magma to the body of the blue translucent figure Zhou Chen. This scene stunned everyone. Just now this body has been floating in mid-air, as if it seldom interferes with the affairs here, just a bystander. Even at the execution platform just now, he only spoke, but did not take any action. And now, the first action is to rescue Ace and Luffy from Akainu's men. Luffy saw the blue figure pierced by the magma fist, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. This blue figure helped them a lot. It can be said that being able to get here in time is thanks to others. "Would you like to help me now?" Marco fell from the sky suddenly, looked at the situation in the distance, and said to Ace. "Ace, time to go." And Aishu, whose body was pierced by Akainu's fist, looked at Akainu with a fierce face. "Back then, I made Akainu a big loser in the training camp." Unexpectedly, he was punched by the opponent again now. Could it be that Feng Shui turns around? But useless. The magma fist that pierced through Aishu's body couldn't hurt Aishu at all. Akainu retracted his fist with serious eyes. In the chest of the energy figure incarnated by Aishu, a big hole appeared in front of everyone's eyes. But the next moment, the big hole quickly healed and disappeared. Sengoku, who is transformed into a giant Buddha, has serious eyes. Garp, who was worried about Ace and Luffy just now and wanted to make a move, calmed down now. Regarding this blue phantom, Garp had a little guess in his mind. But dare not confirm. In just a moment, the blue figures regrouped intact. Akainu's forehead was throbbing with veins. Just now, he was just a little short, and he could kill the most evil bloodline in the world here. But every time, someone from Zhou will make trouble. The temperature around Akainu is getting higher and higher. Body transformed into magma. Obviously ready to shoot. He had already guessed that the blue figure in front of him was probably some kind of fruit ability. "I just don't know what kind of fruit it is." Then Haki should be fine. Above the magma-covered fist, Armament Haki converges. Akainu attacked Aishu. Although Sengoku is still focusing on Whitebeard and Ace. But now, they haven't come out of the encirclement yet. And Aishu, who is now playing against Akainu, makes Sengoku feel incalculable. The purpose, strength, and even whether the strong man who appeared suddenly was alone. This made Sengoku frown in thought. However, Sengoku is still very confident in Akainu's strength. After all, it is the highest combat power of Marine. Be it fruit power or Haki, stand on top of this world. There are only a few people in this world who can stabilize Akainu in these two aspects. And they are all people who have been famous in the sea for a long time. But the blue figure in front of him had never been heard of before. Maybe it just depends on the fruit ability. After all, he also shot at it just now. The Buddha palm did not hit the opponent directly. Obviously some sort of heaven-defying fruit. Since it is a fruit ability, then be afraid of chi. Seeing that Akainu was serious, Sengoku was going to take a look at the details of the blue figure. But what happened next, directly surprised Sengoku. Akainu, who shot with all his strength, was beaten violently from the very beginning. The power of lava fruit can't be displayed. For Akainu, the strength has been lost for a day and a half. Although his own body and Haki are also extremely powerful. But it is obviously not at the same level as the current Aishu. The blue figure flicked around, hitting Akainu with one move. The blue shadow of the fist pierced Akainu's body. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. Admiral of Headquarters Akainu. Now they are being hung up and beaten. Clown buggy people are stupid. The video phone bug in his hand broadcast all of this live. In an instant, the world boiled. This is even more shocking than the previous news that Ace was named as the son of One Piece. Although Ace is the son of One Piece. But One Piece Roger has been dead for more than 20 years after all. Although most people are still afraid of Roger's prestige, it is actually nothing compared to the past. But now, the Admiral of Headquarters, one of Marine's strongest combat forces, was hanged and beaten by a person of unknown origin. Sabo Archipelago. Oh, it's really incredible. Rayleigh, with white hair and glasses, was drinking while watching the broadcast, his eyes full of shock. He knew it was too late this time. Otherwise, it is necessary to save Roger's child. But now it seems that the result is good. But the identity of this blue figure made Rayleigh very concerned. Could it be that another monster has appeared in this world? Looking at the broadcast screen, he was so tired of being beaten by the blue body that he could hardly fight back. Rayleigh shook his head emotionally. At this time, on the battlefield of Marineford, Sengoku also received reports from his subordinates, knowing that someone broadcast the situation here. The scene of Akainu being hanged and beaten is being rebroadcasted now. BD, who is it? Marshal, it's Buggy the Clown. After all, at the beginning of the broadcast, the clown Buggy once appeared. Then, the violent Sengoku gave the order to die. Kizaru, one of the three admirals, made a shot and directly interrupted the broadcast. But in the next moment, more than a dozen broadcast screens from different directions lit up again. Sengoku people are numb. This is so much more professional than their marine. Whitebeard looked at Aishu who was pressing down on Akainu and was also very surprised. Daddy, Ace is back. How's it going? No serious injury. Marco answered. Little ones, withdraw. Whitebeard glanced at the incarnation of Aishu, and suddenly yelled. When Ace heard this, he was still a little dissatisfied. But at this time, he was surrounded by a group of pirates from the Whitebeard pirates, unable to escape. The situation here is naturally seen by Sengoku. A whole, Whitebeard must stay. Sengoku made his decision in a split second. Ace flees now. But Ace's fighting power is just like that. If Whitebeard stays here this time, it's still not a failure. Thinking of this, Sengoku's order was issued directly. Aokiji, who was watching Akainu being beaten, and Kizaru, who found it useless to fight the phone bug, all attacked Whitebeard. Daddy! Koolalala, sons, it's your time now. Whitebeard flicked his cloak. To block Marine, you need someone who can block it. And this man, now the Whitebeard regiment, is only him. In this battle, Whitebeard has suffered a lot of injuries. Now it has reached the point where the fuel is exhausted. Even if he leaves, he probably won't live long. But lying in a hospital bed waiting to die is not Whitebeard's character. I am a remnant of the old era, and the new era has no boat to carry me. Whitebeard Haki's voice resounded throughout the battlefield. Now, as the captain, I give the last order, everyone, return to the voyage immediately. Whitebeard's voice brought tears to the eyes of the entire Whitebeard regiment. Sengoku and Garp also heard Whitebeard's words. It seems that this old guy is not going to leave. What do you do with a dying Whitebeard? What about Sengoku? Garp's tone was a little lighter now. Sengoku turned his head and gave Garp a hard look. Let Kuzan and Policerino hold Whitebeard first and take this down first. Sengoku looked at the blue figure of Aishu's avatar. And Akainu is beaten out of shape now. Consciousness is almost lost. Akainu was still thinking, this is Marineford. Can someone help? As a result, he was beaten until he almost lost consciousness and no one was found. Akainu felt extremely wronged in his heart. Beat him. Help him come. As a result, others are still watching. Just when Akainu was about to give up on himself, two figures rushed over. A smaller figure punched it with fists as black as ink. It was Garp who made the shot. Aiming at Aishu's head. Aishu has already prepared for this. On the other side, under Sengoku's huge Buddha's palm, the shock wave hit Aishu. Boom! There was an explosion. The air wave brought by the shock wave swept across the battlefield in an instant. Ku-la-la-la, Garp Sengoku, you two bastards are actually teaming up with people to deal with other people. Whitebeard had no complaints that the two didn't fight him together. But such scenes are rare. And the picture relayed through the phone bug caused an uproar in the whole sea. Marine Hero Garp, Marine Marshal Sengoku, and one of Marine Admiral, 3 people actually besieged a person. Could it be that this person is the One Piece? This is the first thought of some elderly people. Some people have been hearing the scene of Garp and Sengoku fighting Roger the Pirate King 20 or 30 years ago. And now, the 3 Marines with the highest combat power joined forces with one opponent. This made everyone extremely curious about the identity of this unidentified blue figure. And Aishu has no time for him at this time. Akainu was able to adjust quickly after Garp Sengoku's shot. It is worthy of the title of monster. He is facing 3 people now, but he dare not be careless. Facing Garp's fist, Aishu also responded with his fist. Fist covered with the top Armament Haki rammed together. Under the huge shock wave, even Akainu couldn't stand still, and was directly blown away by the shock. And this kind of attack, for Garp and Aishu, is just a flat A. Now, everyone is lucky enough to see 2 monsters with a flat A as ultimate moves. Garp is getting more and more excited as he plays more and more. This kind of carefree feeling is not much. You fight Garp with all your strength, your savvy is extraordinary, you have comprehended the god-armed steel fist hegemony. Finally, under the full strength of Garp, Aishu merged Armament Haki, 6 styles Iron Body, Life Return, and Conqueror's Haki together. Eat me with a punch. Aishu couldn't hold back and said. The sound after energy is a little weird. This punch, 2.9 looks mediocre, not even as powerful as before. But the crisis honed in countless times of life and death made Garp dodge directly to avoid it. Boom! A blue beam of light shot out from Aishu's fist. Behind Garp, Akainu, who had just avoided the frontal battlefield and was waiting for an opportunity to make a move, could not dodge in time. If it wasn't for timely elementalization, I'm afraid there would be an extra transparent hole in his body now. Rao is as serious as Akainu, and now he is sweating profusely, and his heart is full of fear. This BD. Fear is followed by rage. Garp fell back to Sengoku's side. Sengoku, I can't seem to beat it. Garp's tone was a little awkward. And Sengoku's face was extremely gloomy at this time. It's so strong. But precisely because it is so strong, this unstable factor cannot be let out. Thinking of this, Sengoku raised his hand, ready to take down or kill the enemy in front of him first. A huge blue slash swept across. Sengoku and Garp avoided the slash, and turned their heads to look displeased at the attacking Hawkeye. But Hawkeye's eyes were fixed on Aishu at this moment. Can you use a sword? Aishu saw Hawkeye's posture, raised his hand and placed it on his chest. Then draw. A blue lightsaber appeared in his hand. This is just fighting with the highest combat power of Marine, and you want to compete with the world's #1 swordsman? The action of the blue figure incarnated by Aishu stunned those who saw it either on the spot or through the broadcast. Is there anything else he can't? Could he really beat the #1 swordsman in swordsmanship? As for how strong Hawkeye is, in fact, not many people know. But some well-informed people know that Hawkeye and the red-haired one of the 4 emperors often fight swords, and the outcome is dead. Does this really mean strength or just swordsmanship? Now, everyone felt that they could finally get a glimpse of Hawkeye's details. Chapter 72. Originally, he was very dissatisfied with Hawkeye's indiscriminate attack just now. But now that Hawkeye stopped the blue figure, Sengoku was still relieved. On the other side Kizaru and Aokiji are besieging Whitebeard. But in front of Whitebeard, who has no scruples, the two are obviously not enough. Whitebeard doesn't pursue though. But the duo looking to crush Whitebeard couldn't retreat. Just one word. Uncomfortable. Naturally, Sengoku saw the embarrassment of Kizaru and Aokiji. His eyes fell on Akainu. Akainu is a bit embarrassed now. The marine clothing on his body has been destroyed in the battle just now. An obvious fist mark on its chest is very conspicuous. Akainu's scalp is already a little numb now. He would rather face Whitebeard now than face the blue figure in front of him. It was too much torture. Akainu dared to conceive this idea, and Sengoku's voice came from the border of the country. Sakazuki, give up the fight here, and Kuzan and the two of them take Whitebeard down. Akainu froze for a moment, this coincided with what he was thinking. Then he rushed directly towards Whitebeard. Garp frowned when he saw this scene. In his opinion, a strong man in the sea always needs to be decent. However, seeing more and more fierce shots, Whitebeard seems to be returning to his most prosperous period. Garp didn't continue talking too much. Holding the long blue sword in his hand, Aishu saw Akainu turn to besiege Whitebeard, feeling a little displeased in his heart. It seems that as a swordsman, he is naturally sensitive to flaws. When Aishu's mind moved to Akainu, Mihawk, who was holding a black sword in his hand, swung his sword, and slashed at Aishu in a tricky way. Raising the sword to push away the slash that Hawkeye saw, Aishu returned his attention. I'm fighting with you, and I hope you can be more serious. Hawkeye held Hidaya in front of him, with a very serious expression on his face. Obviously a little dissatisfied with Aishu's distraction just now. The blue lightsaber in Aishu's hand pointed at Mihawk, and the figure disappeared instantly. Both Sengoku and Garp were taken aback. The next moment, Aishu's figure had already arrived in front of Mihawk. The blue lightsaber in his hand has been raised high, even though it was a heavy blow. Mihawk raised the black knife to block the slash and lowered the blue lightsaber. Next, Mihawk only felt a terrifying force coming from where the two swords touched. The ground beneath Mihawk's feet collapsed instantly. The escaping sword energy cut a terrifying sword mark directly behind Hawkeye. Marine Ford, which was already somewhat broken, was divided into two more parts under this sword. Hawkeye withdrew the knife and retreated, the arm holding the black knife was trembling. Eagle-like eyes stared at Aishu. Hawkeye has never encountered an enemy like Aishu in his life. In terms of swordsmanship, Hawkeye has already felt a little bit. Absolutely great swordsman. On the path of the sword blazed his own path. But it seems that because he didn't concentrate on kendo, his kendo looks so weird. But all of these, under this terrifying power bonus, are no longer shortcomings. No. Hawkeye Mihawk is a great swordsman who has practiced swordsmanship for decades. Very powerful strength addition to the body and heavier technique. The reason why skills are skills is because there is not enough strength, so skills are needed to make up for it. Gradually, more and more are developed. Mihawk understands this truth. But now, he also understands. With the help of skills, the power of terror can exert its power. No skill is even required. And this is actually the way of swords that Aishu chose. The special talent of the body allows Aishu to strengthen his body almost infinitely. And under this kind of strengthening, all kinds of skills comprehended before need to be adjusted. After all, Aishu has now grasped the truth that power is everything. This power is his own power. Is the foundation of everything. On this basis, every move, every knife and sword is terrifyingly powerful. So Aishu officially abandoned those fancy moves. With one sword strike, Hawkeye's arm became weak. However, Hawkeye is not limited to this number. He has already sensed Aishu's swordsmanship, so he naturally wants to test whether he can bear it. Hawkeye, who was holding a black knife in both hands, tapped his feet, and the figure appeared beside Aishu as if teleporting. Aishu swung the blue long sword to the right. Hawkeye sideways avoided the sword. The huge slash instantly cut through the buildings of Marineford, then the island, and finally the sea. The figures of the two gradually drifted away amidst the sword light. Only a large number of slashes spread in all directions. Sengoku felt his scalp tingling. So many slashes are simply unstoppable. The headquarters, which was already dilapidated, became even more dilapidated under countless slashes. Buggy, are you still leaving? Buggy, who was using the phone bug to live broadcast the battle between Aishu and Mihawk, suddenly heard a voice. Buggy was so scared that his whole body trembled. He turned his head and saw Mr. Candleman, and was furious. BD, do you know that people are scary and people are scared to death? This kind of battle is rare. Laozi will broadcast the whole thing here this time. Laozi will definitely become famous all over the world. Countless people who were watching the live broadcast were speechless. Everyone heard what the Red Nose said. Hey! Rayleigh of the Sabayati archipelago took a sip of his drink listening to the voice of Buggy the Clown. This little guy still hasn't changed. However, more people are still focusing on the battle between Aishu and Mihawk. Although the distance is too far. But some strong people who know swordsmanship can see the essence of this battle. This is a battle of the pinnacle of skill against the pinnacle of strength. And skill is the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye. Then the power is naturally that unidentified blue figure. One can imagine the temptation of this kind of top-notch great swordsman's battle to sword practitioners. Countless swordsmen regretted not being able to watch the battle up close. The fight shattered Marineford's corner. The land sinks into the sea, and the sea water pours back. Aishu floats in midair. I have an understanding of Hawkeye. Hawkeye doesn't have Conqueror's Haki, claiming to be on a par with Redhead. It is estimated that the competition is still swordsmanship. But this guy is very sensitive to flaws. Even if at least a little distracted during the battle, it can be noticed by the eagle eye. Aishu looked at Ye, who was standing not far away, holding the black sword upside down in both hands, and watched his eagle eyes warily. These eyes are interesting. Aishu nodded slightly. Final blow. Hawkeye looked at Aishu, and suddenly spoke. Kin. Aishu rarely used this body to speak again. The sound is full of subtle noises, which makes people feel like they are going to grow out of their brains. Stand up. Hawkeye's body bulged slightly, holding the hilt of the black knife with his right hand, and carried it on his shoulder. He raised his left hand and grabbed Heidei's weird and huge sword jaw gauntlet. The amazing Haki black sword gathered and went. But Heidei has become Heideo. The arm color wrap didn't make it change color. But that momentum was astonishing. Didn't hear the conversation though. But just looking at this posture, one knows that this should be the last blow. Then. Everyone looked at the blue figure floating in midair. Hawkeye looked recharged. So how would you react? Then, under everyone's gaze, Aishu raised the blue long sword in his hand. The energy went towards the owner of the blue long sword in his hand. The blade of the blue long sword, which was originally infused with pure energy, brightened. The light is getting earlier. It was as if an endless source of light was held in Aishu's hands. The light source shoots out, piercing directly into the clouds in the sky. A white line suddenly appeared between the sky and the earth. Koolalala, today's young people really can't be underestimated. Whitebeard knocked Akainu to the ground with a punch wrapped in shock fruit's ability, and looked at the white light connecting the ground and the sky in the distance. He couldn't help but smiled and said, Although I don't know the identity of Aishu. But as long as you help them, you are one of your own. That's what Whitebeard had in mind. Garp and Sengoku were both dumbfounded. What kind of ability is this? But now, what is represented under this scene is the incomparably terrifying power contained below. Those who saw this scene through the broadcast screen of the phone bug couldn't help swallowing. Terrible, terrible. Just looking at this scene makes everyone's scalp tingle. Marie Joyce. Between powers. 5 elders frowned as they watched the projected image. What kind of fruit ability is this? I can't tell. I saw this person turned into a blue figure before and thought it was a ghost fruit, but now it doesn't look like it. Either it is a kind of fruit that is not recorded, or a kind of fruit has been developed with new abilities. The bald man leaning on the sword spoke. But it's not good news for us. Let Sengoku and the others try, and if it doesn't work, take Whitebeard. As for this enemy, there is still too little information at present, we must find out what the ability of this fruit is. At this time, it is enough to report to Lord Im. The adults are still sleeping, it is not suitable to disturb. That's right, let's do this for now. Marineford. Hawkeye was obviously also stunned by the sight in front of him. He could feel that this opponent's move was no longer getting stronger. Hawkeye knew that the longer it was delayed, the less likely it was to win. Hawkeye, who hadn't fully charged, forcibly launched an attack. The terrifying speed brought by the power accumulation made him cross hundreds of meters in an instant, and arrived in front of Aishu, and the black sword in his hand slashed down obliquely towards Aishu in a strange grasping posture. Curry stick. But before Hawkeye's sword fell on Aishu's body, he heard voices mixed with countless small noises. In an instant, the powerful sense of knowledge made Hawkeye's skin crawl. Withdrawing the knife and dodging back, it was done in one go. A dazzling white light emitted from Aishu's hand. The sky, the sea, everything, was cut open. It was like a sword cutting through the world. Hawkeye tucked the black knife into his back, bowed slightly, then turned and left. This sword. Hawkeye didn't know whether to call him swordsmanship or not. The power is estimated to be beyond his reach in his entire life. The rest of this sword. Wave. Strong winds swept across Marineford. A large chunk of the island, already stricken with old age, has now disappeared. Not only did he disappear, but the nearest island in the distance also evaporated out of thin air between the sword just now. See Hawkeye leave. The outcome of the battle appears to be in the screen broadcast to the whole world, the dazzling white light disappeared. Hawkeye had disappeared. Is there no bones left of the world's #1 swordsman? This is a lot of people's guess. Take yourself Dao Ren. These people feel that facing the kind of terrorist attack they saw just now, there is not even a bone left. How can such a strong man deal with it? The 5 elders also lost their voice. They felt a huge threat from this blow. Fortunately, it is in the picture. Garp and Sengoku stepped up again. But at this time Garp and Sengoku also smiled wryly in their hearts. Because this is impossible. Someone has to face this unknown strong man. Seeing Aishu loose the blue sword in his hand, both Garp and Sengoku heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that the opponent does not intend to use the sword. However, seeing the way the other party slammed their fists, it was obvious that they did not intend to live in peace with them. Things are not going well for Whitebeard. But that was Whitebeard's own choice. I would rather die here than die in a hospital bed. That's what Whitebeard had in mind. And this idea can be seen by many people, pirates, marines, and even some people watching the live broadcast. Perhaps, you should look behind. Garp and Sengoku, who were on full alert, froze for a moment. They were all ready for battle. Later? What happened behind? The two turned their heads and saw a huge figure shrinking and hiding behind Marineford. 000 San Juan Wolf. The moment Sengoku saw this huge figure, he called out its name. Then his eyes locked on the person standing on San Juan Wolf. Blackbeard. Sengoku saw Blackbeard suddenly appearing now, and several prisoners who were supposed to be imprisoned on the 6th floor of Impel Down. You didn't respond to the call up to fight, you have been removed from Shishibukai, what are you doing here now? Sengoku asked with a serious look. Thief, ha 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 ha. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach was not surprised by his exposure. Sengoku didn't respond to the questioning either. His eyes were fixed on Whitebeard, who was badly injured. All the plans have seen hope. The strongest Logia fruit and the strongest Paramecia fruit. Shock. Before Blackbeard could finish his inner crookedness, a huge shock wave flew out of Sengoku's hand, directly knocking out a group of Blackbeard's people. When Whitebeard saw Blackbeard landing on the ground, his tired eyes froze suddenly. Dad, long time no see. See Whitebeard look over. Blackbeard was taken aback. But considering Whitebeard's injury has reached this point, immediately he became bolder again. Teach, only you are not worthy to be my son. Whitebeard erupted suddenly, and the 3 admirals who were besieging him flew straight out. Then punched in the air. Shock Fruit's ability swept across the earth, and he rushed towards Blackbeard's gang. Captain, why don't we hide for a while? Blackbeard Pirates crew member Lafitte had a cold sweat on his forehead. Thieves, ha ha ha, you are really cowards. Blackbeard laughed, stepping forward and raising his hand. Dark water. A shadow appeared in Blackbeard's hand. It directly collided with Shock Fruit's ability head-on. Boom! Seeing Blackbeard's confident appearance, everyone thought he could really block it. As a result, after a face-to-face meeting, Blackbeard was directly sent flying. And the members of the Blackbeard Pirates who were standing behind Blackbeard were directly blown out. Before Blackbeard could stand up, a tall figure suddenly appeared beside him. It was Whitebeard who was able to act like this with such a serious injury. Raising his left fist, Shock Fruit's ability has been mobilized. Dark water. A gleam of horror flashed in Blackbeard's eyes. Dark water negates Shock Fruit's abilities. But Whitebeard's big hand was around Blackbeard's throat. Teach, only you, unworthy to call me Whitebeard's son. Ahem, cough, father, I am your son. Blackbeard coughed and begged for mercy. Whitebeard was taken aback by that. Blackbeard's eyes flashed fiercely at this moment. The members of the Blackbeard Pirates all shot at Whitebeard as if they had received an order. Whitebeard, who was already scarred, finally came to the end of his life. Thief, ha ha ha, the show is about to begin. Blackbeard was extremely excited, and his subordinates also took out black cloth to cover Whitebeard who was still fighting. Chapter 73. The Great Secret Treasure is Real. The words Whitebeard yelled on his deathbed traveled the world. But the current Blackbeard doesn't care about that either. Blackbeard looked excitedly at Whitebeard, who was covered in scars, and who was still standing but not making a sound. Watching the black cloth cover himself and Whitebeard. The strongest Paramecia fruit is coming. But the next moment, a huge force struck. Huge force swept across. Feeling the attack, Blackbeard wanted to deal with it, but was directly knocked away by the huge force. And Blackbeard found a few helpers from Impel down, and now he is also swept away in one fell swoop. BD, who is it? Blackbeard was furious. Just a little bit. Just a little bit, the strongest Paramecia fruit could fall into his hands. Blackbeard stood up furiously, and then saw the blue figure in front of Blackbeard. On the blue translucent body, golden lines flow. Bright lights like nodes appear and disappear from time to time. You want to stop me? See the figure in front of Whitebeard. Blackbeard's face darkened. Several Blackbeard's subordinates of Shiryu, the evil king of the rain, also stood behind Blackbeard. Aishu sensed the silence of Whitebeard behind him, and then looked at the group of Blackbeard. Why can you eat 2 fruits? The sound of thousands of tiny noises made Blackbeard frown. But what surprised Blackbeard the most was that the person opposite actually knew his plan. And all of this, he just told a few companions he just found. And it just said that it can, but didn't say why. Aren't you going to talk? There shouldn't be enough time. Although Aishu doesn't know how long it takes to take out the fruit after death. But as long as a certain time after death, the fruit will be reborn somewhere. Take him down. Thick black appeared on Blackbeard's hand, and he pressed it to the ground. The entire ground seemed to have turned into a black hole. Everything on the ground is sucked into this darkness. But Aishu, who is now converted into energy, is not affected by this suction. watching the Blackbeard group rushing towards them. The blue figure in the form of Aishu suddenly made a movement. And this action made everyone feel familiar. Sengoku Garp and 3 admirals, as well as many marines fell into shock for a moment. The whole group of the Blackbeard regiment stopped in fright. After turning the picture, everyone exclaimed. Because this posture is clearly the posture when Whitebeard cast shock fruit just now. Everyone is dumbfounded. This kind of strong person should not play with everyone. You briefly observed Whitebeard's battle, your understanding is extraordinary, you have received the shock. Aishu has indeed mastered the power of vibration. However, if you want to use it, you have to rely on your own strength to completely simulate the power of shock fruit, which consumes too much. But now he has a lot of energy looted from impel down in his body. But it can imitate a shock fruit. The members of the Whitebeard regiment who had sailed away looked at the screen projected by the phone bug. Seeing that Whitebeard was silent, the members of the Whitebeard regiment couldn't hold back any longer. But now seeing the blue figure incarnated by Aishu make this action, everyone in the Whitebeard regiment was dumbfounded. This is simply not possible. The old man was silent just now, and the fruit could not be transferred so quickly. What exactly is going on? Everyone's attention was on Aishu, who was posing in a strange pose. Boom! Next moment, there seemed to be cracks in the air. The first to bear the brunt is Blackbeard and his party. Except for the powerful Blackbeard, who was not seriously injured, the others were basically unconscious. The terrifying power swept across the remaining half of Marineford in an instant. The remaining land collapsed under Aishu's move. Empty shock. Aishu didn't hold back. He hadn't seen Whitebeard's heyday. But the power now is probably not much worse than the air shock used by Whitebeard in his heyday. Both Garp's and Sengoku's eyeballs popped out. As a person of the same era as Whitebeard, it is natural to have copulation. It's also natural to know what Whitebeard looked like when he was young. Exactly the same as now. Hear the thunder in the silent place. With one blow, the world is turned upside down. And he himself, just made such an action. The man who claims to be able to destroy the world. It is for this reason. And now, Whitebeard has just died, and another one with shock fruit appears. And came up with an ability comparable to Whitebeard's peak period. Everyone was silent. Does not include people who are currently in Marineford. Blackbeard stared in horror at Aishu, who cast the air shock. Impossible, how is this possible? Why can you eat 2 fruits? No, why can you use 2 abilities? Blackbeard was also thrown into chaos. I thought I was special. As a result, now there is another special one. And the abilities of the 2 fruits are no worse than what he imagined. Just now Aishu monopolized Garp Akainu Sengoku. He also fought with Hawkeye, and Blackbeard saw it all. If it weren't for Whitebeard's shock fruit right in front of him, he would have wanted to change it. But now, the shock fruit is gone. Blackbeard's eyes were fierce. Do people's dreams never end? Aishu's figure instantly appeared in front of Blackbeard. It was as if a myriad of tiny noises rang in Blackbeard's ears. Blackbeard's complexion changed. This is what he once said to the Straw Hat. The BD. Good words, but some people's journeys are coming to an end, if you survive. See Whitebeard at his prime. I saw standing next to Blackbeard, raised his fist, and a white halo glowed above the fist. Sengoku and Garp rushed towards it. This blow must not let him go down. Otherwise, naval headquarters will disappear completely. However, it was obviously too late for the 2 of them to stop them. Under the horrified gaze of the 2, the fist of the blue figure entwined with white light hit Blackbeard hard on the back as he turned to run away. Boom! In an instant, Blackbeard's body was completely twisted. Bloodstains were all over its body. Shocks spread from Blackbeard to the surroundings. A wider range of vibrations followed. Turned upside down. In the distance, after stopping Kaido on his own pirate ship, Shanks rushed here to prepare to end the war. Looking at the earth-shaking scene in the distance. Captain, this seems to be different from what I thought. The first officer of the Red Hair Pirates lit a cigarette and looked at the scene in front of him. Unexpectedly, Whitebeard can still make this kind of attack at this time. It's not Whitebeard. Shank's knowledge swept the entire battlefield, and then his attention fell on Aishu. And Aishu, who killed Blackbeard with one blow, turned his head to look in the direction Shanks was approaching. Sensing all this, Shanks took a deep breath and ordered to turn around. Looks like the matter has been resolved. Little ones, return home. Everyone in the red-haired group was stunned. Regardless, he followed the order to turn the bow and leave. Aishu sensed the departure of the red-haired group, and knew that this incident was almost coming to an end. The headquarters is broken. Aishu flew into the sky. All eyes were on Aishu's actions. Seeing this scene, they all breathed a sigh of relief. This guy looks like he's leaving? But when Aishu in the sky made another strange gesture, everyone below went crazy. Again? Buggy patted what was happening excitedly. But Aishu, who made a Qigong wave pose in the air, was looking at the dazzling white ball that appeared between his hands. Subconsciously, Buggy felt his scalp explode. Go! The deadly threat sends Buggy on a roll. The marine side evacuated in large numbers after the headquarters collapsed before. But now, after seeing Aishu accumulating power in the sky, everyone felt tremendous pressure. It was as if a huge machete was on his head. Well-informed people can't even say frightened words now. As the dazzling white light appeared, it hit the sea surface below. Dazzling white light, as if disappearing sound. All in all, the shield is like a black and white picture scroll. Garp, who quickly moved away from Sengoku, turned his head to look at the terrifying scene behind him, and was also a little speechless. Now even Garp began to wonder if this figure belonged to Aishu after all. At the beginning of the shot, Garp believed it. But now, as this blue figure behaved more and more terrifyingly, Garp felt wrong instead. No matter how strong Aishu is, he can't be so ridiculously strong. Then another unknown strongman emerged from this sea. Sengoku frowned. The strength shown by this blue figure is no longer a trivial matter. This is already a huge threat to marine and world government. However, Sengoku also thought of it. This time the summit war was fought like this, and his position of marshal is probably gone. Then it will cause headaches for later generations. Thinking of these things, Sengoku took it easy. Marie Joyce, right between. Seeing the power of Aishu to dial out the remaining energy at the end, the five elders were all silent. Looking at the still picture, the atmosphere here began to become depressing. This person is already a huge threat to the world government. We must find out the other party's identity, understand the other party's fruit ability, and how to restrain the other party. With the strength shown by Aishu, the five elders can no longer sit still. I'm afraid this is not an easy task. This kind of strong person shouldn't be so unknown. You mean the Revolutionary Army? It's only possible. After all, apart from the Revolutionary Army, there was no news of any other powerhouses being different before they became so strong. There is also the fruit ability. The fruit ability on this person is too weird, and he can still display Whitebeard's fruit ability. How to do it, we must figure it out. Let the CP fully investigate and dispatch all forces of the world government. Agree. Agree. The five old seeing unanimously passed the proposal to investigate Aishu. This war. The loss is too great, although a Whitebeard is left behind, but Whitebeard is already old. And even the naval headquarters were destroyed, and the marine suffered heavy losses. Someone has to take this responsibility. Sengoku is ineffective in commanding the battle this time, so he will be dismissed from his position as Marine Marshal and appointed as Marine Supervisor. Five elders decided on this matter almost without the slightest hesitation. Apparently a decision had been made a long time ago. It seems that Sengoku's unruly actions over the years have made five elders a little unhappy. However, he is not willing to give up a strong combat power. And Garp, this time the water is too serious. But Garp has the qualifications. Five elders thought of Garp's strength, and fell silent for a while. Great power can break the rules. Since it is said, there is absolute truth. Since this is the case, let's settle it like this. Marine reselects the Marshal and reorganizes Marine. This is also giving loops too. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Marshal Marine, who had his own ideas, was removed and replaced with an obedient one. If you are not obedient after listening, just change another one. South Blue, Busty Lira. After Rouge saw Aishu, his eyes lit up. Where have you been? Ace was rescued, but that Whitebeard is dead. Rouge apparently also received news of the big fight. At this moment, Newsbird had already dropped a large piece of newspaper. This time there was even a lot of money. Obviously, for the newspaper, this incident was enough for them to give up their immediate interests. Aishu reached out and grabbed a newspaper. And on the cover of the newspaper, a wanted warrant is extremely conspicuous. Extremely heinous murderer Blu-ray Phantom. Live or die. Bounty, 7,500,000,000 feet. Aishu whistled. 7.5 billion Baileys, the world government is really worth it. Cough cough, this person. Thinking that Rouge was nearby, Aishu still didn't reveal his identity. Otherwise Rouge would definitely be very worried again. Walk back with Rouge. Aishu looked at the newspaper. Obviously, what happened in the headquarters is also known to the outside world. Now one by one, this newspaper has been repeated perfectly. Even buggy hiccups were recorded. Of course, the main pen and ink is still discussing his blue figure after energy transformation. Guess fruit, guess identity, guess camp, even guess men and women. Aishu was speechless. Before taking a break, the phone bug that dared to retrieve it rang. Ai, Qian Zhao, Xiu has just connected. Old man Garp's loud voice rang out. Aishu, where the hell are you bastards? I'm in South Blue. When Aishu said a word, Garp's expression immediately subsided, as if he had gone to a place where no one was around. The headquarters has been destroyed, and the new headquarters initially set is the original G1 branch. Yo, it seems that Marine has really made up his mind to guard the entrance to New World. Aishu said with a smile. So, when will your headquarters, Rear Admiral, come back? Garp growled in a low voice. Just go back and go back. Aishu agreed and glanced at Rouge. Rouge doesn't know about Devil Fruit's ability, but her self-awareness is very good. He guessed that the blue figure was his own son. But Rouge was also smart enough not to say anything. New Naval Headquarters. Aishu stepped on the moonwalk all the way. A group of Tashigi is already waiting here. Sir. Seeing the falling Aishu, a group of people hurriedly saluted. Yo, it looks okay, no one is missing an arm or a leg. Aishu raised his hand in greeting and spoke. Boss, why didn't you come? This time the scene was too big. If we little shrimps hadn't retreated early, this time we would be doomed. After Binz saw Aishu, he began to complain. Who said I didn't arrive? Aishu said. Hi. A group of people were stunned. Has the chief of their family participated in this battle? Didn't see any shadow at all. That blue figure is me. Aishu talked with a smile. The eyeballs of Tashiji's group almost popped out. The Iron Fist of Love. Garp's voice came. Aishu's complexion changed, and he turned around and punched out the same fist that contained the color of arms. Boy, don't talk nonsense, now Marine and world government are looking for this person. Garp retracted his fist and landed, half reminding and half warning. Chapter 74. After hearing Garp's words, Tashiji's group calmed down. Your kid's fist is getting harder and harder. Garp looked Aishu up and down, with a gloomy look in his eyes. If only Aishu wasn't Roger's son. It would be fine if it was his own grandson. Garp is very satisfied with Aishu. Now looking at the young man with black shattered hair in front of him, Garp sighed. You come here by coincidence. Sengoku lost the command and battle this time, and lost the position of marshal. Now the marshal has to be reselected. Everyone has a chance. As long as the strength is strong enough, do you want to try? Aishu was taken aback for a moment, then he raised his finger and pointed to his face. Me? I'm a rear admiral. And shouldn't the marshal be chosen from the 3 admirals? Aishu was a little curious. In this war, the performance of the 3 people is too bad. Of course, they are not without opportunities, but this time it is possible to recruit powerful existences from the people to increase the Marines' combat power. These people can also run for the Marine Marshal. Aishu listened to Garp's explanation with a dazed expression. World government, is this crazy? Such an important position as Marine Marshal is such a joke? If you come again this time, Marine will be severely punished. You old man will not be punished, will you? Aishu was optimistic about Garp picking his nose, and asked curiously. Well, the old man would like to, but those eggless people from the world government. Garp. A voice cut off Garp's next words. As soon as Aishu looked up, he saw that Sengoku, who had not much grey hair before, had now turned grey. People are not as serious as before. At this time, he was wearing casual clothes, holding a bag of senbei, and walked over at a pace that no relatives would recognize. This time it's Marine's major combat error, it's the old man's command problem, and it has nothing to do with other people. They all tried their best. Sengoku came over, looked Aishu up and down, his eyes flashed twice and he spoke. As for you, little Aishu, why didn't you contact me during the battle? Sengoku stared into Aishu's eyes. I'm on vacation because I beat up that fellow Ming. Aishu spoke. Are these two things comparable? Besides, you made such a big scene this time. I'm still young, and I still have a lot of good years. What if I die on the battlefield? You guys are clearly avoiding fighting. Another voice came. Aishu was taken aback, frowned and turned to look in the direction of the voice. And Akainu held a ball of flame in his hand and threw it towards Aishu. Look at the things being thrown. Appears to be a sea stone weapon. After Aishu reached out to catch it, he played with it and looked at Akainu. It seems that General Sleepy's skin is itching. After Aishu finished speaking, the sea stone fork in his hand turned into an afterimage and flew towards Akainu. Akainu's complexion changed. The others were also shocked when they saw Aishu's actions. Unexpectedly, Aishu would suddenly attack Akainu. Akainu dodges the sea stone weapon that screeches past. But he didn't realize that a figure had come behind him. With a heavy kick, Aishu directly kicked Akainu out. Pft ha ha ha. Garp pointed to the direction where Aishu and Akainu flew away, smiled and knelt on the ground, only patting the blue stone floor. The floor was cracked. And exactly like him, is Sengoku. Ha 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 ha, Akainu is serious every day. Sengoku laughed and tears, came out. Aokiji and Kizaru looked at Aishu, who retracted his foot in shock. Akainu's temptation just now was actually because he really doubted whether Aishu was the terrifying figure that appeared in the headquarters before. But after seeing Aishu reach out to grab the sea stone and throw it out, the suspicion is gone. CP also withdrew directly. But what shocked the hearts of these world government lackeys was that such a young man kicked one of the admirals away. Now Admiral is so worthless. Didn't you say that Marine is the strongest? After the embarrassed Akainu came out of the collapsed building, he looked at Aishu warily. He didn't even react to Aishu's movement just now. Akainu, who has been beaten repeatedly, has now learned how to think maturely. It is no longer the direct temper tantrum of before. Now being kicked away by Aishu, he didn't even get angry. Let both Kizaru and Aokiji feel a little bit emotional. The thing that can change people the most is a good beating. Hey, are you two doing anything? Seeing the two old men still laughing wildly, Shiu opened his mouth to remind them. If it's okay, I still have to go on vacation, I haven't resumed my job. Your current vacation is officially over. Akainu's voice came. Aishu frowned and turned her head. I am Admiral from the headquarters, and I have the right to transfer generals below Vice Admiral. Akainu spoke. So, are you going to give me an opponent on the way to run for Marshal? It still takes a lot of time. After leaving such a sentence, Akainu turned around and left directly. Kizaru and Aokiji looked at each other and shrugged. It seems that Akainu was beaten badly, and his whole person has changed. Aishu boy, are you really planning to run for the Marshal of the Marine? Sengoku put away his smile, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and asked. It's not that everyone can do it, so try it. Aishu spread his hands, and then raised his hand to say hello to Aokiji. Anyway, you don't need money, and you won't lose money if you try. Aishu's words left everyone around speechless. This is what the FK is, Marine, not some small shop lottery. But not without saying, the facts are indeed as Aishu said. Then just wait, it will take a lot of time. This time, the world government specially approved the selection of candidates from other than Marine. Even if they don't become Marine Marshal, they can still supplement Marine's combat power. Sengoku opened his mouth to explain to Aishu. Well, I don't care. But you kid can't be idle, since you are so strong, then go to New World, block Kaido, don't let this guy come out and cause trouble. Sengoku subconsciously spoke. Impossible, Kaido's territory is too far away, I am too lazy to run, I am stationed at the headquarters. Aishu shook his head directly. Sengoku was taken aback for a moment, and then realized the change of his identity. Immediately sighed. Then they walked shoulder to shoulder with Garp towards the distance. Brother Aishu, do you want to have a drink? Kizaru suddenly spoke. Okay, I just want to ask, what happened to that blue figure during the war in the headquarters? Kizaru, who originally planned to invite Aishu to sit down and get in touch with each other, lost face when he heard this. Now this figure is their nightmare. I didn't see that now the celestial dragons are coming out to cause less trouble. Be intimidated to see more than just naval headquarters. Not only have the words been said, but it would be a bit bad if I refused now. Fortunately, Aokiji came to share the pressure. Dress Rosa. Sitting at a table in a casino. Apart from the sound of the dice in Yuxiao's ears, it was the voices of the people around him. This marine is a bit different. Yuxiao has been on this island for quite a while, and witnessed the summit war happening here. No, I heard it with my own ears. As a master, he is naturally interested in this battle that almost affects the entire sea. Become a marine? Smiling fingers tapped on the table. People here are talking about a marine named Aishu, who defeated Doflamingo and rescued Dress Rosa. Interest came from a smile. He touched a conscription order in his arms. This is taken from the streets of this island. Marine recruits, and as long as the strength is sufficient, you can directly become a marine marshal. Yuxiao, who is already in her 40s, is naturally not so naive, thinking that if she really wins the marine marshal, she will be able to command the entire marine. But it's interesting, you can try it. Besides, I also want to get to know this Chief Aishu. On the other side, an Admiral-level combat power also arrived at the conscription office. Araki. Logia Sensen fruit ability user. The fighting power is very strong. But he is a man who strives to maintain power. Great supporter of world government and celestial dragons. After the world government discovered such a wonderful thing, it was naturally extremely happy to put it on the candidate list. The next step is to smile. Gravity fruit ability user. Great swordsman. The fruit ability can even drop huge meteorites from the sky. It is also a quota. During the conscription period, Aishu still had no idle time in the end. Go out to sea and clean up a group of evil pirates. Among them are the New World pirates with hundreds of millions of bounties. All hatred is in the hands of Aishu. But what left Aishu speechless was that now a group of people in New World actually attacked him. No, it was under the banner of the Blue Phantom in Summit War. And has already begun to conquer the New World. There was even a deal with Whitebeard. Any news from Marine? Aishu asked. Sir, Marine can't figure it out, but according to the information shared by the world government, it seems that the admirers of the blue figure made it. Tashiji was also speechless. Fans who like idols made it themselves. It's just that the strength of these fans is a bit strong. Now, together with Ace and a group of Whitebeard's remnants, they actually blocked Kaido and Big Mom's attack. This is what Aishu did not expect. Aishu wondered if he should intervene. By the way, sir, the selection of marshals is about to start officially, do you want to go back and participate? Oh? Then what are you waiting for, return immediately. When Aishu heard this, he immediately became interested. Under the command of Aishu, the fleet began to turn around and return to the new naval headquarters. The selection of Marine's new marshal is about to begin. There are a lot of Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral gathered here in the headquarters. These guys also have their own candidates to support. At this time, they were discussing in a low voice, discussing who was most likely to become the new Marine Marshal. Chapter 75. On the warship back to the headquarters, Tashigi, wearing a small suit uniform, walked quickly to Aishu's side. Sir Aishu, Blackbeard escaped from Impel Down. Tashigi hands over a document. Aishu was taken aback. Before Marineford, the blue figure incarnated by Aishu directly killed Blackbeard. But this guy's physique is really unusual. In other words, every physique of the strong in this world is like a monster. Not dead, and able to escape from Impel Down in such a short time. As expected of Blackbeard. What does the headquarters say? The headquarters has decided to increase the reward for Blackbeard. It is said that in Marineford, that blue figure once revealed that Blackbeard seems to have the ability to steal human fruits. Tashigi opened his mouth to explain. Well, let's pay attention to it a little bit. Yes, sir. Also, Boa Hancock, one of the empresses of Shishibukai, has been frantically contacting her subordinates recently, hoping to meet you. Snake Princess? Where is she now? Aishu asked curiously. Now in the headquarters. After you appeared in the headquarters last time, Boa Hancock went to the new headquarters to live in until now. Aishu is numb. Dude, a pirate is now breaking straight into naval headquarters and staying for so long. It's just something this woman can do. Now Hancock is 30 years old too. Can't afford to be provoked. While Tashigi was reporting to Aishu what happened recently, the warship was rapidly heading towards the former G1 branch, now naval headquarters. And above the sea of the New World. Emperor Yan. A huge great fireball with a diameter of hundreds of meters collided heavily with the flames ejected from the mouth of a dragon. In the huge explosion, Aishu's figure was repelled and fell back to the pirate ship. Is it still not working? Oh, kid, you're still a long way off. Kaido looked at the members of the Whitebeard regiment in front of him and burst out laughing. Without Whitebeard, even New World's turf can't be held. At this moment, a loud laugh came, and dozens of pirate ships approached. Ace, what do you think? As long as you give up the ordinary islands around Whitebeard, then you can develop and become stronger with peace of mind, and we will take care of all foreign enemies. A masked man with a height of 3 meters and a slender figure spoke. Aishu snorted, but it was exactly as the other party said. Now they can't take it anymore. Besides, I have worked with these bastards before. Kaido listened to the words below, and looked at the pirate flags on the new pirate ships with sharp eyes. A background color is blood red, the skull is really light blue pirate flag. You bastards, this guy only shows up once in Marineford. One time is enough. Hearing Kaido's words, the captains of several pirate ships below stood up. The strong have the right to speak. These people have already played against Kaido. A person is not an opponent. However, if several people shot together, they could also block the area. All of them are rough-skinned and thick-fleshed. This annoyed Kaido too. These bastards were originally big pirates who offered a reward of hundreds of millions or even billions in New World. Now, because of a person who didn't show up, he became a pirate group. This gave Kaido a headache. And Charlotte Linlin has given up on Whitebeard's turf. But it's not in Kaido's character to just retreat. Then fight. A big war breaks out again in New World. The people on Whitebeard's side simply couldn't get their hands on it. However, the war in New World will not affect Marine for the time being. Received the news of the battle between Kaido and the newly appeared pirate group reported by Marine. Sengoku didn't even move his face, and continued to eat senbei and drink tea. Garp is the same old. Now the two look exactly like retired veteran cotters. It is said that the pirate group was not established by that person himself, but these pirates borrowed the name of this person and gathered a group of big pirates. Crane Vice Admiral spoke. It seems that even if that person doesn't show up, these people alone can send him to the position of 4 emperors. Sengoku spoke. The key is that this person has not found any whereabouts yet. I didn't find anyone, what are you in a hurry for? Soldiers come to block the water and cover them with earth. Garp looked heartless. That's right, the selection of the new marshal is more important now. The world government has already sent over the idea. The idea there is that the strongest will become the new marshal of the marine. Sengoku's tone was a bit weird. Then you may not be able to choose anyone. After all, few people who meet the requirements will listen to the words of the world government. Crane Vice Admiral also doesn't know why the world government issued such an order. Marine chooses the marshal, and the right to speak is naturally in the hands of the world government. It's just that most Marines don't know this. Therefore, when appointing a marshal, it is best to have enough reputation within the Marine. And now after this kind of competition, the strongest can be regarded as one that meets the conditions. The world government recommended that Huang Mu, and it is said that he was given a title, Green Bull, Logia Sensen Fruit Ability User. Well, it is said that this person respects world government and celestial dragons. People who are 3 years old and over 200 years old are talking about this topic here. The movement outside the door made the three of them shut up. Then the door was kicked open. Veins popped out of Sengoku's forehead. After seeing the figure outside, I was a little discouraged. Your family is like this, right? BD Garp, still eat. Sengoku saw Aishu coming in, turned around and knocked Garp to the ground with a punch. Garp didn't react at all. After being knocked over by the hammer, he blinked his eyes and regained his senses. Looking at Aishu who came in, Garp touched his brain, and Garp stood up. Is your kid really planning to run for office? Garp's tone was a little serious. Well, idle is also idle. Aishu nodded. Also. Garp saw Aishu's confirmation and stopped persuading him. This time there are not too many people running for Marshal, Kuzan and Sakazuki, Fujitora Yuxiao, Lunio Aramu, Jun and Cake. Miss Jun is also planning to run for Marshal. Aishu was a little curious. Well, after all of course Admiral has been waiting for you for so many years. Crane Vice Admiral sighed. It is said that Admiral is a candidate, but even if Admiral has a vacancy, it may not be able to fill it. When does it begin? 4 days later, Punk Hazard Island. Sengoku gives a location. Aishu nodded, and after leaving here, not far away, he saw a tall figure in a cheongsam approaching Aishu like a whirlwind. Aishu subconsciously made the first move, but when he realized the opponent's identity, he stopped. Then, the whole head was buried under the soft fur. Aishu is taller than Hancock. But Hancock couldn't stand it and awakened the secret technique by himself. The 2 long legs are wrapped around Aishu's waist, just enough to hold Aishu's head in his arms. Not far away, Tashiji almost drew his sword. Master Aishu, I miss you so much. After finally pulling Hancock down, I heard Hancock talking. You are really brave. Even Shishibukai dared to come to this headquarters alone. Aishu was speechless. Hancock hugged Aishu's arm. My concubine is willing to do anything for Master Aishu. The Marine here heard that I am here to find Master Aishu, so she doesn't dare to embarrass her at all. Aishu was speechless. Being held tightly by Hancock, he walked through the main square and went to his residence in the rear. When the Marines in the headquarters saw this scene, they were all envious. In the small town behind, a blind swordsman was eating noodles when his ears twitched suddenly. Hey, you know that the most beautiful woman in the world has been living in the headquarters, but unexpectedly fell in love with the Aishu Vice Admiral in the headquarters. Isn't Master Aishu a Rear Admiral? Didn't you read the appointment just issued today? This was posted in the headquarters today. It seems that this Aishu Vice Admiral is also planning to run for Marshal. That's really incredible, no wonder it attracts the likes of the most beautiful woman in the world. Not only is she young and handsome, she is also said to be the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, and she is also extremely powerful. Even a Marine ensign ate and chatted in a low voice. Fujitora smiled and listened to the conversation between the two, then Mo paid the bill, then stood up and grabbed the stick and sword and walked outside. Aishu's own residence. Hancock is a total love brain. At this time, the demeanor of the Queen of Nine Snake Island and the Amazon Lily Queen has completely disappeared. Totally a little woman in love. Although tall, Lord Aishu is truly blessed. Tashiji's tone was a bit harsh. Hey, it's not easy for people to come all the way. Yes. Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, the most beautiful woman in the world, it's really not easy to cook for you now. Tashiji's tone was full of jealousy. Aishu also didn't know how to deal with it. Suddenly his complexion changed, and he sensed a master standing outside his courtyard. Tashiji, we have a guest, please invite them in. Tashiji, who was originally sulking, subconsciously turned around and walked outside. Outside, Fujitora smiled and was thinking about what reason to meet when he heard Tashiji's footsteps. Then was invited in. Meet Mr. Aishu with a smile. Mr. Yuxiao is polite, what's the matter? This person Aishu naturally knows, the fruit of gravity, calendar. But they didn't seem to have met before. I made Mr. Aishu laugh. I joined Marine just to see Mr. Aishu. This made Aishu startled. Join Marine to see me? Hearing this, why do I feel that something is wrong? Oh, sir, don't get me wrong, I heard about the matter in Dressrosa, and I have some doubts and want to ask for advice. Say it. Aishu nodded. What justice does Mr. Aishu follow? 0, asking for flowers, 0. Fujitora smiled and opened his mouth, and the question made Aishu frown. Frankly, I don't really believe in justice. Aishu's first words stunned Fujitora. But if you really want to say it, it's probably justice with a bottom line. Aishu really hasn't thought about this issue. When I first joined Marine, I actually regarded Marine as a booster for development. In the future, we will leave Marine. But now as the strength is getting stronger and stronger. Aishu now also. A little other thought came up. After all, Aishu lived 2 lifetimes. Compare the previous life with the current pirate world. A world with a bottom line is obviously better. And in this world, there is no bottom line. Is there justice with a bottom line? Is it following the bottom line of the heart? Fujitora nodded. This answer is really good. But this is a bit high for personal requirements. It's really lucky that you can't see things with your eyes. There are too many people in this world who are so filthy that you can't look straight at them. Fujitora spoke. Aishu looked at Fujitora, as if he understood what was going on with this guy. You want to know how Marine will develop in the future. Then did you know that Marine is the minion of the world government? Then do you know that the world government serves the celestial dragons? When Aishu mentioned celestial dragons, panic flashed across the face of Hancock, who was excitedly bringing the prepared things to Aishu. The things in the hands are about to fall to the ground. The figure of Aishu appeared next to Hancock in an instant, picked up the fallen food, and grabbed Hancock's slender waist. The old man understands, so the old man wants to see if there will be some changes in this world. 0, 0. Sensing Aishu's actions, Fujitora opened his mouth without changing his expression. He walked back with Hancock in his arms, and sat down. Change always happens. Aishu spoke. It seems that Mr. Aishu has some ideas. The position of Marshal, if you have ideas, Yuxiao is willing to help. It's not necessary, since it's a comparison, then naturally the strongest one can become the Marshal. If you want to change, strength and ideals are equally important. Otherwise, it will be a castle in the air. Fujitora smiled and stood up and bowed slightly. What you said is very true, you have been educated. Mr. Yuxiao is polite, it's not bad to become a Marine, so that you can feel the changes in this world up close. Aishu nodded. Now that we are in this world, we must do something that can change the world. 4 emperors? Laozi wants to subvert the whole sea. Conquerors on Aishu disappeared in a flash. Fujitora smiled clearly, got up, and left with a smile. Hancock looked at Aishu adoringly. In the distance, Garp turned his head to look in the direction of Aishu's residence, a little speechless. This kid, why are you crazy? On the other side, there is a deck chair in the middle of a huge yard. A man with green hair lay dead on it. Original Rear Admiral, now Aishu, who was promoted to Vice Admiral, has returned, and the target should also be the marshal position. The people from the CP organization spoke to the Green Bull. Is it great? It's very powerful, but don't worry, when the battle is arranged, we will secretly arrange the order adjustment. It's really troublesome. The Green Bull was a little impatient. Everyone who participated in this election is very strong, of course the strongest echelon is Sakazuki, Kyuzen and Aishu. You can only belong to the second echelon. Yes, yes, whatever you want. The Green Bull waved his hand, but the man had lost his voice. On his body, countless tiny roots inserted into the ground from the gaps in the reclining chair. The CP people frowned and looked at the Green Bull, thinking that this guy was too lazy. It's even more lazy than the legendary Kyuzen. But the current situation is obviously what the world government wants to see the most. After all, for the world government, such a person who is obedient, has no ambition, and is not weak is the most reassuring to them. Besides, this guy from Green Bull highly respects celestial dragons. This is where the 5 elders are happiest. Jun, I love you. Jiaji, give up, I don't like you. I like a handsome guy like Aishu, you are too ugly. The confession failed for the 101st time, and was rejected by Jun with such words. Jiaji felt that life was gloomy. But, Aishu already has the most beautiful woman in the world, Boa Hancock. Jiaji said. The most beautiful woman in the world. Jun's tone was a bit unfriendly. Even if you don't need to pay attention to other things, Jun will not ignore this. Feeling the great malice coming from Jun, Rouge broke out in a cold sweat. Afterwards, he slashed, and fled crazily. 4 days passed under this kind of chicken and dog jumping. Punk Hazard. Marine's strongest combat power, this. Chapter 76. Those who are not strong are not even qualified to watch the battle. Just the aftermath of the battle is enough to cause serious injuries to those who are not strong. Those who can watch this selection nearby are all the senior management of Marine and the people sent by the world government. Soon, the order of battle was drawn out. In the first round, Lu Huang had a bye. Looking at the lazy middle-aged man who looks exactly like Aokiji, Sengoku curled his lips. It really doesn't hide it at all. Green Bull's bye is fine. T-Dolphin plus Count vs Momuzagi Jun. Aishu vs Aokiji. Akainu smiles at Fujitora. Looks like it's going to pave the way for this green-haired kid. After Sengoku saw the battle order, he guessed. It doesn't matter whether the road is paved or not. Most of the naval headquarters power is now taken back by the world government. The marshal elected like this is no different from the previous admiral. Crane Vice Admiral spoke. Straightforwardly point out the key to the matter. It depends on what the next marshal can do. After all, the 5 elders don't want to see the world government alone. Sengoku didn't seem to care at all. Sengoku and Tsuru Vice Admiral are discussing this issue. Garp doesn't talk to him at all. Because it's none of his business. And this time he plans to resign from Marine directly. However, the Commander-in-Chief of the world government retained, and finally retained his position and rank, but he no longer had specific responsibilities. Rather, it is similar to Zephyr's identity. Cultivate a new generation of Marines. There's not much to say about the first fight. Chafujiaji obviously didn't want to make a move on Momuzagi. Dodging desperately, he also wanted to take this opportunity to win by Yellow's defeat. In the second match, Aishu played against Aokiji Kyuzen. Well, if it's someone else, I might still want to fight, but if it's you, I might not be the opponent. Aokiji looked a little unmotivated. This is a competition for Marshal 033, Lian Zhen, aren't you going to fight for it? No, I hope you can stand to the end. Kyuzen glanced at the Sengoku 3 in the distance, shook his head and exited directly. BD Kyuzen, if you don't want to fight, why don't you just abstain like Polisalino? Akainu looked at his eyebrows and twitched. He felt targeted. Because the aura of the person who is about to fight him now is not weak. Mr. Akainu, may I ask you to admit defeat? I have someone who has to support me. Fujitora stood where he was, sword in hand, and spoke. Admit defeat? What nonsense are you talking about? When Akainu heard this, his face immediately turned down. Play fake match. Now there's another one popping up. Since this is the case, please be careful, Mr. Akainu, I am also very strong. The stick knife is out of its sheath, and the armed collar is wrapped around it. The next moment, Akainu felt that the surroundings seemed to be under great oppression. Boom! A large circular hole appeared, and Akainu's whole body was suppressed in the hole by tremendous pressure. Boom boom boom! As Fujitora said, he didn't hold back. Although the eyes can't see things, but the powerful knowledge color can perceive everything here. Every time Akainu tries to escape the grasp of gravity by virtue of his great physical strength. The next attack came from Fujitora's hands. Above the ground, large circular holes appeared one after another. Even Akainu sent out a lava attack, which was directly destroyed by gravity halfway. Only then did a group of vice admirals realize the horror of admiral-level battles. Now everyone puts themselves in the imagination, if they encounter this kind of ability at this time. All feel that they cannot escape this horrible ability. It's so overwhelming. He is everywhere and powerful. Apart from relying on strong physical fitness and strong willpower, they couldn't think of any other way. Perhaps this kind of attack can also be avoided with a speed that is too fast for people to control. But this is also a guess. After all, Sakazuki, one of the three admirals, is well known to everyone. Now it is a state of being unable to fight back. Not to mention them. A hole, for blowing out. A large amount of lava flew towards Fujitora with a smile. Boom boom boom. The next moment, more than a dozen circular traces eliminated Akainu's move invisible. Attacks made are all destroyed by gravity. Even the three of Sengoku Garp were very surprised when they saw this scene. Unexpectedly, the fruit of gravity was used by him to such an extent. Well, do whatever you want, it's really powerful. A bunch of vice admirals not far away also expressed emotion. Hey, Mr. Fujitora is so strong. Yeah, even Sakazuki Admiral can't handle it for now. But Sakazuki Admiral is not so easy to beat. And a word for absolute victory or defeat is restriction. Yes. Limit. Although gravity has a strong suppression on people or things. If Akainu's body turns into magma, it will even be directly crushed into a pool by gravity. But it is not easy to really make a big impact on Akainu's ontology. Akainu soon discovers that the fruit's abilities are no longer used. Relying directly on Haki and his body, against this gravity, he headed towards Fujitora. Originally, if Fujitora used this method regardless of his face, he could indeed be dragged to death without being approached by Akainu. But Fujitora wanted to save face anyway, and felt that this method was a bit cheating. He simply swung his sword and fought Sakazuki. Even pulled two meteorites down from the sky. Almost sank the island under everyone's feet. All vice admirals fell silent. This is what a monster. No wonder he has the confidence to run for marshal. It wasn't easy for Sakazuki to win, though. Staring at Fujitora at this point. But Fujitora ignored Sakazuki and went to Aishu's side instead. At first I wanted to help my husband, but it seems that I am arrogant. Mr. Yuxiao is being polite, just leave the rest to me. Aishu smiled when he heard this, and said. Akainu's face turned black. Good guy, this guy Fujitora has joined Aishu before finishing his fight. It seems that Aishu has some leadership skills. Next, there was no rest. Aishu vs Akainu, Green Bull vs Momuzagi. Looking at Sakazuki who was standing not far away with a dark face, Aishu smiled. Speaking of which, since the training camp that year, we don't seem to have committed any crimes. Hearing Aishu take the initiative to mention the training camp, Akainu's face darkened even more. Raising his hand, he touched the fist mark on his chest that was still there. He also raised his vigilance to the maximum in his heart. Aishu, a brat, could do this kind of harm to him back then. In these years, although Aishu said that he has never fought against a real strong man. But it is also true that his own strength is getting more and more terrifying. Punch! Aishu spoke. What? Sakazuki was taken aback. If you can block my punch, I will surrender. Aishu looked at Sakazuki. Of course, if you dodge, you will admit defeat. Sakazuki was taken aback for a moment, and then recalled the similar words in the training camp. Of course this time, Sakazuki won't just agree casually. In case Aishu wanted to beat him, he didn't take martial seriously. Then he was beaten for nothing. Keep silent, it seems that you don't want to. After Aishu finished speaking, he bent his legs and suddenly jumped hundreds of meters into the air. The right fist is pulled back suddenly, above the fist, the armed color and conquerors are wrapped around the fist in an instant. Seeing this pose, Sengoku and Tsuru Vice Admiral gasped. Garp's eyeballs are about to pop out. Everyone retreat! Sengoku shouted directly, reminding the surrounding Vice Admiral. And before those Vice Admirals could react, they looked up and saw Aishu in the sky come out with several ministers. Extreme Steel Galaxy Impact. A dazzling light seemed to hit Akainu on the ground directly from Aishu's fist. Boom! The glare landed. The black lights of Conqueror's Haki flickered. The powerful power even formed a semicircular mask. The whole island was in violent shock. The Punk Hazard Island, which was originally a complete piece, was directly hammered into many pieces. Garp, UBD, you even taught him this trick. Sengoku roared as he retreated. Ha 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 ha, awesome! Garp laughed and picked his nostrils. But then he looked a little more serious. Sengoku, you may not believe it, I didn't teach him this trick at all. Moreover, this is a combination of Armed Color Coil and Conqueror's Coil, anyone who has Armed Color and Conquerors will always learn it. Fart, there are so many people who know Conquerors, I haven't seen anyone else use this trick. A huge shock wave hit, and then swept the surrounding sea surface. There was a huge wave. But in fact, this leaked power is already a very small part. 99% of the power of this blow still hits where the attack landed. Akainu was covered in blood, and his teeth flew out a lot. In the face of this blow, even if you use elementalization to avoid it, you can't avoid it. With just one blow, Akainu was seriously injured. He looked at Aishu who was standing in front of him, raising his fist. I surrender. There was some sound of air leakage. Akainu couldn't believe it. How is it so strong? Can't take a move, what to play? On the other side, seeing this scene, the Green Bull swallowed, and turned to look at the world government agent who behaved similarly. I think it doesn't matter whether the marshal is in the right place or not. He is making contributions to the world government. The Green Cow said dryly. The expressions of several agents of the world government changed upon hearing this. Their task is to assist the Green Bull to become the Marine Marshal. But in this situation, how could it be an opponent? This is already a little over the limit. After an exchange between Momuzagi and Green Bull, the two felt that everyone was a Marine, and the fights hurt harmony. So the two decided to give up voluntarily. Looking at the progress of things, look at the island that has changed its terrain. It seems that the old man will not be able to brag in front of this kid in the future. It is bragging in the eyes of others, but in his eyes, it is true. But I was very happy with Aishu's strength. Others were shocked. And Marine is now anxiously waiting for the birth of the new marshal. Soon, a message spread throughout the Marine. After friendly exchanges between 7 strong men whose strength surpassed that of Admiral, they were unanimously elected. Out of the original Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Aishu became the new Marine Marshal. And this new Marine Marshal is actually a young man in his early 20s, whose strength has already surpassed the Admiral level. It can be called the strongest combat power of Marine. New World. Ace frowns. They finally discussed it, and finally agreed to the conditions of the Blue Phantom Pirates. Give up the periphery to these bastards. The BD Teach is not dead yet, and now that he has just arrived in New World, he is ready to compete for the position of the 4 Emperors. Marco said angrily. Teach. Ace has matured a lot now. Being so self-willed last time caused an uproar in the end. Let the Whitebeard Regiment suffer heavy losses. Even the captain is dead. Send someone to investigate first. Yeah, that's good. By the way, Ace, you said that you have a brother who is now a marine, called Aishu, right? Marco suddenly remembered something and said. This sentence directly attracted a group of captains from the Whitebeard regiment. Ace, you actually have a brother. Didn't you hear? Not only has a brother, but a marine. Doesn't Ace have a brother called Straw Hat? A group of people gathered around curiously. The Straw Hat is Luffy, not my brother, no blood relationship. As for the other one, just treat it like Luffy. Ace originally wanted to tell the truth. But considering his status as Roger's son, worried about causing trouble for Aishu. If it's called Aishu, Ace, see if it's this person. Marco said in a strange tone. Ace was stunned, reached out to take the newspaper, and then saw the front page of the newspaper. Marine competition. The 7 strongest fighters of the most powerful level compete. The final winner, Aishu. Marine's new Supreme Commander, Marine Marshal Aishu. The following is the introduction of some records about Aishu's capture of pirates. Some of it is conjecture. Flutter. Ace sprayed directly. Marshal Marine? Is Aishu a Marine Marshal? For a moment, I thought of the promise made by one person back then. He wants to be famous in the New World, and Luffy wants to be the freest man on the sea. And Aishu said, to become the strongest. And now, is he the strongest in this sea? Seeing Aishu in a daze, the other pirate captains leaned their heads to read the newspaper, and then they were all stunned. What? Marshal Marine? Ace, is this Marine Marshal your brother? Everyone is dumbfounded. Outrageous FG opened the door to outrageous belongs to yes. Absurdly home. Speaking of which, in Marineford before, you brother didn't seem to show up on 5.8, and you are so strong. Marco spoke. He went, and shot. Ace shook his head, but did not continue to explain. He didn't know at first. It wasn't until Ace was able to recognize the familiar feeling after being kicked away with Luffy. I just feel that Aishu went so far that even Naval Headquarters Marineford was destroyed. Ace even felt that Aishu was going to betray Marine. Even considered inviting Aishu over. After all, the Whitebeard regiment is now undertaken by these captains, which is really beyond their capabilities. As a result, the person directly changed his identity and became the Marine Marshal. This is really slippery. Aishu didn't even know what else to say. Although this guy is my brother, he won't show any mercy. After carefully reading the records in the newspaper, Ace spoke. The newspaper clearly stated that Aishu didn't care about the bounty when he attacked the pirates, only whether he was doing evil or not. As long as it is evil, it is either death or impel down. If that's the case, Teach, who ran out of impel down and made such a big fuss, wouldn't he attract the opponent? Marco guessed. Probably. When Ace heard this, he thought about Aishu's character. If it's him, if Blackbeard dances too hard, it might make him think it's not giving him face. Ace tried hard to remember the quotes from Aishu when he was a child. Among them, the word face appears more often. A person has a face, a tree has a bark. You give me face, I'll give you gold or something. Now the Whitebeard regiment knew themselves well. Previously, they were a group of giant babies living under the protection of Whitebeard. After suffering continuous blows, no matter how stupid a person is, he should recognize himself. Chapter 77. After discussing with the rest of the Whitebeard pirates, I feel that this change in Marine will not affect them for the time being. If Whitebeard was around, they would be the strongest pirate group in the sea. But now that Whitebeard is dead, they also know very well that they have now become a second-tier pirate group. The same mood is not very good, and Blackbeard, who jumped out of Impel Down before. Blackbeard didn't look much different at this point. If you ignore the large number of stitching marks on its body. There are even 3 cross-stitch marks on its skin. Thief, ha ha ha, Marine's newly elected marshal is actually a brat. Blackbeard Teach grabbed the newspaper in his hand, looked up and laughed. But the expression on his face was ferocious and distorted. I've seen this person before. Shiryu of the Rain was holding a big cigar, staring at a newspaper in his hand, and said, "Oh? Then tell me." Hearing this, Blackbeard gestured. This person is said to be related to the marine hero Garp, so his name should be Monkey Da Aishu. He is indeed very young, but his strength is extremely strong. When I was the warden in Impel Down, I saw him personally send prisoners to Impel Down. Maybe he doesn't have devil fruit ability. Shiryu of the Rain roughly explained it. After all, when Impel was down, they didn't meet much. It's really not easy. Without the ability of a demon, you can become the Marine Marshal at such a young age. That strength is probably not trivial. The Blackbeard pirates were slightly more resourceful, and Lafitte said, "Thieves, ha ha ha, even if this kid is powerful, it has nothing to do with us now. Laozi is still Shishibukai now," Teach said with a laugh. But everyone else was silent. Did this Teach get beaten up in Marineford? You played against Marine at Marineford, and you still want people to recognize you as a Shishibukai? Everyone thinks Teach is naive. But no one spoke. After all, no one wants to do such an unpleasant thing. How's the battle with the Blue Phantom Pirates going? Seeing that no one agreed with him, Teach couldn't help feeling bored, so he asked another question. That's when they robbed the Whitebeard Pirates 03 site, and ran into a Blue Phantom Pirates. What the other party meant was that their captain was actually that blue figure from Marineford before. There are still battles from time to time, but there are no large-scale battles. Lafitte explained, and then said, "According to my investigation, although the name of this Blue Phantom pirate group is the one who appeared in Marineford before, but that person does not seem to have appeared. What's the meaning?" The evil King Alvaro Pizarro put down the meat around his mouth and asked curiously. Others also cast their gazes over. "It's nothing, it's just that these people seem to be organized spontaneously, and the person like the Blue Phantom has never shown up." Spontaneously organized? Even Blackbeard, who looked uneasy after hearing the word Blue Phantom, was stunned for a moment. Are these bastards taking advantage of that person's name? Blackbeard asked subconsciously. "Captain, it doesn't look like much, but it feels like people who worshipped that person and gathered together." Lafitte opened his mouth to explain. "BD, don't care what it is, since it has nothing to do with that person, then start a full-scale war and take down all of Whitebeard's territory." Blackbeard stood up abruptly, shouting loudly. The other people who were originally worried were also relieved, and they also stood up and shouted loudly. Afterwards, the Blackbeard pirates led the summoned pirates and fought against the Blue Phantom pirates. At this time, the Blue Phantom pirates are still at war with Kaido and the Charlotte family. All I can say is, there is one. Even the red-haired Shanks looked dazed looking at this fierce group of pirates. The news of the war here was naturally received by the Marine and World Government. Marie Joyce. There is now silence among the powers. After a long time, a voice sounded. The guy with the green bull didn't become the Marine Marshal. Nonsense, this guy doesn't even dare to make a move. The fiery temper in 5 elders is almost a curse. It's normal to be invincible. This Aishu, in terms of combat power, has already surpassed the Garp match when he was young. As soon as this voice came out, the room of power fell silent again. Why did Garp contradict his superiors many times, refuse to be promoted, and scold celestial dragons for being safe and sound? It's all because of Garp's prowess in hosting. With Garp's strength, as long as they don't blatantly rebel against the Marine and the World Government, they will turn a blind eye. Otherwise, the son is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. He dared to take in the son of the One Piece, and his grandson became a pirate again. Ordinary people, if they belonged to this family, would have been arrested long ago. But Garp is still a marine hero. Speaking of which, Aishu's identity is a bit unusual. Well, I saw the investigation on this matter before, and it is indeed a bit weird. But now, it's better not to mention this. When Lord Im wakes up, everything will pass. That's right, that's it. If that's the case, then don't give Marine more power. If Marshal Marine says, let the world government give Marine some more tasks, and let them go out to kill pirates. Agree. Kin. After some conversation, 5 elders made a decision on Marine's direction after betting here. New Naval Headquarters. New Marine Fort. Aishu put her legs on the table, closed her eyes and meditated. Tashigi and Ian are writing furiously. It's no different, it's still very leisurely, and I'll leave it to you to deal with things. Aishu stretched his waist and said. Marshal, you'd better not say that again, this subordinate wants to resign. 1. Tashigi said speechlessly. No resignation. Aishu spoke by himself. On the 2 chairs in the room, 2 old men were eating snacks. Let's see who eats more. I said, old man, can you go out and don't disturb my work? Aishu heard the clicking sound filling his ears, and shouted. Aishu, UBD, you're going to command the Marine Marshal. Garp stared. No way, even if you are the Marshal of the Marine, the old man will not salute, because the old man is no longer a Marine. Garp akimbo, laughing. The black thread on Aishu's head. Marshal, the world government is urging you to command the entire army to go out to sea to destroy the pirates. Tashigi watched Aishu and Garp bickering and shook his head slightly. This phenomenon occurs several times a day. It's no surprise. But this letter of appointment from the world government, is their marshal still ignoring it? Sengoku and Garp also stopped eating their snacks and kept their eyes on Aishu. Isn't the Marine in the first half already cleaning up the pirates? Aishu's tone was a bit strange. Everyone in the office was speechless. The sweep of the Paradise Pirates is a repertoire. Do it all the time. It's not your order. You are now the Marine Marshal and have not yet given an official order. The meaning of the world government is that Marine has suffered a huge loss this time, and its prestige is not as good as before. It urgently needs a major victory to reconsolidate Marine's prestige. Tashigi opened his mouth to explain. It seems to make sense. Aishu nodded. That's why the world government hopes that all Marine executives will be dispatched this time to shock the entire world at once. Aishu squinted at Tashigi. Don't look at me, this is what world government means. I really don't want Laozi to rest for a while. Aishu muttered something. Tashigi, order all the Marines in the headquarters, including all the generals, that I will speak tomorrow. Aishu spoke. Tashigi took the lead. Soon, everyone in the headquarters received the message that the new marshal was going to give a speech. Akainu's office. Under the picture engraved with absolute justice, Akainu heard the news and exhaled. The teeth are a little leaky. And in this room, the green bull is also there. The justice these two insist on is similar in a sense, so they are now together. I thought he would stay idle forever. The green cow slumped on the chair and said. This time there may be a war, but we don't know the scale. We should know the result tomorrow. Other Marines also have expectations. The next day, the Marine elites of the headquarters are assembled. Aishu then appeared. This time, except for the Marine who went out to perform the task, everyone else arrived. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes stared at him, but Aishu's expression did not change. What is justice? Aishu spoke, and the sound spread throughout the audience. But everyone stayed. Is this a problem? You Marine ask what is justice? What are you going to do? Aishu didn't intend to hear the answer. Everyone's understanding of justice is different, and within our Marine, there are huge differences because of this. But what we are facing now is the Grand Line, the New World, and more powerful pirates. To enforce justice, one must carry out one's own heart. What are you fighting for? After Aishu's voice fell, everyone present was stunned. Some were lost in thought. But in this world, no one would think so much, so deeply. So Aishu has already made preparations. After receiving a hint from Aishu, hundreds of people who were originally Aishu's subordinates and now Marine Marshal's personal guards held tall booklets and sent them to the hands of all Marines present. Justice must triumph, justice must triumph. Akainu opened the booklet in front of him. Dangshen's 2 words made Yugo's eyes light up. It was very much to his liking. Of course this is not the most critical. Now Aishu didn't give these people too much thought at once. After all, it is extremely difficult for everyone to accept a certain idea at once. But this booklet is almost equivalent to the general outline. Protect the weak and enforce justice. It looks about the same as before. But if you think about it deeply, you can feel the turbulent waves hidden in the inner force. Sengoku didn't care about it at first, but after reading it, horror flashed in his eyes. After seeing the contents of this brochure, the world government was horrified. Is this trying to dig the roots of the world government? Marine is to protect celestial dragons and world government and allied countries. This is what Marine is about. Protect the weak? The booklet was sent to the world government, and both the world government and the 5 elders saw the dangerous ideas in the booklet. But he didn't dare to act rashly. The current situation is that not many people understand Marine. Once they appear, then things are hard to say. New Marine Ford. Aishu has been waiting for the response from the world government. In the end it couldn't wait. It seems that the world government is more careful than I thought. Are you guys really going to do this? Sengoku said incredulously. Strength is everything in this world, it is the foundation of everything. Aishu said. Sengoku marveled at Aishu's courage. Marshal, New World is playing lively right now. Tashigi opened his mouth to report. The Blackbeard pirates, the Charlotte family, and Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, are fighting against the Blue Phantom pirates on the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Aishu was taken aback. Heard the name of this pirate group again. This group of idle fans acts so violently, daily fight? This is fighting 3 emperors almost at the same time, although Blackbeard is definitely much weaker now. If it weren't for the occasional support from the Red Hair pirates, this Blue Phantom pirate group would probably be wiped out. Aishu nodded upon hearing this. Tell Akainu and Green Bull that the 2 of them brought the generals of the headquarters and the Navy 867 Army, and went to Wanakuni before. If Kaido didn't return to help, they took Wanakuni and took the mine in hand. When Aishu spoke directly, everyone was shocked. Let Aokiji and Kizaru go to Cake Island. You're crazy, UBD. Sengoku was stunned. Garp was also stunned. Now I'm the Marine Marshal. Aishu glanced at Sengoku and reminded him. Sengoku froze for a moment, shut his mouth and didn't speak any more. If you don't talk, you will forget about the 2 of you. Then ask Supervisor Sengoku to go to Cake Island. As for the old man, why don't you go to Wanakuni? Aishu spoke. Then the old man will go and see what you can do. That's good. As for me, go meet Blackbeard. I heard that this guy can get 2 fruit abilities. Aishu spoke. It's really an unprecedented move. Jun and Cake were left at the headquarters. Most of the other headquarters masters were dispatched. The world government has been watching Marine's actions. I always feel that after the new marshal came to power, Marine was suddenly out of control. But not long after, a piece of news that broke everyone's 3 views appeared, and it spread throughout the entire world government, and spread throughout Mary. Is this guy crazy? The 5 elders are numb. Good guy, let you fight pirates, don't hold more power. Fortunately, you took everyone away at once. The Newsbird news agency also received the news. The president who likes to make big news directly writes the headlines on the front page, and writes articles in person, and the newspaper is free. Instantly send messages all over the world. No one knew what Marine was doing. Is this going to war with pirates? But what happened next really has that trend. The pirates who originally fought each other in New World became honest in an instant. Hide and disappear. Marine drove straight in. New World. Captain, you may not believe it, the Marine with the Emperor is heading towards Wanakuni. The battle is over, Kaido is grabbing a gourd and drinking heavily. But after hearing this, the man stood up abruptly. What's the meaning? Admiral of Headquarters Akainu and the newly promoted Admiral's alternate Green Bulls are heading towards Wanakuni with a large number of Marines. The target may be our territory. When Kaido heard this, he dropped the gourd in his hand, and he turned into a giant dragon and soared into the air. Little ones, withdraw. Seizing Whitebeard's territory is the icing on the cake for Kaido. If one's base camp is taken out by Marine, then the loss outweighs the gain. And Charlotte Linlin also received the news that Marine invaded Cake Island, and hurried back. Blackbeard laughed at the news. These two guys come from far away from their lair, but his Blackbeard's lair is here. In the end, it was he, Blackbeard, who got the most benefits. Chapter 78. Captain, but Marine is coming towards us. Blackbeard obviously had some reason on his side. Having now received the Marine moved towards the place they now occupy. The new century had been divided among the 4 emperors before. Marine's strength is relatively weak. Now that there is a trace of Whitebeard, it is natural that there is a piece of land that is almost unowned. Blackbeard's territory is built on the original Whitebeard's territory. Laozi is Shishibukai now, why are you afraid of Marine? Blackbeard sneered. But the last time you took us to Marineford, Captain, you already offended Marine. The sneer froze on Blackbeard's face. Thief, ha ha ha, New World is not Marine's territory. First you attacked that BD Kaido and Cake Island, how much power do you have now? Little ones, after this round, you will be able to occupy 5 more islands. Blackbeard yelled with a laugh. Then he took a group of his men to fight against the Blue Phantom Pirates again. The departure of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin has concentrated its fighting power. At this time, a battle broke out between himself and Blackbeard leading the large fleet. In terms of mid-range combat power, the Blue Phantom Pirates far surpassed the Blackbeards. It's not much better than high-end combat power. But the real top powerhouses are not. In other words, if it is a real top powerhouse, it would have already been famous all over the world. This is also the limitation of this spontaneously organized pirate group. Without a real top player, it is not easy to secure a firm foothold in these new world sites. A whole. Watch Blackbeard teach as one man overpowers all 5 of them. The members of the Blue Phantom Pirates already feel a little tired. Thieves, ha 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 ha, that person hasn't appeared for a long time, and maybe he died. If you belong to my Blackbeard Pirates, your status will not change in the slightest. Blackbeard spoke with a laugh. But the 5 people who were angry just now are all staring at him in shock. Blackbeard Teach also made a little hurry for the 5 people to stare silently. Had no idea what was going on. And in the distance behind him, Luffy's voice sounded. Captain, be careful. Careful? Blackbeard was taken aback for a moment, already on guard in his heart. Teach, people's dreams will never stop, right? A voice rang in Blackbeard's ear. This unique voice, which seems to be composed of completely small noises, Blackbeard will never forget in his life. Turning his head suddenly, Blackbeard Teach saw a translucent figure floating not far away. A series of golden lines wandered on the blue figure. Can't see his face clearly, but Blackbeard can confirm that the other person is staring at him now. And Aishu was indeed looking at Blackbeard at this time. This guy's life is really big. Just by looking at the pattern of wounds on Blackbeard's body, you can know the result of the last shot against Teach. Almost cut Blackbeard Teach to pieces. This way you can survive. There are really too many monsters on this sea. And Blackbeard's side. I saw this blue figure with the deepest memory and the most hated one again. Blackbeard found himself unable to resist the thought. Really, the shock that Aishu gave Blackbeard last time was too strong. Withdraw. After Blackbeard left such a sentence, he disappeared naturally. Aishu was taken aback for a moment, and then understood. Didn't get the shock fruit, so got the transparent fruit? It seems to be used pretty well. With his knowledge, he could only see a little bit. Those on Blackbeard's side retreated quickly. And the entire Blue Phantom Pirates were in a frenzy at this time. Everyone stared at Aishu floating in midair without blinking. Just showing his face scares Blackbeard into buying a mouse. Aishu has no intention of contacting these people for the time being. But I also want to see what step these people can achieve. Aishu, who made the decision, raised his hand directly, and a beam of light cut through the space in an instant, and landed on the flag of the Blue Phantom Pirates. The 2 bones under the blue skull quickly turned into a sickle and a hammer under the change of the light beam. After finishing all this, Aishu left directly. And here everyone in the Blue Phantom Pirates fell into a frenzy. This pirate flag, which was personally transformed by Aishu, was manufactured dozens of times in a short period of time. Although I don't know what this sickle and hammer represent. But since Blue Phantom got up and made the modification, it must have profound meaning. It's just that they don't have the right to know yet. Aishu returned to the warship. Master Marshal, you are the commander of the fleet, and I hope that you will not leave for so long independently in the future. Tashigi was relieved to see Aishu appear. Just to meet old friends. Aishu casually found a reason. Blackbeard's territory is just ahead and can be reached today. Then take it right away, that guy Blackbeard won't be able to come back. Aishu ordered it himself. This time he brought all the elite marines. There are also many elite generals in the headquarters. Blackbeard was already on shaky ground. There are not many subordinates, and they have to guard a lot of places separately. Then Aishu is not welcome. Directly for the rest of the time, the islands occupied by Blackbeard were recaptured. It directly made Blackbeard's busyness of this little time come to naught. The site that was finally won is gone. Blackbeard was about to explode when he saw the blue phantom of Aishu. This side has to rush to block Marine and defend their own territory. But now Blackbeard, who doesn't even have the title of 4 emperors, doesn't have such a big influence. All the other islands are lost, now only this one is left. Lafitte said dryly. Blackbeard's eyes were red and he didn't say anything. People's dreams don't stop, right? It's the word that's running through Blackbeard's mind right now. This sentence is what he said when he saw the Straw Hat Luffy. How did the other party know? And now it has become the words that the opponent has been using to attack him. This is what makes Blackbeard teach the most unbearable. After all, in his eyes, he has endured humiliation in the Whitebeard pirates for so many years. Now that Dark Fruit's goal has been finally achieved, he doesn't want to go back to his previous life. Let's go to war. Blackbeard's voice rang out. He wasn't going to hide. Hearing Blackbeard's words, a group of people under him did not refuse. To be able to follow an ambitious man like Blackbeard. None of us are for the faint of heart. The war started directly above the sea. The sound of shelling and shouts of killing can be heard endlessly. Aishu stood on top of the warship, looking at the island in the distance. My lord, we have listed Blackbeard's crimes. Aishu was taken aback for a moment, then took a look. Everyone was dumbfounded. What about grabbing territory, disregarding human life, massacring civilians, and looting treasures? There are dozens of crimes. Does the Marshal have anything to add? Tashigi asked. These are your own thoughts. Aishu asked incredulously. Tashigi nods. 6. From now on, I will leave it to you to put labels on the opponent's foreheads before the battle. Aishu's words made Tashigi confused. But I probably understood the meaning. So after saluting, he turned and went to work. And Blackbeard originally had the idea of fighting to the death with Marine. But after hearing the criminal evidence that Marine listed for him, he was also dumbfounded. The members of the Blackbeard group also looked confused. These Marines seem to be a very new Marine. Doing something new. Captain, that ship seems to be the main ship of Marine. Lafitte reminded a somewhat sullen Blackbeard. Then Blackbeard also noticed Aishu's ship. Thieves, ha 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 ha, the new Marshal of Marine seems to be up there. Little ones, let's fight together and take him down. Blackbeard decided to live to die. With his masters such as Badgers, Shiryu of the Rain, and the King of Evil Government, he rushed towards the ship where Aishu was. Aishu naturally sent all this. Let me make the first move. Blind Fujitora smiled and took a step forward, holding the hilt of the staff sword. The next moment, the gravity fruit activates. The Blackbeard regiment is in mid-air, resisting the effects of gravity at all. Although the ability of the gravity fruit will lose its effect when it comes into contact with sea water. But this sudden attack still caused the menacing group of people to sink into the sea by themselves. But people like Blackbeard seem to have been prepared for this situation. Shiryu of the Rain held the long sword with the scabbard, and whipped the people who fell into the sea out of the sea one by one. Seeing a large group of people floating in the air, they didn't dare to get closer. Aishu's eyes narrowed. Moonwalk is really flooding. I'll go there. Help me. Good job. No, you pay attention to the battlefield with a smile, and help wherever there is a disadvantage. A Blackbeard pirate group, I haven't paid attention to it yet. After Aishu finished speaking, he tapped his feet, and his figure appeared in the sky instantly. Thief, ha ha ha, you kid is the new Marshal of Marine, how dare you come to play Laozi's idea. Seeing Aishu coming alone, and seeing Aishu's young appearance, Teach laughed out loud. But Badgers, who had quietly turned behind Aishu at this time, suddenly started, punching heavily at the back of Aishu's head. Above the fist, the armed color is entangled with deepness. Turning his head to test, Aishu punched lightly, but he couldn't see any power, and he couldn't see any armed color cohesion. The first punch hit Badgers in the chest. Puff! Seriously wounded with one blow. Badgers, whose chest collapsed and his eyeballs were about to bulge out, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body fell heavily into the sea like a cannonball. Don't underestimate me, I'm the Marine Marshal. Aishu's tone was not kind. To actually want to attack him unexpectedly, is he really treating him like a young man who just entered the battlefield? Blackbeard's eyes fixed on Aishu. Others rushed forward. Aishu rubbed his fists and greeted him. Boom boom boom. Figures fell from the sky into the sea one by one. In the sky, a dense darkness is spreading rapidly. Chapter 79. The war is in full swing. More warships, more artillery. Tilt fire on the Blackbeard pirates' pirate ship. The explosion and flames made the whole sea red. However, the Blackbeard pirates, who need expert support, can't wait for Kaohsiung. Because, now, all the cotters under Blackbeard's command were stopped by Aishu alone. He couldn't give his subordinates any support at all. The battlefield has been divided. The gap between the number of people and the quality cannot be balanced. And Blackbeard obviously also saw that in naval battles, Marine crushed them. In addition, the few helpers around him couldn't even stand a punch. Dark cloud. Dark fruit awakens. Black clouds float in the sky. Spreading in all directions, the speed is not fast. And those who were sunk into the water by Aishu, such as Badgers and a group of evil government kings, were bounced out again by Shiryu of the rain in the sea water. Only this time, they didn't go forward, but helped the Blackbeard pirates who were being suppressed at the moment and retreated to the island. Aishu crossed her arms and looked at the darkness before her eyes. It seems that it is because of the rather strange features of dark fruit. After awakening, it seems that there is no stronger function. It's just that the range is wider and the speed of absorbing attacks is faster. But Blackbeard, who is now in the dark, is quite safe in this situation. This kind of darkness that can absorb everything is a natural barrier. Thief, ha 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 ha, Marine came to find trouble with this captain. Do you think this captain is the best bully? Blackbeard's voice came out. Aishu glanced down. The Blackbeard pirates were under siege by Marine and retreated to the island. Actually, I'm a little curious, Teach. Aishu looked at the darkness approaching him, and said without dodging. What? Blackbeard's startled voice came out. The fruit of darkness claims to devour everything, and the most abundant thing in this world is sea water. How much sea water can you swallow? Aishu spoke. Blackbeard was taken aback, he really hadn't thought about this. The dark fruit actually has a dark space, which is not infinite. The things absorbed by the darkness all enter into this dark space. But exactly how big this space is, Blackbeard himself doesn't know. Then go down and try. Hearing no response from Blackbeard, Aishu spoke. Thief, ha ha ha. Now I am surrounded by darkness, do you dare to come in? Blackbeard laughed loudly. Right. Aishu nodded, then lowered his head and opened his mouth. It wasn't loud, but Blackbeard could hear it clearly. All the warships are shelling the island in front of me. Next, I don't want to see this island still exist. This is an uninhabited island of 283, and Aishu had checked it out before he brought people here. Now the island's people, only members of the Blackbeard pirates. The Blackbeard group as a target is the 4 emperors, and the new pirate group. It is easy to join, but the people who join are basically senior pirates with bloody hands. This kind of person, in the eyes of Aishu, living is a waste of air. After hearing what Aishu said, Blackbeard was shocked. Subsequently, the shelling below began. The cotters of the Blackbeard pirates did not expect that Marine could actually do this. The artillery of dozens of warships kept spewing shells. The flames of the explosion instantly occupied the entire island. The Blackbeard pirates who had just retreated to the island and hadn't taken a breath immediately encountered a catastrophe. The strong may be able to ignore the shelling. But ignoring so many shelling masters, the Blackbeard regiment didn't have many people in total. At this time, the island has already been withdrawn again. Under the order of Aishu, the sound of shelling did not stop for a moment. Flames, howls, the Blackbeard pirates are dying. This has gone beyond the scale of Buster Call. Aishu looked at the scene below calmly, and then looked at Hiza. Now, very ambitious teach, your dream may start again. Aishu's tone was a little mocking. Blackbeard fell silent. But the turbulent darkness shows that this guy is absolutely not at peace. Blackbeard is really panicking now. He is ambitious. But ambition needs people to carry it out. Although it is easy for the strong to gather a group of people around them. But how much time would it take for a person whose younger brothers were all wiped out to recruit a new group of people? How much energy is needed? And others, will sit back and watch him continue to grow himself? Now that we have come to this point, it is completely at the right time, place, and people. That's what Blackbeard thinks. In the darkness, it sensed the island completely immersed in shelling and flames. Naturally, Blackbeard Teach can solve this situation. But he also understands that the new Marine Marshal in front of him will never let go easily. Although it was only a short fight, Blackbeard also had an estimate of Aishu's strength. A group of cotters under him, in the hands of the other party, are like children who can't resist. This feeling of being overpowering and overwhelming reminded Blackbeard of meeting Whitebeard for the first time as a teenager. But always face it. Blackbeard will not be willing to give up everything in front of him. Transparency. Blackbeard used the ability of the transparent fruit within the influence range of the dark fruit's ability. The figure disappeared completely, and with the help of the darkness, he quietly approached Aishu. Raising his hand, quietly, Blackbeard was about to attack Aishu's back. Aishu suddenly turned to look at where Blackbeard was. Do you think that if your transparent fruit can avoid the detection of the color of knowledge, it is already very powerful? Aishu's voice was calm. And Blackbeard Teach's body was covered in cold sweat instantly. Just as I was about to withdraw and retreat, I felt a sharp pain in my forehead. Aishu stuck out his hand suddenly, and grabbed Blackbeard's forehead. The strong finger force made Blackbeard feel like his skull was about to split open. Ah! Blackbeard let out a scream, as shrill as if he had been castrated. The special body allows him to use the power of 2 fruits and even more. But the physical pain is also doubled. It's as if several people are sharing a body, but the senses are cumulative. Let's go. Extreme over-shoulder throw. Holding Blackbeard's forehead with one hand, the severe pain prevented Blackbeard from displaying his abilities. The body also appears in front of everyone. Blackbeard's large body is now struggling in Aishu's hands. Both hands desperately tried to break away the hand holding his head, but it didn't help. As Aishu turned around and arched his back, he waved his hands and threw Blackbeard in a big circle, heading towards the sea below. Among the Marines, the corners of Shiryu's eyes twitched wildly. But before he could dodge in time, he was hit by the Blackbeard falling from the sky. Laugh. After last night, Aishu yelled. Xiao Xiao, who was suppressing other Blackbeard cotters to attack the warship, heard the cry, and naturally understood what Aishu meant. Start with a stick and knife, and gather armed colors. Tiger Knife Hell Brigade. Boom. Gravity axe on Blackbeard, who was thrown into the sea by Aishu. Originally, under Aishu's powerful force this time, the Blackbeard that was thrown was like a human-shaped cannonball piercing the sea. The strong wind pressure has separated the sea water from the sea. Shiryu of the Rain didn't know where he was smashed and floated. Blackbeard felt himself falling fast, but couldn't react at all. Then, the ability to smile arrived, directly acting on Blackbeard's body. Boom! Faster! It was as if Blackbeard, whose body was covered with a layer of white light, fell directly into the deep sea with after-images. Aishu's avatar fell back onto the ship. The islands in the distance have all turned into a sea of flames. Marshal, is that so? Seeing Aishu coming, he walked over with a smile, and seemed a bit unbearable to kill so many people at once. Aishu didn't answer, and asked Tashigi to talk about what the Blackbeard pirates did during this time. There is no opinion in an instant with a smile. Clean up the battlefield and establish a marine branch. Aishu ordered directly, and Marine acted quickly. Marshal, all members of the Blackbeard pirates have been arrested except for Blackbeard himself and Shiryu Amame. Send Impel down. Aishu heard the words and ordered directly. Yes. In addition, there are the cotters of the Blackbeard pirates, and there should be a huge battleship San Juan Wolf. Tashigi opened his mouth to remind Aishu. Is there any trace of the other party? No. Tashigi shook his head. Aishu frowned, and suddenly his eyes flashed, looking towards the sea. Under the powerful sense of knowledge, in the deep sea, a huge person is approaching. Under Aishu's throw and Yuxiao's gravity, Blackbeard was sent into the deep sea. Waiting for him, will be, Ade, suffocated to death in the deep sea. But now, this guy's life is really big. The one under the sea should be San Juan Wolf. Follow the plan. Aishu flew into the air, and stepped on the moonwalk towards the distance. Tashigi didn't stop shouting. Immediately speechless. As the Marine Marshal. It's getting more and more willful now. And Aishu followed the huge figure on the bottom of the sea with his knowledge. But this guy is really cautious. Didn't even plan to surface. It has been swimming towards the distance in the deep sea. Such a deep position, Aishu thought about it. Even with his current ability, it is estimated that it is impossible to kill this giant at this depth. But Aishu was not in a hurry, and just followed along. It directly crossed the strength range of the Blue Phantom group. Into the heartland last held by the Whitebeard pirates. The underwater giant's speed was not slow, and when Aishu was about to follow it away, his expression suddenly changed, and his feet quickly clicked. Aishu's figure disappeared into the air. On the surface of the sea, a pirate ship is on board. Ace, don't frown, after patrolling the sea area this time, let's join the practice and become stronger. Marco sighed. Strength is the most important thing. Now, the one with the highest potential in the Whitebeard group is naturally Ace. Conqueror's Haki, Logia fruit, enough willpower. These are all excellent helpers to become strong. Maybe Aishu can finally become the strongest of the Whitebeard regiment and bring their regiment back to the top. The others sailed with the ship. The captains of the Whitebeard regiment also nodded. Aishu twitched the corners of his mouth, raised the wine glass in front of him, and gestured to the people around him. The iron fist of love. A voice sounded. Ace's complexion changed drastically. Like a conditioned reflex, he threw out the wine glass in his hand and covered his head with his hands. But it's too late. An iron fist fell directly on top of Ace's head. Ah, it hurts! A large lump was visible to the naked eye protruding from the top of Ace's head, and he couldn't hide it with his hands covering his head. The captains of the surrounding Whitebeard regiments were startled at first, and then all of them became alert. Only then did they see clearly the figure that suddenly appeared. Standing beside Ace, who was rolling all over the floor, Aishu with short black hair and short hair folded his arms and looked down. He was wearing a black slim suit with a white cloak draped over his body. The word justice is unusually conspicuous. The cloak flutters in the wind. Marine. It turned out to be Marine. Everyone beware! A group of captains shouted loudly when they saw Aishu's appearance. Everyone around was shocked. Stop! Marco said immediately when he saw the flustered scene. Then he looked at Aishu with shocked eyes. The new Marine Marshal, why does he appear here? Aishu turned his head and glanced around, his eyes swept over Marco, Jose, and Vista, and the conquerors on his body suddenly exploded. The sea, which was originally clear, seemed to be clouded for a moment. The whole sea became violent and windy. Are you questioning me? Aishu folded his arms, looked at Marco and said. This breath made Marco and the others feel tense. This posture is already comparable to the way their father rose in his heyday. Horror, unrivaled. At this moment, another wave of conquerors rose up and blocked Marco and the others. Ace stood up slowly, his eyes fixed on Aishu. It's the big bag on the top of the head that makes it a little funny. What are you doing here? Ace's voice sounded. What am I here for? My stupid Ododo. Aishu walked up to Ace. Ace subconsciously took 2 steps back. Stupid, incorrigible, and worrying mother. Aishu looked at Ace, it was the iron fist of his love. Ah! With a scream of pain, the conquerors on Ace immediately restrained himself, squatting on the ground, covering his head with his hands, tears came down from the pain. Marco and the others were also stunned. In this situation, where are they going? Or watch? Come on, the other party is Marine after all. But now it seems to be a matter between 2 brothers. They are obviously not good at interfering. And it seems that the elder brother is teaching the younger brother. Marco and the others looked at each other for a while, and then each took a few steps back, expressing that they would not interfere in this matter. Ace held his head, feeling the sharp pain. Even if he used his armed force, he couldn't bear the severe pain. Worse than Garp's fist. Stupid, to actually recognize a father in the sea, your uncle. Bang bang. Ace rolled all over the deck. Stand up for lousy. After Aishu beat Ace violently, he stopped refreshingly and gave orders. Ace, with his head full of bags, dared not listen. Standing up, my heart is full of despair. The gap is getting bigger and bigger. Now in front of Aishu, he is exactly the same as he was in front of Garp when he was a child. There is no power to fight back at all. Go back to South Blue sometime, you know what I'm talking about. Aishu looked at the desperate Ace in front of him, and said with a cold snort. Then he looked at the other people on board. Next, Marine will fight against the pirates in the sea. Your captain is dead, and the Whitebeard regiment is gone. It's pointless to continue guarding. Aishu spoke. Seeing that the faces of the people around him became ugly, Aishu didn't care. Of course, this is a warning that evil pirates will die, that's what I think. As Aishu spoke, he turned his back to the other people on the boat. If you do evil, Marine has evidence, your life, Marine will leave. Ace, including you. Aishu's voice sounded, and then stepped on the moonwalk, and the figure lifted into the air and disappeared. After Aishu left, Marco and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure is too much. Horrible. Ace, your brother is too terrifying. This momentum is much stronger than Kaido and that old hag of Big Mom. No wonder you can become the Marine Marshal. The people on the boat came back to life after Aishu left, and said in a hurry. Chapter 80. Just now, the momentum from Aishu made a group of people dumbfounded. Ace listened to Marco and the others repeating these words like a gossip, and looked at the place where Aishu left. I will definitely surpass him and defeat him. Ace said with a very firm expression. That's right. Just as Ace's words sounded, Aishu's voice sounded again. The Blackbeard pirates will be completely gone in the future, but I will let Marine take the New World's territory as much as possible. If you want to keep your own territory, you can try. Aishu patted Ace on the shoulder and said, when he was about to leave, Aishu suddenly turned to look at Ace. Who did you say you were going to beat? Ace swallowed hard and shook his head. No, you heard wrong. Marco etal. Oh, that's fine, let's go. Aishu nodded and waved his hand, don't forget to go to South Blue, if you don't go back next time, I will throw you into Impel Down. Before Aishu's voice fell, he had already left. Ace was silent for a while, and when he found that Aishu hadn't come back, he let out a long breath, collapsed to the side, grabbed the flagon and took a big gulp before calming down. Go, quickly send someone to investigate the situation of the Blackbeard pirates. Ace spoke. Marco and others did not dare to neglect, and immediately sent someone to investigate. Originally, they thought that it might take time to find out about this matter. But not long after, the news came. All the islands occupied by Blackbeard are taken by Marine. The Blackbeard pirates were all wiped out. Either get caught or be killed. Blackbeard himself is missing. Teach. Ace clenched his fists and said bitterly. The chief culprit that led to the collapse of the Whitebeard pirates made Ace very angry. But Blackbeard was much stronger than him. What shall we do next? Jaws asked. Put down the flag, hide yourself, and wait and see the situation for a while. Marco thought for a while and said. Then go to Dad's hometown to live for a while, it can be regarded as a rest. Originally in order to desperately defend the site. The result has not been held. At this moment, especially when I saw the appearance of Aishu just now. These people are completely confused about the current situation of all parties. It is reasonable to sit back and watch the changes. New World. The San Juan Bad Wolf under the water finally surfaced. It might have been the feeling for such a long time that made him feel safe already. The edge of a deserted island. San Juan Wolf's gigantic form emerges from the trail. After opening his mouth, Blackbeard jumped out of his mouth. Looks like it's doing fine. It seems that during this period of time, the body has recovered a lot. Thief, ha 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 ha, it's better if I keep an eye out. Blackbeard looked smug. But then his expression turned to anger again. The people who were finally recruited are gone like this? Looking at the situation now, it is estimated that only the San Juan Wolf and him are left. Although there are still some members of the Blackbeard pirates in other places. But these people were attracted by what Blackbeard was doing. What now? The entire Blackbeard pirates were wiped out. It is not certain whether these people will still admit that they are the Blackbeard pirates. Thinking of this, Blackbeard Teach's face darkened a lot. But after a while, the guy laughed. As an extremely forbearing guy, although this blow is extremely high for him. But it is impossible to completely defeat him. After all, I can endure 34 years for a fruit. Even if they are all done, if this fruit is not discovered, the idea of hiding in the Whitebeard pirates will be hidden for the rest of their lives. The situation is not at its worst yet. Darkness permeated Blackbeard Teach. The ground is also assimilated by darkness. With the fruit of darkness, he has the capital to make a comeback. Thieves, ha 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 ha, people's dreams will never stop. Blackbeard laughed, suddenly feeling something was wrong. Turning his head suddenly, a person was standing quietly behind him not far away. At this time, he crossed his arms and stared at him curiously. As expected of Blackbeard, you can eliminate the fight in such a short time. Aishu smiled and clapped her hands in approval. Wolf! Blackbeard roared. San Juan Wolf, who was standing by the sea, heard the words, raised his huge head, and slapped it down towards Aishu. A dazzling blue beam of light streaked across. This terrifyingly exaggerated giant fell to the ground without a sound. Blackbeard Teach was taken aback for a moment, then his expression changed drastically. Just now, what did he see? He saw that Aishu's hand seemed to have turned into a light blue light and shadow, with golden lines on it. It's you. Horror was all over Blackbeard's face. The body retreated one after another. Every step back, the darkness on the ground will soak up the surroundings. And Aishu raised his foot and approached slowly. He raised his foot and landed on the darkness, but it seemed to be stepping on the body of the country. As Aishu approached Blackbeard gradually, his body gradually turned into a translucent figure. Thief, ha ha ha, I never thought that the new Marine Marshal is actually the same person who destroyed the naval headquarters. After taking a few steps back, Blackbeard stood still, and suddenly laughed. Marshal D. Teach, are these your last words? Aishu spoke. Boundless darkness, nothingness. After hearing what Aishu said, Blackbeard directly called out the name of the big move. Then the body completely transformed into a mass of darkness. As if this is a black hole. Everything around is being absorbed by its madness. Dirt, rocks, trees, even sea water. Everything is sucked into it. There is simply no escape. Aishu directly transforms into an energy body form. Exempt from this powerful suction. Looking at this scene that seemed to have an extra black hole out of thin air, surprise flashed in his eyes. But since it is a fruit ability, it is naturally impossible to be a black hole. Then there is an upper limit. With the speed of this thing's absorption, even the huge body of San Juan Bad Wolf, who fell to the side, was crushed and absorbed. Until it seems to be saturated, the absorption stops. Instead, it began to spit out a lot of debris. Looking at the spewing debris in all directions, and the disappearing island. This guy, is this dead or not? Aishu's eyes were a little curious. Suddenly his eyes froze and his figure flickered. A lavender pineapple-shaped fruit appeared in Aishu's hand. Is this dark fruit? Aishu's eyes were a little surprised. The fruits are all condensed, is this really dead? Holding the fruit in his hand, Aishu's body recovered from energization, and his figure soared into the sky. Aishu disappeared for a long time. A figure suddenly appeared. Cough cough cough, BD. It was Blackbeard who appeared. Thief, ha 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 ha, the fruit is temporarily stored with Marine, and I will always get it back. I don't know how much news the world government can give about this guy. The Marine is the same man who destroyed naval headquarters. Even if you don't know the purpose of Aishu's doing this, Teach also knows that the value of this news is absolutely extraordinary. It was a last resort to feign death to escape. After all, in Marineford, Blackbeard and the blue figure of Aishu's incarnation fought a fight and were completely helpless. Almost got beaten to the point of disintegration. If it weren't for his special constitution, he would have died. This time, when he knew that Aishu was the blue figure, Blackbeard decisively cut off his limbs to survive. Abandon the dark fruit for a chance of survival. After all, in this world, if devil fruit reappears, the death of the former owner is inevitable. Extreme Steel Galaxy Impact. A cold voice came out. Blackbeard looked up in astonishment, and at the last moment of consciousness, he saw the straight white light of the perfect sky. I just said that I feel a little bit of a force. If the knowledgeable color doesn't break through, I'm really dodged by this guy. Your comprehension of the color of knowledge has reached the pinnacle, your understanding is extraordinary, you have comprehended one of the ultimate mysteries of the color of knowledge, and you have a limited premonition of the future. Aishu withdrew his fist, and after sensing the complete disappearance of Whitebeard's aura, he turned and left. Blackbeard, seat. Blackbeard pirates, destroyed. The downfall of Blackbeard pirates. Like a whirlwind, it quickly spread throughout the entire sea, whether it was New World, Paradise, or the whole world. All over the place, the news has been buzzing. Before, the center of discussion might still be scattered. Some discuss Marines destroyed headquarters. Some discuss the impact of the death of Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. Some are talking about other 4 emperors. But when the news of the Blackbeard pirates' demise passed through the newspaper office, it became the focus of everyone's attention in a short time. This Blackbeard Teach, who appeared behind the scenes in Summit War, is said to be able to use 2 kinds of fruit abilities. As a result, he was beaten almost to death before he could perform well. After being thrown into Impel Down by Marine, he escaped and returned to New World. In a short time, he pulled up a team to compete for the former 4 emperors Whitebeard's territory. And it is most likely to take it down and become the existence of New World's new 4 emperors. Such a powerful guy, under Marine's seriousness, disappeared completely without even a splash? Let's not talk about Blackbeard, even the Charlotte family of 4 emperors Big Mom has given up the outer islands and defended the core with all their strength. Looking at the reports of the other 4 emperors in the newspaper, I said it in surprise. Marine's courage is too great this time. Is it going to fight the remaining 4 emperors at the same time? No, there doesn't seem to be any news of Marine talking to the red-haired pirate. But now that Marine has destroyed Blackbeard, and now they have sent people to Cake Island, it seems that the territory of 4 emperors Kaido of the Beasts also has Marine, otherwise Kaido would not return and throw it away like this. Previously, the new century was very lively. Everyone knows that once Whitebeard is dead, his territory is definitely a favorite. After all, as the strongest man in the world in the previous generation, his territory is naturally the largest. 0. Asking for flowers. Pirates from all sides have attacked it. The whereabouts of Kaido and Big Mom are naturally no secret. And now, when Marine comes out, don't care how arrogant you were before, now you have to defend honestly. Otherwise, the hometown will be gone. The strongest in the world is still Marine. Even before the top battle. In the fight, Marine suffered a big loss. But now, Marine's prestige is rapidly recovering. On a sea in New World. A pirate ship is sailing. Flagon jugs and bones were strewn all over the deck. But from the looks of it, it was clear that the banquet stopped suddenly when it was halfway through. Captain, it's useless to rush over. Now that Marine is in this situation, if you really go over, they will dare to declare war with us. Vice Captain Ben Beckman said with a serious expression. Shanks grasped the hilt of the famous sword griffin hanging on his waist, with protruding finger bones, obviously very hard. And it's too late now, the Blackbeard pirates are gone. Shanks sighed, raised his hand, and grabbed a flagon beside him. Captain, but Marine is going to attack the other four emperors now. Lakai Lu, who seemed to have never lacked meat in his hand, said. The world government won't let Marine do this. I didn't expect Marine to make such a big move this time. Shanks sighed, then glanced around. Forget it, don't think about it, return to the voyage, and have a banquet. Oh. The Red Hair Pirates banquet begins. 9 Snake Island. Holding the newspaper in both hands, Boa Hancock was staring at the photo of Aishu above, shaking his body from side to side, his cheeks were flushed, and he didn't know he was thinking about it. Snake Princess, Marine actually started a war against the 4 emperors, they won't attack Shishibukai without promise. The mother-in-law said with some worry. Nonsense, no matter what I do, Marine will not blame me. Because I'm so beautiful. It's also because the concubine's man is too strong. Looking at Hancock, who looked down too much and turned into looking up, Grandma Jess sighed. But she didn't expect that the young man who came here to greet the shooter to become a Shishibukai actually became the Marine Marshal. If the good things between her and Snake can be facilitated, it is best to have another child, then 9 Snake Island can be regarded as completely stable. The mother-in-law who thought of this came directly to Shiji. After Hancock noticed it, he raised his foot, ready to kick him out. As a result, when she heard the words from Granny Zee's mouth, white smoke rose quickly from the top of her head. After the mother-in-law finished telling the story, Snake G couldn't hold back anymore, and kicked horizontally. The short former queen of 9 Snake Island was kicked directly out of 9 Snake Palace. Snake G was thinking about what her mother-in-law said just now, her eyes had already turned into the shape of mosquito coils. East Blue. Kakosia Village. It is also called Orange Town now. Nami, quietly carrying the bag, untied the rope of the boat and was about to jump aboard. Nami, where are you going? The voice suddenly sounded, and Nami shivered immediately, and the small bag shook and fell apart. And the figure behind her reached out and grabbed a stack of newspapers that fell from the small bag. All the newspapers are covered with Aishu's profile picture. Are you going to be Marine again? Belmere will be mad. Nyokijo said. Then I want to go too. This is my dream. I've made inquiries. Marine also wants navigators. I'm an elite navigator now. Over the years, the self-taught sailing skills have made Nami very confident. I also learned the Marine training by going to the Marine to inquire about his time. I still want to be very strong. Nami said. So, don't stop me. Nami looked at his sister angrily. I didn't say to stop you, you have to take me with you. After Nyokijo jumped onto the boat, she spoke. Nami was taken aback for a moment, and at this moment, 2 clouds of dust rose up in the distance. Belmere rushed forward with a stick. Go. Nyokijo was also in a hurry. The 2 hurriedly rowed, and the boat gradually left the shore. You 2 bastards! Standing on the shore, Belmere was hopping. Ajian on the side was embarrassed. This time, the cover for the 2 was discovered. Belmere, our place is not far from the Marine branch. You know, these 2 girls have wanted to be a Marine since they were young, especially after the one who became a Marine Marshal last time. Ajian said. Unexpectedly, the Marine who saved their Kakosia village back then turned out to be the Marine Marshal. It's just outrageous. This is a real world-class big shot. I actually had an intersection with such a big shot. When Ajian dared to know the news, he couldn't walk anymore. Belmere is about the same. But she rebelled back then and left home to join Marine. Later, he retired from Marine because of Nami and Nokigao. Now, it's the turn of the two adopted daughters to rebel and join the Marine. Like a reincarnation. I hope they are safe. Chapter 81. Advance to the 6th floor. Doflamingo, who was defeated by Aishu and imprisoned in the big prison under the sea, finally used tricks to get the privilege of reading newspapers from the jailer here. New newspapers were delivered, and the entire 6th floor began to riot. The 6th floor is all monsters. Every release will cause world turmoil. A hole with glasses, throw the newspaper over to the old man, or the old man will tear you apart. Doflamingo, what's the big news? Some tyrants couldn't help but threaten, and some pleaded. Doflamingo ignored these people at all and grabbed the newspaper with both hands. Marshal Aishu's entire army is dispatched. Doflamingo froze. This time, he was arrested and sent to the big prison without waiting to be spotted. He does know some details of Summit War. I also guessed that there will be personnel transfers in Marine. I even guessed that Marshal Marine might be substituting. But after thinking about a lot of candidates, he never thought that the one who became the Marine Marshal was actually the Marine who defeated him back then. He thought of the figure that he could not shake even with all his strength. Phew furfur, this is so much fun. Haven't seen the whole thing yet, and the beginning alone made Doflamingo burst out laughing. BD boy, what happened? Obviously, although the people on the 6th floor of the sea are vicious, but after all, they have been imprisoned here for too long, and everyone is bored to death. After finally having some entertainment, I naturally don't want to let it go. What happened? Hearing the shouts from the people around him, Doflamingo raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. Doflamingo only opened his mouth lightly when the people around him were yelling and swearing. Marine has declared war on the Emperor of the Sea. Blackbeard, the guy who escaped from here last time, has been completely wiped out by Marine now. Doflamingo 660 spoke. Just a braggart brat. Here's what someone has to say about Blackbeard. No, you don't understand, except for the dead Whitebeard, the redheads of the 4 emperors did not participate in the battle, and the rest were under the attack of the Marine. Doflamingo said in a strange tone. That kid Kaido and that crazy woman? Seems like Sengoku is irrational sometimes. Someone commented. It is not the Buddha Sengoku who is commanding the Marine, but the Shura of the Marine, Aishu. Aishu. Many people voiced doubts. The sand crocodile snorted coldly, apparently one of the few people who knew about Aishu. Most of the 6th floor were sent here a long time ago, and they don't even know the new generation of Marine powerhouses. A kid in his early 20s. Doflamingo Fufufu smiled and spoke. Doflamingo, it's not your turn to talk about the brat. You were sent in by someone. The sand crocodile's tone was a bit unkind. TCH, you know that. But Marine is going to rule the world. Doflamingo had this hunch. Calm belt. Ruscana Island. The roar of beasts sounded one after another. It was obvious that there were wild beasts fighting, and the roaring stopped slowly after a long time. Luffy lay on the ground with a residual smile on his face. A wooden stick hit Luffy silently. Luffy, who was lying on the ground, suddenly sat up and avoided the blow. Well, it's not bad this time. The deputy of One Piece. The old man who is now retired. Pluton Rayleigh nodded slightly, gripping the stick. Haki is an innate ability of human beings, and the application of Haki should be done as one likes. After throwing the stick, Rayleigh beckoned. It's time to go to the barbecue. Luffy's eyes lit up when he heard it. This means it's time to eat. Then Luffy carried the huge piece of meat and started to cook the meat over a fire. And Pluton Rayleigh was lying comfortably on a deck chair beside him, waiting for the meat to be cooked. In the sky, the news bird did not land, and directly dropped the newspaper. It's really strange that the old guy from the newspaper office is so generous these days. Only when something big enough to change the world happens, the news bird that values money will not care about money and will directly distribute newspapers for free. Reach for a newspaper. But after seeing the content in the newspaper, Pluton Rayleigh's eyeballs almost popped out. "Hello, Luffy. What are you doing?" Luffy, who was concentrating on the barbecue, didn't even look back. "Speaking of which, you said that Aishu is your brother, right?" Luffy admitted without doubting him. "Then your family is really outrageous." Rayleigh was very emotional. "There is actually a family that is more troublesome than that guy Roger. Across Marine, Pirates, and Revolutionary Army. Now even become a Marine Marshal. And the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Duo Lage." Rayleigh's eyes fell on Luffy, who was squatting on the ground, staring at the barbecue without blinking. Although this guy has been yelling that he wants to be the One Piece, which makes people laugh. But a man's dream should not be laughed at. And, the guy with the red hair is so optimistic about this kid. If it does happen in the future. Could it be that Marshal Marine, leader of the Revolutionary Army, and One Piece all come from the same family? Rayleigh's mouth Kakuzu was drooling. The openings of the eyes flashed, and some were out of focus. "Rayleigh, what happened to Aishu?" After hearing Rayleigh's question, Luffy didn't respond for a long time, and turned around to ask. "Oh, by the way, Aishu and Ace are real brothers, twins." Luffy suddenly remembered the key, and said. Rayleigh was distracted, he was taken aback for a moment, sat up abruptly, and stared at Luffy. "What did you say? Aishu and Ace are twin brothers?" Luffy nodded. "It's just that Aishu has grown faster than me and Ace since she was a child." Luffy was a little emotional. But Rayleigh couldn't listen anymore. People are numb now. Good guy. It turned out to be Roger's son. The son of the former One Piece, now a Marine Marshal? Can this plot be any more outrageous? And, now Aishu is ready to sweep the sea with Marine. Looking at the content recorded in the newspaper in his hand, Rayleigh was speechless. Take the Marine and the four emperors to war. The news of Marine killing Blackbeard hasn't spread yet. Otherwise Rayleigh might be even more shocked. "Luffy, Aishu has become the Marine Marshal." Rayleigh spoke up. "Oh, Aishu said before that if he wants to become the strongest in the world, he should have fulfilled his wish by now. I'm going to do it as soon as possible." Luffy clenched his fists and shouted loudly. "Aishu has been stronger than me and Ace since he was a child. His fists hurt more than Grandpa. He also taught me and Ace before, which is similar to what you teach me now." "Oh, Haki." Rayleigh nodded. "It's almost the same as what he taught, that's just anger." "Then Luffy, hurry up and eat, let's continue after eating." Rayleigh didn't care what he did before, but now he suddenly became interested. I even wondered what expressions they would have if they told the news about Aishu to some old folks. That guy Jabba is still upside down. Rayleigh thought. Marie Joyce. World Government. Commander-in-Chief Marine, Supreme Commander of World Government. Kong, the former Marine Marshal, was pinching his forehead with his huge right hand. "UBD, you actually did such a big thing." Of course he knew that 5 elders used divided management methods on the world government and marine. After all, celestial dragons don't want world government or marine to become too strong and lose balance. Originally they thought that the new Marine Admiral was a larger Marine Admiral. Take the lead and lead the Marine to fight. For other things, the world government will take over directly. As a result, the current situation is that things have exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only did it exceed the expectations of the world government, it exceeded 5 elders' expectations. It has even escaped their control. Of course they hope that the number of pirates will decrease. Grand Line can have more places under the umbrella of world government. But I definitely don't want the pirates to be cleaned up. After all, I know what's going on in my own home. Celestial dragons themselves know how many evil things they have done. But there are vicious pirates swiping the newspapers. The evil celestial dragons deal with the murderous pirates. That actually looks better. This contrast is what the world government needs. It is of course true that celestial dragons do evil, but celestial dragons cannot be made the chief culprit. Otherwise, the marine, world government, etc., from clearing pirates and protecting the public as a righteous army, turned around and became lackeys maintaining the rule of the celestial dragons. Although it is the same now. Besides, the pirates have been cleaned up too much, who will pay the protection fee to the world government? The so-called pull a hair and move the whole body. This guy, Aishu, is still too young to know what it means. This guy, Kong, still thinks that Aishu is a hot and high-spirited young man. As soon as you are in the position, you have to make big news to show your ability. Commander, the 5 elders have sent an order to let Marine withdraw, this is enough. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Kong to hear the order from the 5 elders. And here also received the news that Marine directly destroyed the Blackbeard pirates. Even Blackbeard himself was dead. In addition, the Marine side split up into 2 groups, attacking Kaido's entrenched Wanakuni, and another 4 Emperor's lair, Cake Island. If it's not impossible, maybe he can really do it. Kong was a little emotional. Then he ordered to send a message of withdrawal to Aishu. But soon, the news came back. Marshal Marine is not with the main army, I don't know where he went. Moreover, Wanakuni, Kaido have already fought against Liaoan and Green Bull. Rao is Kaido powerful. In the face of 2 admiral-level combat forces, it is also somewhat powerless. Beast's Pirates' 3 major billboards participated in the battle and were directly wounded. Marine also suffered losses, and Lushan was also injured. After receiving the news, Kong looked solemn. Immediately, they passed Marine and sent a message to Akainu who was in Wanakuni and Kizaru who was fighting 4 Emperors and in Cake Island. Wanakuni. Watching the sea stone being quickly moved by Marine soldiers. Even the cold as Akainu now has a smile on his face. Even if Kaido cannot be won this time, the sea stone income this time is completely sufficient. That much sea stone is a huge payoff. Garp, eating donuts and drinking anko soup, is not looking, but his eyes are wandering. Akainu Admiral, the world government has an order to evacuate you from Wanakuni. As soon as the news came, Akainu frowned. Something feels wrong. On the other hand, Garp's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. Knew it. Pirates are a big trouble, but it's not impossible to deal with Marine who is really serious. Rather, the world government or the 5 elders have always wanted to maintain such a balanced situation. Garp thought so. But I don't plan to say it. Where is the Marshal? There is no news from the Marshal, but the headquarters Rear Admiral Tashigi Rear Admiral is strict, the Blackbeard pirates are destroyed, but the Marshal left alone, and we have not been in touch yet. Well, since that's the case, everyone should speed up and completely evacuate this place tomorrow at the latest. Akainu roared loudly. Yes. Cake Island. The entire island has been completely frozen. Of the 4 emperors Charlotte Linland's family, the most powerful one is naturally herself. With extraordinary talent and infinite strength, he has achieved the title of 4 emperors. But now, under the attacks of Aokiji and Kizaru, his body is covered with scars, obviously showing signs of failure. Other members of the Charlotte family were also involved in the battle, and there were not a few who were unable to continue fighting. As for Marine, Sengoku, who is stronger than Kizaru and Aokiji, has yet to make a move. This kid, this time I'm going to poke a big hole in the world government. Sengoku's tone was a little weird. Judging from the fact that Kizaru Aokiji teamed up with one of the 4 emperors, it was a bit difficult to fight back. It is not the same level as the Whitebeard guy. Looking at this, we can actually see the results of Wanakuni. Although Sengoku hasn't asked yet. But with that guy Garp around, if he really wanted to, that guy Kaido wouldn't be able to escape. If these 4 emperors are really taken down, what will happen at sea? Sengoku reasoned in his mind. Either the Marine family dominates, or the pirates will go crazy again for the 4 emperors' position. Supervisor Sengoku, the world government has sent an order to retreat immediately. Sengoku was taken aback, then sighed. Sure enough. 2.3. The world government does not want to see such a situation happen. Contact the Marshal. The Marshal is not here. It is said that after the destruction of Blackbeard, the Marshal left alone. Sengoku was taken aback. This Aishu, is he acting as a new kind of Marshal? But the current situation. Do you want to retreat? Sengoku thought about it. Now the purpose has been achieved. Is Marine ready for what will happen if the 4 emperors disappear? Tell Kizaru and Aokiji to retreat. Sengoku immediately ordered to take away the cotters of the great Emperor Charlotte's family who were kidnapped this time. Now that you're leaving, it's not too much to take away some interest. On the other side, Akainu also wiped out the entire Rabbit Bowl mine. When Kaido had a good rest and came to trouble Akainu again, he saw an empty mine. During this period of time, he worked hard to catch slaves, and then mined and refined them. Everything was made into a wedding dress for Marine. The angry Kaido turned into a big blue dragon and swept across the entire mine. After Aishu returned, heard the order from the world government. Immediately he frowned. The 2 admirals, Akainu Admiral and Kizaru Aokiji, have evacuated with their people. They can't contact the marshal. They can only follow the orders of the world government. Tashigi spoke up. Tell them to go back and bring back Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, that crazy woman. Wait a minute, little Aishu, it's not the time yet, I've already done enough this time. Crane Vice Admiral looked at Aishu and immediately dissuaded him. Crane Vice Admiral tells the story of what's at stake this time around. Aishu frowned and thought for a moment, then nodded. I didn't say much, but I kept the world government's act of overreaching in my heart, and there will always be consequences. Chapter 82. Wanakuni. Master Kaido. Yin looked at Kaido who was drinking, and reported. Big Mom was also attacked by Marine. It is said that many descendants of his family who were valued by him were arrested by Marine. Yin was silent for a while as he spoke. The Blackbeard pirates were all wiped out and completely strangled by Marine. Boom! Hearing this, Kaido smashed the wine gourd on the ground heavily. Humph, Teach is a tricky guy, he dies when he dies, tell Charlotte Linlin, join forces, something is wrong with Marine. Kaido said. Yin was startled. It was actually the first to propose an alliance. This kind of thing has never happened before. But think of the huge loss suffered this time. The sea stone they had collected with great difficulty in the past few years was completely swept away by Marine. Sea stone is only produced by Wanakuni. The value has always been great. Absolutely top-notch stuff. Not to mention the hardness of sea stone itself is enough to make weapons and instruments of torture. The huge suppression of ability users alone is enough for it to have a large market. The gap is huge, but there is very little that can be supplied. Kaido originally planned to use these sea stones to continue to develop a wave of beasts pirates of his own. At that time, the strength may be doubled several times. Result. Before it even started, everything was over. Got robbed. He is a pirate, or the 4 emperors in the pirate. In the past, it was only to grab other people's shares, but today they were robbed. The angry Kaido wanted to get back on the field. But Kaido is not stupid. Now 03 can't win against the 2 admirals cleanly. And Marine now has about 70 or 80 such combat powers. To find trouble is to seek death. So joint gestures are imperative. While Cake Island heard the loss, Charlotte Linlin was naturally on the verge of rage. Naturally, there is no need to refuse Kaido's joint invitation. The 4 emperors are secretly planning an alliance. The red hair also left quickly after seeing the Marine's withdrawal. He didn't want to run into Marine. A new branch of New World Marine. The newly established branch is located on the site of the original 4 emperors' Whitebeard. The surrounding islands are all bases that Marine is building. Aishu sat on the main seat, holding his chin and looking at the list in front of him. Sakazuki, you did a good job this time, you executed all my ideas. Being named and praised by Aishu, Sakazuki's expression didn't change. The green bull is injured, give up the rest. Aishu opened his mouth to give orders. Battle report from the rest of Kizaru and Aokiji. After Aishu watched carefully again, he nodded slightly. Tashigi, hand over the prepared reward plan to everyone, and discuss with each other. Aishu's words made everyone startled. Why? Do you think Marshal Ben is the kind who only makes people do things and doesn't give benefits? Aishu said with a smile. as Tashigi sent a plan to everyone. What? 6 Admiral. Just being the first one made everyone dumbfounded. In addition to the original 3 admirals, Fujitora, Green Bull, and Jun also served as admirals. This requires world government approval. An official sent by the world government spoke timidly. No. There is no need to bother the world government for such a small matter, and please don't misunderstand, the plan has already been determined, and I am not asking for your opinions. Aishu's voice made everyone's expressions change. The personnel participating in the battle this time will be promoted according to their merits, and the treatment will naturally be better, and I plan to reopen the training camp. Aishu saw the puzzled eyes cast by everyone. Marshal, the training camp headquarters is still going on now. I'm not talking about elite training camps, but training camps that include all Marines, and training camps are held in every branch. Train the whole army. Yes, to become a Marine naturally requires training, but these are some common trainings, but this world is not a simple world, so a training camp dedicated to teaching people how to become stronger is inevitable. People from the world government dare not speak. But it always feels like this training camp is tricky. But I can't figure out where the problem is. Of the people present, only 2 of them roughly understood Aishu's plan. Tsuru Vice Admiral and Sengoku both resisted the urge to gasp. The current situation is that once successful, Marine may completely break away from the control of the world government. This is a big deal. Both of them felt that this kid Aishu was simply too daring. I dare to think too much. This seemingly reckless approach is probably not expected by the world government. On the contrary, it will work wonders. You see, it has been a long time since Aishu's thought-changing pamphlets have been released, and the world government has not responded much. It is estimated that he is still in a daze. Also, Polisalino, make another trip, I want to know the exact location of Sky Island. Kizaru had a sad look on his face, but he didn't refuse. Other things are fine, which one of you has something to do, if not, disband, go back to rest. Marshal, I recommend the removal of Shishibukai. Smile and propose. As soon as these words came out, everyone present looked at him with strange eyes and smiled. The relationship between Aishu and Shiji is unclear. No wonder Aishu agreed. But when everyone was dumbfounded, Aishu nodded. Also agreed. Shishibukai is unnecessary now. Aishu nodded. However, the division of pirates was too vague before. Aishu's voice sounded again. Detailed division of pirate classes, and some people who really venture out to sea. After digging the roots of the world government, let's dig the roots of the pirates. But this matter needs to be discussed again, Crane Vice Admiral, I will trouble you to preside over this. Good. Crane Vice Admiral nodded. Looking at Aishu who berated Fang Chiu, I felt extremely emotional. Then let's disband. Everyone left one by one. After handing over the complicated work to Tashigi and An, Aishu returned directly to his residence. But it seems that when I go back to rest, the person has quantified and left. Now the Blue Phantom pirates in the sea can take advantage of it. If he wants to face the world government, Aishu thinks he needs to be more prepared. After all, he has ruled the world for hundreds of years, so it is impossible not to have a trump card. After all, that old monster who didn't know what it was hadn't shown up yet. This pirate group is also a preparation. The 4 emperors are me, and the Marine Marshal is also me. How to lose? As soon as the Blue Phantom incarnated by Aishu appeared in this pirate group, everyone looked at him enthusiastically. These people all worship the strong. Summit War, Aishu's shot after being energized, directly attracted countless fans. It's just that the identities are unknown, and just like that, the fans gathered can already bump into one of the 4 emperors. Even with 2 4 emperors plus a Blackbeard, these guys can last for a long time. After leaving these people with the general development direction of the Blue Phantom pirates, Aishu left directly. Take a move and see where you will go in the future. New World. Baldigo. Chief, isn't this Aishu your son? Isn't he the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp? Balo Betty, the commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army, who was wearing a red jacket with nothing underneath, asked curiously. 217's chest can be seen at a glance, obviously an existence that likes to give out benefits. In her words, it is also an inspiration. Indeed. After all, as long as Balo Betty trains soldiers, even if they don't use the encouraging fruit, everyone will be as passionate as if they had taken medicine. Monkey D. Drago is numb now. This is already the first question. I don't know how many. But he has only one son, Luffy. This Aishu, if you guessed right, is the son of the One Piece Roger. He actually got into the Marine Marshal. When Betty heard Drago's guess, the sunglasses on her eyes almost fell off. Son of One Piece. Just my guess. Everyone shakes their heads. However, the things that the new Marine Marshal handed out at Naval Headquarters are quite interesting. Durag pulled out a pamphlet and handed it to Bello Betty. Not far away, Sabo and others also came over. When Betty flipped through the booklet in her hand, her eyes suddenly changed. Why is this somewhat similar to our thinking, but it's a bit obscure? Betty's words startled Sabo. When I took it over and took a look, my eyeballs almost popped out. So, send someone to contact the other party. Durag said. Boss, I'm afraid it won't work. The other party is Marshal Marine, who is surrounded by strict guards, and his own strength must be terrifying. If you guess wrong, the person you send to contact will be in danger. Sabo shook his head directly. So, let Betty go. Bello Betty volunteered. As a result, he ignored her and discussed Sabo's words carefully. Not far away, one of Luffy's partners who was sent flying, Robin, the Devil's Son with a bounty of 70 million, was listening with pricked ears. Chapter 83. Robin's cleverness. Needless to say. Run away from the age of 8. Known as the son of the devil, she spends every day in fear. But Robin grew up steadily. He also relied on his own ability to gain a foothold for himself. This kind of ability is really not acceptable to ordinary people. But this also made Robin develop the habit of collecting information or intelligence in advance. This time, a conflict broke out with Marine in the Sabaody archipelago, and was directly bombed by Shishibukai, but Robin stayed with the Revolutionary Army in the end. Of course, there are some twists and turns in the story. But it's only now that Robin knows that the father of his incomprehensible captain is actually the leader of the Revolutionary Army. And the eldest brother that the captain often mentions is now Marshal Marine. Is there anything more outrageous than this? Robin's face was calm, but his heart was almost overwhelmed. While she was practicing the physical skills she learned here, she had already begun to think about his identity as the captain in her heart. Marine Vice Admiral Garp, the son of the Marine hero. The son of Lola Ge, leader of the Revolutionary Army. It is the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, who leads Luffy to the sea. Luffy also has 2 older brothers, one is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' second team. And the other one is even better. It was Marine before, but now it is Marshal Marine. Outrageous. With this background, can you find better ones in the sea? Robin thought to himself. With this identity, if he confessed, it might be a Marine Admiral who appeared in front of Luffy, and he didn't dare to make a real move. No wonder in Sabaody Archipelago, that Marine Admiral with a wretched face kept accumulating his moves for such a long time, waiting for someone to stop him. All anomalies have been resolved. Robin swallowed, his ears continuing to perk up. Curiosity drives her, wanting to know more. And here, Drago and a group of high-level Revolutionary Army officers looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Leader, why don't you forget it? Marine looks too scary now, even more powerful than before. Koala said with some frustration. Koala lowered his head after seeing the eyes of everyone around him. When I was staying in Dressrosa before, I saw the current Marshal of Marine with his own eyes, Tien Fen's cold look. Koala explained in a low voice. She was collecting incriminating evidence about the Shishibukai in Delos Rosa. As a result, Shishibukai Doflamingo was taken away before the evidence was collected. Also, Marine Admiral probably has at least 10 people in combat power. With such a combat power, the best thing we can do now is to hide ourselves. Because, now, no one knows how Marine treats us. Koala said everything he thought of, and got the approval of many people. Drago nodded. Sabo, your memory has recovered, do you remember this Aishu? Durag turned to ask. I haven't seen it. When Ace Luffy and I became sworn brothers, this Aishu had already gone to Marine with Vice Admiral Garp. All I know is from Ace and Luffy. They all said that Aishu is smart, mature since childhood, stronger than both of them. It is said to be very rational. Of course, this is the evaluation when I was a child. Sabo spoke. What a mysterious man. Bello Betty lit another cigarette and commented. If Big Sister Betty made the move, it would definitely be successful. Koala said, looking at Betty enviously. It is said that the most beautiful woman in the world, the pirate queen Snake Boa Hancock, has a crush on her. Sabo spoke. It was a rumor, a tidbit in the newspapers. Okay. Drago saw that the more discussions he got, the more crooked he became. Since Marine is not sure, let's wait and see. It is best to understand Marine's reaction after getting this booklet. And the world government seems to be holding the World Summit recently. This is a good opportunity, and we must seize it. Durag said. Everyone nodded. Afterwards, Durag arranged the work, and everyone left separately. And it was Koala who taught Robin. Koala originally had contact with the Sun Pirates. Good at Murloc Karate. And what Koala is teaching Robin now is Murloc Karate. You heard it all just now, what do you think WW? Robin froze for a moment. The Marine Marshal. I don't know, I haven't seen it. Robin shook his head. But I heard what you said, this person is very powerful, and Marine is under the jurisdiction of the world government, but I hear from you, the world government seems to be unable to control the current Marine. Robin spoke. Well, we also have this feeling, so we want to touch it, but the current Marine is too strong, so strong that we dare not touch it rashly, it's really a headache. Koala patted his forehead and said. There's nothing Robin can do about it. Just don't talk to me. Crayakana Island. Hawkeye was wearing casual clothes, lying on the bed and looking at the newspaper in his hand. What an amazing person. Seeing in the newspaper that Marine killed the Blackbeard pirates and severely injured 4 emperors, Cai Hawk couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Princess Mononoke Perona floated over, quietly looking at the contents of the newspaper with her probe. This Marine is so strong. Perona was a little surprised, it looks so young. You are indeed very young, but you are still very strong. My Hawk spoke up. Of course, what he pays the most attention to is actually swordsmanship. However, compared to the person who appeared in Marineford before, it may be slightly worse. Thinking of the blue figure who fought against him in Marineford. The swordsmanship of the Avenue to Simplicity made Hawkeye very moved. Although there are not many changes, it is natural for Hawkeye to become the world's #1 swordsman. There are so many schools of swordsmanship in this world, the one that suits you is the best. I have personally experienced the strength of the blue figure. Therefore, Hawkeye felt that no matter how strong the current Martial Marine was, there was still a gap between him and that man. He. The one who defeated you? Then you are not the #1 swordsman in the world? Perona asked curiously. Hawkeye paused, then nodded. You're right, tell that kid outside to double his training today. Perona was dumbfounded when she heard that. Why does the green algae head outside let Hawkeye teach swordsmanship? Naturally, he has to learn from his teacher. Then listen to everything. The original daily training volume has taken up almost 12 hours. Double the words. Don't you even have the moment to sleep every day? But it's none of her business. Anyway, she was just a messenger. But when Paylola floated out and saw the scene in front of her, she said that she really thought too much. Chrysanthemum is training non-stop at this time, but his eyes are closed tightly, and his nose is full of snot. Apparently sleeping while training. It's all monsters, a bunch of monsters. Perona vomited inwardly. New World. Marine's strong performance has made New World a lot quieter recently. All the pirates who danced too happily have been sunk into the sea to feed the fish or escorted to Jinchanj. Marshal, the world government has sent someone again, and wants you to return to the headquarters of Marineford immediately. Tashigi opened his mouth to report. Leave them alone. I, as the Marine Marshal, took the lead in entering the New World, sitting on the edge of the Four Emperors' site. What dissatisfaction does the world government have? Aishu trimmed her nails and said without raising her head. But people from the world government said that if the Marshal continues to disobey orders, the military expenditure for the second half of the year will be cut by 30%. Tashigi spoke up. 30%? How much? Aishu asked curiously. Tashigi looked at Aishu's bewildered face, and was speechless for a moment. Is it really okay to not know such a big thing? Marshal, about 30 billion baileys. Tashigi opened his mouth to explain. The costs here are very complicated, including shipbuilding costs, marine soldier salaries, daily maintenance costs. Tashigi spoke quickly. Aishu frowned. Who has money? Aishu asked. Tashigi froze for a moment, but didn't react. Whether the world government has money, or the Science Corps has money, or the Celestial Dragons have money. Celestial Dragons. Tashigi spoke without hesitation. Well, send someone to the 6th floor of Impel Down, catch a heinous one, and sell it to heaven and man for 30 billion. Aishu waved his hand. Tashigi, people are stupid. Isn't this human trafficking? And selling to Celestial Dragons, isn't that helping the evildoers? Don't hurry up, anyway, those bastards are wasting food if they stay in Impel Down. In the 6th round of Impel Down, many strong players are fruit-capable players. No, it should be said that the vast majority of powerhouses are those with fruit abilities. And it's that kind of super fruit ability. In order to limit these fruits, these pirates will not be killed, tied with sea stone chains, and thrown into prison. This is to prevent the fruit ability from flooding the sea again. But will Aishu care about this? Tashigi still wanted to dissuade, and Aishu remembered something again. And whoever, Doflamingo, sold him to Celestial Dragons or the world government. If the world government doesn't accept it, tell them that they have to pay for detention in Impel Down, 100 million pele a month. Tashigi, people are numb. No wonder people pay for it. Tashigi left angrily. On the other hand, the world government used military expenditures as a threat, thinking that it would make Marine, the new assassin marshal, submit. In the end, there was a result that left everyone stunned. Kong looked at the report presented in front of him. Did he really say that? Kong's tone was full of disbelief. This is too outrageous. Well, sell a big pirate that can shake the new century for 30 billion to Celestial Dragons. Kong's mind was wondering, how did the new Marine Marshal's brain grow? How much do they deduct, and how much is sold here? But if you want to say whether it is worth it or not, it depends on how you look at it. If it was Kong, he would naturally feel that it was not worth it. But Celestial Dragons are different. These guys born from close relatives all have abnormal brains, but they have a lot of money. 30 billion is not a small amount for both world government and Marine. But for Celestial Dragons, it's not a big deal. Kong watched speechlessly. And this side also sells the former Celestial Dragons Doflamingo to the Celestial Dragons as a slave. This is even more outrageous. However, Kong knew that once the Celestial Dragons knew they could buy a former Celestial Dragon as a slave, they would be absolutely crazy. Kong was speechless for a long time, and directly threw the ball to 5 elders. And the 5 elders are looking at each other now. They have never experienced such a Marine Marshal. This is too outrageous, right? Isn't this funny? Funny, I can't see it. That's right, this Aishu doesn't care about the consequences at all. This time, it's probably on purpose. Should I remove him? No, I can't withdraw now, he won this position by defeating all opponents. 5 elders discussed. Now this Aishu has a high reputation in Marine. So be careful. But this guy is reselling Celestial Dragons now. It's the former Celestial Dragons. The Donquixote family is not the Celestial Dragons now. That is also an insult to the descendants of God. Okay, do you still want to fight with the other party? The matter of Doflamingo is non-negotiable, since he wants money, give him a custodian fee of pele every month. As for selling the pirates on the 6th floor, 5 elders is also numb. The advance is now in Marine's hands. The prisoners are naturally the ones that Marine has the final say on. It seems that because of our previous threat, this Aishu reacted violently. But this kid is disobedient. Young man, you will always be obedient in the future. Although the 5 elders all felt that Aishu was doing something wrong, but it is normal for young people to be impulsive. This time, it was also because they withheld military expenditures before, which probably made the other party anxious. Then do you want to make up for the military expenses this time? Not this time, don't show weakness, since he wants to sell, let's sell. After discussing with 5 elders, they felt that even if they didn't threaten the other party with military expenditures in the future, since they did this time, they couldn't show weakness. With the opening of the 5 elders, the celestial dragons exploded directly. A famous New World pirate becomes a slave? This is the face. What millions of slaves, tens of millions of mounts, and hundreds of millions of thugs. In front of this kind of pirates who offer a bounty of several billion, they are all rubbish. This is their face. And the marine side? Aishu heard Tashiji's reply. In other words, the world government agreed to pay Doflamingo a protection fee. Hey, it's a storage fee, not a protection fee. Tashiji was shocked in his heart. What about selling pirates? Zhao Qianzhao agreed too. Tashiji nodded. Then it's time to pick a suitable candidate. Aishu nodded. And now in Aishu's marshal's office. Akainu Kizaru Aokiji, 3 old admirals, 3 new admirals, and Garp Sengoku Crane, a group of people were dumbfounded listening to the conversation between Tashiji and Aishu. This marshal is really a man who does great things. This directly pushed the world government into a corner. Deduct military expenses? I just dumped a pirate and sold it to celestial dragons. As for the pirates falling into the hands of celestial dragons, what will happen? None of them care. Most of the pirates who can turn off the 6th floor are the ones who have a lot of evil deeds and are not wronged if they are shot 10,000 times. If it wasn't for devil fruit, these people would have been executed like Roger. Now there is one that clearly no longer cares about devil fruit. But the world government is obviously being subdued. It is true that the soft is afraid of the hard, and the hard is afraid of death. If young people don't talk about Wuyud, they won't be able to fix the world government by themselves. Marshal, what about us next? Pick the pirates, send them to Marie Joyce, and then auction them off to collect money. Aishu snapped his fingers. He knew very well that he would not follow the orders of the world government. Maintain a little bit of peace for now. But wait for the real trouble. Military spending is what you should worry about. Therefore, the gold of Sky Island is what you need. And the member countries of the world government are also needed. Impel down paper. Doflamingo breathed a sigh of relief. He was almost sold to the celestial dragons. This is a huge insult to Doflamingo. Fortunately, the world government paid him a storage fee. Watching a group of jailers and marine stop in front of each cell on the 6th floor. And those big pirates who were clamoring before are now extremely honest. They were not afraid of death, but being sold as slaves to the celestial dragons was absolutely intolerable. Chapter 84. Now these big pirates are cursing in their hearts. They can still encounter this kind of thing here. Sell them to celestial dragons? Don't you worry about them killing themselves and taking a few more celestial dragons before they go? What they don't know is that if they can do it, Aishu will applaud and sell these pirates to celestial dragons for a lower fee. That's him, open the cell. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Huashaishan and Ghost Spider, who came under the order of Aishu, pointed to a thin middle-aged man in a prison cell and spoke. This candidate was personally identified by Aishu. For this, Marine will naturally not violate it. No one in Naval Headquarters has any objection to Aishu's treatment of pirates, except for very few people. On the contrary, I think this is a good way to increase revenue and reduce expenditure. After all, these people are dangerous people. It's not easy to control. The maintenance of each layer of impel down requires a lot of time, money, and manpower. This kind of sending a dangerous person out saves a lot of expenses on the marine side. It can also be sold to celestial dragons in exchange for a large sum of money to maintain marine's expenses. As for how celestial dragons treats this pirate, Aishu doesn't care, and neither does marine. The hangman, Brunimoso, was arrested 19 years ago. When he was arrested, he offered a reward of 3.1 billion. Every time he occupied a place, he had to hang 100 people to prove his terror. The hanged, in addition to the opponents, there are also marines and a large number of civilians. Zoan is an ancient form of brutal desert bug. Hua Shaishan took out a document and read it, nodding slightly. You bastards, this old man is the leader of the head hanger pirates. The thin middle-aged man who was pulled out by a group of marines and jailers shouted loudly. His face was full of despair. Your pirate group has been destroyed, take it away. The ghost spider didn't care what this guy shouted at all. If it wasn't for the capture, the power of this fruit would have caused huge losses. Worrying that after the fruit was revived elsewhere, it would be eaten by Marine's opponent again, who had been killed long ago. The people on the 6th floor were secretly relieved to see Brunei Majuo being pushed away. Even Bullet, a former member of One Piece who looked extremely fierce, was relieved. A whole, Marine is crazy. Phew fur, that's really interesting. It seems that the guy who became the Marine Marshal is not a man of the law. Doflamingo laughed. Doflamingo was furious when he knew that he was almost sent to the auction house. But now watching another person being taken away makes Doflamingo laugh a lot. 303. BD boy, what are you laughing at? Hearing Doflamingo's laughter, all the pirates here were furious. What are you laughing at? I don't have to worry about it, but you people, now that you have the first one, there will be the second one, and then the third one. I expect you to become the dogs of the celestial dragons and be ridden by the celestial dragons. The look on the neck. Doflamingo laughed. UBD. Hearing Doflamingo's words, furious cursing sounded again. But Brother Ming obviously didn't care. Turn a deaf ear to the curses of these people. The more famous you are when you are caught, the stronger your fruit ability, the higher the price you can sell. When you have the first one, will the second one last? Just look forward to it next time, and look forward to not being your own turn next time. After Doflamingo made a mockery, he stopped talking. The 6th floor fell into a long silence. Humph, dare to treat Laozi like this, Laozi will kill a few celestial dragons as soon as he goes out. Of course you can, and Marine would say yes. Brother Ming replied without opening his eyes. The sand crocodile not far away had a livid face. What would happen if it fell into the hands of the celestial dragons? So what's the difference with the Walking Dead? And he, crocodile, the Logia Esper. I knew I had escaped. No, Blackbeard is dead, the Blackbeard pirates have also been wiped out, and those who survived have been sent back. Crocodile suddenly thought of this, and said to himself. Marine is really different. But you must save yourself. Crocodile couldn't bear to fall into the hands of the celestial dragons. As someone who knows some secrets, knows how the slaves of the celestial dragons are tortured before they become slaves. Thoroughly clear the thoughts of resistance. Don't even dare to kill yourself, dare not hurt celestial dragons. Each of these people on the 6th floor has once been famous in the New World. But if they fall to this point, they will definitely regret living in this world. With the support of Aishu. There is also the world government pushing the flames, hoping to solve this matter quickly and then expose it. Sure enough, a big pirate who used to roam the New World is very tempting to the group of 6 celestial dragons. However, it is still somewhat impossible to sell to 30 billion. The final price is 19 billion Baileys. This is already more than 6 times the previous reward price for the lot. After Aishu received the news, he didn't care too much. Ready to pick another one. Aishu, is going too far. Knowing Aishu's thoughts, Kong himself called the phone bug and gave a verbal warning. Well, let's make use of the waste. Those people in Impel Down have been arrested, afraid that the fruit will flow out. Aishu's appearance made Kong furious. However, it was discovered that the world government's control over Marine had dropped too much. Kong became alert. World government will make up the rest of the money, don't even think about touching those pirates in Impel Down. Kong roared. Aishu took the phone bug a little further away. That's fine, anyway, there is no shortage of money now. The implication is that you are short of money. Kong hung up on the fairy tale bitterly, and everyone was speechless. Aishu is really unpredictable. Then Kong picked up the pamphlet that Aishu had given out earlier. Look at the contents inside. This is sent by CP. You say it's forbidden, but Aishu just put it upright. And even people from the world government have them. The content inside is indeed suspected of being prohibited. But with such an above-board attitude, Kong was a little uncertain. No one knows what kind of tricks Aishu is going to play. The marine branch of New World was quickly completed. There are heavily guarded marine bases on more than a dozen islands. Each one is built according to the original defense of the G1 branch. Aishu ordered to return to New Marine Ford. It is not a requirement of the world government. It's just that it's meaningless to stay in New World by yourself. Aishu took most of the staff back to the G1 branch and returned the center to Paradise and Four Seas. The pirates of New World finally breathed a sigh of relief. But only a little looser. Because of New World's marine base, 2 admirals sit in command. The original 3 admiral was taken back by Aishu. 2 of the 3 new admirals were dropped in New World by Aishu. Fujitora smiled and ran with Green Bull. There are more than a dozen vice admirals and a large number of marine elites left behind. And 4 emperors Kaido and Big Mom announced their alliance after Aishu took people away and announced that they would advance and retreat together. Everyone thought that the 4 emperors suffered such a big loss, and they would definitely seek revenge from Marine this time. But to everyone's surprise, after the 4 emperors formed an alliance this time, there was no other action. With all parties quiet, New World fell silent again. The remaining Whitebeard pirates disappeared completely. No one knows where it went. The original Whitebeard's territory was completely occupied by the Blue Phantom pirates. Although it is not called the Emperor, everyone has regarded it as the strength of the new 4 emperors. Because the Blue Phantom that is said to have destroyed naval headquarters is the person behind this pirate group. This is a real powerhouse. The rebroadcast footage that spread from the stair, let everyone see how powerful this person is. Simply unrivaled. In the end, it used the ability of shock fruit similar to Whitebeard's. It was simply terrifying. Marine's several masters teamed up, but they failed to defeat each other. With such a person in charge, it is only natural to support a 4 emperors' power. It's just about the identity of this person, but no one knows. The one with the most information is still the arrest warrant issued by the world government. Certainly. Both world government and Marine also believe that Blue Phantom is behind the Blue Phantom pirates. But in fact, it is true. Aishu, who returned to naval headquarters, disappeared every now and then. The entire naval headquarters is aware of this. But now, no one can control Aishu. Now everyone in the headquarters is used to it. Deal with things by yourself first, and discuss the results. Wait for Aishu to come back and report. This is how the Marine executives operate now. Of course, as long as Aishu's orders are issued, Marine's execution is also very fast. A boss who is aggressive in doing things, or those who are looked after, will attract more followers. As soon as he took over, he beat the New World pirates like turtles. If you dare to resist, you will encounter a crazy blow from Marine. This posture makes Marine's current self-confidence burst. And the training camp promoted by Aishu has also started in each branch. East Blue, Nami and Yochigao successfully joined Marine and entered the training camp. Especially knowing that these 2 people joined Marine because Marshal Marine saved their lives many years ago. With this relationship, the base chief at East Blue was originally an admirer of Aishu. I am very envious of Nami and Yochigao seeing Marine Marshal Aishu with their own eyes. Nami and Yochigao only found out about this in the training camp. Having personally contacted the Marshal would make other Marines extremely envious. The world has changed dramatically because of love. But Aishu is now leaving from naval headquarters. After reaching the sea, he directly switched out to dark blue. This is the Sea Kings who has surrendered to Aishu since childhood. It is still not an adult, and its size is not small compared to those real giant Sea Kings. But the whole body seems to be carved from sapphire. The appearance is very beautiful. Of course the most important thing is strength. Even his own pet, Aishu, doesn't allow this guy to be so mediocre. Now this guy can use the coercion of Sea Kings proficiently. IQ is also very high. And this time, Aishu is to find a place for this guy. New World. The sea area occupied by the Blue Phantom Pirates. Regarding the rules of this pirate group, Aishu has basically revised them. In a sense, it's more righteous than Marine's rules. It made many pirates unbearable. For those who left, Aishu let it go directly. But whether these people will be hunted by Marine next is none of his business. In fact, most of the pirates here are more or less evil. In other words, as long as they are pirates, they have more or less evil deeds. Now Aishu is not black and white. Since the idea is more far-reaching, then of course you have to be prepared to bear everything. Boom! Violent vibrations and explosions on the sea surface. Surprise the number 1 captain of the Blue Phantom Pirates. Wait to see a huge head paid out from under the surface of the sea. Sea Kings, prepare to meet the enemy. As soon as Captain number 1 shouted, he saw the figure on the head of the huge Sea Kings. The body shook suddenly. Several shocks followed. Grown-ups. Everyone saw it. This is my little pet. I will stay in New World for the time being and take care of it from the pirates. Yes. My lord, we have something to report. Aishu was about to leave when he heard shouts. Aishu was taken aback for a moment, and stopped immediately. What's the matter? The Fishmen Island was previously sheltered by the Whitebeard pirate group, but now that the Whitebeard pirate group is gone, the Fishmen Island has once again fallen into the situation of being invaded by human traffickers and pirates. Aishu listened quietly. And now, the Fishmen Island sent people over, hoping to belong to the command of the adults, and hope that the adults can provide protection. The Fishmen Island? Aishu thought about it. I will go to this matter. If I agree, the meeting flag will be handed over to the Fishmen Island. Yes. The members of the Blue Phantom Pirates had expected this. After all, the boss of their pirate group has never stayed in the pirate group even for a while. Every time he showed up, he left soon after. The Fishmen Island, I really haven't been there. Such a good place, Aishu can forget it even if he patted his forehead lightly. And, there is Princess Pluton Shirahoshi who can control the Sea Kings. Aishu soared into the sky and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Captain, my lord, what does he look like? Every time he appears on stage, he always looks like this blue light. After seeing Aishu disappear, the pirate next to the captain of the Blue Phantom Pirates asked curiously. I haven't seen Laozi either, but the adults are facing us like this. Of course they have intentions, but we have guessed that the status of the adults may be unusual. Maybe it was originally a big person who resounded all over the world. But for the speculation about the Blue Phantom, there are everything. However, it is guessed that it belonged to Martial Marine, but there is really no one. After all, that's a little too far off the mark. Sabayati Archipelago. Rip off the bar. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Shuki continued to wipe the cup in his hand without looking up. Any drinks? Have a glass of dark beer, coffee, and honey. Hearing the strange and young voice, Shuki didn't care, and turned to get the wine. The sound of a stool being pulled. Is Rayleigh out? Shuki paused. Rayleigh? I don't know. Shuki said, while pouring wine, he looked up at the person coming. A young man with black hair and sunglasses. Wearing a well-fitting floral shirt, she looks very comfortable. But when the young man took his eyes off, Shuki was stunned and froze in place. Hey, Master Shuki, you've spilled your wine. Aishu opened his mouth to remind. Shuki regained his senses, quickly put the wine away, and then put the dark beer with honey in front of Aishu. Then Shuki forced a smile. I just didn't expect that Generalissimo Marine would come to my tavern. In front of such a big man, there is no point in pretending. Not welcome? I'm looking for Rayleigh. He's not here, but I can contact him. Seeing that Aishu didn't make trouble, and if the other party really made trouble, there was no need to come over in person. One order, 2 or 3 admirals attacked, even Rayleigh had to be taken back to the headquarters. That's not necessary, I want to borrow a coated boat to go to the Fishmen Island. Aishu shook his head and said. Shuki froze for a moment. Well, it's not difficult, it depends on when you want it. The sooner the better. Aishu put down the empty wine glass. Then tonight, there happens to be a coated ship leaving, but it's a pirate ship. It doesn't matter. Hearing Shuki announce the location, and gave the token. Aishu stood up, then took out 2 Baileys and threw them on the table. Chapter 85. Seeing that Aishu threw down 2 pieces of money, he wanted to leave. Shuki reached out his hand subconsciously. Wait a moment. Huh? Anything else? Aishu turned his head curiously. Not enough money. Originally Shuki wanted to say that, but seeing Aishu who turned around, Shuki didn't dare to say that. 9 Snake Island, I used to be the queen of 9 Snake Island. Shuki subconsciously made an excuse, but revealed a secret that he had hidden. What am I talking about? Shuki yelled in his heart. In front of this man, he actually started talking nonsense. Oh, Senior Hancock, that's okay, I have a good relationship with Hancock dash. Aishu nodded, waved his hand towards Shuki, and immediately slammed the bar. Shuki slumped on a stool at the bar. When such a big man suddenly appears, something big will definitely happen. Every move of this man in front of him can cause great turmoil in the entire world. But now, Shuki was too clever not to think deeply. Just pretend you haven't seen it before. And Aishu took advantage of this time to turn around in Sabo archipelago. I've been here twice before, but I left after a short stay. And all a long time ago. There is really no chance to walk a group of people in Sabo archipelago carefully like this. But most of the experience is okay. It's just that the slave trade in the Sabo archipelago was rampant. Not just humans. But there are all kinds of races. Murlocs and mermaids, fur tribes, long-handed tribes, long-legged tribes. All kinds of weird slaves can be seen here. Aishu frowned. It's more serious than I thought. Walked into a slave auction house. After a very friendly exchange, the director of the auction house tremblingly handed a dialed phone bug to Aishu. Who the hell is that? How dare you make trouble in my territory? The phone bug simulates a gloomy human face. Stop all slave trade immediately, and pass the message on to others who do it. Aishu's voice sounded. The manager of the auction house who was holding a phone bug was stunned. The people on the other side of the phone bug were obviously also dumbfounded. Then there was a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha, what are you talking about? You tell me not to do the slave trade? This is a big business that the celestial dragons encourage. Sabo archipelago. Although some other wealthy people would also buy slaves. But more than 80% of the slaves were bought by celestial dragons. So it is true that these slave traders serve the celestial dragons. I'll give you another chance to speak again. Aishu's tone remained unchanged. After these words were spoken, the whisper on the other end of the phone stopped abruptly. You? What the hell are you? On the other end of the phone was called out by name, which changed his expression greatly. Although it may be his own subordinates on the other side who exposed their identities. But when his name was called out, he actually felt a coercion. Looking at the face simulated by the phone bug in front of him, Umit's mind turned quickly. As a person who has been king in the dark world for many years, in addition to being bold and cruel, being cautious is also one of the reasons why he can survive until now. Seeing the appearance of the phone bug, Umit's mind turned quickly. But then there was a shock. I shivered all over. You are Marine Marshal Aishu-sama. When Umit said this, his voice was trembling. No way, no way. How could such a big man suddenly care about such a small matter? Could it be that the slave catcher provoked this man? I will give you 3 days to notify all the people who can be notified. The slave trade will be stopped immediately, and all the slaves captured will be handed over to Marines branch stationed in Sabayati. Aishu's voice came. Umit's face changed drastically, but he didn't dare to refute. He has no ability to change the words of the person in front of him. My lord, there are some celestial dragons. He wanted to say that the celestial dragons had already been ordered. Tell the celestial dragons to come straight to me. After these words, the phone was hung up. Umit's claws went numb all of a sudden. How the hell did he provoke this big man? It can't be the other party's whim after hanging out. But he didn't dare to ignore Aishu's words. Hurry up to contact other slave catchers and convey Aishu's words. That's it. If it doesn't stop, it's none of his business. Aishu contacted Tashigi directly for all this last night, explained the matter, and then rushed directly to the meeting point. Area 66 of the Sabayati Archipelago. The branch where Marine is stationed. White Hunter Smoker was smoking a cigar, with his legs on the desk. He was very dissatisfied with being transferred from Logue Town to Sabayati. Complaints are useless. This is an order from the top of the headquarters. Smoker, who is still only a colonel, is not qualified to give opinions. Blue. This is Base 66 at Sabayati. This is Naval Headquarters Office, I'm Tashigi. Smoker froze for a moment, then quickly sat up straight, and his tone became respectful. Tashigi Rear Admiral. Smoker, the Marshal's order, let Sabayati's Marine base receive the slaves sold to Sabayati by various organizations. Then Tashigi's tone became extremely serious. This time, the Marshal himself spoke up, and the Celestial Dragons can't stand in the way. Smoker was taken aback. During these times in Sabayati, Smoker naturally knew what kind of stuff the Celestial Dragons were. Can ignore Celestial Dragons. This made Smoker's blood boil a little bit. Tashigi Rear Admiral, this matter is done, can you transfer away from Sabayati? I will report this matter to the Marshal, and in the next time, I will do the things that the Marshal told me. Yes. Smoker roared. After the phone bug hung up, Smoker's whole body was a little excited. Since being transferred here, I haven't been this excited for a long time. Area 59 of the Sabayati Archipelago. Among the ports? Several people are waiting. Captain, who the hell is it? Shuki's lady boss doesn't even know. A great Pyrene bear is obviously a little impatient. You don't care who it is, this time they are taking a boat. Trafalgar Law said impatiently while holding the demon knife and crying. His status does not support him staying here for a long time. Since the big enemy Heavenly Yaksha was caught in the big submarine prison. The complexion of Trafalgar Law, who was originally bitter and bitter, improved a lot. There is no clear goal either. In fact, Luo still regards Kaido as his goal in his heart. But the gap between the two sides is very different. Luo directly hid this small goal in his heart. Excuse me, is this the boat going to the Fishmen Island? A young voice sounded. Trafalgar Law turned around abruptly upon hearing this. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hurry up and get on the boat and get ready to go. Turning around, Luo saw Aishu, who was dressed in the usual patterned shirt casual clothes of Sabayati Archipelago, with a toed mirror, and short black hair, and then spoke. Then he began to greet everyone to board his boat. It is said to be a ship, but it is actually a submarine. Although diving is possible. But this time is to dive into the deep sea bed, the coating can better resist the water pressure. A group of heart pirates looked at Aishu who boarded the submarine, and without asking any further questions, they set off directly to the Fishmen Island. Looking at Aishu who occupies the only big sofa in the submarine with arms folded alone, the group of heart pirates feel that this person on the boat has no feeling at all. But Luo knew the identity of Shuki and Rayleigh. For this person introduced by Shuki, Luo is actually a little wary. What is the master going to do on the Fishmen Island? Luo asked someone to carry a stool, and then brought wine. Meeting friends with wine is the most common way to make friends in pirate world. It's just some small things, just seems to hear that someone has some ideas about the Fishmen Island, so go check it out. Aishu took a sip of the wine. Okay, rum, a bit sweet. Thoughts on the Fishmen Island. Luo was taken aback. You mean, someone is interested in the territory of the Fishmen Island? He finally understood what it meant. The Fishmen Island used to be Whitebeard's domain. As long as Whitebeard is alive, no one dares to play wild on the Fishmen Island. Even the other 4 emperors will not work. But now Whitebeard is at Naval Headquarters Marineford. There seems to be no news from the Whitebeard group. Then the Fishmen Island naturally lost its shelter. Luo thought that Aishu had a friend who was a murloc, so he came to help. Your Excellency, be careful. The Fishmen Island is one of the ways to get to the New World from the Paradise. It can be said to be one of the safest ways. This place is definitely what everyone wants. Luo said. It doesn't matter, it always has to be solved, it's the same sooner or later. Aishu shook his head. It's you, now that Doflamingo is imprisoned in Impel Down, are you planning to continue being a pirate? Your abilities are being targeted by the world government and the 5 elders. Luo Zheng wanted to get up, when he suddenly heard what Aishu said. Yu was instantly shocked. Staring fixedly at Aishu, he suddenly got up and took a few steps back. The situation here made the surrounding members of the Heart Pirates think that there was a conflict, and they were about to pull out their weapons and rush over. Stand back and do your own thing. Luo roared loudly. The dirty pirate looked blank. But the captain's order is still to be obeyed. So a group of people went back to their own business. Luo Zi looked at Aishu with an uncertain expression. Who are you? To be honest, I'm still surprised that you didn't recognize me. After all, if you really want to say something, I'm the one who avenged you. Aishu looked at Trafalgar Law in front of him, and said in a strange tone. Then remove the glasses. The next moment, Tila Nan's eyes widened, and he pointed at Aishu with his calm expression. 0, asking for flowers. The voice stammered. You. Luo Keba for a long time. Looks like you still know me. Aishu poured a bowl of rum and drank it down. You are such a big man, you actually rubbed against the boat, this is what I didn't expect. If you don't rub the boat, how can you swim to the Fishmen Island below 10,000 meters? Although it is possible, it will be too strenuous. Aishu shook his head and said. Luo is dumbfounded. Good guy, really? Can swim to the Fishmen Island? Just too tiring? This is a 10,000 meter deep sea. I keep my word. Your ability to be a pirate is a waste of talent. I formally invite you on behalf of Marine. The past can be ignored. Aishu looked at the guarded Luo. Taguchi said. You want me to perform the immortal surgery on you? Luo asked cautiously. Eternal life? That's not a good thing, it's a curse. Aishu shook his head. However, maybe when I'm about to die in the future, if I don't want to die, I will really ask you to have this kind of surgery. Hearing what Aishu said, Luo became nervous again. But forget it, I just said it casually when I was on the boat, it doesn't matter if you want it or not. Luo looked at Aishu, his heart was in his throat. Seeing now that Aishu really doesn't have any desire to do anything, he is a little more relaxed. If it's okay, wake me up when you get there. After finishing speaking, Aishu half-leaned on the sofa, covering her eyes with the sunglasses she put on again. It's ready for sleep. Luo thought about it, but when he saw Aishu lying down and imagined the identity of the other party, he was still nervous for no reason. This is a powerful existence that can sink their entire ship into the sea with a wave of their hands. This Shuki is really in charge. It was a master who said yes. Shuki didn't say which one is in charge. Luo now understands. The head of other people's family, if there are 70 or 80, 100, or a few hundred, they are considered to be big heads. But this master is the master of the entire marine. Hundreds of thousands of marine under his command. Shuki is too unreliable to be in charge. Didn't this push him into the fire pit? But when I think of Aishu's identity, Luo also put himself in Shuki's shoes. Can't afford it. Seeing the captain come back, he remained silent. The group of heart pirates is still strange. But Luo didn't say anything. This silence lasted until the group arrived at the Fishmen Island. The captain of the Heart Pirate ship, you haven't seen me, do you know? Aishu's voice sounded. Luo quickly stepped aside. First he nodded subconsciously, and then he realized the meaning of Aishu's words. Suddenly felt a little strange. But in the next moment, Luo Sanguine was completely destroyed. Right in front of his eyes, the Marine Marshal turned into a translucent blue figure, and then soared into the sky, causing a lot of Murlocs to look sideways. Luo watched Aishu fly away with a puzzled expression. The rest of the Heart Pirates were also stunned. Captain, he is the one who destroyed naval headquarters. Big Pyrenees was immediately dumbfounded. It's the figure that appeared in Marineford. It's the man who monopolizes Marine Hero, Marine Marshal, Marine Admiral, and the world's #1 swordsman. But Luo, who knew the true identity of Aishu, has completely lost his voice now. His CPU was directly burned by Aishu. Marshal Marine, is he the one who personally destroyed the entire naval headquarters last time? He thought of the blue figure that had defeated so many strong men in the broadcast screen at the beginning. Luo was stunned. What should we do now? Knowing such a big secret, this guy won't kill him to silence him, right? Could it be that the reason for not doing anything is because the other party has just arrived, so it takes some time? Luo was thinking wildly. Given the other party's current identity, there might be a big event happening on the Fishmen Island next. It seems that what was said lightly from Aishu's mouth earlier cannot be easily dealt with. At this time, King Neptune, the master of the Fishmen Island, looked at the blue figure floating in front of him in astonishment, and swallowed. The heinous villain, Blue Light Phantom, with a bounty of 7.5 billion Baileys. He is the #1 villain in history. What is your purpose for coming to the Fishmen Island? Neptune forced himself to speak. Didn't you ask for help? Aishu's voice sounded. Neptune was taken aback. Yes, they did ask for help. But who would have thought that a simple request for help would actually provoke a big monster? This is like, you and a few of your children are drawing a magic circle to summon Digimon. After everyone else finished drawing, put a plastic elf as the result. With your next move, a steel Tyrannosaurus really comes out. This gap makes you, the summoner, feel unreal. Now this king of the Fishmen Island is that kind of thinking. I was so confused that I didn't know how to deal with Aishu. At this moment, the woman's screams sounded not far away. Chapter 86. Murloc King Neptune heard the woman's terrified cry, and his complexion changed drastically. Oops, Shirahoshi. Neptune's gigantic figure seemed to be very flexible now, and he flashed past Aishu, grabbing a big fork. Poseidon. Aishu, who knows the original work, probably knows what happened. The blue figure flickered a few times, before reaching a huge cylindrical tower. On this tower, various weapons were inspected. At this moment, a weapon came from afar with an after-image, after a flash. Boom! It hit the cylindrical round tower, and there was a roar. There was another exclamation in the tower. Neptune was a little anxious, but he didn't know what to do now. After all, if it could be resolved, it would have been resolved long ago, but it would not wait until now. Then Neptune's eyes narrowed to Aishu's body 243. Your Excellency, please help me, I am very grateful. Grateful? What's the use of being grateful? But that's all, it's not a big deal. Aishu shook his head, let go of the huge knowledge, and locked on the target in a big ship outside the Fishmen Island in an instant. Big-nosed tiger sharkmen that ate devil fruit. At this time, under Aishu's knowledgeable observation, he recognized a long sword again. As if being pulled, the long sword flew towards this side. Target fruit, as long as it is locked, the thrown thing will fly towards the locked person no matter what. Under Neptune's expectant eyes, Aishu pulled out a weapon on the hard-shelled round tower, and then flicked it lightly, and the weapon disappeared at the end of his sight. Perched on top of the Wandering Dutchman, Vander Dyken 9 was about to throw out the rest of his weapons. This is his repertoire in his spare time. As long as the king of the Fishmen Island doesn't agree to marry Shirahoshi to him, he will do it. After all, seeing Shirahoshi when he was a child, he displayed the ability to summon the Sea Kings. Vanderdyken 9 has already guessed Shirahashi's identity. Plus Shirahashi's good looks. For him, this is a big profit. So he took the opportunity to mark Shirahoshi with the target fruit. And used the ability to harass Shirahoshi for the next 10 years. It's coming, they must be unable to hold on. Vanderdyken 9 spoke, as if to comfort himself. Suddenly there was a breaking wind. Vanderdyken 9 was startled and turned his head to look. A familiar-looking weapon flew towards him. Then, under Vanderdyken's astonished eyes, it penetrated his body. The coating that was originally applied on the body surface to isolate seawater was directly broken. Vanderdyken 9, who was about to struggle after being pierced through his body, went limp immediately. The bald sea monster found out about Vanderdyken's anomaly and wanted to save him. But the next moment, a terrifying coercion enveloped him. The bald sea monster with some IQ problems was so frightened that it squatted down on the spot, not daring to move. Serious injuries on the body, coupled with the shattered coating coming into contact with seawater. Vanderdyken felt aggrieved and went to see Princess Otome, and apologized for what he had done. Sensing everything that happened, Aishu patted Min. Solved. Neptune couldn't believe it when he heard Aishu's words. This Vanderdyken, who has always been a headache for them, is solved like this? Neptune couldn't believe it. He opened his mouth to comfort his terrified daughter outside. Neptune invited Aishu to return to the palace hall first. This time apparently etiquette will suffice. My lord, I didn't expect you to actually come in person this time. It seems that you, the Fishmen Island, also know me. Of course, otherwise, we wouldn't ask your pirate group for help. Tell me something. Aishu gestured. Yes, it's the Big Mom Pirates. They asked us to become vassals of the Big Mom Pirates. Whitebeard is dead, you lose your asylum, this should be a good thing for you, right? Aishu's words made Neptune smile bitterly. To be honest, my lord, we really thought so at first, but the Big Mom Pirates have been holding back deserts, and don't care about other things at all. They even have connections with some caravans that capture fishermen as slaves. Neptune said with a bad face. Aishu nodded. Big Mom's pirate group took benefits but did nothing, and the Murlocs were not fools. That's why I found the Blue Phantom pirates who seemed to be hostile to Big Mom. After all, he is now the man with the highest bounty at sea. The identity of Aishu, the Blue Phantom, is still very intimidating. He was the man who destroyed naval headquarters with his own hands, after all. We are not doing charity. If the Fishmen Island completely becomes a subsidiary country of the Blue Phantom Pirates, I can help you solve all this. Aishu said. It all depends on your own choice. If you don't want the Fishmen Island to become my vassal, then pay enough protection fees. I will let people help you when you encounter a huge crisis. If you completely become my vassals, then I will make people fully protect the Fishmen Island. You can choose. Aishu directly threw a ball to King Neptune. Neptune wanted to choose the first one. But reason told him that the second is the most suitable. Because the Fishmen Island wants to be safe, there is no choice at all. I'll choose the second one. Neptune said in a deep voice. But Aishu on the side heard Neptune's words, but did not respond. As if distracted. Neptune was taken aback for a moment, not sure what trick Aishu was playing. Shirahoshi looks special. Aishu's words made Neptune's complexion change drastically. Immediately he looked a little apprehensive. Why? Do you think this matter can be hidden from me? Or, the king of the Fishmen Island, you just want me to help you out, and you just want to take advantage of it? Aishu's voice made Neptune's complexion change drastically. My lord misunderstood, Shirahoshi. Poseidon, right? Yes. Neptune gritted his teeth and nodded. Well, that's right. I'll help you with the Big Mom Pirates. Only, the Fishmen Island can hang my flag. 5.1. Aishu's voice disappeared. Among the Fishmen Island, Big Mom has already established a stronghold. And Charlotte's owner has been sent to help the ant collect desserts. This time, a large collection of desserts will be sent back to Cake Island. The last time I was attacked by Marine, it also made Big Mom suffer from food cravings, and many brothers and sisters died. During this period of time, assignments are very popular. No one dares to make an extra stop at Cake Island. Except for those who are powerful in their own right. Mom will be happy this time, and I hope it won't be the same as before. Baron Eggy spoke with a look of fear. There are so many desserts, there will be every month in the future, of course my mother will be happy. Chapter 87. The entire Big Mom pirate group revolves around Big Mom alone. Of course, every Four Emperors pirate group basically revolves around the Four Emperors themselves. It's just that compared to other Four Emperors, this situation of the Big Mom pirates is more exaggerated. Basically all the strong people in the Big Mom pirates are either Big Mom's children, or they are married. It is not Rong Zhang who gave birth to a group of Four Emperors. But the truth. There is also a problem with this, that is, once there is a problem with the core. The entire Four Emperors regiment will become unstable. But the aunt herself is powerful, but has extremely serious flaws. Cravings. Once she fell into cravings, the ant would fall into a situation of not distinguishing between the enemy, and killing wildly. There is no way to stop it other than satisfying its need for food immediately. Of course, you can. But it's hard to do. Before, Kizaru Aokiji was sent to raid by Aishu because of Cake Island. Plus the results of the retired battle as a big supervisory support. If it weren't for the world government to pass Aishu and directly give the order to retreat, the Big Mom group, one of the Four Emperors, has probably disappeared. But even so, a large number of pirates in the Big Mom pirates were captured by Marine. After Marine left, he was hurt, angry, and craving attacks. Wangguo was almost wiped out by the ant herself. This also made all the members of the ant group tremble with fear during this time period. Anyone who has experienced an ant's attack is fearful. In order to avoid any problems with the dessert this time, Katakuri came in person, and it is estimated that it will arrive soon. If these desserts can be sent to Cake Island, my mother's food cravings will definitely be alleviated. Pork Moose, who was handling this dessert with Egg Baron, also nodded. Pokmus is an outsider who joined the Big Mom pirates, and is a fur tribe. However, because of Charlotte Linland's plan for all nations, she does not reject it. The two were talking here when suddenly the sound of hurried footsteps came. Baron, it's bad, the dessert factory has been destroyed, it seems to be the new Murloc pirates. This report stunned both Baron Eggy and Pokmus. BD, how could such a thing happen at such a critical time? 03. It's okay, the remaining desserts should be enough. Pokmus said. The desserts are almost ready. Although there is a problem in the dessert factory, it is enough to collect other desserts on the island. My lord, other desserts on the island were collected and sent to the palace by the king's order. It is said that King Neptune has come to visit the distinguished guests. The two were taken aback for a moment, and then panicked. The factory was destroyed, and it will take time to rebuild, but they are not waiting for anyone, if they don't eat delicious desserts within a limited time. I'm afraid they will have to use their own life to make up for it. Thinking of this, the two acted quickly and rushed directly to the palace. At this time, a coated pirate ship, with a strong international style, entered the Fishmen Island. A tall figure with a scarf covering the lower half of his face came down from the boat. His cold eyes looked at the Fishmen Island. In the Murloc Palace at this time, Neptune was obviously in a very good mood. The backer I found this time seems to have a very good temper. Moreover, the body of Vander Dykens has been found. The enemy who had plagued the Murloc Palace for 10 years was finally eliminated. Shirahoshi can finally come out of the crust tower too. Thank you, my lord. Shirahoshi is huge in size. Now that he knew the truth, he was looking at Aishu gratefully. You're welcome, little Shirahoshi. As the Poseidon of this generation, Shirahoshi obviously has no control over his abilities. But it can play a huge role in your future plans. Seeing Aishu looking at Shirahoshi, Neptune felt very nervous. The power of Poseidon. No ambitious person can refuse. But Neptune also knew he couldn't refuse. In front of these strong men, the Fishmen Island can only drift with the tide. I want to rely on my own strength to gain a firm foothold in this world. Neptune, who had already taken a lot of hits, had given up. Unless, the Fishmen Island can also produce a strong man who can shock the world. Poseidon is capable of all this. But Shirahoshi. Looking at Shirahoshi, who was huge but timid, Neptune sighed. Or honestly find someone to bless you. Stop, you can't go in. Outside the palace, a blocking voice came. Then came the sound of hands and screams. Aishu's knowledge has always enveloped the Fishmen Island. Naturally know who is coming. Even Aishu already knew that the real number 2 of Big Mom pirates came to this island. Aishu is somewhat interested in Ka-er. This guy is a man who can be gathered. Neptune, all the desserts must be delivered to us, otherwise Mom will get angry and no one can. Baron Egg came in with his slender legs under the eggshell. Opening your mouth is like bossing around. The tone is also very arrogant. But the story is not over yet. First, I was amazed by the huge Shirahoshi. But when his eyes fell on the huge translucent blue figure not far from Shirahoshi, Baron Eggy's voice came to an abrupt end. With Aishu's energy, the size can become very large. But Aishu has not changed her body shape now. Now his figure is inconspicuous in the palace. After all, the Neptune family is a huge mermaid. However, no one dared to ignore Aishu, who was sitting quietly. It's not just the powerful aura that inadvertently leaked out. More because of the meaning behind this figure. The moment Baron Dandan saw Aishu, he recognized Aishu's identity. The eyes are full of horror. No matter what, he never thought that he would meet this kind of person when he was just looking for some desserts this time. It turned out that this was the distinguished guest entertained by the Neptune family. What the hell did you say earlier, you? Why didn't you say it earlier? Are these BD mermaids doing it on purpose? Baron Dandan didn't know Aishu's strength, and he didn't dare to try it out. The only thing that is certain, is that their mothers can talk to each other on an equal footing. Stared at by Aishu, Baron Eggy and Pokmas, who had been extremely arrogant just now, fell completely silent. Staring at Aishu, sweat was all over his body. The Neptune family also noticed this atmosphere. There was no sound at this time. All attention is on Aishu. The Fishmen Island, I'm covered. If you want to cause trouble here, as long as you can survive under my hands. Baron Eggy swallowed when he heard Aishu's words. Beard trembled twice, and said, My lord, these desserts are our reward for protecting the Fishmen Island. Seeing that Aishu is so easy to talk, he quickly opened his mouth to explain. Aishu glanced at Neptune. This is the coercion of the Big Mom pirates. They claim that the Fishmen Island is protected by them. Aishu was taken aback. The old Murloc was not polite at all when he sold himself. Eggy Baron and Pokmusi were instantly enraged. But in front of Aishu, the two parted ways and did not dare to attack. At this moment, Aishu felt that Ka-er had turned a corner in the island and was coming quickly towards the Murloc palace. Stand up though. It seems that you can move your body. It was as if countless small noises made the expressions of Baron Eggy and Eggy change drastically. My lord, we don't have the guts to fight you. Although he is used to being arrogant under the command of Big Mom pirates. But also divide people. The person in front of them who destroyed naval headquarters single-handedly, is they capable of offending? I'm not talking about you, look, here we come. As soon as Aishu's words fell, a figure rushed towards him from afar. After falling to the ground, the bottom shattered. The visitor held a halberd-like weapon in his hand. Kaji, Katakuri. After landing, his eyes glanced. But when he saw Aishu, his eyes suddenly narrowed. There was a red light in Ka-er's eyes, and his figure flickered to the side. But it can predict the future, but it cannot avoid attacks. Huge force kicked Ka-er's raised arm. Boom! With strong wind and white smoke, a deep ditch was drawn in the ground. Ka-er directly hit a series of buildings. And the situation here is also because of the attention of people on the Fishmen Island. After all, it's hard for them not to care about such a big thing happening in the palace. The members of the new Murloc pirates also mixed in with the Murloc group and came towards this side. Under the leadership of Luo, the Heart Pirates originally only used New World. But now, driven by Luo's curiosity, a group of people also came over. Baron Egi and Egi looked at Katakuri, who was kicked away, their eyeballs almost popped out. Katakuri has never been defeated since his birth. Even in the last 2 Admiral raids on Cake Island, although Katakuri was seriously injured, he was not defeated. His strong will and body allow his body to stand on the battlefield all the time. Now, one hit. People were buried under the rubble. But Aishu didn't use much strength in this kick. Boom! The ruins collapsed, and Katakuri's tall body stepped out. At this moment, Katakuri looked extremely dignified. The person in front of him gave him a sense of powerlessness that surpassed that of his mother. The strength of Big Mom is astonishing. But Card 2 talent is also good. He also has Conqueror's Haki, whose strength is not comparable to Big Mom, but he thinks he can fight 1 or 2. This is also the origin of Ka-Er's rebellious heart behind the increasingly brutal Big Mom. Your Excellency, we have no intention of becoming an enemy of Your Excellency. Katakuri said. The Murlocs watching around and some pirates stranded on the Fishman Island, who hadn't gone out to sea, were shocked when they heard the word Wanguo. 4 Emperor's faction. Luo looked at Katakuri and said in a low voice. One of the 3 generals of the Big Mom pirates, Katakuri, with a bounty of 1,057,000,000 Baileys. Everyone in the Heart Pirates clicked their tongues. Their captain is only now offering a reward of 320 million Baileys. This is a big shot. However, this big shot had obviously met another bigger big shot. When Aishu walked out from the palace, those who recognized Aishu's identity all gasped. During the previous Summit War, the Fishmen Island also had video telephony broadcasts. Although there are many people, they are deeply impressed by the figure of Aishu who destroyed Marineford. The Fishmen Island is my land. Disc, Big Mom pirates can exit the Fishmen Island. Seeing Katakuri, who had no fighting spirit, Aishu didn't have any interest in beating up the kids anymore, so he spoke directly. Good. Katakuri nodded without hesitation. Then he turned his gaze to Baron Dandan. The 2 immediately understood what it meant, and quickly left with Katakuri. Seeing that a big battle is coming to an end, some Murlocs are even disappointed in the game. Especially those of the new Murloc pirates. They always thought the king of the Fishmen Island was a coward. As the entrance to the new world, the Fishmen Island has obvious geographical advantages. Holding this place in your hands with the help of geographical advantages, the power can definitely expand rapidly. But in their eyes, Neptune was weak and asked for protection everywhere. But there is no fight now, because I have gone to fish in troubled waters. A group of Murlocs withdrew temporarily. Katakuri doesn't seem to dare to make a move. Nonsense, when you meet such a big man, you dare to make a move. This is the man who single-handedly destroyed naval headquarters. The members of the Heart Pirates chatted quietly. Okay, this matter is not something we can intervene in right now. The most important thing for us now is to enter the new world and make ourselves stronger. Luo's voice made all his subordinates nod. After Katakuri brought Baron Egg back and left, he looked a little bad. Katakuri. Seeing Kaji's expression, Baron Eggy hesitated to speak. I don't blame you for what happened this time, I will explain it to my mother. With the appearance of Aishu, Katakuri knew that they couldn't solve this matter. This kind of strong 317 only a mother can handle. Katakuri found out the phone bug and contacted Big Mom directly. Mom, who is it? Charlotte Linland's voice came. Mom, it's me. Oh, Katakuri, what is it? Charlotte Linland over there is in a pretty good mood at this moment. Katakuri was silent for a moment. Mom, something's wrong with the Fishmen Island. What problem? Can't you solve it too? Mom, the Blue Phantom itself has appeared and has declared protection for the Fishmen Island. As soon as Katakuri said those words, the other side fell into silence. After a long time, Charlotte Linland's voice sounded again. Mom, it's really strange. When I fought with that pirate group, this guy didn't show up, but now he suddenly shows up. Can you confirm? Yes Mom, strong. It seems that you have already played against each other. Mom, I don't think I can catch a move. Katakuri said. In that case, you guys come back first. The appearance of the blue phantom incarnated by Aishu made the ineffectiveness of the two of the Fishmen Island this time exposed. The Fishmen Island sighed. Give up first, it's just an island. Although the deserts of the Fishmen Island are very distinctive. But not enough to make Charlotte Linlin lose her mind. Of course, when cravings occur, it is a different scene. My lord, the Charlotte family has left. Neptune soon received the disappearance of Katakuri and others and reported to Aishu. Well, you send someone to contact the Blue Phantom Pirates of New World and ask them to send people to the Fishmen Island for protection, or you can handle it yourself, and I allow you to hang my flag. Is brother leaving? As for Aishu's identity and age, others still cannot guess. This is why Aishu uses the Blue Phantom avatar. However, it is clear that the Poseidon identity of the common people has some ability, and it seems to be able to detect some situations that Aishu hides under the Blue Phantom. For example, age. In Neptune's view, a strong man like Aishu may be an old monster hidden decades behind the times. But Shirahoshi went to feel it. Aishu is not much older than her. So I called my brother. Aishu did not refuse. Waving to Shirahoshi, Aishu left the Fishmen Island directly. The inside of the Fishmen Island is not peaceful, but this is what happens inside the Fishmen Island. He is providing protection, not being a babysitter. The flesh came out of the Fishmen Island, resisting the strong water pressure. Aishu floated directly to the sea. His powerful physical body made him less and less human. IWC. Cake Island. After Charlotte Linlin received the news from Katakuri, her mood became visibly worse. All members of House Charlotte were silent. Chapter 88. Visible to the naked eye, the air pressure around Charlotte Linlin is frighteningly low. Everyone in the Charlotte family fell silent in an instant. Charlotte Linlin put down the phone bug in her hand, and her eye-shadowed eyes became fierce. A newly emerged brat is so arrogant. Charlotte Linlin snorted coldly. Heinous villains? 7.5 billion. As soon as these two words came out, everyone knew why their mother was in a bad mood this time. But this person didn't appear for a long time. But once it appeared, the sequel was less thrilling than 4 Emperors. Not 4 Emperors now, but better than 4 Emperors. Now Blackbeard is gone. The Blue Phantom Pirates take almost all of Whitebeard's territory. In other words, the opponent is now only one announcement away from the position of 4 Emperors. Yes, announce your existence to the world. The position of one of the 4 Emperors is a matter of course. And this kind of strong, only their mother can deal with it. Mom, is this person meddling in the affairs of the Fishmen Island? Charlotte Patriarch's eldest son, Charlotte Perospello said. Perospello, the kingdom of Tato land, that is, the minister of candy of all kingdoms. Paramecia, who has the ability to lick fruit, has a bounty of 700 million Baileys. The combat power is average, but it has some management skills. As the eldest son and a good helper, Charlotte Linlin naturally has some status in her heart. Well, the tone is really serious. If it wasn't for dealing with Marine during this time, my mother wouldn't just let it go. Charlotte Linlin was also somewhat dissatisfied with her concession. But in terms of the brains of ants who don't suffer from cravings, it's actually okay. Mom, we actually have no conflict with each other. Perospello licked the candy cane in his hand with his long tongue, then turned his eyes and said, "Huh? What do you mean?" Charlotte Linlin was taken aback for a moment, staring at her eldest son. Mom, our conflict with each other is some of the land that used to belong to Whitebeard, and we don't have these lands now. Even the Fishmen Island used to be Whitebeard's place. What do you want to say in the end? Charlotte Linlin waved her hands impatiently, causing a series of strong winds. A large area of home ice was directly thrown out. Since there is no conflict, why not form an alliance? The other party does not seem to show any intention of not forming an alliance. Rather than forming an alliance with the Beast's pirates, it is obviously more beneficial for us to form an alliance with this person. After all, for the veteran 4 emperors, it is difficult for Charlotte Linlin to dominate in identity. But if it is a new 4 emperors, even in front of people who have not yet won the title of 4 emperors, if they form an alliance, it will be easier to get the dominance. And mother, if marriage is possible. Perospilo's words changed Charlotte Linlin's expression. The originally fierce eyes gradually became a little thoughtful, and then Charlotte Linlin smiled. Mom, this idea is really good, there are many beauties in my children. If you can form an alliance with such a strong person and send out a daughter to form an alliance, it is not a big deal. Mom, the identity of the other party is not simple. Among the younger sisters, I am afraid that only Smoothie and Garrett can do it. Mom, it doesn't matter, as long as the other party agrees, it's fine. Not far away, Smoothie frowned when he heard what his elder brother said. But as the daughter of the Charlotte family, everyone is ready to be married. Because that's how the Charlotte family thrives. And now, apparently, their mom is more than happy with the proposal. Mom, this person only appeared on the Marineford battlefield before, and then disappeared. Now, it seems that the other party appears more and more frequently. Perospello explained, perhaps the other party is ready to announce to the world the identity confirmation of the 4 emperors. I think we will invite the other party to Tato Land to compare the 10 emperors before that. What time do you think is appropriate? Charlotte Linlin felt that her eldest son had a really good mind. This came up with a solution. As long as you marry her daughter, that is a family. The 2 alliances, Kaido is useless, they join forces to eat Kaido, carve up the territory and then turn around and kill Hungfa. Thinking of this, Charlotte Linlin let out a big laugh. Mom, your tea party is about to be held, why not use this excuse? Mom, just do as you said, I can't wait to hold a tea party. Charlotte Linlin clapped her hands and said, looking excited. Yes mother, I will send someone to do it. Perospello spoke immediately. The surrounding Charlotte family members dare not say a word. Even Smoothie and Garrett, who were just mentioned as possible marriage chips, didn't say no. Katakuri and Baron Egi, who returned from the Fishmen Island, were also stunned after hearing this disappearance. However, I also feel that this is a good way. At the very least, it may be possible to form an alliance with a guest without doing anything. Preparations are underway for a tea party in the Tato Land Kingdom. And Aishu, after leaving the Fishmen Island, his body surfaced from the 10,000-meter deep sea. Boom boom boom. 2 groups of pirates are bombarding each other with the artillery on the pirate ship above the sea. But the accuracy is very general. Each fired more than a dozen rounds, all of which were stroked shells. Aishu flew out of the water and landed on a pirate ship. Seeing someone jump on the pirate ship, the pirate on the ship thought it was the opponent's master. Aishu is not polite to these pirates. Knock down all the pirates with a few hits. The pirate ship in the distance is strange. The pirate ship, which was evenly matched before, suddenly turned off. Could it be that they were beaten so hard that they couldn't fight back? The strange pirate captain is about to order the ship to approach, ready to take over the battle. Then, I saw a blue slash piercing through the sky, disconnecting the sky and the ocean. Aishu threw away the sword he grabbed just now, and threw it at the feet of the trembling pirate captain. Do you know the nearest marine base? I know, it's the next island, and it only takes a day to walk. Well, let's sail and head towards marine base. Aishu directly opened his mouth to order. Yes. These little pirates couldn't recognize Aishu's identity. But they can still feel the horror of Aishu. This is a great swordsman. He is also an absolute master in New World. These pirates don't know what this great swordsman is doing in marine base. But he dared not disobey the order. The pirate ship turned around and headed towards the marine base. New World. Marine G-14 base. Door Vice Admiral, a pirate ship, is turning around with crazy elegance, swimming in the waters near the base. A marine reported the strange things happening near the base. Sink. Vice Admiral Dole is a rare woman among Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals. Grandmaster 2-color Haki, fruit capacity unknown. At this time, after hearing the report, he ordered directly. Vice Admiral, the opponent's speed is very fast, and he is very good at dodging, but Vice Admiral doesn't have to worry, this pirate ship will hit the wall of the branch in a short time. What? Isn't that a worry? Dole Vice Admiral is numb. What the hell is this? Just as I was about to set off in person, I saw a huge pirate ship soaring into the sky and crashing down towards the huge square in the middle of the G14 branch. Boom! The pirate ship fell to the ground, and the ship fell apart directly. Dole stared at all this in astonishment. Are the pirates on this ship crazy? Swish! A figure appeared in front of Dole. Aishu looked at the short-haired Dole Vice Admiral in front of him, and glanced at his pretty face and hot figure. It's just that it's a little bit older, and the shelf life will soon expire. But it is still on the tail of the peak. Stared at by Aishu's weird eyes, Dole's face was livid, and he was about to make a move. After all, it came off a pirate ship. But when he saw Aishu's face carefully, Master Marshal! Dole's raised hand froze in the air, and when he shouted out, Dole finally recognized Aishu. With his hand frozen in midair, he saluted suddenly. Marshal Aishu, G14 Branch Vice Admiral sends you greetings. A group of Marine generals not far from Dole were dumbfounded. Marshal? Marine has only one Marshal. A group of clattering people saluted Aishu. On the pirate ship, several pirate ship cotters saw a group of Marines salute the man who brought them. Listen to the title that is called out again. Marshal? A group of pirates rolled their eyes and passed out. Caught a ship of pirates by chance, and I'll hand it over to you. Yes, Marshal, please rest assured. Dole immediately opened his mouth when he heard it. A group of Marines rushed up and arrested the pirate ship that was about to disintegrate. And Aishu was led by Dole to the base chief's office. Not long after, Aishu looked at Dole with some embarrassment. Dole also looked at his heart with embarrassment. In front of Aishu, a phone bug was roaring. Marshal Aishu, you are the Marshal of Marine, you can't leave everything to me. Aren't you doing pretty well? Aishu said while rubbing his nose. Well done. The phone bugs turned into big heads, showing sharp teeth. It is enough to see Tashiji's mood now. Master Marshal, Sakazuki Admiral is very dissatisfied with your dereliction of duty, I hope you can give me an explanation. Dole pricked up his ears and listened. This is the secret of the Marine executives. Ah, Sakazuki, ignore him, if he is dissatisfied, he can fight with me when I go back. There was silence on the other side, and then the phone bug turned into Sakazuki. Tashiji, I'm actually not dissatisfied. Sakazuki's tone was a little speechless. Okay, you are the Marshal of the Marine, you can't run around like before, you have to be responsible for the entire Marine. Garp's voice came too. Apparently a group of headquarters admirals and vice admirals are in the Marshal's office. Aishu sighed. No, I haven't finished my business yet, let's talk about it when it's done. The other side was silent. With such a Marine Marshal on the stand, everyone didn't know what to do. Sengoku was also speechless. This Aishu seems to be a new kind of Marine. And when he was Marine Marshal, he never thought Marshal Marine can still play like this. The most important thing is that the world government is also aware of this situation, and it doesn't even have the slightest blame. What Sengoku didn't expect was that now the world government would like Aishu to become a mascot. In this way, the world government is easy. However, Aishu became the Marine Marshal by force. In order to take back the Marshal position and control it in the hands of the world government, at least there will be another one stronger than Aishu. I'm sorry, but now the world government also knows that there is no such person. In short, the Marshal should hurry back to the headquarters, there are still a lot of things for you to deal with. Tashiji's tired voice came. For this secretary, Aishu has been using it since the colonel, and now he feels a little guilty when he hears the other party's tone. Alright Tashiji, sorry for the trouble. When I have had enough fun outside, I will go back. Before Tashiji turned into a big-headed and fang-toothed look, Aishu hung up the phone directly. Looking at the phone bug with the tape wrapped around her mouth, Dole Vice Admiral wanted to say, This is her phone bug. But seeing Aishu's appearance, he didn't dare to say anything. Dole Vice Admiral is busy, do you have time tonight? I want to treat you to dinner. Dole is numb. Is this workplace harassment? Although Dole is not young, he is also a trendy person. The spiked collar around the neck is a good proof of this. Since the Marshal said so, then I can cook something the Marshal likes to eat at night. I wonder what the Marshal likes to eat. Huh? Go to your house to eat? I mean go to the cafeteria. Dole was taken aback, looking at Aishu's eyes, a sense of guilt suddenly rose in his heart. Cough, in fact, the food in the cafeteria is really good. In the marine canteen. The chef was shaking with excitement as he grilled the meat. Marshal Marine arrived at the base in person and had to eat the meals they cooked. This is a great honor. One by one, they showed their spirit of 120,000 points. Vice Admiral Dole and some rear admirals and school officers from the G-14 base stood respectfully in the cafeteria. Aishu was eating, and everyone watched quietly. How about you eat some too? Report to Marshal, we are not hungry. Dole took the lead, and a group of officers shouted. A group of people were very excited to see the Marshal so approachable. Okay, I don't have anything else to do, I just want to ask, this place is very close to Rosa, right? Ah! Dole was surprised. Marshal, it's not, okay, close, but it's not far from Punk Hazard, but the island is gone now. Dole said. You guys knocked Punk Hazard down for the Marine Marshal. But Dole didn't say it clearly. In this case, there should be a group of children who were used as test subjects on Punk Hazard before, and what about guy who ate gas fruit? Aishu asked. Well, it is said that after Doflamingo was defeated, the science troops of the world government came and took Guy away, as well as everything on the island. I see. Aishu nodded, wiped his mouth and stood up. Take a picture of a warship and take me to Rosa. Yes, do you need a fleet? No, an ordinary warship will do. I'm just going to take a look. After all, I was the one who defeated Doflamingo at that time. I want to see how the island is now. Yes. Dole was surprised, she really didn't know the news. It turned out that the Marshal took Doflamingo down. Go get ready, by the way, the phone bug stays. After Dole put down the phone bug, he turned and left. And Aishu dialed Kizaru's phone bug directly. Yo, who is it? Kizaru's wretched face was perfectly imitated by the phone bug. Pora Salino. Oh, so it's the Marshal's boat. The science force is under your control, right? Marshal, it's not control, it's protection, yes, that's what the world government says. You know my temper, I don't want to see anything, you should also understand, those children. It seems that you already know, don't worry, now this kind of experiment has been terminated, and all the children are fine. Kizaru sat up straight and said seriously. Better. Not only that, but there is also a problem within the Science Corps. Speaking of which, it has something to do with you, the Marshal. Now Vegapunk and the world government seem to be falling apart. Chapter 89. The news that Kizaru mentioned got Aishu interested. What's going on? Aishu asked directly. If it was someone else, the old man wouldn't say it, but since it's Marshal, then the old man won't hide it. Kizaru is very good at talking, Aishu decided to go back and give him a raise. Because Vegapunk is interested in 100 years of blank history and has been secretly investigating, and this Kapunk has mastered all the written records of O'Hara. Is this confirmed? It hasn't been confirmed yet, but there have been rumors, and now the world government is investigating. Kizaru answered honestly. Vegapunk and world government have jointly carried out many projects, what do you think world government will do? Aishu asked. Kizaru was taken aback, not knowing the intention of Aishu's question. But still answered the question honestly. A blank history of 100 years is an absolute taboo of the world government, but Vegapunk is indeed very important, claiming to be hundreds of years ahead of the current technology, so the old man absolutely the world government may put him under house arrest. Kizaru voiced his guess. Well, then I'll give you a task. After confirming that Vegapunk's survey has a blank history of 100 years, take the person away and hide it for me. Kizaru was taken aback. Marshal, in this case, how do we explain to the world government? Confession? Why should I confess? Kizaru was taken aback by what Aishu said, and it took him a while to react. Good guy, this marshal turned his back. World government, is this stupid? You guys don't tell the truth, do you? Aishu asked suspiciously. No, this old man is not the marshal's opponent either. This old man just wants to retire honestly and live a comfortable retirement life with his pension. Well, yes, I will consider doubling your pension directly. Yes. No, the old man will definitely take care of everything about Vegapunk, don't worry, Marshal. Kizaru's voice is sonorous and powerful, and he looks energetic. Well, you can report to me directly if you have something to do, and say hello to the great scientist Vegapunk for me, and Guy also sent my greetings to that guy. Hearing this, Kizaru immediately agreed. After the phone bug hung up, Kizaru's body turned into a ball of golden light and lost to the science team. Guy Sarah Courant. Although the explosion that year caused huge losses to the world government and marine. But his own talent in weapons cannot be ignored. This kind of talent, even the world government is not willing to kill it directly. After the 820 caught Guy Sa Kulang again, he was locked up, but the treatment is still the best. Kizaru's authority is naturally very high. Saw this gasman who ate Logia gas fruit directly. Yo Basano. Seeing Kizaru, Guy put down the test tube in his hand and raised his hand to say hello. Sea Stone's chain is wrapped around the wrist. I am here this time, not by myself. When Kizaru tilted his mouth and looked at the huge experiment, his eyes fell on Gaisa again. What's the meaning? Marine Marshal Aishu, I want to greet you in his place. Marshal Aishu. Guy was taken aback. The Marshal is very dissatisfied with your use of children as test subjects. Kizaru analyzed some of Aishu's thoughts from the things Aishu explained before. Guy was taken aback for a moment, his face froze. Big Mom forced me to do this. She wants other races in this world to become giants. I dare not disobey the order of the 4 emperors. Do you think the Marshal will pay attention to your thoughts? Kizaru put his hands in his pockets, walked around the lab with his mouth pouted, and then spoke. So what should I do now? The antidote for those kids. The antidote to this giant medicine also needs to be tested. Guy said with an unnatural expression. Coerced by one of the 4 emperors to study how ordinary people can become giants. Now threatened by Marine to return these children to normal. Su, this is life. Guy Sa Kulang sighed in his heart. Completely convey what you understand about Aishu. Kizaru left here and went directly to Egghead Island, which is known as the future 500 years later. This is where Vegapunk's research base is located. Everything belongs to the world government. Even with Kizaru's identity, he cannot enter the deepest part. But Kizaru has been Vegapunk's bodyguard for a long time. The relationship between the two parties is not bad. Once Kizaru arrived, he was sent by Vegapunk and invited into the island. Sorry, I'm busy, I can only use a double to see you. Kizaru was not surprised when he heard Vegapunk's words in front of him. When we talk, can others hear us? Vegapunk was visibly taken aback. Obviously, he was also very surprised by Kizaru's words. I guess I thought about why Kizaru asked this question. At this moment, Vegapunk's stand-in turned around and left. After a while, a figure with a head several times longer than his body, like 10 hot air balloons, walked over. Kizaru, is there something wrong with you? You showed up in person and it looks like it's safe now. After Kizaru said that, he looked at Vegapunk. You secretly investigated the blank history, and the world government already knew about it. Oh, it turns out that this matter, I knew it might not be possible to hide it from the world government. Vegapunk looks no surprise. So the world government sent you to erase me. Vegapunk looked at Kizaru, but then shook his head himself. No, if this is the case, you might not talk to me like this. Let me guess. The people behind you have thoughts about this old man? Is it the Revolutionary Army? Vegapunk asked. Kizaru's face darkened instantly. It's not the Revolutionary Army, it's the Marine. The old man came this time under the order of Marshal Marine. Marshal Marine? That young man named Aishu. Vegapunk was really surprised. He really didn't think about this person. Not even the slightest bit of contact between them. I was just following orders. If the world government attacks you later, I will take you away and hide you. This is the Marshal's order. It seems that the old man is still useful. Vegapunk laughed. Okay, the words have been brought, as for the rest, you can talk about it yourself when you meet the Marshal later. After speaking, Kizaru got up and left. Marshal Marine? It's really interesting. Seeing Kizaru leave, Vegapunk got up and walked to his experiment. An unremarkable-looking warship has docked in Dressrosa's port. After Aishu got off the warship, he directly let the warship return. Marine on the warship looked at Aishu with reverence on his face, and left after saluting. Aishu turned around on this new island. The bullfighting arena still exists. Matadors have been practiced in this country for hundreds of years. But the rules are naturally not as cruel as before. But apparently back from Doflamingo to King Liku, the country is visibly impoverished. After all, it is faster to get money from other sources. What serious business can compare to arms and man-made devil fruit? But the atmosphere in this country is much more relaxed than before. Hey, Aizolando, is it really you? A small voice sounded, and then a small figure floated in the air before Aishu's eyes. Hey, kid, long time no see. Humph, Aizolando must have forgotten my name. The villain in front of him pouted when he heard Aishu's greeting. I have not forgotten, you must be Kabu from the Dongta tribe, right? I remember you. The villain in front of Aishu was stunned, and then his face turned red, visible to the naked eye. I'm Leo. The villain was obviously in a hurry. Oh, Leo, the little people who ate the healing fruit, right? That's our Princess Shirley. Apparently the villain of the Dongta tribe fell into despair because of being mistaken by Aishu. Just then, a group of Dressrosa's soldiers came quickly. Then several figures quickly walked up to Aishu. The citizens of Dressrosa who saw this scene were all curious in their eyes. Addy. Because they have already recognized these few people. King Li Qiuwang. The king's son-in-law, because of the chief guard Lu Wang. Princess Violet and Princess Rebecca. Now the royal foursome actually came. Liku Day 3, thank you for rescuing Dressrosa from the Dongquixote family. Liku dynasty saluted Aishu. I also said to take a look quietly, and then I left, but you discovered it. There is no way, let my second daughter grasp the fruit of the stare. Hearing Aishu's tone, Li Qiuwang climbed along the pole and immediately made friends with Aishu. He also didn't expect that the Marine, which captured Doflamingo back then, has now become the Marine Marshal. Although in a sense, the status of the king of an island is higher than that of the Marine Marshal. But whoever really dares to think so is a fool. Strength is everything. And Marine is now the largest violent organization in the world. And the young man in front of him is the #1 figure in the world's largest violent organization. It is of great benefit to them to have a good relationship with such characters. Moreover, they already have an intersection, which is also a good foundation. Meet Lord Aishu. Violet in a Madara lace dress and Rebecca in an orange dress both salute Aishu. Okay, I don't care about these. Aishu waved his hand. Master Aishu is here this time, we, the Liku royal family, must treat him well. King Liku obviously took this time as a good opportunity to get closer to Aishu. Aishu had no choice but to lead directly into the palace. It seems that life is not very convenient recently. Aishu asked about what he had seen before. Yes, it seems that I can't hide it from Lord Aishu. I really abandoned the arms trade and factories, which greatly reduced the income of this island, but it is worth it, and it will get better in the future. King Riku said with a sigh. Looks like you've found your way. Yes, the way of pleasure. I plan to keep those entertainment items. These were the obvious business when Dongquixote was here before, and they are enough to satisfy the needs of this country. Aishu nodded. These are some projects that intend to concentrate on developing tourism. Of course the most important thing is to gamble. But for this, Aishu didn't intend to intervene. Rebecca looked at Aishu, and recalled in her mind a long time ago in the bullfight. In the arena, after she was defeated, she was brought in front of this man. Rebecca, who is now older and crushed, blushes a little when she thinks of her attire in front of Aishu. Hey, in the past few years, my daughter Violet and granddaughter Rebecca also want to join the Marine. I wonder what Master Aishu thinks. Very good, a strategic devil fruit, mastered observation haki at a young age, the potential is extraordinary. When King Liku opened his mouth, Aishu immediately nodded and made a comment. But this review left the four people here speechless. King Liku's meaning is actually very obvious, but Aishu didn't intend to take over. Also avoid embarrassment. King Liku sighed in his heart, and a smile appeared on his face. I won't stay here for too long. If the two of them really have this idea, they can find the nearest marine base to join, or send them directly to the headquarters. With their qualifications, I can enter the headquarters training camp with special approval. Aishu said. Yes, Master Aishu, I will definitely go to the headquarters. Rebecca clenched her fists and said. This girl who has been raised with a strong personality since she was a child has changed her identity and the environment has become more relaxed now. This character has remained. Very, I like you. Aishu did not stay for long. When leaving the island, King Liku made a promise in front of Aishu. As long as Master Aishu needs it, we Rosa will definitely do our best. Making a promise as a king is obviously not a joke. Aishu nodded with a smile, and then the figure leaped into the sky and disappeared. This promise is not useless. But it might be useful. Only, now there is only one. What if there are many? What if they are all members of the world government? New World, the territory of the Blue Phantom Pirates. When Aishu fell down, he felt a little tired from running back and forth like this. It was just a whim at the beginning, but I dug a hole and buried myself in it. But now there is a mess here, Aishu is not willing to throw it away. Blue Phantom is now recognized as a royal power. Who would be willing to let go of such power? My lord, you are finally back. Big Mom sent someone to send an invitation to the tea party. Tea party invitation? Aishu was curious and took a look. It was really Charlotte Linlin who invited him to a tea party at Tato Land in Wonguo. This is a bit strange. Their relationship has not reached this point, but there should be a conflict. What is Charlotte Linlin playing now? My lord, do you want to refuse? No, let's go and see what kind of tricks this old woman is playing. You guys go prepare and choose some people to go with me. Aishu shook his head directly. Yes. My lord. Those who received the order from Aishu were immediately excited. There was even an internal fight in order to compete for the place to follow Aishu. Finally, 5 people were selected, with a total bounty of 4.2 billion Baileys. Each one is also a big name in the new world. Now they all look at Aishu with admiration and excitement. It's the first time to travel with an adult, but you must not lose the face of the adult. And word reaches Tato Land that Blue Phantom himself will be at the tea party. Charlotte Linlin, who had been impatiently waiting and thought that she was ignored this time, was about to explode. After the good news came, his face instantly eased a lot. The strong can have privileges. Everything is waiting for the tea party to start. Chapter 90. Kingdom of Tato Land. Cake Island. Every tea party. Charlotte Linlin will invite many people to participate. And this time, the people who came were all famous people from the world or from the underground world. After all, the 4 emperors are big figures in this world. The appeal is extraordinary. Aishu's pirate ship arrived at Cake Island. When Cake Island welcomed the guests, the eldest son Peros Pello saw the pirate ship approaching with a strange sickle and hammer pirate flag, and his expression became excited. Charlotte Linlin was immediately notified. When the ship docked, the Charlotte family had already used the highest specification. This shocked the other people who attended the tea party around. Darth Aiden the Destroyer, Xia has a bounty of 97,000 fang. Fashion Dragon Lucky drops, the bounty is 1.365 billion. Sue the deceased Huomeng, and offer a reward of 790 million. 5 people came down from the pirate ship, each of them stunned the people around them. These are all great pirates who have become famous in the New World. Apparently walked off a pirate ship. Where the hell is this sacred? Everyone is very curious. At this time, on the side of the Charlotte family, many high-level people from the Charlotte family have already come. No matter how important the important person who came this time is, it cannot be overestimated. Just when everyone was curious, a blue figure appeared on the pirate ship. Like a translucent body, there are streaks of golden lines swimming on the body, and some bright blue light spots are shining on the body from time to time. It can only be seen that it is a human figure, and its appearance cannot be distinguished at all. But when this blue figure appeared, everyone exclaimed. Everyone was dumbfounded. Especially when Xie was invited to the tea party, he didn't even know that such a special person was coming this time. Extreme Villain Blue Light Phantom, Bounty. 7.5 billion Baileys. This bounty is the highest in history, 100 million higher than that of One Piece back then. Main achievements: Marineford fought alone with Marine Marshal Sengoku, Marine Hero Garp, Marine Admiral Akainu, and the first swordsman Hawkeye. And almost wiped out the Blackbeard pirates. Finally, after destroying Marineford, he retreated unscathed. Everything that the blue figure would do at the thought of it. These people are trembling just looking at this figure. President of World Economic News Agency. Morgans, who controls the largest newspaper in the One Piece world, has now completely fallen into madness. Big news, big news. This time it was just right. There will be such a big person. It seems that the decision to come to this tea party every time is extremely correct. Although it has been very boring in the past. But as long as there is such a time, it will not be a loss anyway. Next newspaper, they're going to shock the world again. The underground Queen Stussy is actually an agent of CP, but her real identity is actually with Vegapunk. In a sense, perhaps the clones of Vegapunk appeared at the same time. At this time, the woman also covered her small mouth. The port fell into a brief silence. Mom, it's finally here. Stepping on Homais, Charlotte Linland's huge body rushed towards the port. When he saw the blue figure standing by the boat, the conquerors on Charlotte Linland burst out straight away. This seems to have become the greeting when the kings of the New World meet. I can't put conquerors on my body, so I am too embarrassed to go out to say hello. Boom! Purple and black lightning emerged. The violent conquerors made most of them unbearable and fell into a coma. And those who have not fallen into a coma are struggling to support at the moment. Mom, it's amazing. Conquerors collided, round lottery Linland suffered. But it didn't appear to rise. Instead, he laughed. Aishu restrained the conquerors on his body, stepped off the boat. The cake carriage is ready here, sending Aishu and his party to the cake castle. You are so brave, you dare to directly take a picture of that big man. Stussy looked at the Morgans who were checking one after another, feeling a little emotional. For big news, I can give my life. Morgans obviously didn't care much, and spoke directly. And there is no need to say much at all, just take the car to the cake castle. He has to hurry up. He also had a hunch that it was the smell of big news. This time this big man should be regarded as the first official appearance. It was at Charlotte Linland's tea party. Are the two sides about to form an alliance? If allied, are there other 4 emperors? Who is leading? How to form an alliance? These are unknowns. Morgans is looking forward to it. Those who had already rushed to the cake castle were shocked when they saw the energetic figure of Aishu with very obvious features. Mom, I'm very happy that you can come. Charlotte Linland laughed. Let's not talk about the follow-up, as far as face is concerned, this time it is definitely enough. Speaking of which, don't you take away your ability? Or, after eating the fruit, is it fixed like this? Charlotte Linland asked. It seems casual. In fact, there is a lot of hidden information. My identity is a secret. If someone finds out, I can only silence it. So, do you want to see it? When the people around heard it, they immediately shook their heads wildly. The person who said this was definitely not joking, and he could definitely say such a thing here. 0. Dare to do something like that at naval headquarters. Not to mention Cake Island. And this one used the powerful power of shock fruit on the Marineford battlefield. Charlotte Linlin listened. Mom, it doesn't matter, I'll be happy when you come. While the two were talking, everyone else had already arrived. Wang Guo didn't dare to neglect the 5 people who followed Aishu. These 5 people were already very powerful, and now they come with this one. Stussy, sit up front. See Stussy, Charlotte Linlin enrolling. In this regard, Stussy did not refuse. Her relationship with Charlotte Linlin is not bad. After taking his seat, Stussy looked at Aishu with curiosity. The tea party begins. Following Charlotte Linlin's order, the homies created by the soul fruit lined up and sang songs.